Reborn as a spider, Lin Feng finds himself faced with two stark choices: to consume or to be consumed. Fortunately, he possesses the evil evolution system, enabling him to transform potential prey into sustenance with his venomous fangs. From the lowly ant to the harbinger of nightmares, he lurks in the shadows, weaving a web of death. Humans regard him as mere vermin, while beasts of the wild consider him a delectable treat. It is not until one fateful day, as blood rains down from the poison cloud mountains, that all living beings come to understand. This black spider does not feast upon flies. He devours life itself. Chapter 1. The unfortunate soul transformed into a spider. In the poison cloud mountains. Within the spider grove. In a secluded corner of the thicket, amongst dense underbrush, several spider webs are strewn about. A few spiders claim their respective territories. At the very bottom, a black spider is enjoying its lunch. Its meal is a butterfly, which it clutches firmly but struggles to consume. This black spider is named Lin Feng. Indeed, he is a transmigrator, and this marks the third day of his new existence. In these 3 days, Lin Feng has acclimated to the form of a spider. However, he finds himself utterly repulsed by the notion of consuming such fare. His stomach growls in protest, and if he does not eat soon, he may very well starve to death. Damn it, I am a spider now. I should be eating what spiders eat. Resolutely, he bites down on the butterfly. With a squelching sound, green liquid oozes from the creature. Good heavens, is this a trick of the senses? How can it be so delicious? This butterfly surpasses all expectations in taste. It has a delightful matcha flavor, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. In mere moments, he devours the butterfly, leaving not even a trace of powder from its wings. While Lin Feng is indulging in his meal, another black spider approaches his web. It gazes at Lin Feng, its 8 long legs swaying. Lin Feng chuckles bitterly to himself. This female spider has been trying to entice him for 3 days now. Among the nearby 10 leaves, Lin Feng stands out as the most striking spider. Naturally, he becomes the prime candidate for courtship. For the sake of survival, Lin Feng is willing to consume butterflies, mosquitoes, and even flies. Yet he cannot bring himself to accept the notion of mating with a spider that possesses 8 hairy legs. Unaware of Lin Feng's thoughts, the female spider draws closer. Her plump abdomen sways rhythmically, signaling her readiness to mate. Her 8 legs dance gracefully. Damn it, over time, how can a spider seem so alluring? Is this just an illusion? Lin Feng's mind wanders into strange territory. At that moment, a rustling sound breaks the silence. Lin Feng's heart races with trepidation as he senses an impending danger, scanning his surroundings nervously. He observes other spiders fleeing into the underbrush. What is happening? Suddenly, the grass shakes violently, and a massive creature's head emerges from the foliage. It is a large tabby cat, slightly smaller than a typical feline. In an instant, the tabby cat bites down on the female spider that was attempting to seduce Lin Feng. With a loud pop, the female spider is instantly squished. The viscous fluid even splatters onto Lin Feng. Damn it, a cat eats spiders? Are you kidding me? At last, Lin Feng comprehends what he should truly fear. No longer concerned with mating, he hastily retreats, his legs scuttling towards the ground. Meow. The tabby cat takes another bite, swallowing a spider not far from Lin Feng. For the spiders, their speed is futile against the cat's prowess. To the tabby cat, this place is akin to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Its cold, piercing gaze finally settles on Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng can react, a paw pins down his leg. There is no escape. Damn it. I've come to accept that I am a spider, yet now you want me to meet my demise? Are you playing with me, heavens? As the tabby cat leans closer, preparing to devour Lin Feng, he despondently thinks, my brief yet brilliant existence is about to end. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Detected a transmigrator in distress. System binding initiated. System. Where have you been these past 3 days? Binding of the evil evolution system successful. Commencing host scan. Host, Lin Feng. Species, non-venomous black spider. Cultivation, ordinary creature. Bloodline, none. Combat power, 0.01. Evaluation, trash. Trash. Lin Feng. Gifted binding artifact, evolutionary venomous fangs. Evolutionary venomous fangs possess potent venom that can be delivered through fangs. Unless expelled with absolute force, it is incurable. Evil evolution system. By killing opponents with venomous fangs, the host can absorb their power to facilitate evolution. In this dire moment, Lin Feng learns that his fangs are indeed venomous. As the tabby cat prepares to consume him, Lin Feng's abdomen swells. With a loud pop, he releases a torrent of silk, shooting it into the cat's mouth. Meow. The tabby cat finds itself entangled in the strands of silk, meowing in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng bites down on the cat's paw. His sharp, venomous fangs pierce through the skin, injecting venom into the cat's body. Moments later, the cat begins to react. Its massive body thrashes about in the grass like a beast. Lin Feng quickly dodges. If caught, he would undoubtedly become a mere specimen. The tabby cat's struggles gradually weaken. At last, it comes to a halt, its long tongue lolling out, white foam spilling from its mouth. It has succumbed to death. Lin Feng stands atop a blade of grass. His abdomen quivers as he gazes at the tabby cat, still in shock. In his mind, information about the tabby cat flashes before him. Animal, spider-eating cat. Description, a small cat that inhabits jungles, preying on spiders. Timid and cautious, it emits a stimulating scent that lulls spiders into a stupor, making escape nearly impossible. Cultivation, ordinary creature. Bloodline skill, spider-seeking, able to effortlessly locate spiders in the jungle. Combat power, 0.1. System evaluation, ant. Having reviewed the tabby cat's profile, Lin Feng exhales deeply, sprawling on the ground. What a narrow escape. Congratulations, host, for killing the spider-eating cat with your venomous fangs. You have accumulated enough power to evolve. Evolution commencing. As the system's words fade, a chilling force surges from Lin Feng's venom sac, radiating throughout his entire being. A powerful energy crashes within him like a tempest. Lin Feng feels as though his body might explode. It is an uncomfortable sensation. His body gradually expands. The black hairs on his form bristle to attention. He continues to grow until he reaches a size comparable to a human palm, at which point he ceases to grow. Evolution successful. Host, Lin Feng. Species, great wolf black spider. A spider adorned with a full coat of black, capable of sensing humidity in the air to detect prey, possessing strength exceeding that of ordinary spiders. Cultivation, ordinary creature. Bloodline skill, none. Combat power, 0.1. System evaluation, ant. So this is evolution? The system's evaluation has shifted from trash to ant. Lin Feng gazes at his now significantly larger body. He perceives little difference, except that his combat power has increased tenfold, making him roughly equal to the earlier tabby cat. System, does killing with venom truly lead to evolution? Yes, host. Whether it be humans, demon beasts, animals, or even medicinal herbs, as long as there exists power, infusing venom can lead to infinite evolution. Do I have the chance to evolve into a human? A spider is a spider. In this world, no matter how powerful you become, you cannot transform into a human. Do you long to be human, host? Oh, not exactly. It's just that having 8 long legs as a beauty is quite unbearable, and hairy too. The system does not comprehend the meaning behind the host's words. Nevertheless, I shall tailor an evolution path for you, and I hope you will strive diligently. Rest assured, since I have become a spider, I am fully aware of my responsibilities. 3 days have already passed. Ding. Accept evolution task. Escape humanity. Escape humanity. Now that you have become a spider, you must kill a human. Task reward, 1 evolution. This system is truly amusing. It is asking Lin Feng to sign a blood oath. Lin Feng can only smile wryly in resignation. At that moment, a human voice suddenly echoed. Oh no, how did a spider-eating cat get in here? Chapter 2. The first kill, 2 evolutions. 2 giants appeared before Lin Feng. Li Yun, Li Cheng. Description, guardians of the spider garden, responsible for the daily operations of the Wan Du Sect's spider forest. Cultivation, ordinary person. Combat power, 1. Evaluation, minor karami. Li Yun and Li Cheng looked at the spider-eating cat in terror. How did it get in? We didn't even wear masks. We're done for. Who knows how many spiders it has eaten? If someone finds out, we will surely be punished. Is it dead? Hey, look at that one over there. Isn't that a great wolf black spider? Li Cheng suddenly spotted Lin Feng. Excitedly, he reached for Lin Feng. Having just evolved, Lin Feng had yet to fully adapt to his new, large body. He was directly seized. Li Cheng inspected Lin Feng's body with great delight. Wow, brother, it really is a great wolf black spider. When did our spider garden get a great wolf black spider? Who cares when it arrived? Our overseer needs a great wolf black spider for alchemy, right? Perfect. If we present it, we will surely be richly rewarded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lin Feng screamed inwardly, wondering how much more he would endure. He had just narrowly escaped being eaten, and now he was to be captured for alchemy. The thought of being ground into powder sent chills down his spine. Li Yun and Li Cheng excitedly headed outside. Lin Feng, held captive in their grasp, finally saw that he was in a fenced area. He was indeed a captive spider. Damn, how unlucky can I be? I'm not ready yet. Host, there is no alternative. You are but an ant. In this world, if you wish to dictate your fate, you must become powerful, immensely powerful. Desiring strength, yet being unable to move as he was held in their grasp, despair washed over him. Suddenly, Li Yun said, "Brother, we are comrades. How about we let me take this spider?" "Brother, what do you mean? You know the overseer has always looked down on me, but regards you highly. Why not give it to me? I will make sure to credit this achievement to you." After saying this, Li Yun attempted to seize Lin Feng. Such a significant achievement could not be allowed to slip away, and thus, the two began to tussle. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng struggled fiercely and managed to twist his head around. Glaring at their fingers, he steeled himself. Yes, become powerful, evolve, kill. Arching his plump abdomen, he bit down on Li Cheng's palm. Li Cheng, startled by the pain, instinctively released Lin Feng. "Beast, you dare to bite me." Li Yun exclaimed, "Why did you throw it away? The great wolf black spider is not venomous." Lin Feng landed on the ground and swiftly scurried through the grass, hoping to escape under its cover. However, the two were the guardians of the spider garden and adept at capturing spiders. Before Lin Feng could escape, Li Cheng seized him once more. Holding the palm-sized Lin Feng, he menaced, "Damn it, since it's for alchemy, I'll just crush your head. The overseer won't mind." With that, he grasped Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng was terrified and flailed his 8 legs. Would he truly not escape? "Damn it, humans, do not give me an opportunity. I will not let you go." Once a human, now hunted by humans. As death loomed, Lin Feng felt a surge of hatred. But fortune smiled upon him. Before Li Cheng could exert force, he suddenly halted, his body convulsing, white foam bubbling from his mouth. The toxin had finally taken effect. Lin Feng had thought that the venom from his evolved fangs would be ineffective against an adult. Li Cheng's pupils gradually dilated, his eyes closing as he collapsed to the ground. "Junior brother," Li Yun exclaimed in shock. "How is this possible? Poisoned?" Lin Feng paid no mind to their commotion and dashed away from the spider garden. Yet the entire spider garden was enshrouded in dense webs, with only one exit, which was closed. Reluctantly, he could only flee deeper into the garden. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have met the conditions for evolution." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the evolution task. Reward, 1 evolution. 2 evolutions will occur simultaneously. Commencing evolution." The system's voice resonated. Lin Feng anxiously shouted, "Do not evolve yet. I do not wish to die." Recalling his first evolution, his body flooded with energy, rendering him immobile. Now was not the time to evolve. He must escape. Clenching his venomous fangs, Lin Feng navigated through the grass. Hold on, hold on. Fortunately, Li Yun was preoccupied with concerns for Li Cheng's life and merely cast a hurried glance at Lin Feng before ceasing his pursuit. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to escape. The spider garden was a place where the Wandu sect raised spiders for venom extraction. Li Mi, as the overseer of the spider garden and a disciple of the Wandu sect, regularly concocted medicinal materials to present to the sect. Li Mi was furious. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even catch a single spider. Everyone, take the spider-eating cats into the spider forest to catch the great wolf black spider. Whoever succeeds will be recommended as a registered disciple of the Wandu sect." In an instant, the entire spider forest erupted in excitement. Li Cheng and Li Yun had their connections, being mere ordinary individuals. However, the others were experts who had entered through their own merits. Their greatest ambition was to become disciples of the Wandu sect. One by one, they took their spider-eating cats into the spider forest. These spider-eating cats were raised by them, possessing some intelligence, and equipped with iron net masks. They were not afraid of being eaten by spiders. Over a dozen individuals entered the spider forest, spreading out to search for Lin Feng. "Congratulations, host, on your second successful evolution. You have become a giant wolf spider." "Congratulations, host, on your third successful evolution. You have become a fine-legged sword spider." Deep within the spider forest, atop a great tree, Lin Feng slowly awakened. Having undergone 2 consecutive evolutions, the violent energy almost overwhelmed him. Yet the outcome was exquisite. Lin Feng gazed at his 8 needle-like legs. Although his abdomen was black, it was not fat. Overall, he remained palm-sized but was significantly more slender. Within his small body, it felt as though there was an inexhaustible reservoir of power. His sharp teeth even extended beyond his mouth, resembling those of a saber-toothed tiger. He examined his data. Host, Lin Feng, ***, evolution 3, the fine-legged spider ***. Introduction ***, an assassin among spiders, sharp and piercing, capable of penetrating the bodies of its prey, with fangs that can bite through steel, and a remarkably swift movement speed. Cultivation level beast. Bloodline none. Combat power 1.5. System evaluation jungle hunter. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, noting that the combat power of both Li Yun and Li Chong, the two adults, was rated at 1. This meant he was now stronger than an ordinary person, and in this spider-infested forest he should have no rivals, allowing him to feel a sense of relief. At that moment, distant sounds of playful laughter reached his ears. Following the sounds, Lin Feng arrived at a quaint mountain village. To his surprise, he discovered a sizable and charming village. At the center of the village stood a well. Smoke curled gently into the air, and beside the well, several children were frolicking. Judging by the attire of the villagers, it appeared to be the settlement of the families of several guards from the Wandu sect. The atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter, radiating warmth. Ding. The system has issued an evolution task. Eliminate all the villagers. Task reward. None. None? Are you jesting with me, system? The system offers no reward, but evolution points can still be earned. The choice to proceed rests with the host. Lin Feng silently surveyed the heartwarming village. He understood the system's intent, first urging him to kill, then to massacre the village, effectively severing any lingering human sentiments. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng declared resolutely, "Do you need to remind me? Do you wish to use me for alchemy? Humph, I will make you regret this." Since he had already transformed into a spider, and still found himself coveted by humans, he resolved to embrace this power. Only by becoming formidable could he truly embody the name of a transcendent being. Let's get to work. Once everyone had returned home for dinner, Lin Feng, under the cover of night, climbed to the village's solitary well. Peering into the clear waters, he leaned closer. With a swift motion, venom erupted from his fangs, splattering into the well. Fearing the dosage might be insufficient, he continued to spray for a full 10 minutes. "You will not escape my poison." After completing his task, he quietly retreated to the treetops and rested for the night. Chapter 3. The Village Slaughter. Bidding farewell to humanity the following day, as the sun rose in the east, it heralded yet another splendid day. Children awoke early to frolic, while women ventured to the well to draw water in preparation for breakfast. The spider forest, the poisonous serpent grove, and the scorpion woods, these were the abodes of the guardians of the Wandu sect. After finishing their meal, they would commence their labor in the woods. Lin Feng gazed at the warmth beneath the rising smoke from cooking fires, while the eyes of the spiders remained cold and devoid of light, their thoughts inscrutable. Before long, a sudden cry shattered the tranquility of the village. "I am in agony. It hurts so much. My stomach aches, my entire body is in pain." In the village, some began to vomit, while others clutched their bellies, writhing on the ground. Weak elders collapsed directly to the earth. The once warm village transformed into a scene of eerie horror in an instant. Lin Feng observed this spectacle with indifference, slowly turning away and making his way into the depths of the forest. The voice of the system resonated continuously. "Ding, congratulations to the host for poisoning humans. Gaining evolution points. 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for poisoning humans. Gaining evolution points. 0-1. Ding, congratulations to the host for poisoning humans. Gaining evolution points. 0-5. There should be fewer children. The women, elders, and able-bodied men were roughly equal in strength to Lin Feng. Thus they would not succumb to the poison. After all, the toxin diluted countless times upon entering the well. This well's poison signified Lin Feng's definitive farewell to his human identity. Were 30 women, 12 children, and 26 elders all dead? Chief Steward Li Mi stared at the corpses strewn across the village, his complexion turning ashen. Due to the minimal quantity of toxins, these individuals died in excruciating agony. Their faces contorted in anguish, revealing the tremendous suffering they endured before their demise. Li Mi muttered, "It's over, all over. A bunch of useless gluttons." After nurturing those spiders for so many years, they were actually killed by spider venom. "Chief Steward, what shall we do? So many have perished. We cannot conceal this." Li Mi realized that this matter could not remain hidden. If the Wandu sect discovered it, his fate would be sealed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. This is the venom of the fine-legged sword spider. It must still be nearby. Everyone, take the food spiders and find it. We must locate and kill it. Yes, Chief. The stewards responded, filled with rage toward Lin Feng. I will ensure its death, tearing it to shreds. We must exact revenge. Otherwise, we are not worthy of being human. I will exterminate all spiders. 18 guards, untouched by the poison, armed themselves with food spiders and marched into the dense forest in search of Lin Feng. They searched tirelessly for an entire day and night. The next day, having not returned overnight, Li Yun entered the forest to find the guards. The shadowy woods were shrouded in a misty haze. Li Yun had been dispatched by Li Mi into the depths of the forest. This timid boy was easily frightened. After merely half a day in the woods, he returned, crying and stumbling, his face a mask of terror, his trousers dampened. They're dead. They're all dead. Li Yun had lost his sanity, repeatedly murmuring, it must be ghosts. It's definitely ghosts that did this. Ghosts are killing us, seeking revenge. Ha, it cannot possibly be spiders. It is surely ghosts. Li Mi glared at him furiously. Silence. Get up. He seized Li Yun by the collar and dragged him up. Lead the way. With a dark expression, Li Mi entered the forest. The woods were incredibly dark, dense trees blocking all sunlight. They could only rely on the sporadic rays filtering through the leaves to navigate the path. Having raised spiders for so many years, Li Mi understood their habits well. Such a place was indeed suitable for hiding and hunting. Li Yun trembled as he led the way, stopping at a certain spot. His finger trembled as he pointed to the darkest part of the woods. Chief, it's in there. Li Mi noticed a vast expanse of spider silk. A gust of wind swept through the dark forest, causing something to sway. Li Mi's pupils gradually dilated as he witnessed a scene he would never forget throughout his life. Chapter 4. The Stronghold Wolf Spider. Classification of Realms in the Darkness. Numerous corpses were suspended in the trees by spider silk. There were as many as 18 individuals, those guards who had ventured into the spider forest in search of Lin Feng. Their deaths were gruesome, and as the wind blew, the 18 corpses swayed slowly. Ghosts. It must be ghosts that killed them. Chief, I told you there were ghosts. Woe is us, let us flee. Li Yun lay on the ground, covering his eyes. Li Mi glared with fury. Ghosts. Impossible, it cannot be ghosts. He could not accept the notion of ghosts. Drawing his sword from his waist, he gently sliced through the silk of a few corpses to examine their wounds. His eyes flickered. This is spider venom? Chief, look over there, what is that? Li Mi followed Li Yun's trembling hand and beheld a massive cocoon atop a nearby tree, roughly the size of half an adult, constructed of spider silk, which had split open. The creature within the cocoon had vanished. Li Mi approached the tree crown, scrutinizing the spider silk. His pupils gradually constricted. The Stronghold Wolf Spider. This is the silk of the Stronghold Spider. My heavens! A demon beast has appeared in the spider forest. The Stronghold Wolf Spider had transcended the realm of ordinary creatures to become a demon beast. Such a spider was worth more than Li Mi's life. His heart raced uncontrollably. It has escaped? We cannot let it get away. Useless fools. Hurry, find people, inform the sect, and have them come. Li Yun nodded vigorously at the command. Yes. He fled with a lingering odor of urine. We must find it. We absolutely must. When the Wandu sect learned of the Stronghold Wolf Spider in the spider forest, the Holy Sun was both astonished and furious. What? The Stronghold Wolf Spider? Its silk is the only remedy for my mother's ailment, and you let it escape? Seize him and throw him into the snake pit. The rest of you, follow me up the mountain to capture the Stronghold Wolf Spider. Holy Sun, the sect master and the elders are absent. Should we consult the Holy Maiden first? The toxic Cloud Mountain range is rather unstable at present, a subordinate respectfully advised. The Holy Sun, however, was even more enraged. Humph. My sister is in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. What need is there for her? Did you not hear my orders? Everyone, ascend the mountain. Yes. Thus, the disciples of the Wandu sect surged up the mountain in search of Lin Feng. Ding. Main quest acquired. Eliminate the demon beast of the toxic Cloud Mountain range, the Scorpion Centipede. Quest reward, 1 evolution. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reminder, the Scorpion Centipede typically inhabits areas of extreme toxicity and malevolence, accompanied by the sinister Inkulan flower. As the system's voice faded, a transparent arrow materialized in Lin Feng's mind, pointing toward the toxic Cloud Mountain range. This arrow must indicate the direction of the Scorpion Centipede. After escaping the spider forest, Lin Feng found himself in another dense woodland. The size of an infant, Lin Feng lay in wait in the darkness like a fierce beast. This was the nature of spiders. He reveled in his new form, feeling an abundance of strength and exclaiming in exhilaration, finally free. Haha, from now on. The heavens are high and the seas vast. Host, you have performed admirably, but do not let your guard down. In this world, your strength is still exceedingly weak. To avoid capture and ensure survival, continuous evolution and strengthening are imperative. Of course, I am well aware of that. This system truly lacked a sense of subtlety, failing to offer any encouragement. To kill the scorpion centipede? I wonder how formidable it is. He accessed the system interface to review the quest details and then examined his attributes. Host, Lin Feng. Fourth evolution, Iron Wall Wolf Spider. Description, a massive wolf spider with crimson eyes, possessing a robust body impervious to blades and swords, formidable strength capable of shredding prey with its 8 legs, and an almost limitless supply of toxic webbing, making it a highly dangerous spider that typically preys on tigers and leopards. Cultivation, early postnatal stage. Bloodline skill, none. Combat power, 5. The system evaluated. You have entered the ranks of demonic beasts. With a sense of bewilderment, he inquired, System, what are the various realms of cultivation? Before his transmigration, Lin Feng had perused numerous texts, fearing discrepancies in understanding. In response to the host, the realms of this world are classified from lowest to highest as follows: Hotian realm, Xiantian realm, Lianxi realm, Zhujuj realm, Jindan realm, Yuanying realm, Yuanshan realm, Fengshan realm, Haiti realm, Deshang realm, Dujia realm, Feishing realm, totaling 12 realms. Each realm is vastly different, and unless under extraordinary circumstances, cross-realm combat is unfeasible. Indeed, this aligns closely with my conjectures. But what realm does the Tianxia Wugong belong to? The Tianxia Wugong's poison pill will only be effective if you eliminate one of the same realm. Hence you must slay a Tianxia Wugong of equal standing. The same realm? This could be troublesome. It appears another fierce battle awaits. Rest assured, the system will tailor the mission content to your needs. A fierce struggle will expedite your adaptation to your body, ensuring a smoother evolution. Lin Feng refrained from further inquiries. He had gleaned all he could. Resolutely setting his course, he leaped from tree to tree, swiftly moving toward the direction indicated by the arrow. Unbeknownst to him, this journey would be fraught with peril, a fight for survival. At this moment, the Duyun Mountains were bustling, the liveliest time of the year. Numerous sect members surged into the mountains, including the saint son of the Wando sect, who vowed to capture Lin Feng to cure his mother. They all converged upon the Duyun Mountains. Chapter 5. Tianxia Wugong. After a day's travel, Lin Feng finally arrived at the location indicated by the system S-arrow. Oh, system, why has the arrow disappeared? In response to the host, you have reached the habitat of the Tianxia Wugong. Curse it, you don't know the precise location of the Wugong of similar cultivation level? I apologize. My capabilities are limited. Bah. Lin Feng felt helpless. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to search on his own. Before him lay a desolate mountain forest, with scarcely a tree in sight. Sparse tufts of grass dotted the ground, which was soft and riddled with holes, not far from 3 humans. Huh, humans. Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at the trio, who were fishing at the cave entrance with fishing rods. Old he, do you think we can actually catch anything this way? Hee, you don't know, the Tianxia Wugong loves chicken legs. Once we catch one, we'll be rich. The 3 were indeed attempting to fish for the Tianxia Wugong, and they were human. However, their strength was merely at the first-rate master level, with ratings not exceeding 4. Lin Feng silently approached from behind, unnoticed by the trio. Suddenly, 3 fine strands of spider silk shot forth. Amidst their horrified screams, Lin Feng gained 5 evolution points, reaching 37. The ingenuity of humans, using bait to catch Tianxia Wugong, was indeed commendable. As he spoke, he ensnared the trio's bodies with spider silk and disposed of them into the cave. Lin Feng, with 3 legs pulling the silk, patiently waited like a fisherman. Before long, one of the strands suddenly tightened, accompanied by vigorous thrashing sounds from the cave. Lin Feng rejoiced and swiftly tightened the silk, pulling back with all 5 legs. Ah, quite a formidable force. I wonder what realm it possesses. The sound of rocks colliding and roars echoed incessantly. After dragging for several meters, he finally glimpsed a corpse, behind which loomed a colossal creature, a giant centipede as thick as a barrel. The centipede's legs, like scythes, clutched the corpse, continuing to gnaw at it greedily. Its blue body was segmented, with a solid exoskeleton reflecting an eerie light. Roar. Poisonous creature, Tianxia Wugong. Description: a poisonous creature residing in the Duyun Mountains, enormous in size, with barbed hooks at its tail, filled with deadly venom, coveted for its poison pill, making it a rare and dangerous beast. Cultivation, savage beast. Bloodline skill, none. Combat power, 25. System evaluation, an assassin of the underground. Indeed, it was the Tianxia Wugong. Regrettably, it was merely a savage beast, not yet reaching the Hotian realm, failing to meet Lin Feng's mission requirements. Hiss. The Tianxia Wugong emitted an enraged hiss towards Lin Feng, evidently thinking he was stealing its meal. Curse it, even mosquito legs are meat. With a leap, Lin Feng landed upon it. Beneath his sharp teeth, the Wugong's shell was as fragile as potato chips. Ding. Congratulations on killing the Tianxia Wugong. Gaining evolution points, 2. Current evolution points, 39. Progressing swiftly in levels, Lin Feng was undeterred, continuing to use humans as bait to lure the Wugong. However, the following attempts proved far less fruitful. After several minutes, not a single Tianxia Wugong had taken the bait. What is going on? Could there be only one? System. Are there other habitats for the Tianxia Wugong? Yes. Would you like me to mark them for you? Never mind. I'll continue fishing for a while longer. If there is still nothing, I'll move on. Just as Lin Feng focused on drawing the Wugong, he suddenly felt the hairs on his body tremble. Swaying in unison towards a direction, he slowly turned, gazing into the dense forest from which he had come. Someone was approaching. During his rest, Lin Feng had left strands of spider silk as a warning. In just a brief moment, all his spider silk had been severed, with 8 legs touching the ground. His hairs sensed the abnormality in the air. There were quite a few people. Lin Feng decisively severed the spider silk, climbing up a nearby tree to conceal himself among the leaves. Sure enough, after a short while, a commotion erupted. There were indeed over 100 individuals, advancing en masse toward his direction. You all, search carefully. I just found spider silk. The Jianshi wolf spider should be nearby. Whoever locates it must signal immediately. For that spider is a Hotian realm beast. Yes, Steward Jean. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Lin Feng observed from a distance, and the man's information appeared in his mind. Name, Jin Yu. Description, Steward of the Wando sect, responsible for protecting the Saint's son, known for his cunning and treachery. Deeply trusted by the Saint's son. Cultivation, Pinnacle Hotian. Technique, Wando Needle. Combat power, 45. System evaluation, run upon encounter. Though the description was brief, it sent a shiver through Lin Feng's heart. With 45 combat points, how could he contend? Damn it, they've tracked me here. What grievance do they hold? Cursed Wando sect. This place is no longer safe. I must leave quickly. But just as Lin Feng contemplated fleeing, the ground suddenly trembled with a thunderous roar. Roar. A massive Tianxia Wugong emerged from the ground, larger than the previous one by more than double. It twisted its body and bit through the human corpse Lin Feng had left behind. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. An early Hotian Tianxia Wugong? What the hell? Why is it appearing now? Indeed, the emergence of the Tianxia Wugong instantly captured the attention of the Wando sect. They rapidly converged toward Lin Feng's position. With Jin Yu leading the charge, Lin Feng dared not move, lying low in the shadows. Steward Jin, it's the Tianxia Wugong. Jin Yu's eyes gleamed. A Hotian realm Tianxia Wugong, a valuable prize. Capture it. Don't let it escape. As he spoke, he unleashed several poison needles from his hand, which swiftly penetrated the Wugong's abdomen. The Tianxia Wugong writhed in pain, raising a cloud of dust. Bang, bang, bang. The disciples of the Wando sect hastily released webs to ensnare the Tianxia Wugong. The Wugong, unfortunate as it was, had been the king of this region, awakening from slumber only to be besieged by a throng of humans. Jin Yu refrained from attacking, allowing his disciples to drain the Wugong's strength. The scorpion centipede, struck by his venomous needle, found escape utterly impossible. Observing the entanglement between the two parties, Lin Feng slightly rose, intent on departing unnoticed. Yet, in that very moment, every spider cat emitted a low, muffled growl in his direction, restlessly pacing in place. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Lin Feng. Jin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The sturdy wolf spider, seize him. Cursed be it, he had been discovered." Lin Feng's multifaceted eyes darted towards the scorpion centipede, realizing there was but one avenue of escape. With all 8 legs exerting force simultaneously, his colossal form leapt high, landing squarely upon the scorpion centipede. Jin Yu bellowed, "Quickly, capture him alive." The sound of thuds echoed as countless webs descended upon Lin Feng like a torrential downpour. Chapter 6. Fifth Evolution. Bloodline skill. Lin Feng's movements were remarkably agile. All 8 legs worked in unison while also operating independently. As he landed atop the scorpion centipede, his sharp fangs plunged into its shell just as the webs were about to descend. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself off the scorpion centipede, launching in the direction of its lair. The actions unfolded seamlessly, from the moment of detection to the bite, followed by his escape. Jin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Stop him. He charged forward, launching several venomous needles from his hand. His speed exceeded Lin Feng's by a considerable margin. Yet the proximity to the cave entrance allowed Lin Feng to vanish into the darkness in an instant. No. Jin Yu glared at the inky cave, furiously striking the rock. The prey had slipped through his fingers. The scorpion centipede appeared to be nearing its end. Jin Yu's chest heaved in anger as he carelessly summoned a passerby, sternly commanding, "You, go inside and lure that spider out. Spare me. I have elders above and children below. Please let me go." The man, trembling at the mouth of the dark cave, knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. Useless. Jin Yu kicked the man aside, declaring, "Who among you dares to descend? Whoever can lure out the sturdy wolf spider shall be richly rewarded." A cautious subordinate ventured a suggestion. Jin Ji sure, that spider is highly intelligent, unlike ordinary beasts. It may not be easily lured. Jin Yu, consumed by fury, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Although the sturdy wolf spider was a demonic beast, it was expected to possess lesser intelligence. It seemed they would have to resort to brute force. You all, signal for the others to come and excavate this cave. Dig 3 feet deep if you must. I want that spider out. Yes, Jin Ji sure. The members of the Wan Du sect promptly commenced their task, truly beginning to dig. Deep within the cave, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. That had been exhilarating. Had Jin Yu not underestimated his intellect, he might have met his demise. He extracted 2 venomous needles lodged in his foot, feeling a tingling sensation indicating he had been poisoned. Cursed Wan Du sect. I shall ultimately obliterate your entire sect. The oppression of the spiders was intolerable. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the scorpion spider. Received 20 evolution points. Current evolution points, 59. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the evolution task. Kill the scorpion centipede. Task reward, 1 evolution. The adventure proved worthwhile as the task was completed. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng felt an increase in strength coursing through him. The evolution of his venomous fangs transmitted the power of the scorpion centipede into his being, continuously enhancing his physique. Even the venom from Jin Yu's needles was swiftly neutralized. Lin Feng instinctively curled into a ball as his body underwent transformations, twisting painfully. The hair on his body sharpened to an extraordinary degree, while the wolf-like eyes on his abdomen gradually receded. With each evolution, Lin Feng grew more adept at adapting to the process, no longer succumbing to unconsciousness as he had in the first and second iterations. Yet, the pain remained excruciating. He could distinctly hear his body tearing apart and reassembling. Time seemed to stretch as the agony finally subsided, replaced by an exhilarating sensation. I find myself enamored with this feeling. Lin Feng slowly unfurled his 8 legs, which had become sharper and more lethal, capable of piercing the stone with the slightest touch. The hairs on his body resembled the venomous needles Jin Yu had previously launched. His physique bore blue patches akin to the scorpion centipede's resilient shell. Yet, these were merely superficial changes. Lin Feng could keenly sense that his control over the spider silk had become increasingly precise. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving for the 5th time. Host, Lin Feng. 5th evolution, venomous silk spider. Description, the iron-walled wolf spider, having absorbed the scorpion centipede's venom, gained the ability to produce venomous silk, which carries the centipede's toxin, capable of poisoning any adversary that comes into contact with it. The silk is as strong as iron, impervious to ordinary blades. Cultivation, late postnatal stage. Bloodline skill, line control. Combat power, 15. System evaluation, an artist among demonic beasts. Evolution points, 8. Finally, another evolution had occurred, yet with only 15 combat power, he was still far from matching Jin Yu's strength. The system had also adjusted the evolution points according to equivalent energy, reducing from over 50 to 8, which seemed reasonable. Ding, automatically accepted evolution task. Kill Jin Yu. Task reward, 1 evolution. Damn it. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. System, must you escalate the task so rapidly? How am I to defeat him? 15 against 45? How can I possibly win? Host, you are presently in danger. It would be prudent to seek an escape. No sooner had the system's voice concluded than a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The ground trembled, and large clumps of earth cascaded down. The members of the Wan Du sect had detonated explosive talismans, leveling the ground several meters deep. They were relentless, and it wouldn't be long before they reached Lin Feng's hiding place. From his position, he could even see sunlight filtering through the cave. Those cursed humans were as tenacious as a persistent adhesive. Killing Jin Yu was out of the question. Fleeing was his best option. Lin Feng glanced deeper into the cave. realizing he could only avoid confrontation and hope for more scorpion centipedes below. The system had long since stated that in this world, crossing realms in battle was impossible. To kill Jin Yu, he would need to evolve to the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Finally, he had acquired a bloodline skill. It was time to test it. With enthusiasm, Lin Feng expelled 8 strands of spider silk from his abdomen. The filaments were subtle and nearly imperceptible. Under Lin Feng's control, the 8 strands darted forth like agile serpents. Even in the winding cave, the silk could easily maneuver around corners. This was Lin Feng's innate skill, controlling the spider silk. His 8 legs manipulated the 8 strands, beginning to explore the cavern. This cave was far larger than Lin Feng had anticipated, resembling an underground labyrinth. The sounds of explosions echoed above, and the sunlight grew increasingly bright. Yet, Lin Feng was astonished to discover an expansive space at the cave's deepest point. All 8 strands of silk converged into a single area, indicating that every tunnel led to the same location. Just then, another tremendous crash resounded as the ground was finally breached. "Steward, we found it. The spider is here. The Holy Sun commands. Even if it means death, kill it." No sooner had the words left their lips than several explosive talismans rapidly landed beside Lin Feng. Chapter 7. Reminiscing about a former line player, explosive talismans are disposable artifacts crafted by cultivators. When activated through a special method, they unleash tremendous power. Upon witnessing the flames igniting on the talismans, Lin Feng acted without hesitation, using all 8 legs to leap backward. Meanwhile, a spider web swiftly formed a shield before him. Bang! The sound of thunderous explosions resonated. A brilliant firelight instantaneously engulfed the entire cave. What happened? Is he dead? It seems the Golden Steward has hit the mark. The Golden Steward surveyed the dust-laden cave with a cold gaze. "You too, go down and check. Drag his corpse up." The 2 disciples of Wandu's sect gritted their teeth and, stealing their resolve, crawled into the cave. The cave was small, barely enough to crawl on one's knees. One followed the other into the darkness, while the crowd anxiously awaited at the entrance. After a moment, 2 wails pierced the air. Golden Feather's expression darkened. "Damn it. He is still alive? Steward, look. He is coming out." At the cave's mouth, a disciple of Wandu's sect slowly emerged. His movements were peculiar and stiff, resembling a zombie. Golden Feather furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is going on down there? Is he injured?" The disciple, however, did not respond. Instead, he abruptly lifted his head, startling everyone. His pallid face bore no trace of color, his expression vacant, his eyes devoid of any vitality. "He is already dead. How did he crawl back?" The Wandu sect members gazed in horror at their companion. The disciple stiffly raised his hand and made a slashing motion across his throat. "Steward, there are spider threads behind him." Only then did the crowd realize the truth. Golden Feather's expression shifted from astonishment to confusion, and finally to fury. "This spider has developed intelligence. How dare this beast threaten me? Flatten this mountain peak for me. I shall surely kill it." In the Duyun mountain range, on another peak, several wild boars were ensnared in spider webs, emitting mournful cries. Lin Feng bit into them one by one, collecting their lives. From afar, explosions echoed from another peak. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had long escaped through another exit of the cave. He glanced back at the original peak, his compound eyes shimmering. "Golden Feather, await my return. I shall slay you and decimate the Wandu sect." With a swift motion, he shot out strands of web from his abdomen and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a field of corpses. Although these minor creatures provided scant evolutionary value, it was better than nothing. If 100 was insufficient, then 1,000 would suffice. Lin Feng was now consumed with bloodlust, fixated solely on the notion of evolution. To kill Golden Feather, to slay the Holy Sun, to annihilate Wandu. For this goal, wiping out the entire mountain range was merely a means to an end. His body darted through the treetops of the dense forest, seeking his next target. Anything that could move was destined to die. At that moment, 2 voices emerged nearby. "What is Wandu's sect doing? Damn it, that commotion scared off all the creatures. How are we supposed to catch anything? What could we do? At least we are familiar with the territory. I heard that a rare spider has escaped from their spider forest, and now they are searching everywhere for it." Lin Feng alighted on a treetop, gazing at a nearby human encampment. By the size of the encampment, it could accommodate a dozen people. Yet at that moment, only 3 individuals were on guard. 2 young men huddled around a campfire, presumably cooking and chatting, while at the center of the camp, several cages imprisoned numerous creatures. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. Among the imprisoned creatures were 2 of the acquired realm, one at mid-stage and the other at early stage. The 2 guards were merely ordinary experts. A gift from nature. After observing for a moment and finding no threats, Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of spider silk, enveloping the two guards. What the hell? Spiderweb. Ah. Before they could react, they were ensnared like mummies, with only their eyes exposed, staring at Lin Feng in terror. Emitting muffled whimpers, Lin Feng gently tugged at the webbing, bringing one of them before him, with a swift bite to the neck. The man breathed his last within mere seconds. As Lin Feng's power grew, so too did the potency of his venom. The other guard, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes. Woo-woo. Lin Feng slowly crawled up the man's body, his cold compound eyes fixated on the terrified gaze. Just as he intended to finish him off, the young man before him, with his neatly trimmed yellow hair, was revealed to be a certain Tang Ji. Name, Tang Ji. Description, a side-branch disciple of the Tang family, possessing average talent and strength, timid and fearful, yet an exceptional cook, brought to Duyun Mountain Range as a chef. Cultivation, ordinary expert. Combat power, 17. System evaluation, minor karami. Seeing his name, and then Tang Ji's, Lin Feng momentarily fell into a reverie. Recalling an old acquaintance. To speak of that person, he was a master of manipulating threads. An immature thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind. After evolving into a silk spider, his control over threads had reached an astonishing level. Yet, compared to that individual, he was merely a novice. Why couldn't he manipulate the threads in the same manner? Resolute in thought, Lin Feng moved his 8 legs to manipulate the threads, instantly piercing the young man's nape with 8 needle-like strands. Woo-woo. The little yellow-haired man writhed in terror and agony. Lin Feng released the web binding him. Tang Ji rolled his eyes back, drooling, blood gushing from his wounds. As Lin Feng maneuvered the threads, Tang Ji slowly rose, only to suddenly collapse again. After several attempts, Tang Ji lay paralyzed on the ground, weakly pleading, "Spare me." He did not understand what the spider intended to do. His body was racked with pain, yet he had no control over it. The threads tangled within him. And before long, Tang Ji succumbed to the agony. His head drooped like a marionette, devoid of life. TCH, a failure. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. This method was evidently ineffective. Before he could control his target, the target had already perished. That person could manipulate threads to their utmost, causing entire nations to turn on one another with just a single hand. Lin Feng, despite lacking fingers, possessed 8 legs, 3 more than that individual, yet he could not succeed. It appeared that his control was still insufficient, and his understanding of human anatomy was lacking. How could he manipulate a single thread to control a person's nerves without causing death? This posed a daunting challenge. As Lin Feng pondered, he approached the cages containing the creatures, ready to accept nature's bounty. Ding, congratulations on the toxic kill. Ding, congratulations on the toxic kill. Evolution value, 20. Evolution value, 5. Lin Feng first eliminated 2 acquired realm creatures, one at mid-stage and one at early stage, increasing his evolution value by 25. The other creatures sensed danger and began to thrash against their confines. Do not worry, your turn will come soon. At that moment, several anxious voices rang out, seemingly from the camp. Hurry, something's wrong. Those 2 idiots can't even manage a few beasts, can they? It seems the Tang family has returned. In the Duyun Mountain Range, shrouded in toxic mist throughout the year, there was only 1 month when the mist would recede due to the extreme sun. During this month, many humans would enter the Duyun Mountain Range to capture toxic creatures. This was indeed the time when the toxic mist was dissipating. Camps like the Tang family were numerous. Lin Feng, not wishing to attract trouble from those capable of capturing mid-stage acquired realm creatures, swiftly made his exit before the Tang family arrived, continuing his stealthy and rapid advance through the treetops of the dense forest while contemplating his next target. How could he control others? It must be the spine, but how could he do so without letting the target die? Lin Feng was deeply troubled. Should he attempt a few more times? Upon a sudden impulse, he commenced his search for solitary humans in the jungle. In the subsequent days, he encountered numerous individuals, whom he subjected to cruel experiments resulting in their demise. Gradually, Lin Feng honed his skills, adeptly maneuvering threads to penetrate human bodies while avoiding their fatal wounds. Nevertheless, controlling them remained beyond his grasp. He could merely compel them to walk. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the distinction between mere manipulation and exerting brute force to make them stand. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Perhaps after the next evolution, his command over the threads would strengthen, yielding fruitful results. Lin Feng examined the system, noting that his recent sprees of slaughter had elevated his evolution value to 95. With just 1 more kill of a postnatal early-stage creature or human, he would ascend to the postnatal late stage. Over the past few days, he had laid numerous webs in this forest to ensnare toxic creatures. During the day, Lin Feng concealed himself within a tree hollow to rest, emerging at night to hunt, adhering to a regulated lifestyle. On this particular night, as Lin Feng roused from slumber, he was about to venture out for more killings when he faintly heard ominous rumblings from the depths of the dark woods. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether the people from Wanduzong had lost their senses to cause such explosions in this area. He had discerned over the past few days that Wanduzong was the local authority, with others too intimidated to recklessly detonate explosives. It seemed a change of location was in order. As Lin Feng contemplated this, an eerie roar pierced the night. The sound was so startling that even Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Was it a creature? Soon after, the clashes of battle erupted, accompanied by the desperate shouts of humans. Lin Feng slowly turned, intrigued, and swiftly moved towards the source of the commotion. On the hillside, the forest was lush, where dozens of humans were besieging a colossal toxic creature, a serpent thick as a barrel. Its scales shimmered with a chilling light in the darkness, and as it thrashed against the ground, it caused the earth to tremble. The humans dared not approach closely, resorting instead to distant attacks. It was evident that they were divided into two factions. One belonged to Wanduzong, led by Jin Yu, while the other was comprised entirely of stunningly beautiful women from Baihuazong. Kill it. We must slay this beast. Wanduzong, how dare you snatch our prey? We discovered it first, cried Qinghua Gu, the leader of Baihuazong, her eyes darkened with determination. Qinghua Gu, this toxic python is at the peak of postnatal stage and on the verge of a breakthrough. Neither of our factions can hunt it alone. Let us collaborate and share the spoils equally, shall we? Jin Yu proposed, his voice calm, yet commanding. Qinghua Gu's expression was grim. Recognizing the truth in Jin Yu's words, the python's eyes bulged, and its scales were impenetrably strong. Even explosive talismans would barely scratch its surface. It was too formidable. If not for the arrival of Wanduzong, they might have had to flee. Very well, we shall divide the spoils, she reluctantly conceded. From his perch in the treetops, Lin Feng observed the massive python, astonished by its size. Monster, toxic python. Description, a dominant beast at the periphery of the Poison Cloud mountain range. Its poison is mild, yet its scales are incredibly robust, making it nearly impervious to harm. It has no natural enemies, and upon reaching 500 years of age, it can break through to the innate stage, currently poised at the critical point of evolution. Cultivation, peak postnatal. Bloodline skill, coil kill. Combat power, 61. System evaluation, periphery sovereign. With a combat power of 61, this beast surpassed even Jin Yu, who was at the same postnatal peak. Lin Feng marveled at the audacity of humans to provoke such a creature. His gaze shifted to the injured disciples of Wanduzong and Baihuazong. Among them were several postnatal experts, presenting an excellent opportunity for him to seize. As Lin Feng sharpened his teeth, preparing to act, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. Do not let it escape. Use the burning talismans. This creature fears fire, commanded a voice from the crowd. The humans ignited the area, encircling the toxic python. Indeed, the python recoiled from the flames, attempting to break free yet retreating again. Haha, it fears us. Attack. Continue the assault. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this beast. Witnessing the icy fury in the python's gaze as it struggled against the flames, Lin Feng realized that it might have developed a semblance of intelligence. Its current plight echoed his own from days past. Before humanity, these creatures were merely commodities for refining elixirs and crafting treasures. Engulfed in flames, the toxic python coiled itself, and in the astonished eyes of both Wanduzong and Baihuazong members, it assumed a defensive posture, burying its head within its body, exposing its most resilient scales, allowing the humans to attack without retaliation. Qinghua Gu, puzzled, remarked, "What is it doing? Is it wounded?" Jin Yu's expression shifted drastically. Wounded? No. It is on the verge of a breakthrough. We must not allow it to succeed. Attack, everyone. Wanduzong's profound understanding of toxic creatures was unparalleled. Should the python succeed in its evolution, it would ascend to the innate realm, rendering them insignificant in comparison. The members of Wanduzong and Baihuazong launched a frenzied assault. Even the injured rushed back into the fray. Do not fear. Attack up close. Do not let it break through. A throng surrounded the python, wielding swords and blades, striking it with fervor, the clashing sounds ringing out as sparks flew. Yet, the python remained unyielding. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. The timing of this breakthrough was unfortunate. Just when he intended to target the injured, they had all returned to combat. With dozens attacking simultaneously, explosive and burning talismans rained down upon the python. Even though it feared fire, its scales darkened from the flames. It bore the onslaught in silence. Lin Feng gradually retreated behind several trees, sensing that the python's aura was not diminishing but rather intensifying. Trouble was brewing for the humans. They could not withstand the python's impending evolution. Indeed, with a chilling hiss, the python's form began to transform as its aura surged. Chapter 9. The Evolution of the Toxic Python. Lin Feng takes action. First, the scales of the python emitted a crisp sound as they compressed, and its already massive body began to swell. The toxic python raised its head high, its brow protruding into a small horn. As it opened its gaping maw, sharp fangs emerged, revealing a tongue the size of a human arm. Roar. The toxic python. No, now it was the evolved form of the toxic python, unleashed an enraged roar at the onlookers. Monster, Earth toxic python. Description: a paragon among toxic pythons, possessing a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening the Earth dragon bloodline upon advancing to the innate stage. Gaining intelligence comparable to that of humans, capable of perceiving Earth attributes, and its venomous saliva can petrify living beings. Cultivation, early innate. Bloodline skill, petrification. Combat power, 114. System evaluation, innate giant python. Aside from Lin Feng, the creatures of this world could also evolve, albeit their evolution was limited by their bloodline. This Earth toxic python possessed the Earth dragon bloodline, its cold gaze fixated on the humans besieging it, brimming with hatred. Hiss. With a swift motion, it opened its massive jaws, releasing a transparent liquid that extinguished the surrounding flames in an instant. Jin Yu and Qinghua Gu's faces paled simultaneously upon seeing the transparent liquid, urgently shouting, "Get away!" Alas, their subordinates lacked the reflexes to match their own. Anyone touched by this liquid would swiftly begin to petrify. In an instant, the Earth toxic python's saliva turned over 20 skilled fighters into stone, and with a violent thrash of its colossal body, it shattered the petrified remains into fragments. Lin Feng exclaimed in dismay at the sheer wastefulness of the situation. Among the 20 or so experts, approximately 10 were at the Hotian realm. How splendid it would be to eliminate him. At this moment, Jin Yu and Qinghua Gugu were indifferent to the value of the Earth poison python. Members of the Wandu sect, flee swiftly. Sisters of the Baihua sect, run. The scene descended into chaos. Half of the individuals perished at the first splash of venom, while the remaining half cried out in desperation for their lives. The enormous head of the Earth poison python surveyed its surroundings, uncertain of whom to pursue. Members of the Wandu sect, follow me into the forest. Jin Yu led the charge, sprinting towards the densest thicket, believing this would allow him to escape the Earth poison python. Although his cultivation was likely the highest among them, he was also the most cowardly, delegating all perilous tasks to his subordinates. Now, he was the fastest to flee, with a throng of Wandu sect disciples trailing behind him into the dense woods. By sheer coincidence, they chose the very area where Lin Feng was hiding. Lin Feng harbored an intense disdain for Jin Yu and the Wandu sect. If he did not take this opportunity to set a trap, when would he? Perched atop the treetops, Lin Feng raised his abdomen and unleashed a torrent of spider silk in the direction of Jin Yu's escape. The silk, expertly manipulated by Lin Feng, layered itself across the escape route of the Wandu sect members. In the darkness, even Jin Yu struggled to detect the strands, crashing directly into the web. The viscous silk ensnared him instantly. What is this? I am trapped. It's spider silk. This is bad. It's toxic. I feel numb. The silk was laced with the venom of both scorpions and centipedes, inducing paralysis. Jin Yu's face paled as he glanced up at the shadowy treetops, finally spotting a glimmer of blue high above. Enraged, he shouted, "It's that spider! Scoundrel! I shall kill you!" Producing a knife from nowhere, he began hacking at the web. Yet Lin Feng's web was incredibly resilient. Only he could escape from the entanglement. Regrettably, Lin Feng was unwilling to grant him that chance. The Wandu sect, which raised toxic creatures, would inevitably face retribution from them. Today was to be their fate. Lin Feng sneered. More spider silk cascaded from the treetops. Not lethal, but solely aimed at hindering their escape. Damn spider, you shall not have peace. Jin Yu could not help but curse loudly. Elder, save me. But at that moment, a terrified cry for help erupted from behind as a disciple of the sect shouted in horror. The Earth poison python was pursuing them. Its massive body slithered slowly into the forest. The dense trees significantly impeded its speed, yet it was a force to be reckoned with. In its wake, trees toppled left and right. The enormous head of the python flicked its tongue at the last remaining disciple of the Wandu sect, who was ensnared in the spider web. In terror, he pleaded, "Elder, help me." The python's head loomed over him, its vertically slit eyes glinting with coldness. The disciple froze, his lips parting to utter a cry for help. Save. Before he could finish, he was devoured whole without a shred of hesitation. I don't want to die. Spider, let me go. I will not catch you anymore. I just want to go home. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wandu sect cried out in desperation. In the shadows, the earth-poisoned python lifted its head to glance at Lin Feng before lunging at the next disciple of the Wandu sect. Lin Feng, in perfect sync, continued to expel spider silk to ensnare Jinyu. Watching each disciple of the Wandu sect being swallowed, Jinyu was in a state of frantic anxiety, not for the lives of his subordinates, but for his own safety. Spider, let me go? Lin Feng, if he could speak, would have certainly delivered some mocking remarks, understanding now why villains often spoke so much. Observing his enemy in such despair was utterly delightful. Damn it, damn it. Jinyu was completely entangled. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if I die, you shall not fare well either. The Saint's Son will not spare you. As he spoke, he withdrew a short stick from his waist, tearing off the fuse at its end. A fiery blaze erupted like a shooting star, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling explosion. In that instant, the night was brightened, and the enormous head of the earth-poisoned python was already looming before Jinyu. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, deciding against descending to kill Jinyu. After all, given his strength, slaying Jinyu would be troublesome, and encountering the earth-poisoned python would be a death sentence. System. What will happen if Jinyu dies? The host will incur no losses. It is merely a missed opportunity for task evolution. The task will fail, and the system will select a new target for evolution and slaughter. However, the system reminds the host that it is not necessary to kill him outright. Merely injecting poison into him will allow you to absorb his power. Injecting poison. With this suggestion, Lin Feng's mind became invigorated. Watching his enemy being devoured was gratifying enough, but if he could evolve in the process, that would be even better. The question remained, how could he inject poison into Jinyu's body? Facing the earth-poisoned python, Jinyu's chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth and pleaded. Don't kill me. I'm just passing through. Lin Feng, the earth-poisoned python, paused in surprise. Indeed, Jinyu was merely passing through, yet he had stopped to throw so many explosive talismans. Was he seeking death? Chapter 10, Task completed. Slay the young to reach the elder. The earth-poisoned python recalled those explosive talismans and flames with fury, opening its massive jaws to bite down on Jinyu. Ah, beast! Jinyu screamed in terror, swinging his large blade to strike at the python's brow. The sound of the impact resounded sharply. The blade shattered upon contact, and his entire arm was pierced by the python's razor-sharp fangs. Flesh and blood were torn away, revealing stark, white bone beneath. The earth-poisoned python possessed an intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary human. It did not consume Jinyu in one bite. Instead, it seemed intent on torturing him slowly. Ah! Jinyu howled in agony. Beast, if you wish to kill me, I will not let you off easily. As he spoke, he hurled dozens of silver needles at the earth-poisoned python. The needles gleamed ominously, clearly coated in poison. Jinyu's signature skill was the poison needle. At such a close range, the needles surged forward, poised to pierce the python's enormous eyes. Suddenly, a flurry of spider silk surged forth, ensnaring several of the silver needles. The remaining needles clattered harmlessly against the earth-poisoned python's scales. Hiss! The earth-poisoned python raised its head to gaze at Lin Feng, flicking its tongue, uncertain of what to convey. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng expelled another strand of silk, which accurately landed on Jinyu's wound, encasing it. Jinyu, taken aback, did not expect this. Yet almost immediately, a wave of numbness coursed through him. The agony of his injury dissipated, and he felt as though his entire arm had vanished. Something began to flow into his body. It was only then that Jinyu realized, his face turning pale with horror. Poison. The silk is poisonous. Ah, beast. Indeed. Lin Feng had coated the silk with venom from his fangs, achieving an unexpected success. Jinyu's body began to tremble violently, as if he were having a seizure. Frothing at the mouth, his aura gradually waning. The earth-poisoned python, flicking its tongue, did not consume Jinyu. A glint of caution flickered in its eyes. Creatures, especially demonic beasts, possess an innate sensitivity to toxins. It sensed that the poison within Jinyu was formidable and did not dare to consume him. As Jinyu's convulsions subsided, Lin Feng's system voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Jinyu. Acquisition of evolution points, 100. Evolution possible. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, eliminate Jinyu. Task reward, 1 evolution. Once again, 2 evolutions in succession. With the evolution points already maxed out and the task completed, Both evolutions commenced simultaneously. This should be a cause for celebration. Yet, at this moment, a sound like something tearing through the air accompanied by an enraged and anxious shout erupted. Abomination, release my son. From afar, above the dense forest, a figure sprinted forth, treading upon the fallen leaves with astonishing speed, reminiscent of the lightness of foot seen in martial arts films. It was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, clad in the black attire of the Wandu sect. Name, Jin Shixiao. Description, elder of the Wandu sect, father of the attendant Jin Yu. Although not adept in the use of poison, he is a formidable martial artist. Having had a son late in life, he dotes on him excessively, yet possesses a ruthless temperament, serving as a loyal enforcer for the sect's leader. Cultivation, early stage of chi refinement. Martial arts, grand fist technique. Combat power, 541. System commentary, run. Damn it. A child has summoned an elder. I thought it was a holy disciple arriving, yet it turns out to be his father. Lin Feng was unaware that Jin Shixiang was desperately searching the nearby mountains for his son's whereabouts. He remained the only elder left in the Wandu sect. Upon witnessing the fireworks of his son, he rushed forth in a frenzy. Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. Damn it, the time for evolution has come. Though evolution no longer induced fainting, the power within him was surging chaotically, making even running a challenge. The opponent was a master of the chi refinement realm. His gaze already locked onto this direction. To hell with it, I must run first. With a swift turn, Lin Feng found himself face to face with a colossal serpent's head. Unbeknownst to him, the earth poison python had blocked his path. Its cold gaze fixed intently upon Lin Feng. Chapter 11, the 7th evolution, Master of Poison Silk, new evolution task. Locate and consume the poisonous grass. Task reward, 8-legged sword. Task duration, 7 days. Under the scrutiny of those icy eyes, Lin Feng felt his entire body stiffen. Damn it. I am nearly done for, and you still issue tasks? You perish while I continue my tasks. We shall each do our own thing. This system is utterly rebellious. Lin Feng could not even contend with Jin Yu, who was at the peak of the postnatal stage and could only interfere from a distance. This innate realm earth poison python was certainly not something he could escape. With the earth poison python ahead and a master of chi refinement rapidly approaching from behind, he could rely on no one but himself. Desperation set in. Lin Feng bent his 8 legs slightly, the only assets he had being his diminutive form and nimble speed. Just as he was about to move, the earth poison python suddenly flicked its tongue and slowly turned, revealing its thick scales. Though neither the spider nor the serpent could speak, Lin Feng understood its intent. It wanted him to leap onto its back. What does this mean? Hiss. The earth poison python's tone was urgent. Jin Shixiang's voice grew ever closer. Beast. I will kill you. Without hesitation, Lin Feng leapt onto the back of the earth poison python, using his sharp spider legs to latch onto the gaps between its scales. Roar. The earth poison python twisted its body, sending up a cloud of dust as its massive head slammed directly into the ground. My goodness. Lin Feng quickly expelled silk to form a soft shield in front of him. Boom. A tremendous crash ensued. The earth split apart beneath the impact of the earth poison python like tofu. He had forgotten that the earth poison python was adept at burrowing due to its earth attribute. In an instant, its 100-meter-long body disappeared into the ground. Beast, where do you think you're going? At that moment, Jin Shixiang arrived, descending with overwhelming fury and delivering a powerful punch towards the tail of the earth poison python. In the world of cultivation, those in the innate realm could absorb innate spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. And those who broke through to the chi refinement realm could wield that energy in attack. However, just as his fist struck the earth poison python, its tail vanished into the burrow. Jin Shixiang's fist landed heavily on the ground. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated as a 3-meter wide and 1-meter deep pit formed in the earth. Jin Shixiang watched, eyes wide with rage, as the tail disappeared into the cave, furiously pounding the ground. No. Beast, come out. You scoundrel. He swung his fists relentlessly against the earth, producing a series of thunderous sounds. Unfortunately, the earth poison python and Lin Feng had already vanished completely. I will kill you both. Jin Shixiang continued to rage. Elder Jin, where's the spider? At that moment, a youthful voice rang out. What are you shouting about? Where's the spider? I demanded. From the thicket emerged a group of people, led by a young man in splendid attire, pushing a wooden wheelchair. Seated upon it was a beautiful woman, her head tilted, clearly paralyzed. Accompanying the young man were several disciples of the Wandu sect. This young man was none other than the holy disciple of the Wandu sect, Wan Hao. And the woman in the wheelchair was Wan Hao's mother, the matriarch of the Wandu sect. Jin Shixiang gazed at the shattered ground, his chest rising and falling slowly. Holy disciple, my son is dead. Whether Jin Yu is dead or alive is of no concern to me. I only care about my silk. The holy disciple approached Jin Yu's lifeless body. Observing the silk covering Jin Yu, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Silk? Is this the silk of the hardshell spider? He was about to reach out when he abruptly halted. No, it's poisonous. The silk is indeed authentic. But why is it toxic? Why? Jin Yu, are you truly so useless? Why is the silk poisonous? You couldn't even handle such a trivial task. Wan Hao's face contorted with rage as he shouted. Jin Shixiang's expression darkened as he glared at Wan Hao. My son is dead. Be silent, Jin Shixiang. I command you to capture that spider. I need the silk from its silk sac. Only that silk can allow my mother to stand again. Wan Hao shouted at Jin Shixiang, showing no regard for him as an elder, nor the death of his son. Jin Shixiang clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth as he glared at Wan Hao. Power, do not speak to Elder Jin in such a manner. Mother is fine. If she cannot stand, then so be it. I have grown accustomed to it, spoke Wan Mu, seated in the wheelchair. Her voice was gentle, a stark contrast to what one might expect from someone who had been bedridden for years. Yet Wan Hao, seemingly driven mad, abruptly turned to his mother and shouted, Be quiet. Mother, do you truly think I wish for you to stand? What kind of mother are you? Since I can remember, you have been lying in bed, neither dead nor alive. It was my sister who raised me. Do you not understand? My sister has tirelessly trained to heal you. Constantly, in seclusion. I have not seen her in ages. I want to heal you, so I can see her smile again, so that she need not work so hard and can be by my side. Do you not understand? Wan Hao's expression was ghastly, disregarding the numerous disciples present. Wan Mu silently shed tears, saying nothing more. Jin Shixiang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with hatred. Rest assured, holy disciple. I will kill that spider and procure the non-toxic silk from its belly. Then what are you still doing here? Why not hurry? Jin Shixiang commanded fiercely. I have already scattered tracking powder on that serpent's tail. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they shall not escape. Underground. Lin Feng's abdomen heaved. What a thrill. Gradually, he regained consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the 6th evolution. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the 7th evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 7th evolution, master of poison silk. Description, evolved for the 2nd time from the poison silk spider. Possessing a far greater control over silk, 8 times that of the poison silk spider, with sharper silk. The 8 agile spider legs can detect even the slightest vibrations in the ground, allowing Lin Feng to ascertain what creatures are crawling from miles away. Cultivation, peak of the postnatal stage. Bloodline skill, line control. Combat power, 61. System evaluation, an artist among spiders. Evolution value, 19. After 2 more evolutions, Lin Feng felt a significant transformation in his body. Just as the system description indicated, his 8 legs had developed a sense of perception. This was all thanks to the earth poison python. However, the question lingered. Where was he now? Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an immense underground cavern, towering hundreds of meters high. Not long ago, he had learned of large caverns beneath the scorpion centipede's lair, but he never anticipated such vastness. The underground cave resembled a karst cave, supported by naturally formed gigantic pillars. The earth poison python, stretching 100 meters long, appeared almost like a mere worm in this cavern. I truly owe you my gratitude for saving me. If I can poison you, I shall evolve to the innate realm. Lin Feng's despicable nature was laid bare as he bared his sharp teeth and lunged at the earth poison python. Chapter 12. The map of the Poison Cloud Mountain Range. The poison monkey on the cliff. Ding. His teeth were repelled. The earth poison python turned its head in confusion. Haha. I was merely testing your toughness, and indeed, you are quite hard, huh? Lin Feng laughed, knowing full well that the earth poison python could not comprehend him. Little soil snake, I must embark on my mission. If the mountain does not yield, the water will flow. We must part ways here. Thank you for saving me. The road ahead is long, and if given the chance, I shall return to poison you. Lin Feng wiggled his abdomen, his 8 legs swaying in unison as he began to descend along the body of the earth poison python. Yet, halfway down, the earth poison python coiled its body, returning Lin Feng to its back. What do you intend to do? I am not your pet. Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? The earth poison python did not attack. Instead, it carried Lin Feng deeper into the cavern for several hundred meters. They arrived at a smaller cave. When Lin Feng beheld the shimmering treasures within, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, gold, swords, armor? Where did all these treasures come from? Hiss. Nearby, a mountain of skeletons lay piled up. It was evident that these treasures belonged to those unfortunate humans. Truly, possessing dragon blood lineage. It seems you have a penchant for collecting such items. Lin Feng realized he had misjudged the earth poison python. It intended to express gratitude with these riches. He chuckled. Big snake brother, we are spiders now and have no use for these, but I still thank you. I shall come to play again next time. Just as he attempted to leave, the system's voice abruptly echoed. Ding. Detected task-related items. In an instant, an arrow appeared in Lin Feng's mind, pointing directly at the pile of treasures. Could the toxic stinking grass be here? Surely luck cannot be that favorable? Lin Feng landed atop the mountain of treasures, using his sharp spider legs to sift through the items. Unfortunately, it was not the toxic stinking grass, but rather a scroll, a map of the entire Poison Cloud mountain range. Moreover, it was an exceptionally detailed map, indicating names of places, the habitats of various monsters, and where precious medicinal herbs typically appeared. The system's newly issued task, locating the toxic stinking grass, was also clearly marked. Lin Feng was overjoyed. System, can this be copied? Yes, host. It can be replicated and will be displayed in virtual map form. As the system's words faded, the entire map of the Poison Cloud mountain range materialized in Lin Feng's mind. It was akin to a video game, marking even his current location. He found himself at the junction of the outer and inner regions of the Poison Cloud mountain range. The toxic stinking grass only flourished within the deeper areas of the mountain, specifically on a cliff known as Aoya. The system had also marked the distance according to the map's scale, approximately several kilometers from his current position. For the first time, Lin Feng felt the system was indeed useful. Do I detect a hint of insult in your tone? Well then, thank you, big snake brother. I shall come to find you when I have the time. With newfound fondness for the earth poison python, Lin Feng departed without any hindrance. As the earth poison python escorted him to one of the exits, watching him leave. Aoya, a perilous cliff within the Poison Cloud mountain range, where most precious herbs could be found. After all, the less dangerous ones had long been harvested. The cliff loomed high, shrouded in mist, with a waterfall cascading from a nearby mountain peak, which was several dozen meters lower. The area remained perpetually damp, making it easy for even innate realm experts to slip and fall into oblivion. One could only navigate by the vines hanging from the cliff summit. However, this place was far from tranquil. At this moment, two youths were swiftly climbing the vines of Aoya. Run. Quickly, we are almost there. Behind them trailed a swarm of small-bodied monkeys with disproportionately long arms. These monkeys were known as cliff poison monkeys, moving effortlessly along the vines of the cliff. Even though the two youths were innate realm experts, escape in such a location was nearly impossible. Changwei, I will hold them off. You go on ahead. Senior brother. No time for chatter. Hurry, secure the toxic stinking grass. Do not let it drop. This is our only chance to save our master. The senior brother resolutely turned to confront the horde of cliff poison monkeys, but there were too many, and he was swiftly overwhelmed by the swarm. Senior brother, I will find someone to rescue you. Changwei could not afford to grieve, as more monkeys circumvented his brother and continued to pursue him. I will definitely bring back the toxic stinking grass. Even as his hands grew red from the strain, he gritted his teeth and climbed higher. Finally, he reached the top of the cliff just before the monkeys could seize him. No sooner had he caught his breath than the cliff poison monkeys pursued him up the cliff. Changwei was unaware that the toxic stinking grass emitted a unique foul odor detectable only by poisonous creatures. The cliff poison monkeys, dwelling in the Poison Cloud mountain range, were not poisonous themselves. They relied on the toxic stinking grass to fend off the miasma of the region, preventing any other beings or monsters from harvesting it. Even upon reaching the cliff summit, he was not yet safe. Damn it, get away, you monkeys. Once on solid ground, the youth showed no fear of the monkeys, retreating while fighting through the jungle. Not far away, in the treetops, Lin Feng, the spider, had his eyes fixed on the youth. Name, Changwei. Introduction, a direct disciple of the Weiwu Courier Bureau, possessing a pure heart. He incurred the wrath of Wandu Sect's holy son, Wan Hao, while trying to save a virtuous woman, leading to his master being poisoned and hanging by a thread. He harbors a deep hatred for Wandu Sect, and followed his senior brother into the Poison Cloud mountain range in search of an antidote. Cultivation, early innate realm. Martial art, Chong family fist. Combat power, 13. To his surprise, upon arriving, he saw a group of monkeys accosting Changwei. Is this the scent of the toxic stinking grass? It smells like a plant known as Zhururjin. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Being a toxin himself, he could distinctly detect the odor. Aligning his abdomen toward Changwei, He swiftly shot out a strand of silk that ensnared the youth's waist. Gently tugging the silk, he pulled Chong Wei out from the throng of monkeys. Chong Wei, bewildered, landed atop the treetops. When his gaze fell upon Lin Feng, his pupils constricted. A spider? Before he could react, a spider web enveloped him, binding his body to the treetops. Let me go, let me go! Chong Wei thrashed in vain. As Lin Feng's web was remarkably sturdy, even beings of the same realm would struggle to escape, let alone a mere human. Lin Feng slowly crawled before him. TSK, you bring me the toxic stinking grass, and you are an enemy of Wanda sect. You are the first human I have encountered post-evolution, so allow me to make you my test subject. How fortunate for you. Too bad you cannot comprehend. Raising his front legs high, he shot fine strands of silk toward Chong Wei's nape. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from above the cliff. A massive cliff poison monkey, towering over 3 meters, appeared and let out a thunderous bellow toward Lin Feng, as if responding to a command. The other cliff's poison monkeys rushed madly towards Lin Feng. Chapter 13. The first successful control of a human. Lin Feng observed this group of monkeys, most of whom were first-rate experts, with a few possessing postnatal prowess. As for the large monkey, Demon Beast, Cliff's Poison Monkey King. Description: evolved from the Cliff's poison monkeys living in the toxic cloud mountains, this creature is heavily muscled, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, possesses high intelligence, but has a fiery temper and will not tolerate anyone stealing its poisonous herbs. If faced with it, beware of its powerful arms. Cultivation level: peak postnatal. Bloodline skill: arm hammer. Combat power: 65. System evaluation: a savage, intelligent being. Wow, what a formidable creature. Its combat power is comparable to Lin Feng's, making it an ideal test of his own strength. To Lin Feng, this represented an evolution value of 20. He gently manipulated the silk threads. Chong Wei slowly rose, terror-stricken as he looked at his own body. What is happening? Why am I moving? After 2 evolutions, his control over the silk threads had increased tenfold. Lin Feng finally achieved his goal, injecting 8 strands of silk into Chong Wei's body to control him. Haha, I can't believe I've really succeeded. I just wonder how strong his combat power is. With a flick of the silk, Chong Wei involuntarily produced a poisonous herb from his pocket and offered it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, not one to be polite, devoured it in 2 swift bites. Chong Wei's eyes widened in horror. No, my poisonous herb. Ah, let me go, you beast. Witnessing this scene, the distant poison monkey king pounded its chest in furious indignation, letting out a mournful cry. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, consuming the poisonous herb. Task reward: 8-legged sword. Reward distribution in progress. A chilling blue light enveloped Lin Feng. When the light dissipated, 8 metallic shells adorned Lin Feng's legs. 8-legged sword, a growth-type magical artifact specially crafted for the host by the system. As the host's cultivation level rises, it will also grow stronger, incredibly sharp, yet feather-light, capable of protecting the host's legs without hindering their sense of touch, with abilities including piercing, poisoning, and blocking. As the system chimed, the monkeys had already reached the base of the tree where Lin Feng stood, gently manipulating the silk, as the system had described. The 8-legged sword indeed did not affect his sense of touch, feeling just like his bare legs. Under his control, Chong Wei, with a face of terror, fell towards the ground. Come, fight for me. Although Chong Wei's movements appeared somewhat stiff, he was still capable of fighting just like an ordinary person, throwing punches and executing moves with all his strength, displaying no signs of fatigue or fear of injury. He was ambushed by a monkey, which broke his arm. However, under Lin Feng's control, that arm bizarrely bent to seize the monkey, sinking its teeth into it. In an instant, Chong Wei's mouth was filled with blood, while the poison monkey screeched in agony. Chong Wei wailed in pain. It hurts so much. Ah, kill me, just kill me. Lin Feng treated him as nothing more than a test subject. After all, this was an experiment, meant to enhance proficiency and discern strengths and weaknesses. This was Chong Wei's fate. Chong Wei's body became increasingly marred with injuries, suffering more and more as he was torn apart by the swarm of monkeys. Lin Feng remained indifferent, using his body as a weapon. During the battle, Lin Feng had a sudden inspiration and severed 4 strands of silk. He then shot out another 4 strands, embedding them in a poison monkey's spine. The monkey's anatomy was similar to that of a human, suggesting he could gain control. He wished to command 2 bodies simultaneously in combat. Unfortunately, this endeavor failed. When the 4 strands were cut, half of Chong Wei's body fell outside his control, while the monkey could only be commanded from the waist up. Was controlling a human already the limit? It seemed further research was necessary. How wonderful it would be if he could control all beings. Lin Feng severed the silk threads again, regaining control over Chong Wei. Indeed, the human form was easier to manage. He infused the silk threads with the venom from his fangs, wrapping it around Chong Wei's hands and teeth. Thus, any monkeys killed by Chong Wei would contribute to Lin Feng's evolution value. Ding! Congratulations on poisoning the cliff's poison monkey. Evolution value 0. 5. Ding! Congratulations on poisoning the cliff's poison monkey. Evolution value 1. Watching his evolution value gradually rise as numerous monkeys perished, Chong Wei finally could not endure any longer and collapsed into unconsciousness. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Useless. An unconscious human was entirely different from one who was awake. If a person were conscious, Lin Feng could manipulate the silk to utilize the muscles and bones to unleash strength beyond their own. But if the individual was unconscious, they became a burden instead. Lin Feng decisively severed the silk threads. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Just then, a shadow suddenly loomed over Lin Feng. It was the cliff's poison monkey king striking. So fast, Lin Feng crouched low and leapt high, just as he left the treetop. The massive fist of the poison monkey king, nearly the same size as Lin Feng's body, crashed down onto the tree. Bang! The great tree splintered into wood chips, scattering in all directions. TCH, what a savage creature. As Lin Feng soared through the air, he shot out silk from his abdomen, landing on the back of the poison monkey king. Roar! The poison monkey king let out an enraged roar, attempting to pull Lin Feng down. Hearing the king's furious cry, the other monkeys swarmed like ants. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. I wonder if such a large brute can be controlled. Unfortunately, the silk was still too soft to penetrate the poison monkey king's neck. The poison monkey king, being clever, sensed Lin Feng tampering with it from behind and recalled what had happened with Chong Wei. Using its legs for leverage, it flipped over, landing heavily on the ground, aiming to crush Lin Feng with its weight. Humph, when it comes to intelligence, you're still too naive to compare to a spider. Lin Feng's abdomen swelled, and in an instant, he ejected a web, securing the tree in all directions. The poison monkey king's body crashed onto the web. The trees bent slightly, but ultimately held firm. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng lifted a leg and thrust the 8-legged sword towards the poison monkey king's neck. A flash of blood erupted. The weapon granted by the system was undeniably powerful. The skin of a beast of the same realm was utterly incapable of withstanding it. In an instant, the skin was pierced. Lin Feng swiftly retracted his leg like a dragonfly skimming the water. 8 strands of silk plunged into the wound. All actions executed seamlessly. The poison monkey king roared in fury, but soon discovered it was losing control. The surrounding poison monkeys finally arrived, attempting to rescue their king from the web. But at that moment, the poison monkey king suddenly grabbed one of its kin, and with a bewildered expression, tore it in half. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering onto Lin Feng. This bloody and brutal scene sent shockwaves through all the monkeys. Lin Feng, however, laughed maniacally. Huh? It really works. Rise, you giant, and annihilate your monkey offspring. Chapter 14. The Earth Poison Python encounters trouble again, enemies meet. Roar. The poison monkey king roared angrily as it began to hunt down the other monkeys. Lin Feng clung to its back, increasingly adept at controlling it. The other monkeys dared not confront their king, fleeing towards the cliff. Before long, the area was drenched in blood, exuding a nauseating stench. The poison monkey king's voice became hoarse from the shouting. Hatred, sorrow, and grief were insufficient to describe its current state of mind. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. In just that brief moment, his evolution value had increased by 21. Truly, I owe you this. You may now perish. As he spoke, Lin Feng bit down on the poison monkey king's nape. The poison monkey king struggled under the toxin, furiously thrashing for half an hour before succumbing to death. Congratulations, host, for poisoning the cliff's poison monkey king. Evolution value 20. Current evolution value 51. Lin Feng stood atop the lifeless body, his mind reflecting upon the recent skirmish. The 8-legged sword proved its efficacy, particularly against these defenseless demon beasts. Currently, the web could only ensnare a single individual. During the act of killing, he needed to coat the puppet's weapons and body with the venom of the evolved poisonous fangs. The ability to control others seemed, at present, rather superfluous. However, Lin Feng harbored his own aspirations, desiring to emulate that individual who could manipulate multiple targets. Controlling those of the same realm would yield vastly different results. After some time, Chong Wei was roused from his unconsciousness by the pain of his wounds. Slowly opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of his mangled body, 2 broken arms, and numerous ghastly injuries. Had he not been a master at the postnatal stage, he would have succumbed to death long ago. I am still alive. Hiss. Upon spotting the black spider, he tensed, and the wounds on his body tore open anew, causing him to grimace in agony. Lin Feng, with his crimson eyes fixed on Chang Wei, dipped a foot in blood and inscribed a sentence upon the ground. Do you seek revenge? Chang Wei's pupils constricted. You can write? Am I merely dreaming? Perhaps due to excessive blood loss. He could no longer discern reality from illusion. The intelligence of demon beasts was a vague notion. Indeed, those above the Qi refinement stage could mimic human speech through spiritual energy. Yet, this spider before him was evidently different, as it could write, utterly shattering Chang Wei's preconceived notions. Lin Feng, undeterred by his astonishment, wrote 4 more words in blood. Annihilate the Wandu sect. Chang Wei's chest heaved as he finally accepted the premise of a spider that could write. Gritting his teeth, he declared, You are my enemy. You are courting death. With a swift thrust, Lin Feng's 8-legged sword pierced Chang Wei's heart. Blood gushed forth, and he perished instantly. Although he had hoped to take his first puppet on an adventure through the poison cloud mountains, Chang Wei's stubborn hatred for the Wandu sect left him with no choice but to eliminate him and seek another target. As Lin Feng prepared to depart, a bloodied hand suddenly appeared at the cliff's edge. Chang Wei's senior brother, Chang Wu, exhausted and battered, managed to claw his way up, miraculously alive. Having narrowly escaped death, he witnessed Lin Feng's departure. Junior brother, junior brother. Chang Wu cried out in terror, tears glistening in his eyes. Beast, beast, I shall surely kill you. The following day, Lin Feng's system task updated once more. Evolution task, evolve to the initial stage of innate. Task reward, substitute puppet. This task was straightforward, requiring not the slaying of any beings, but merely evolving to the innate realm. After a day of slaughter, Lin Feng's evolution value reached 67. With just 33 more points needed for evolution, he recalled that slaying 2 entities of the same realm would suffice to complete the task. He traversed the boundary between the outskirts and interior of the Poison Cloud Mountains, seeking his targets. The mountains, perpetually enshrouded in miasma akin to a fog, were aptly named. However, for a month each year, the miasma would recede, compelling the poisonous creatures to hide. During this time, human cultivators would swarm into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs and to hunt the poisonous beasts. This explained the recent influx of humans in the area. While the number of poisonous creatures dwindled to a mere handful, within the depths of the Poison Cloud Mountains, most were led by formidable experts. Lin Feng dared not take risks and remained on the periphery, seeking human prey. Yet, fortune seemed to evade him, as days passed without encountering sufficient targets. His evolution value stalling at 81, with not a single being of the same realm in sight. On this particular day, Lin Feng continued his search through the thicket. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng slowly turned his gaze towards the depths of the forest. The earth poison python. Has it encountered trouble again? It seems my luck has returned. He swiftly moved in the direction of the python's roar. The closer he approached, the louder the sounds of battle became. The ground, once soft earth, had transformed into solid rock. How could it have strayed into this terrain? The earth poison python excelled in navigating through soil, yet this area was predominantly rocky, clearly not its domain. As Lin Feng pondered this, he soon caught sight of the massive form of the earth poison python not far away, surrounded by numerous individuals. Judging by their attire, these were indeed members of the Wandu sect. Humph, it is you wretched lot again. Lin Feng concealed his aura and slowed his pace, stealthily maneuvering atop the darkened treetops. The immense body of the earth poison python thrashed against the rocks, creating a thunderous din that served as Lin Feng's best cover. Standing before the python was none other than Elder Jin Shixiang of the Wandu sect. Humph, beast, let us see where you run this time. The python's resilient scales bore numerous deep wounds, indicating it had suffered significant injuries, yet it remained vigilant, watching Jin Shixiang while flicking its tongue. Jin Shixiang's expression darkened. I know you understand my words. Help me find that spider, and I shall spare you. What nonsense, just incapacitate it. This holy sun has 1,000 ways to make it submit. A brazen voice emerged from within the ranks of the Wandu sect. Lin Feng curiously glanced at Wan Hao and the woman in the wheelchair beside him. Name, Wan Hao. Profile, son of the Wandu sect leader. The holy son of the Wandu sect, arrogant and domineering, dismisses everyone except his sister Wan Yuer. Even his father is unable to discipline him. He possesses a rather twisted mind. Cultivation, initial stage of innate. Technique, Wandu formula. Combat value, 145. System evaluation, perverse sister complex. Lin Feng then turned his gaze to the beautiful woman in the wheelchair. Name, Qin Xiangwan. Profile, mother of the Wandu sect leader. Poisoned into disability during infighting within the sect while pregnant. Only the resilient silk of the spider of resilience can reconnect her sinews and allow her to stand once more. Cultivation, pinnacle of postnatal. Technique, Wandu formula. Combat value, 0. System evaluation, a life of tragedy. What on earth, a combat value of 0? I have never seen such a weakling. Upon examining Qin Xiangwan's profile, Lin Feng finally comprehended why the Wandu sect had relentlessly pursued him. Chapter 15. Lin Feng takes action, kidnapping the sect leader's mother not long ago. In Duyan City, situated beneath the Poison Cloud Mountains, it is the sole major city. The Wandu sect serves as the de facto ruler of Duyan City. A voice echoed throughout the estate. Lady Wan Yuer has emerged. Upon hearing this, the attendants scurried forth, nervously wiping their brows. Lady, how have you emerged from seclusion? Draped in sheer silk, Wan Yuer was of exquisite beauty. Her flawless visage adorned with perfectly chiseled features that left onlookers in awe, marveling at such beauty. Yet, to be ensnared by her allure would be a grave mistake, as the fear evident in the attendants' expressions revealed much. In a soft tone, Wan Yuer inquired, "Where's my mother? Where's Wan Hao? Where have they gone?" The attendant stammered, trembling. Lady, the miasma in the Poison Cloud Mountains has receded. The sect elders and the sect leader have ventured deep into the mountains to seek the Poison Dragon Hall. Before he could finish, his body moved uncontrollably toward Wan Yuer's palm. In the attendant's wide-eyed fear, she grasped his throat, speaking in a low voice. Poison Dragon Hall, a farce. After searching for hundreds of years, you still seek it? Speak of something I do not know. Lady, please spare me. I will speak. The Holy Sun took his mother into the mountains to capture the Spider of Resilience. What? The Spider of Resilience? Wan Yuer furrowed her brow. Is there truly a Spider of Resilience? Why would he bring my mother along? Indeed, the solitary elder stationed at the sect, Elder Jean, accompanied them as well. With a resounding thud, Wan Yuer released her grip, causing the attendant to tumble to the ground. Humph, let the poisonous mist dissipate. The Longxi Mountains are rife with danger. You must ascend the mountain and bring back my brother and mother. As for the Jinbi spider, let Elder Jean retrieve it. If he fails to do so, he need not return. Yes, I shall go at once. The attendant dared not linger. Everyone within the Wan Poison sect was acutely aware that Wan Yuer held her brother and mother dear above all else. Furthermore, as the foremost prodigy of the sect, none dared to defy her. Thus, 2 early-stage practitioners hastily made their way up the mountain in search of Wan Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Feng concealed himself at a distance, casting a fleeting glance at Wan Hao. Sensing something, Wan Hao turned towards Lin Feng's direction. Holy Sun, what is it? Nothing. I simply feel as though someone is watching. Hidden behind the trees, Lin Feng sighed in resignation. One is in the innate realm, while the other is merely at the qi refining stage. Alas, my dear snake brother, I cannot save you this time. May you fend for yourself. Just as he prepared to depart, an instinct prompted him as a spider's silk was suddenly severed. In recent days, Lin Feng had laid extensive webs throughout the forest to poison his prey and fulfill his task. It must have originated from that direction. Not long after, Lin Feng spotted the 2 individuals who had broken the silk, both clad in the attire of the Wan Poison sect and possessing early-stage prowess. Damn this wretched place. It's infested with spider webs. One complained. Enough of the grievances. We should be nearing our destination. I'd rather face the saintess within the sect than be here. As they approached, Lin Feng discerned from their conversation that they were sent by Wan Yuer to retrieve Wan Hao. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Feng. Early-stage practitioners should be oblivious to my presence. He then aimed at one disciple's nape, swiftly launching a strand of silk. Sure enough, as the silk entered his body, he exhibited no reaction. Another strand was dispatched, piercing the second disciple's nape as well. Both remained unaware of any anomaly. Cautiously, Lin Feng trailed behind them. Returning to a rocky area. What are you 2 doing here? Were you not instructed to attend to my sister in seclusion? Wan Hao frowned upon their arrival. Holy Sun, the saintess has emerged from her retreat and requests your immediate return. Return? I shall not. Holy Sun, please do not make it difficult for us. Humph. I am on the verge of finding the Jinbi spider. There is no reason for me to depart. I intend to surprise my sister. If you continue to prattle, I shall have you fed to the snakes. Upon witnessing the sharp fangs of the earth poison python, they recoiled, their faces etched with bitter smiles. They thought to themselves that these 2 siblings were exceedingly difficult to please. One was domineering, while the other was even more so. Truly, one family does not enter the same door. They respectfully stood behind the wheelchair, refraining from speech. You need only surrender that spider, and the wand poison sect shall treat you well. Alternatively, if you know its whereabouts, lead us to it, and I shall release you immediately. Just as Jin Shixiang sought to ascertain Lin Feng's whereabouts, all attention was diverted to the earth poison python. Suddenly, one disciple surged forth, seizing Wan Mu by the throat. His face contorted with terror. Ah, what is happening? My hand is out of control. With swift reflexes, Wan Hao struck the disciple away. Old one, how dare you lay a hand on my mother? The disciple fell to the ground like a broken sack, clutching his chest and spewing blood. Holy Sun, His head lolled to the side. He was dead. Wan Hao furrowed his brow. What transpired? Go check. Yes, Holy Sun. Yet before they could conclude, the other disciple who had accompanied him suddenly sprang into action, pushing Wan Mu's wheelchair and attempting to flee. Wan Hao roared in fury, impudent. The disciple, overwhelmed with fright, pleaded, Holy Sun, it was not intentional. My limbs are unresponsive. Please, do not kill me. He barely managed to push the wheelchair a few meters before Wan Hao, in a fit of rage, sent him flying with a single strike. The two controlled individuals met their demise, yet Lin Feng felt no regret, for his objective had been achieved. At this moment, Wan Mu was merely a few meters away, her back exposed before Lin Feng, while Wan Hao's attention was diverted by the two. With a swift flick, a nearly imperceptible strand of silk entered Wan Mu's nape. Even at such close proximity, despite the sound being barely audible, Wan Hao's cultivation allowed him to catch a hint of disturbance, leading him to glance in Lin Feng's direction, where he spotted Lin Feng concealed among the treetops. A spider? The Jimby spider? I never expected you to be here. Wan Hao exclaimed with delight. Excellent, excellent. You've come to me willingly. Watch as this Holy Sun captures you personally. However, just as he prepared to act, one of his subordinates pointed at Wan Mu. Shrieking in horror, Holy Sun. She moved. The lady, she moved. To everyone's astonishment, the woman, who had been paralyzed for a lifetime, suddenly stood upright. Wan Hao was left utterly dumbfounded, while Wan Mu herself gazed at her limbs in disbelief. I can feel my limbs. But why am I not in control? No sooner had she spoken than her body was propelled backward. Wan Hao's expression shifted to one of alarm. Mother! With a crash, Wan Mu leapt gracefully to Lin Feng's side, her sharp spider legs delicately resting upon Wan Mu's neck. Meanwhile, another leg inscribed a warning upon the nearby tree trunk. Do not move, or I shall kill. Chapter 16. Rescuing the Poison Python. One sword to slay the mother, everyone stood in stunned silence. A spider? Writing? Wait, has she truly been disabled? One murmured, recalling her earlier agility, which surpassed their own. Wan Hao was frantic. Stop, stop. This is dire. Elder Jean, the spider has appeared. The spider has appeared, but the lady has flown away. Jin Shixiang furrowed his brow. The lady has flown away? Indeed, she has dashed to the spider's side and is being held captive. With a resounding slap, Jin Shixiang struck his subordinate. Fool! Should you dare spout nonsense again, I shall have your life. Earlier, to protect the Holy Sun and the lady, he had deliberately distanced them from danger. Yet calamity had still befallen them. Upon Jin Shixiang's arrival, Lin Feng felt no fear. He inscribed upon the tree, Snake, detoxify, release. Very well, release the snake. But no buts. Since the spider has been located, the snake shall be released. The poison of the earth poison python was insignificant to the Wan poison sect, and had even been incapacitated by their own toxins. As a creature of poison, it was an embarrassment. Thus, it held no value. The disciples of the Wan poison sect could only cast antidotes at a distance toward the earth poison python. The python flicked its tongue, perhaps sensing the medicinal aroma. It was astute, and upon confirming the efficacy of the antidote, it swallowed it whole and slowly made its way to Lin Feng's tree. Lin Feng lifted a spider leg, and their communication was straightforward. The earth poison python understood, nodding with human-like comprehension before plunging into the ground, leaving behind a cavern as it made its escape. With a whoosh, Jin Shixiang vanished from sight. Lin Feng felt a jolt of anxiety as the spider leg grazed Wan Mu's skin, blood trickling down. Do not move. Jin Shixiang did not attack Lin Feng. Instead, he stood at the mouth of the earth poison python's escape tunnel, preventing Lin Feng from fleeing. This allowed Lin Feng to exhale in relief. Thankfully, he had no intention of escaping. Do not fret, little spider, for I am truly grateful to you. Suddenly, Wan Mu spoke, not displaying fear towards Lin Feng, but rather expressing her gratitude. I have not moved in so long. I thought I would never rise again. You have allowed me to feel my limbs once more, and for that, I am overjoyed. Tears welled up in Wan Mu's eyes. Wan Hao quickly said, Yes, yes, spider. We only need your web to reconnect my mother's bones. Just provide us with the silk, and we won't harm you. The literate spider, naturally, could understand human speech. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He lifted a spider leg and swiftly rode on the tree trunk. Let me go, please. All right, we won't hurt you. Lin Feng landed on Wan Mu's shoulder, the eight-legged sword poised against her neck. Wan Mu slowly rose and sprinted into the dense forest. Follow them. Wan Hao and Jin Shixiang trailed closely behind, yet dared not get too close. Wan Hao whispered, Elder Jin, wait for the right moment to kill that spider. Holy son, that might hurt the lady. Humph, just follow my orders. Do not hesitate. The spider must die, and my mother must die. Jin Shixiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. Wan Hao's heart was cold. He only cared for his sister Wan Yuer. Healing their mother would bring joy to his sister, yet it would also divide her affection. However, if their mother were to die at the spider's hands, once the spider was killed, his sister would be left to him alone, and he could claim her love entirely. For now, he just needed to ensure no one else saw. Wan Hao and Jin Shixiang moved swiftly, leaving the others far behind. Prepare yourselves. Once we shake them off, we strike. Jin Shixiang nodded gravely. Ahead, Wan Mu's face was adorned with tears. Is this what it feels like to run? It's wonderful. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted the cave and directed Wan Mu towards it. The cave was just the right size for a person to crawl inside. As long as he reached the cave, Lin Feng could escape. However, he never considered letting Wan Mu go. This woman, no matter how grateful she was a postnatal peak powerhouse. Killing her would allow Lin Feng to break through to the innate realm. As long as he successfully escaped, he would eliminate her. Just as he was less than 10 meters from the cave, Wan Hao suddenly roared, kill them. With Jin Shixiang's cultivation, he had the ability to intercept Lin Feng. Yet, at that moment, he hesitated. He was not a fool. Wan Hao was a madman. He was not. Killing the lady would certainly lead to retribution from the sect leader and the saintess. Damn it, Jin Shixiang, do you dare defy orders? Wan Hao was furious. He quickly realized, gritting his teeth, useless coward. If you won't act, I shall do it myself. Cling. He drew his long sword, aiming to strike first. Yet, his speed could not match that of Jin Shixiang. As Lin Feng led Wan Mu into the cave, he finally thrust out the sword. Uft. The long sword pierced through Wan Mu's chest, embedding itself in the spider's abdomen, under Lin Feng's astonished gaze. The excruciating pain sent shockwaves through Lin Feng's mind. Madness. This man was truly insane. Lin Feng thought himself mad enough, yet he never anticipated that this seemingly filial son would resort to killing his own mother to eliminate him. Lin Feng, with Wan Mu at the cave's entrance, faced Wan Hao, whose sword had pierced the entrance. The three of them, 2 humans and 1 spider, gazing at each other across the threshold. You finally couldn't restrain yourself from killing me. Wan Mu, surprisingly calm, looked at Wan Hao and smiled faintly. Wan Hao's face mirrored her smile, yet it was a twisted grin. Indeed, after 20 years, I finally made my move. Mother, rest assured, no one will know I killed you. Sister will have me by her side. Go die now? Die together with that damned spider. This way, my sister will be mine alone. You, worthless, will not affect us. Uft. Just then, Lin Feng's 8-legged sword lunged from Wan Mu's armpit. Wan Hao dodged to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng controlled Wan Mu, propelling her deeper into the cave. However, Wan Hao did not pursue, a cruel smile curling his lips. Run? Ha ha. The sword is laced with the deadliest poison of my Wan poison sect. You are doomed. Mother, you are free now. Go in peace. I will take care of sister. His voice echoed throughout the cave. Lin Feng dragged Wan Mu's body, blood pooling beneath them. Damn it, pervert. This is the first time I've been injured since coming to this world. Truly terrifying. Chapter 17. Transformation into a red spider. Lin Feng moved swiftly through the narrow cave. Blood dripping onto the ground. A clear burning sensation coursed through him. It must be the potent poison Wan Hao spoke of. Heh, little spider. I know you can understand me. Don't run. This poison is called Yin Zi Wu. The more you flee, the faster it spreads, corroding your body with your blood. Wan Mu, or rather Qin Xianglan's gentle voice echoed. That sword had severely wounded Lin Feng, severing the bond between Qin Xianglan and Wan Hao. Shut your mouth. You pitiful woman. Blood, green as jade, flowed incessantly from Lin Feng's abdomen. The faster he crawled, the quicker the blood seeped. Manipulating the spider silk, he urged Qin Xianglan to crawl in the cramped cave while he stood on her back. After crawling 100 meters, they broke through to the underground cavern. As they descended, the earth-poisoned python awaited in the cave. Upon seeing Lin Feng fall, it extended its head, catching him with its body. At that moment, Lin Feng was too weak to crawl. Great serpent, I risked my life to save you. Everything was going smoothly. Except he never expected Wan Hao would kill his own mother. Hiss. The earth poison python flicked its tongue, worry etched on its face. Although it was not adept with poison, it could tell Lin Feng was gravely poisoned. Lin Feng gently tugged the spider silk, bringing Qin Xianglan before him. The blood flowing from her chest wound had turned black, her pale face tinged with dark green. She gazed tenderly at Lin Feng. Are you going to kill me? May I hug you? Thank you for allowing me to feel my limbs again, for helping me stand. Indeed, there is often a hateful side to the pitiful. Lin Feng, dragging his exhausted body onto Qin Xianglan's shoulder, declared, I will help you kill your son. Go in peace. The sharp spider fangs pierced through Qin Xianglan's neck. She let out a soft gasp, feeling something enter her body. A toxin even more intense than Yin Zi Wu began to course wildly within her. It was painful, utterly despairing. Qin Xianglan lay upon the earth poison python, staring blankly at the ceiling of the cave. Is it finally time to die? How wonderful. Then her pupils ceased to tremble, her eyes lost all light. Congratulations, you have poisoned Qin Xianglan. Gained evolution value, 20. Ding, congratulations. Your evolution value has reached 100. Evolution begins. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng fell into unconsciousness. The earth poison python gently laid Lin Feng down, watching as black poisonous gas emanated from his body. Slowly, he began to grow larger, from the size of an infant to that of a small child. His jet-black body, possibly influenced by the poison, transformed into a crimson hue. His abdomen involuntarily expelled spider silk, wrapping around his body. In no time, he became a blood-red cocoon. The earth poison python did not remain by his side, but instead swam towards one of the cave's openings, one barely large enough for its body. Evidently the one it had emerged from. After swimming for an unknown distance, it reached the end of the cave, where a small tree stood. The tree bore an abundance of red fruits, numbering over 100. Gazing at the red fruits, the earth poison python revealed a hint of reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, it extended its head and bit down on the sapling's roots, uprooting the entire tree. Returning to Lin Feng's side, he gently placed the sapling beside him and lay down, patiently awaiting Lin Feng's awakening. Congratulations to the host. The 8th evolution was successful. Host, Lin Feng. 8th evolution, blood-red venom spider. Description: due to poisoning, the toxin spread, causing a mutation during evolution, enhancing the body's resistance to toxins. The body is now infused with anesthetic venom, ensuring that any target touched will succumb to paralysis. The entire body is encased in a crimson exoskeleton, with an exceptionally hardened abdomen capable of withstanding typical weaponry. However, in pursuit of mastery over silk threads, the 8-legged joints remain its Achilles heel. Cultivation level, early innate stage. Bloodline skill, thread control. Combat power, 173. System evaluation, an artist clad in red. Evolution value, 4. Upon awakening from his evolutionary stupor, Lin Feng broke free from the silk cocoon. Gazing at his scarlet form, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is far too conspicuous. How am I to hide in the future?" Perched upon a tree, one might mistakenly think he was a traffic light. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, evolving to the innate realm. Reward, substitute puppet. At least the task was considered complete. As the system's voice faded, a spider identical to him appeared before Lin Feng, devoid of any signs of life. Substitute puppet. Description: a one-time item. Place the substitute puppet in a safe location. And when the host encounters a fatal injury, it will automatically swap places with the substitute puppet. This indeed is a valuable item. The peril taken was not in vain. Ding! Evolution task updated. Accepting new task, revenge. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, but a spider's vengeance is to be executed on the same night. Task content: slay Wan Hao to avenge a grievous wound. Task reward: system space. I rather like your style, system. Revenge should not be delayed. But can you assist me in the killing? He has experts in the refining chi realm by his side. Lin Feng lamented. Having broken through to the innate realm, he felt the innate spiritual energy within him amplify his strength by more than tenfold. Yet, this was merely the first step into the world of cultivation. The acquired physique. Sensing innate energy and refining chi means wielding spiritual energy as a weapon. The two cannot be compared. Thus I have not set a time limit for the task. With the host's intelligence, success is assured. Such flattery, delivered without a hint of subtlety. By the way, has the poison from the Yin Zi Wu been resolved? Lin Feng sensed his body for a moment. Feeling no abnormalities, it seemed the evolution had absorbed the toxins, resulting in his vibrant crimson hue. Noticing Lin Feng's awakening, the nearby earth poison python also opened its eyes, first in confusion, then in joy. Hiss! It presented a small tree before Lin Feng. The sapling was diminutive, adorned with clusters of red fruits resembling strawberries. The system displayed information about the small tree. Earth treasure, earth snake fruit. The earth snake fruit, a treasure that takes 500 years to grow and bear fruit, rumored to thrive only in the depths of the earth under harsh conditions. However, it contains potent toxins that only serpentine beasts can consume, making it a prized possession for them. Humans dare not seize it. For each earth snake fruit is guarded by a formidable serpentine beast. Lin Feng gazed at the earth poison python in confusion. Are you suggesting this to detoxify me? Chapter 18. The Spider's Revenge on the Same Night. The earth poison python nodded. Hiss. Haha, foolish one, I cannot consume this. Uprooting the tree will lead to its demise. You should hasten to eat it. Lin Feng ensnared the earth snake fruit with spider silk and tossed it into the mouth of the earth poison python. It swallowed the entire tree in one gulp. Had it been able to eat, Lin Feng would not have been so courteous. At that moment, the earth poison python's scales were torn, its body riddled with wounds. Yet, Lin Feng harbored no intentions of harming it. Having salvaged its life, he could keep it as a pet. As a fellow early innate being, it could provide 20 evolution points. Killing it would betray that sword. After consuming the snake fruit, the earth poison python coiled into a small mountain before Lin Feng. Steam poured from its wounded body, and the scales that had fallen began to regrow at a visible rate. The effects of the snake fruit exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The earth poison python's cultivation surged, early innate, late innate, peak innate. Then, it broke through. Lin Feng's spider eyes nearly popped out. The earth poison python had actually advanced to the initial stage of refining qi, beginning its evolution. What the heck? System. Why does it feel like it has a system of its own, and a superior one at that? No, host, we cannot judge solely by appearances. In terms of cultivation, we are utterly outmatched. Lin Feng had to struggle to reach early innate. The serpent, on the other hand, simply consumed a fruit and jumped an entire realm. This comparison is unjust. Allow me to analyze. It has lived for 1,000 years. You have only traversed for 100 hours. It possesses dragon blood. You are but an ordinary spider. It has heavenly materials and earthly treasures. You have a single tooth to conquer the world. It has guarded the snake fruit for centuries. You have merely slain a few. Stop. Lin Feng hurriedly interrupted. Your comparative method reminds me of a certain mighty figure with the surname Lei, whose comparisons are just like this. One cannot argue against it. This system seems to be an AI focused solely on attributing points, only knowing how to berate the host. The earth poison python began to undergo drastic changes. Its originally massive form shrank to a more typical size, its scales shifting to a vibrant green. Remarkably, they formed a red-green light combination alongside Lin Feng. Most notably, its eyes transformed into cat-like orbs, the brow ridges becoming more pronounced, and its tail sprouted barbs, showcasing nascent features of a dragon. Demonic beast, earth dragon python. Description: a demonic beast dwelling underground, possessing the bloodline of the earth dragon, on the verge of transforming into a dragon, capable of discerning spiritual energy and uncovering treasures beneath the earth. Its saliva can petrify its foes. Cultivation level: early refining qi. Bloodline skill: petrifying saliva. Combat power: 571. System evaluation: boundless potential. The earth dragon python slowly lifted its head, nudging Lin Feng affectionately with its large head. Upon seeing its system description, Lin Feng couldn't help but be dazzled. A combat power of 571. Indeed, demonic beasts of the same realm surpass humans. I recall that Jin Shixiang only had a combat power of 540. If I can have the old serpent distract Jin Shixiang, then slaying the early innate Wanhao might be within reach. He glanced at the corpse of Qin Xianglan. I will avenge you, so lend me your strength. Under his control of the spider silk, Qin Xianglan slowly rose. Although controlling a corpse was more challenging than a living being, Lin Feng, now in the early innate stage, found it quite manageable. Old serpent, let us go. Take me to the surface, and accompany me in my quest for vengeance. The spider's revenge would unfold that very night. The ground was shrouded in darkness. Although the miasma had dissipated, the night in the Poison Cloud Mountains remained perilous, unsuitable for travel. Most poisons fear fire. The members of the Wan Poison sect had set up a camp, igniting a bonfire at its center. Numerous pieces of dried meat roasted beside the flames. Wanhao stood at the edge of the camp, with Jin Shixiang looming behind him. You are merely a dog to my father. I commanded you to kill. And you dared to disobey? Jin Shixiang kept his head lowered, concealing his expression. Indeed, I am the master's dog. The lady is also my master. I cannot bite. Humph. Jin Shixiang, You are the only one who knows that I was the one who killed my mother. Wan Hao's icy gaze fixated on Jin Shixiao, the murderous intent in his eyes unabashed. This madman, perhaps coddled from a young age, likely remains unaware that he can speak to Jin Shixiao in such a manner solely because of his father. Should it come to killing, 100 Marriott hotels cannot extinguish Jin Shixiao. Rest assured, Holy Son, this matter will remain buried within me. No one shall ever know. Jin Shixiao spoke with utmost respect. You should ponder more on how to explain this to the Holy Maiden. Upon finishing, he turned and departed. Wan Hao trembled with fury. To keep it buried for a lifetime? Who could possibly believe such a thing? If Jin Shixiao had indeed committed the act, it would pose no issue. But now, that cannot be. The deceased do not speak. Wan Hao contemplated ways to eliminate Jin Shixiao. At that moment, something caught his eye. He peered into the depths of the dark forest, and amid the mottled moonlight, he discerned the silhouette of a woman. Wan Hao focused intently, his pupils constricting. Mother! In terror, he collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Alive? It's impossible. Holy Son, what is the matter? A disciple of the Wan Du sect hurriedly approached. Wan Hao's chest heaved rapidly as he widened his eyes. Did you see? A person. A person. There is no one here. Holy Son, could it be a mistake? I would never be mistaken. She is not dead. Absolutely not dead. You lot, go over there and check. Wan Hao appeared frantic, whether from anxiety or fear. Jin Shixiao, seated nearby by the fire, shook his head with a sigh. Madman. Two trembling disciples of the Wan Du sect cautiously ventured into the darkness. Holy Son, there is no one here. Are you certain? I would not be mistaken. Hurry over, or by heaven, I shall slay you. The dense woods of the Du Yun mountain range felt particularly eerie at night. The forest was pitch black, which seemed entirely normal. The two disciples of the Wan Du sect moved slowly. Suddenly, their eyes caught a glimpse of a dark red figure atop the treetops. Most bizarrely, hanging from a tree trunk was the corpse of a woman, dangling lifelessly. The moment they beheld the woman, she slowly raised her head. Her pallid face adorned only with white pupils. A chill ran down their spines. A ghost. Ah, save me. In the grip of extreme fear, their feet refused to obey. Before they could regain their composure, two strands of webbing ensnared their heads, dragging them into the darkness. A piercing scream echoed, followed by an unsettling silence. The camp's occupants exchanged glances. Jin Shixiao appeared to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing as he gradually stood. Shivering and cursing, the Holy Son rallied himself. By heaven, this is just a trick of the mind. I fear not phantoms. Set this forest ablaze. Yes, Holy Son. The disciples of the Wan Du sect all seized torches and hurled them into the thicket. Flames rapidly spread through the woods. At last, they could see the figure among the treetops, along with the red spider. Wan Hao's eyes widened. A red spider? What is that? Holy Son, that appears to be the madam. The madam is alive? The others, upon recognizing Qin Xianglan, were filled with excitement. If she had perished, their return to the Wan Du sect would surely lead to dire consequences. Holy Son, it is indeed the madam. Wan Hao's expression darkened to an extreme. As a practitioner of the innate realm, he could discern that his mother had already lost her breath. Lin Feng slowly raised his abdomen, exposing a wound before Wan Hao. Wan Hao's pupils constricted. It's you. You are not dead. However, he swiftly masked his shock with anger. Beast, release my mother. Quickly, save the madam. In front of so many witnesses, Wan Hao dared not display weakness. With a command, all disciples of the Wan Du sect rushed into the forest. Wan Hao, feeling uneasy, brandished his long sword and charged in as well. Just then, a faint tremor echoed. Jin Shixiao sprang to his feet. Holy Son, come back. You wretched beast. Dare you threaten me with my mother's corpse? No one shall survive. I demand the death of all. Wan Hao's face was wild with madness. He could not heed Jin Shixiang's warnings, his heart set on killing Lin Feng. Jin Shixiang gritted his teeth. Madman. With a leap, he swiftly charged toward Wan Hao. As he was about to close the distance, a deafening rumble erupted, and the ground before him suddenly split open. A gigantic snake, as thick as a water barrel and entirely green, lunged upward, blocking Jin Shixiang's path. Its head, resembling that of a dragon, lunged toward him. Jin Shixiang was prepared. He planted his feet firmly and swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed warily on the green python. What kind of beast is this? The earth python locked its cold, unfeeling eyes on Jin Shixiang, flicking its crimson tongue. It spoke slowly. Revenge. Yes, it spoke. The heavy voice causing Jin Shixiang's pupils to constrict, a spirit beast of the refining Qi realm. In this world, those in the innate realm could sense innate spiritual energy. The refining Qi realm was capable of harnessing this energy. Those spirit beasts lacked the organs to speak. Those of the refining chi realm could use spiritual energy to mimic human speech, provided they possessed exceptional intellect and understood human language. Revenge? This is the scent of the lost. You are that snake? The more Jin Shixiang recognized the identity of the earth python, the more astonished he became. Just a day prior, this snake was merely in the innate realm. And now, merely one day later, it had achieved the refining chi realm? In the same realm, spirit beasts surpassed humans. The earth python, filled with overwhelming hatred, opened its massive jaws and lunged at Jin Shixiang. Humph, beast, is that all you have? Jin Shixiang swiftly maneuvered through the forest, trees shattering like tofu upon impact. As it became evident that he could not catch Jin Shixiang, the earth python opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a transparent liquid that exuded a pungent odor. Jin Shixiang's expression changed drastically. The liquid, upon contact with nearby trees, petrified them instantly. He dared not come into contact with this liquid, urgently shouting, "Holy Sun, run, run! Of course I want to escape. But if I cannot defeat Jin Shixiang, why remain here and meet my demise?" Just then, a series of swift sounds pierced through the air. From the treetops, dozens of thick strands of web shot forth. These strands, composed of countless silk threads, resembled sharp spears, instantly impaling the bodies of the Wan Du sect disciples and nailing them to the ground. One particular strand shot directly toward Wan Hao. Clang! Wan Hao deflected the strand, but the force sent him flying several meters. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he stared incredulously at Lin Feng. How can he be so powerful? He distinctly remembered that Lin Feng was merely at the acquired realm. The red spider slowly emerged from the flames, its eyes fixed intently on Wan Hao. Huh! Wan Hao swung his long sword, suddenly breaking into a sinister smile. They're dead. Ha ha. They are all dead. Spider, I owe you my thanks. Ha ha ha. With that, he turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. While he was indeed mad, he was not foolish. Jin Shixiang was held up by that snake. And after taking a hit from Lin Feng, he knew he was no match for him. Flee, you madman. You cannot escape. Lin Feng swiftly pursued him. Though his explosive speed was rapid, over long distances, he might not catch up. Wan Hao dashed less than 100 meters before suddenly becoming ensnared in a web. Indeed, Lin Feng had made arrangements beforehand. Prior to this, he had covered the area surrounding the forest with webs. In the darkness, Wan Hao, in his frantic escape, ran straight into the web. His arms became entangled, rendering him unable to break free. His long sword could not sever Lin Feng's silk. Oof! Wan Hao perish. Lin Feng leaped high. The eight-legged sword aimed directly at Wan Hao. As the sharp blade drew nearer, a frenzied look crossed Wan Hao's face. I am the holy son of the Wan Du sect. You insignificant beast, dare to kill me? Dream on. In a shocking turn, the man severed his own arm to extricate himself from the web, flipping over and escaping the silk trap. This sword truly left Lin Feng in awe. Indeed, a madman. However, my web is of no value. You cannot escape. The spider preys, casting a vast net over this region. No quarry can evade the spider's hunt. This area has long been ensnared by countless webs set by Lin Feng. Wherever there are trees, webs intercept. Wan Hao, clutching his wound, fell into yet another web. This time, he was thoroughly ensnared. His entire body adhered to the web. Lin Feng's crimson figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Clattering. Trailing behind him were dozens of silk threads, each entwined with numerous sharp swords. These blades were all remnants left by the disciples of the Wan poison sect after their demise. Beast, let me go, let me go! Wan Hao bellowed in fury. He was now a butterfly caught in the web, having lost an arm, rendering him unable to escape. Kill me, and you will meet a grim fate. My father is the sect master of the Wan poison sect, and my sister is its greatest prodigy. They will reduce you to ashes. Panic and fear washed over him. Lin Feng's indifferent spider-like eyes regarded Wan Hao. Wan Hao perceived disdain within those eyes, and in anger, he shouted, Beast, you wish to kill me? You killed my mother. And now you want to kill me? Huh. Yes, it was you who killed my mother. If you kill me, my sister will be heartbroken. Spare me. Swish. The sound of slicing air resonated. A silk thread propelled a sword towards him, piercing Wan Hao's abdomen in an instant. You. Wan Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Feng. Swish. Another sound pierced the air. Another sword met the same fate, piercing his abdomen once more. Wan Hao's anguished cries erupted. It hurts so much. Sister, I'm in so much pain. In no time, his abdomen was filled with swords. Lin Feng was still unsatisfied. Using a sword against me? I shall have you pierced by 1,000 blades. In the chapter of tormenting Wan Hao, Wan Yuer's furious roar echoed. One sword after another relentlessly stabbed into Wan Hao's body. Lin Feng, with the ability to control humans, naturally understood the structure of the human body well. These swords avoided Wan Hao's vital points. What now? Pull them out and insert them again. The esteemed son of the Wan poison sect endured a night of torment, suffering far worse than death. He passed out multiple times, only to be roused by Lin Feng. Until he had but one breath left, his head tilted, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He weakly murmured, "Sister, rest assured, your sister and your entire family will join you soon." Swish. Dozens of long swords, under Lin Feng's control of the silk threads, pierced into Wan Hao's body like flying swords. This time, the blades were tainted with venom. Wan Hao's head tilted, and his short yet twisted life came to an end. Congratulations, host, for killing Wan Hao. You have gained evolution points, 20. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, revenge. Task reward, system space. System space, equivalent to storage space, allowing the host to store items. The size of the space is determined by the host's cultivation level. Before Lin Feng appeared a space the size of a small room, the system space. With the task completed, he gazed at Wan Hao's corpse, unable to find peace. It was gratifying, refreshing, and indeed satisfying to avenge. You died justly. In your next life, be wary of spiders. With that, he turned to leave. However, before departing, Lin Feng took Qin Xianglan's corpse. With storage space available, it was much easier to carry the body. He had a feeling it would be useful later. On another front, Jin Shixiang was also no match for the earthbound giant python. In the same realm, a beast would undoubtedly surpass a human. Their combat powers differed by several points. Nevertheless, Jin Shixiang managed to escape using his speed. This was a significant regret. Had he captured Jin Shixiang, Lin Feng could have evolved once more. The next day, Wan Yuer beheld her brother ensnared within a web between two trees, his body pierced with swords, blood drained. Her fingers dug deep into her flesh. Jin Shixiang. With a furious slap, Wan Yuer sent Jin Shixiang flying, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Jin Shixiang spat blood, fearfully kneeling. "Holy maiden, spare me. My brother is dead. My mother is dead. Why do you still live?" Wan Yuer's beautiful face contorted with rage. As she opened her palm, Jin Shixiang was involuntarily drawn into her grasp. She forced his head down to face her brother. "I ordered you to protect my brother. Why is he dead? Why do you live?" she repeated, her fury reaching its zenith. Jin Shixiang realized that Wan Yuer had set her sights on his life. One wrong word, and he would surely perish. Although he was an elder of the Wan poison sect, Wan Yuer was the sect's most talented prodigy, her strength rivaling the sect master's, making her the second strongest in the sect. Normally decisive and ruthless, she would not tolerate any disrespect. Now, with her brother and mother gone, her rage was uncontrollable. Jin Shixiang quickly exclaimed, "Holy maiden, it was that spider and the giant python. I was held back by the refining Qi giant python, and the Holy Sun was tortured to death by that spider. Moreover, that spider laid down toxins around the Holy Sun to prevent other creatures from approaching. Just to make sure the Holy Maiden witnessed this scene." He spoke the truth. The poison cloud mountain was rife with venomous creatures. Many were man-eaters. Wan Hao had bled so much that throughout the night, his corpse remained intact because Lin Feng had scattered his venom around it. This scene was meant for Wan Yuer to witness. At that moment, an underling shouted, "Holy maiden, there are words here." On a nearby tree trunk, a line had been carved. "First kill the lady, then behead the Holy Sun. If you have the ability, come find me in the deepest part of the poison cloud mountain." Jin Shixiang quickly knelt, seething, "Holy maiden, this beast is arrogant. It deserves death. I am willing to find the spider to avenge the Holy Sun's lady. Please spare my life." Wan Yuer gently caressed her brother's face, murmuring, "Look at my brother. How he suffers. He must have endured great torment before his death." No one dared to speak. Jin Shixiang. "Had it not been for all the elders of the Wan poison sect entering the depths of the poison cloud with your father, I would have killed you. I give you 3 days to find the spider you spoke of. I will have him torn to shreds." Yes. Thank you, Holy Maiden, for your mercy." In the deepest part of the poison cloud mountain, numerous toxins lurked, most of which belonged to creatures of postnatal realms. It was truly Lin Feng's paradise. With the earthbound giant python as his bodyguard, he feared not the powerful venomous creatures deep within. In just 1 day's time, Lin Feng had slain dozens of venomous creatures, accumulating 63 evolution points. Another night fell. Lin Feng casually found a cave to rest with the earthbound giant python. System. Where can I find the Baijian scorpion you instructed me to kill? Host. The Baijian scorpion resides in this area. It must have altered its movement trajectory due to human interference. Lin Feng's new task was to kill the Baijian scorpion, an exceedingly rare venomous scorpion. Following the map he received, he spent an entire day searching but found no trace of the Baijian scorpion. What happens if I cannot find it before the time runs out? Then this task will be deemed a failure, and a new task will only be issued once the host evolves to the next realm. In other words, failing to locate the Baijian scorpion would mean missing out on a task. The Baijian scorpion was a creature that emerged during the day. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, could only continue his search the following day. Just then, the resting earthbound giant python suddenly raised its head, flicking its tongue, and slowly spoke. Someone is coming. Many of them. It is now capable of conveying simple meanings, sufficient for Lin Feng to communicate with it. The earth serpent, which harnesses the power of the earth, possesses a perception far superior to that of Lin Feng. Indeed, not long after, even Lin Feng could detect the sounds of battle emanating from outside the cave. Along with the clamor of combat, there were plenty of angry curses. Wulio Villa, how shameless of you to launch a surprise attack on us. The Waiwubio Bureau, a mere small escort, dares to compete with us for the green-eyed rabbit? Seeking death. The name Waiwubio sounded familiar. The first individual Lin Feng had controlled, Chong Wei, seemed to be associated with them. Host, the green-eyed rabbit is a valuable creature that can aid you in locating the Baijian scorpion. Suddenly, a rabbit with green eyes appeared before Lin Feng. Poison, green-eyed rabbit. Description, a timid poisonous creature. It feeds on plants deep within the toxic cloud mountains, rendering its blood toxic. Rare in number, it is an excellent ingredient for alchemy and is also the favorite food of the Baijian scorpion. If that is the case, this group is in for a disaster. Chapter 21. 800 perspectives per person. In the Waiwubio Bureau, there were only 2 innate masters. It was said that the chief escort, Chang Shi, had been poisoned by the people of the Wandu sect, leaving only 1 innate master. Do you still dare to venture into the depths of the toxic cloud seeking death? The master of Wulio Villa and the elder of the Wandu sect are connected by marriage, so it is only natural they look down upon the people of the Waiwubio Bureau. The members of the Waiwubio Bureau wore grim expressions. We only need the green-eyed rabbit to save lives. Do not go too far. I care not whether you are saving lives. The Waiwubio Bureau had merely 3 members, 1 at the early innate stage and 2 at the acquired stage. In contrast, Wulio Villa possessed several innate masters and over a dozen acquired masters, making their strength incomparable. The people of Wulio Villa were preparing to kill and loot. Run. Where do you think you're going? In an instant, both sides clashed ferociously. Lin Feng watched this scene with glimmering eyes. Great serpent, remember not to kill that rabbit. It is of great use to me. The earth serpent nodded and slowly opened its mouth. A foul stench emanated from within. Suddenly, a torrent of transparent liquid sprayed towards the members of Wulio Villa. Damn it, great serpent, you have gone too far. Launching your ultimate move right away. Lin Feng cursed angrily. A mass of spider silk erupted from its abdomen, tainted with its venom, forming lethal arrows that followed suit. The sudden turn of events was noticed by both sides. Not good, it's a venomous serpent, quick dodge. The earth serpent, being a formidable demon of the Qi refinement realm, was beyond what these innate and acquired masters could withstand. The transparent venom fell like rain, and it was exceedingly peculiar. Upon contact with skin, it would petrify it. Only spiritual energy could resist the poison, but they were unable to use it and could only watch in terror as their bodies slowly turned to stone. Damn it! Great serpent, can you not stick to the plan next time? Lin Feng could not help but curse under his breath. The earth serpent wore an innocent expression. You did not instruct me. I suppose the issue lies with me. Do take care next time, Lin Feng muttered. Fortunately, the effects of the venom were slow to manifest, granting Lin Feng the opportunity to eliminate victims one by one. Congratulations on your kill. Gained evolution value, 20. Congratulations on your kill. Gained evolution value, 20. Current evolution value, 76. Having slain several early innate masters, Lin Feng's evolution value surged once again. There remained 1 more innate master. Once he was eliminated, Lin Feng would be close to evolving. The outcome was favorable. Lin Feng gradually approached the last remaining innate master, who was the sole survivor of the Waiwubio Bureau. He desperately shielded the green-eyed rabbit with his own clothing. Half of his body had already petrified. His gaze implored Lin Feng. Uft. The sharp 8-legged sword pierced directly through the man's brow. Congratulations on your kill, Chong Yuanji. Gained evolution value, 20. Current evolution value, 96. Lin Feng ensnared the green-eyed rabbit in spider silk, wrapping its body securely. The green-eyed rabbit, trapped in the silken web, could only reveal its nose as it struggled incessantly. Thank goodness you are unharmed. With you, Who fears not the Baijian scorpion? Not to mention Lin Feng's good fortune in being able to slay a group of foes. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the toxic Cloud Mountains, Wan Hao's corpse was gently laid down. Wan Yuer tenderly caressed her brother's face, speaking softly. Wan Hao, do not worry. Sister will retrieve Mother's body and avenge you. Behind her stood a young man dressed as a scholar, holding a folding fan inscribed with the character for poison. The people of Duyun City were well aware that the Wandu sect had a strategist named Jiang Yu. Though his cultivation talent was not high, he was exceptionally capable and served as Wan Yuer's counselor, often devising poisonous schemes, earning him the title of Poison Scholar. With a flourish, Jiang Yu closed his fan, bending slightly to whisper into Wan Yuer's ear. Miss, Jin Shixiang has just lied. Wan Yuer gently wiped the blood from Wan Hao's face. Her gaze filled with tenderness. Speak. His statements are inherently flawed. Who does not know that Jin Shixiang's tracking technique can trace a target from dozens of kilometers away? It is his unique skill. Even if that serpent is underground, he should have detected it before it drew near. Even if he did not sense it, would he not feel the tremors underground? Ha, he is concealing something. Wan Yuer slowly rose, her expression cold. I understand. You know? It seems I have spoken too much. Wan Yuer turned her gaze towards the depths of the toxic Cloud Mountains. Regardless of the circumstances, Jin Shixiang must die. Once he encounters the spider and serpent, it will spell his doom. Deep within the toxic Cloud Mountains, Jin Shixiang moved swiftly through the jungle, his expression grim. Damn it. Wan Hao, you madman, you are going to get me killed. Jiang Yu was correct. Wan Yuer had also guessed accurately. Jin Shixiang had acted deliberately. He had witnessed Wan Hao kill his mother. There was no way Wan Hao would spare him, so he could only resort to using the spider to eliminate Wan Hao. Yet, he seemed to have underestimated Wan Yuer's affection for Wan Hao. From the look in her eyes, it was clear that she intended to exact vengeance on him. The moment he found the spider and serpent would be his moment of demise. Jin Shixiang abruptly halted. No, I cannot die. Clenching his fists tightly, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. I have served the Wan family for 2 generations, toiling like a beast, and this is how they repay me. Running? There was no escape. Everyone from the Wandu sect had been afflicted with slow-acting poison, the antidote resting in the hands of the Wan family. To flee meant certain death. To stay was also to die. Regardless of the situation, it was a dead end. Jin Shixiang struck a nearby tree with his fist, shattering it to splinters. The only escape route must lie with the corpse in the spider's grasp. The body of Qin Xianglan. I must obtain it. As Jin Shixiang plotted, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Help me. Not far away, 2 individuals lay on the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Observing their positions, one was carrying the other. The one on the back appeared to have already succumbed. The youth, bearing the dead weight, had traversed an unknown distance, his complexion pale, lips cracked, clearly having gone a long time without food or water. Such a fate was common in the toxic Cloud Mountains. Jin Shixiang initially wished to ignore them and depart, but he suddenly turned back, astonished at the lifeless figure. Spider silk? What is this? The corpse was none other than Chong Wei, the first human Lin Feng had controlled. Jin Shixiang approached Chong Wei, squatting down to observe his spine with a serious expression. What is this? The method by which the spider controls human bodies? After Lin Feng's mastery, not a single wound had been left behind. Yet Jin Shixiang now understood the general process upon seeing the injury. With a gentle pull, he extracted a bloodied strand of spider silk from the spine. Perhaps it was due to excessive exertion. Chong Wei's limbs unexpectedly began to move. So it is, nothing more. The spider and the python are together. Even if I locate them, I cannot do anything. However, I only need to obtain the lady's corpse to threaten the young miss into handing over the antidote. At that point, I will be free from the control of the Wan family, soaring freely in the skies. Now that I am aware of Lin Feng's method of controlling others, as long as the corpse remains, Jin Shixiang will find a way to procure it. Jin Shixiang gazed at the unconscious Chong Wu. Kid, your life is not meant to end here. Chapter 22. Encountering the Baijian Scorpion. Battling Jin Shixiang deep within the Duyun mountain range, a frequented haunt of the Baijian Scorpion. Lin Feng ensnared one of the legs of a green-eyed rabbit with spider silk and bound it to a tree, allowing it to jump around on the ground. Yet, after waiting for a long time, he still had not seen the Baijian Scorpion. Is this creature truly so rare? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. Just then, a faint rumbling sound emanated from the ground. The eyes of the earth python, previously closed, suddenly snapped open. It gazed at the ground and spoke. There's a snake. Boom. It then turned its head and burrowed underground. Lin Feng, momentarily perplexed, thought, why flee if there's a snake? Could it be that a rival is encroaching on the territory of the great serpent? Shouldn't I take a look? Just as Lin Feng contemplated collecting the rabbit, an eerie rustling sound arose. Without a second thought, he leaped into the air. Bang! A massive object crashed down where he had just stood. In midair, he spotted a scorpion the size of a small cow. The scorpion was encased in a sturdy exoskeleton, with two sharp stingers at its tail, raised menacingly. The sharp tail stinger pierced through the green-eyed rabbit, stringing it up, and began to feast in front of Lin Feng. Creature, Baijian scorpion. Description: possesses a solid exoskeleton, incredible defensive capabilities, a fierce and ruthless temperament, and a strong territorial instinct. Only one Baijian scorpion can inhabit an area. Cultivation: early stage of innate. Bloodline skill: cross scissors. Combat power: 155. System evaluation: breaking through defenses is key. Excellent. This is precisely what Lin Feng awaited. In midair, he positioned his abdomen toward the scorpion and shot out spider silk. As a creature of battle, the Baijian scorpion was adept in combat. It raised its pincers to seize Lin Feng's web. Pooh! The spider silk wrapped around the scorpion's pincers, spinning rapidly in midair. Lin Feng leveraged this momentum, descending with his 8-legged sword aimed at the scorpion's head. The scorpion's entire body was armored, yet its head appeared vulnerable. Just as it seemed he would strike its head, whoosh! The Baijian scorpion's tail stinger whistled through the air. With a swift motion, Lin Feng spun around, narrowly evading the tail stinger's attack by wrapping silk around a nearby tree. Bang! The stinger was the scorpion's most formidable weapon, laced with potent venom. That enormous barb was the size of Lin Feng's body. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Lin Feng darted among the trees, utilizing his speed advantage to gradually encircle the area with spider silk. The battle between the spider and the scorpion raged for hundreds of rounds. According to the system's assessment, their combat powers were nearly equivalent, both in the 150s, proving the system's accuracy. To be cautious, Lin Feng encircled the area with spider silk, cutting off the scorpion's escape routes, and further restrained its movements. If he could bind the scorpion's tail, he would surely be able to slay the Baijian scorpion. As the area confined by spider silk grew smaller, the scales of victory began to tip in Lin Feng's favor. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air. Spider! I see you have nowhere to run. Bang! The intricate web Lin Feng had so painstakingly woven collapsed as several trees shattered, rendering it ineffective. Who is it? Caught off guard, both Lin Feng and the Baijian scorpion halted. Spider! Hand over the corpse. Before Lin Feng could discern the situation, Jin Shixiang's fist was already in front of him. Instinctively, Lin Feng conjured a spider silk barrier in front of him. Jin Shixiang's fist crashed into the silk barrier like a cannonball. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a colossal train, his body involuntarily propelled backward. A tumult within him. How could this bastard have found me here? The Great Serpent. Wasn't he supposed to have left? With the Great Serpent gone, he should not have been able to find me. Little did he know, this was all thanks to Chang Wu of the Wei Wu Escort Agency. Following the trail left by the Wei Wu Escort Agency, Chang Wu led Jin Shixiang to the location of his deceased comrade. Upon seeing Lin Feng, and with the earth python absent, Jin Shixiang was overjoyed. Naturally, he would not let Lin Feng escape. His body followed closely behind. Spider, I know you can understand me. Where's that woman's corpse? Hand it over, and I won't kill you. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng felt a tumult within. The spider witnessed the Baijian scorpion fleeing in fright and felt a surge of anger. Damn it, I finally found my prey. Although the beast was brutal, it was not foolish. Jin Shixiang, a master of the Qi refining realm, was not someone they could contend with. There was no reason not to flee. Lin Feng understood this well. He shot out spider silk, wrapping it around a distant tree, and turned to flee. Humph, without the earth python. Do you think you can escape? But Jin Shixiang's speed exceeded his own. In an instant, he appeared beside Lin Feng, using Lin Feng's own spider silk to bind his waist. Don't waste your efforts. You killed my son, but I can spare you if you hand over that woman's corpse. Jin Shixiang repeated his earlier words. To hell with you. Lin Feng roared in fury. The corpse of Qin Xianglan was of no use to him, but releasing the Baijian scorpion had already enraged him. He would never surrender it. Pooh! He dropped a web from the air, attempting to restrict Jin Shixiang's speed. Jin Shixiang snorted disdainfully. Trivial skills. As he dodged the web, he grasped a strand of spider silk at the back of Lin Feng's neck, the very silk Lin Feng intended to use to control him. I've long foreseen your tactics. They are ineffective against me. With a sudden yank of the silk, he aimed to pull Lin Feng closer. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng severed the silk and landed atop a tree, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Jin Shixiang. Jin Shixiang remained unhurried, sneering, with your speed, you cannot escape. The cave is right behind me. Spider, Either hand over the corpse, or you will die. Choose. Lin Feng's mind raced. There was no escaping now, but it was evident that his opponent did not wish to kill him, showing restraint, likely wary of his fangs and eight-legged sword. Perhaps he could use poison to gain an advantage. With this thought, he leaped high into the air, shooting out webs. Humph, stubborn fool. Do you think this can restrict my movements? Dream on. Jin Shixiang, now furious, directly seized Lin Feng's web, using it to ensnare him. His 8 legs moved swiftly among the trees. Unfortunately, Jin Shixiang's speed proved superior, and he ensnared Lin Feng's abdomen with the web. Haha. Now, where do you think you can run? Jin Shixiang gloated. But the next moment, his expression drastically changed. Stumbling, he noticed a darkening around his wrist and exclaimed in shock. Poison. When did I get poisoned? Indeed, he had been poisoned. As an elder of the Wan poison sect, he had unwittingly succumbed to the toxin. Chapter 23. The millennia-old relic emerges. Poison Dragon Hall. Did you think my trump card was merely spider silk? In truth, poison is my true ace. Earlier, while Lin Feng was casting webs, he simultaneously released venom from his fangs. The toxin was colorless and tasteless, concealed beneath the webs. And soon the area became saturated with it. The poison transformed into a mist, and Jin Shixiang, caught off guard, fell victim to it. Humph, beast. Jin Shixiang's face was flushed, and he began to expel the toxins from his body. Blood, tainted with spider venom, dripped onto the ground, hissing as it made contact. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a situation. The venom from the fangs could only be expelled through absolute strength. He never expected that the old rascal Jin Shixiang could achieve this. Lin Feng did not anticipate that the toxins he had inhaled would be fatal to Jin Shixiang. But he coldly chuckled to himself. You old scoundrel, just wait. I shall return to claim your life. With a sound of Poochie, he entangled the rocks at the cave entrance with spider silk and flew towards the cave. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice rang out. Well done. Elder Jin, you have performed admirably. The voice was melodious. Suddenly, several members of the Wandu sect appeared, led by a girl dressed in a flowing garment. With white hair and fair skin, her beauty was beyond compare. Lin Feng observed her appearance, finding her far more exquisite than any star from his previous life. She could only be described as flawless. Name, Wan Yuer. Description, the daughter of the Wandu sect leader, possessing extraordinary talent. Long regarded as the most gifted individual since the establishment of the sect, she has been under immense pressure to cultivate since childhood, receiving only maternal love from her mother. Longing for the purest familial affection, yet devoid of any true emotions, she is ruthless and merciless. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment. Technique, Wandu Ju. Combat power, 2068. System evaluation, a pitiful female powerhouse. The moment Lin Feng read her information, he was left dumbfounded. Was this the sister of that perverse Wan Hao? Was he mistaken? A master at the foundation establishment stage with over 2,000 combat power? A saintess. I was just about to report to you, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. This is truly wonderful. Jin Shixiang stammered, though fear flickered deep in his eyes. Wan Yuer, you have truly worked hard, and you need not concern yourself with my mother's corpse. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Jin Shixiang sensed something amiss, and his pupils constricted. No, saintess, you. Before he could finish, a sharp folding fan sliced through his neck. The world seemed to spin as his head fell to the ground. Jiang Yu sneered. He got what he deserved. Wan Yuer remained indifferent to Jin Shixiang's death, instead fixating on Lin Feng. Little spider, I know you can understand me. Return my mother's corpse. Instinctively, Lin Feng wanted to retreat, but was shocked to find himself unable to move. The surrounding spiritual energy enveloped him like a thick layer of sticky rice cake, rendering him immobile. At the foundation establishment stage, one could manipulate spiritual energy to perform various feats, including flight. For Lin Feng, possessing over 2,000 combat power was akin to facing a true superhero. Do not even think of escaping. I am powerful, and you cannot flee. Hand over my mother's corpse, and I shall spare you. Surrender? That was out of the question. Lin Feng knew the relationship between Wan Yuer and Wan Hao. Surrendering would only lead to death. After pondering for a moment, he wrote 2 characters on the ground. Underground. Underground? You mean a location? Wan Yuer's voice was pleasant yet devoid of sentiment. Pointing randomly at the ground with a spider leg, she unleashed a palm strike towards a nearby section of earth. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled violently. To Lin Feng's astonishment, a pit several meters deep opened up. So this is what it means to be a cultivator? At the foundation establishment stage, one truly steps into the realm of cultivation. With a mere gesture, the force was as powerful as a missile. The ground fractured, revealing a vast cavern. Wan Yue remarked in surprise. Oh, there truly is a mystery beneath. Lin Feng had intended for her to understand the dangers of going underground, only to be astonished when she effortlessly created a cavern with a single strike. Saintus, it's pitch black down there. There may be dangers. I shall go alone. You need not follow. Wan Yue waved her hand, and Lin Feng found himself compelled to descend into the cavern. The underground chamber was the lair of a giant serpent, immense in size, occupying a vast expanse of the mountain peak. No human had ventured here, save for the beasts. Wan Yue walked through the air, treading on the void, stepping step by step towards the depths of the cavern. Curiously, she observed, I have visited the Duyun mountain range several times, but never realized such a large cavern existed beneath. In the darkness, visibility was limited. Yet for Wan Yue and Lin Feng, darkness posed no obstacle. As Wan Yue surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly spotted something, her face displaying astonishment for the first time. Lin Feng was equally stunned. Below in the cavern, countless pairs of eyes slowly opened, raising their serpent heads. They were all earth serpents, dozens of them, with the giant snake among them. With a hiss, the multitude of earth serpents lunged towards Wan Yue. Beasts. Wan Yue engaged in a fierce battle with the serpents, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and collapse. The resounding roar echoed through the heavens. Ultimately, she managed to escape in disarray. Lin Feng found himself atop the giant serpent, watching in shock as the serpents writhed chaotically. Wait, did you leave earlier to confront this horde of serpents? As the battle raged, the cavern completely collapsed, resembling a chain reaction as everything shattered. From Lin Feng's vantage point atop the serpent, he was astonished to see an ancient hall revealed amidst the ruins of the collapsed cavern. Above in the sky, Wan Yue gazed at the ancient hall, unable to suppress her astonishment. The Poison Dragon Hall, the fabled Poison Dragon Hall that all cultivators have sought for centuries, has appeared just like that? Not only her, but all those in the Duyun mountain range took notice of the mountain's collapse. The Poison Dragon Hall, I, Wan, have searched for it my entire life, and no one shall lay claim to it. The legendary Poison Dragon Hall had finally manifested. The Poison Dragon Hall, though merely a relic of 10,000 years, extracting something from it would not be amiss. In an instant, everyone entering the Duyun mountain range, whether soaring through the skies or rushing on foot, converged towards that mountain peak. Besides these humans, the beasts and poisonous creatures were equally drawn to the Poison Dragon Hall. If the treasures within the hall were most beneficial to anyone, it would be the beasts. The powerful beasts, hidden deep within the Duyun mountain range, gathered en masse towards the Poison Dragon Hall. Unexpectedly, among the frenzied stampede of beasts was the previously escaped Baijian scorpion. At last, I have found it. Lin Feng, unaware of what this palace was, reveled in the chaos of beasts, envisioning the grand era he had longed for. Giant serpent, capture that scorpion. The giant serpent coiled its body, swiftly ensnaring the scorpion. The Baijian scorpion frantically attacked the serpent with its tail, the sharp, venomous stinger clanging against the serpent's scales. The giant serpent, enraged, bit off the scorpion's tail, tilting its head to swallow it whole. Lin Feng, unceremoniously, descended onto the Baijian scorpion, injecting venom into it. Before long, the scorpion ceased its struggle. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of killing the Baijian scorpion. Reward, Invisibility Fleece. Invisibility Fleece covers the entire body of the spider. Infusing spiritual energy allows for invisibility. Once an attack is launched, disrupting the energy will break the invisibility. Congratulations on poisoning the Baijian scorpion, gaining evolution points, 20. Congratulations, host, for reaching 100 evolution points. Evolution commencing. Beep. Announcing series task, Poison Dragon Hall. Task content, 1. Safely enter the Poison Dragon Hall and close the main door. Completion of task, 1. Evolution. Chapter 24. I, the spider, swear to kill you. On the continent, there exist countless ancient relics. These relics vary in number, containing the residences of powerful beings and the remnants of obliterated sections. Most of these relics are laden with treasures. Naturally, relics are also categorized by rank. The more ancient the relics, the more valuable their treasures. The hierarchy of relics ranges from the 10,000-year relic, the 100,000-year relic, the million-year relic, the 10-million-year relic, the ancient relic, the primordial relic, to the primordial era relic. Naturally, the longer a relic is hidden, the more clandestine and perilous it becomes. The Poison Dragon Palace is a relic concealed within the Poison Cloud Mountain range for 10,000 years, said to be the lair of the last sovereign, the Poison Dragon, who left behind a den of monstrous beasts. The Wandu sect has sought it for centuries. Now that it has appeared before us, it would be foolish to let it slip away. In the sky, numerous cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage descended. Dozens of Earth-scale flood dragons stood upright, relentlessly attacking any human or beast attempting to breach the poison dragon palace. With a mighty roar, the Earth-scale flood dragons showcased formidable defenses, rendering them nearly invincible underground. Among them, the strongest reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Apart from those in the Foundation establishment realm, none could infiltrate. Humph! Beasts, you're getting bold. Eliminate them. But these mere earth serpents were courting death. Yet, despite the countless powerful beings present, they could not tolerate the Earth-scale flood dragons rampaging here. And thus they launched a concerted counterattack, inflicting severe injuries on the flood dragons. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lin Feng awoke from his evolution. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of your 9th evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 9th evolution, frenzied blood wolf spider. Description: the toxins within its body have become increasingly lethal. Its keen eyesight can detect an ant 10 miles away, and the fine hairs on its body can sense the spiritual energy fluctuations around it, making it a dangerous yet cautious spider with an unparalleled mastery over silk. Cultivation, mid-innate stage. Bloodline skill, line control. Combat power, 267. System evaluation, high artistic merit. Evolution value, 1. Lin Feng ignored the system's voice and unleashed Silk, approaching the giant serpent. They are guarding their territory. What are you doing here? You're merely at the early stage of chi refinement. You will die? The giant serpent flicked its tongue and replied, You enter. I will guard. It implied that it wanted Lin Feng to enter the relic while it stood watch. Lin Feng disregarded it, saying, Guard? Look at how many have already gone in. You might as well consider that you've guarded. Make haste. However, this time the giant serpent stubbornly refused to listen to Lin Feng. The area was already bustling, with all eyes set on the relic. The dozens of Earth-scale flood dragons were particularly conspicuous. Just then, a voice echoed from above, Spider, hand over my mother-s corpse. Wan Yuer dove from the sky, aiming directly at Lin Feng. With a roar, the giant serpent raised its head high. Huh, why are you wasting your time fighting her? You can't win. Retreat. Lin Feng urged again. You leave. I will hold her off. The giant serpent's voice was resolute. Friend, safety go? With that, it swung its head and flung Lin Feng away. Run. Where to? Wan Yuer pursued Lin Feng relentlessly. Yet, the giant serpent and the other Earth-scale flood dragons blocked her path. Humph! Beasts, there are only a few of you left. How dare you obstruct me? You seek death. With a single palm strike, Wan Yuer sent the giant serpent flying. With a crash, the serpent collided heavily against the relic. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, watching the circular stone orb on the nearby wall. Host, that is the switch. Rolling it will close the entrance to the relic. Silence, I know. With a swift motion, he adhered his silk to the stone orb and shouted towards the giant serpent. Giant serpent, come here. Have your companions block her. We must leave. The giant serpent turned back, gazing deeply at Lin Feng. Farewell. It then unleashed a jet of transparent liquid at the orb. Upon contact, the orb quivered slightly, and in an instant, a transparent barrier enveloped the entrance. Ding. Host, congratulations on completing the task, closing the entrance to the relic. Task reward, 1 evolution. This may have been Lin Feng's simplest task yet, all thanks to the giant serpent. With its aid, Lin Feng could enter the relic unscathed. Containing the surge of evolutionary power within, Lin Feng exclaimed in anger, Giant serpent, where are you going? The Earth-scale flood dragon cast a final glance at Lin Feng before charging towards Wan Yuer. Lin Feng was utterly baffled. Has this beast gone mad? Host, the poison dragon's influence is a bloodline constraint. It is a responsibility etched into its lineage. Outside the relic, Wan Yuer descended like a deity. Even dozens of Earth-scale flood dragons dared not confront her. Yet, now only a few could stand against her, and they were hardly her match. She advanced step by step towards the relic. The giant serpent roared as it charged forward, its massive body crashing against the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Humph, beast. Wan Yuer merely raised her hand, sending the giant serpent flying once more, shedding large scales in the process. Lin Feng shouted urgently from outside, Run, are you foolish? Yet the giant serpent seemed deaf to Lin Feng's pleas, surging forward again, its massive head lunging at Wan Yuer from behind. Wan Yuer's eyes turned cold. Humph. If you seek death, I shall oblige. As she spoke, she leaped high into the air, performing a graceful backflip to narrowly evade the giant serpent's attack. Then, she descended abruptly, landing a single foot upon the serpent's mouth. With a sickening sound, the serpent's scales shattered, and blood erupted forth. Wan Yuer coldly regarded Lin Feng die. With a swift motion, her long, pale legs sliced through the air, leaving a blur before crashing into the giant serpent's face. A tremendous sound echoed as half of the serpent's face was obliterated, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The massive body fell silently to the ground, lifeless. Lin Feng's eight-legged sword emitted a harsh grinding sound against the entrance of the relic. Giant serpent. Woman, I will kill you. Wan Yuer sashayed closer, raising her fist to strike at Lin Feng. With a thud, she was repelled several meters back, astonished by the barrier. How is this possible? She struck repeatedly, but the barrier remained unbroken, and her divine demeanor faded as she shouted, "Spider, hand over my mother." Lin Feng gazed at the giant serpent's corpse, its abdomen pulsating. It was evident that it was filled with rage. It was the only friend he could converse with in this world. You seek your mother's corpse, do you not? System, the corpse. In an instant, Qin Xianglan's body materialized before Lin Feng. Upon seeing her mother's corpse, Wan Yuer became momentarily dazed. The barrier was like glass as she pressed against it, staring blankly at Qin Xianglan. But you killed her. Lin Feng's spider-like eyes gleamed with cold madness. Then I shall make you lose everything. In a flash, his eight-legged sword plunged into Qin Xianglan's body. Wan Yuer's pupils dilated. No, no, no. With a sickening sound, the corpse was torn to shreds before Wan Yuer's eyes. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground and the barrier crimson. Wan Yuer slowly knelt, murmuring no. Ding. Lin Feng dipped his eight-legged sword in Qin Xianglan's blood. And amidst the piercing sounds of friction, he inscribed a few bloody characters onto the barrier. I, the spider, vow to kill you and annihilate the Wandu sect. Chapter 25. The Eerie Town, the Eerie People. As soon as he finished writing, Lin Feng could no longer suppress the evolutionary force within him. His body began to transform. This time, not only did he not lose consciousness, but he also fixed his gaze on Wan Yuer, evolving right before her eyes. The sound of tearing resonated continuously. His body was continuously sprouting sharp barbs, enveloped in a layer of downy fur that covered half of him. The eyes on his head multiplied to 6, rendering him even more unsettling. The most significant transformation was his size. Once as small as an infant, Lin Feng had now grown to the stature of an adult. With his 8 menacing legs, he appeared utterly fearsome. His once crimson skin had faded to a mottled red and black, resembling an angry visage. Congratulations, host. The 10th evolution has succeeded. Host, Lin Feng. 10th evolution, Death Godwolf Spider. Description: his entire body is cloaked in an invisible guise, capable of shredding his opponents in fury. His webs can pierce through adversaries, and his viscous secretions are so potent that foes of equal standing cannot escape. The venom from his fangs can spray forth in great quantities, engulfing a vast area. Cultivation, late innate stage. Bloodline skill, line control. Combat power, 400. System evaluation, ruthless avenger. Evolution value, 5. Wan Yuer stood in a daze outside the barrier, having witnessed Lin Feng's evolution up close. After her initial shock, she shouted in rage, "Beast! Do not taint my mother's corpse with your vile slime. Get away, beast!" Not long after his transformation, Lin Feng was evolving once more. Yet, he felt no exhilaration. Both transformations were bestowed upon him by the great serpent, who had been a loyal henchman and his sole companion. Now, that companion was gone. He cast aside his threats and ignored Wan Yuer's frantic outburst, turning instead to step over the shattered remains of Qin Xianglan as he departed. With a combat power of 400, he paled in comparison to Wan Yuer's 2,000. Just wait. When I return, I shall exact a brutal revenge upon you. Annihilate the Wan poison sect, and wipe out your entire family, your entire clan, your entire city. Lin Feng's form vanished into the inky darkness of the ruins, leaving behind a menacing silhouette and Wan Yuer's furious cries. What were these ruins? Lin Feng had no knowledge, as it was his first encounter with such a place. In the instant he turned to leave, the once lifeless serpent's eyes quivered slightly. In that fleeting moment, the entire poison dragon hall vanished from existence. Soon after, the serpent's gaze dimmed, extinguishing all light within them. Wan Yuer, initially resting against the barrier, was taken aback as the entire poison dragon hall disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? Where did the poison dragon hall go? Curse it, these beasts are to blame for obstructing us. We must eradicate them. The others who had not entered the poison dragon hall were consumed by fury, unleashing their wrath upon the earth serpent. The earth serpent scattered like grains of sand, having lost its protective target, and fled in all directions, leaving behind a vast emptiness. No matter where you go, I shall find you. Just wait. Wan Yuer pounded the ground in fury, helplessly watching as her mother was torn apart, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. Why pursue cultivation? For eternal life? The path of cultivation is one of defiance against fate, where death lurks at every turn. Do not hesitate. Do not show compassion. Be a self-serving egoist. For survival. For immortality. Forsake everything. In Lin Feng's mind, it felt as though something was trying to communicate. Can you cease your incessant prattle? Are you a system or some sort of pyramid scheme? I did not speak. Lin Feng jolted awake, perplexed. You did not speak? A gust of wind swept by, leaving Lin Feng in disarray. He found himself atop a pagoda in a bustling town, filled with people coming and going. Beneath the pagoda stood a statue of Buddha, with around a dozen individuals offering incense and prayers, creating a serene atmosphere that was in stark contrast to the poison cloud mountains. What is happening? How did I end up here? Was I not in the ruins? Lin Feng murmured, System, what is going on? At that moment, after your evolution, you threatened one you were and turned to leave, then suddenly fainted. Fainted? How abrupt. With a snap. Did I just faint after posing dramatically? If one Yuer saw that, it would be utterly humiliating. So, you have no idea where I am? Theoretically, it is reasonable for me to be unaware. Reasonable my foot. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, intending to chastise the system. Just then, a commotion erupted beneath the pagoda. Tell me, where is this place? Speak quickly. Lin Feng cautiously leaned over the edge of the pagoda. Below, a group dressed in Wan poison sect garments was interrogating passers-by. How could they be found everywhere? The leader was a scruffy middle-aged man with an authoritative demeanor. Upon seeing him, Lin Feng's mind was flooded with information about him. Name, Wan Jun. Description, leader of the Wan poison sect, with a dark mind and ruthless methods. To secure his position, he poisoned his wife and framed his own brother. Upon ascending to power, he slaughtered all his siblings, devoid of any emotion. Cultivation, early foundation establishment. Technique, Wan poison art. Combat value, 2970. System evaluation, cold-blooded and ruthless. Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng felt a tremor within. I recall seeing him enter the Poison Dragon Hall earlier. Could it be that all who entered the Poison Dragon Hall have arrived in this town? Clearly, it was not just Lin Feng who was puzzled. The members of the Wan poison sect were equally oblivious to their surroundings. Tell me, what is this place? The passers-by were equally confused. Why are you pulling me? What reason do I have to tell you? Seeking death. The members of the Wan poison sect, known for their cruelty, wasted no time in resorting to violence. One of them swung a blade at a passerby, blood splattering as screams echoed. Ah, they are killing. Well then, are you going to tell me where this is? Killing one person is not enough. They continued to interrogate others. However, the onlookers were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions while shouting about the murder. Wan Jun frowned and spoke in a low voice. Kill them all. Do not allow them to raise an alarm. Yes, sect leader. The members of the Wan poison sect unleashed a massacre. In a short span of time, the dozens of individuals beneath the pagoda were annihilated. Lin Feng could not help but marvel at Wan Jun's callousness, as he showed no signs of remorse while slaying so many. He did, however, glance toward Lin Feng's direction. Fortunately, Lin Feng remained vigilant and ducked down, avoiding detection. Before long, the members of the Wan poison sect departed, leaving behind a grim scene of corpses. Perhaps due to the pagoda's location on the outskirts of the town, it remained unnoticed for a long time. Lin Feng chose to wait atop the pagoda until nightfall before considering his departure. However, at that moment, under the moonlight, something eerie transpired. The corpses that had been slain by the Wan poison sect began to rise slowly, moving in strange, unnatural ways. Chapter 26. The Wan poison sect's massacre of the town. Lin Feng was taken aback. Those who had been killed by the Wan poison sect were now rising under the moonlight, their eyes glowing with a sinister crimson hue, emitting beast-like roars. Like zombies. They shuffled toward the town. Lin Feng hastily exclaimed, System, what are these creatures? Zombies, poison zombies. Description, eerie beings that forsake everything for survival and immortality. By day, they live like ordinary humans. By night, they transform into bloodthirsty poison zombies, created through a special method of necromancy, a species that should not exist. Cultivation, peak innate stage. Bloodline skill, devour, consuming the blood and flesh of living beings can enhance cultivation. Combat power, 500. System evaluation, a terrifying species. Lin Feng murmured softly, for survival, for immortality. Abandon everything. This phrase sounds so familiar, as if someone just uttered it. System, was it you? How could it be? I wouldn't say such things. Indeed. Lin Feng stood atop the Buddha tower, gazing toward the direction of the town. The night enveloped the town in a shroud of lifelessness. Dimly, he could perceive the villagers wandering about like zombies. They did not become zombies merely after being killed. The entire town was originally a den of poison. Ah, kill. What monstrous creatures are these? The town echoed with screams of agony and the sounds of battle, as someone was injured. The wandering poison zombies surged toward the battleground like boiling oil, roaring and rushing forth in madness. Run. There are too many. We cannot withstand this. Ah, save me, master. Save me. The chilling screams emanating from the dim town sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine, despite the fact that he had none. He pondered. Wait a moment. I recall that many who entered the Poison Dragon Hall before me were at the Foundation establishment stage. They could easily fly to evade the poison zombies. The strength of these poison zombies is merely at the peak of the innate stage, not even reaching the chi refining stage. Returning to the host. There are restrictions in place that limit everyone's cultivation. No one can exceed the peak of the innate stage. Restrictions on cultivation? Why didn't I notice? Is it really necessary to restrict you? Lin Feng replied, true. However, he soon had another thought and became exhilarated. System. If I were to kill those at the Foundation establishment stage now, would they still be counted as Foundation establishment or innate? Naturally, they would be counted as Foundation establishment. Although their powers are restricted, their true strength is still at the Foundation establishment stage. Receiving the system's affirmation, Lin Feng felt a mix of excitement and tension. I am in the late innate stage, wielding the 8-legged sword and the invisibility fur, achieving a combat power of 400. If I ambush them, perhaps I could slay an opponent with 500 combat power at the peak of the innate stage. As long as I can kill one Foundation establishment practitioner, for instance, the leader of the Wand Poison sect. If I kill him, how many times could I evolve? I shall take the risk. It's time to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Main task issued. Control the Poison Dragon Hall. Task details. Dominate the entire Poison Dragon Hall. Task reward. 1. Evolution. The system suddenly issued a task, catching Lin Feng off guard. What does this mean? How can I exert control? Host. After scanning, the system has determined that this town is fortified by a 4 extremes grand array, which forms a miniature world of its own. Hence, we are within the Poison Dragon Hall. If you can control the 4 extremes grand array, you will also control the entire Poison Dragon Hall. Having been buried underground for 10,000 years, the Poison Dragon Hall still possesses energy to maintain the array's operation, indicating that the town is sustained by the poison pills of the Poison Dragon. All you need to do is find the poison pills, consume and refine them, and you will gain control over the entire Poison Dragon Hall. Once you control the Poison Dragon Hall, what is there to fear from these humans? The current issue is that the poison pills possess a spirit and are likely disguised as the town's residents, constantly moving and changing, making it difficult to locate their true form. It was evident that while the system was not invincible from the start like others, it still offered some utility. Lin Feng's abdomen stirred with excitement. Aha, that makes sense. You shall henceforth be my military advisor. The source of the array lies within the array itself, which means it is somewhere in this town. However, he was uncertain of its exact location. Lin Feng decided to wait until daylight to search the town. At this moment, the battle within the town intensified. Those innate experts below the chi refining stage could not withstand the poison zombies, being torn apart and devoured. Only those above the chi refining stage managed to hold their ground. They gathered together, fighting until dawn. It was only then that the poison zombies ceased their attacks, reverting to harmless townsfolk as if nothing had transpired. Lin Feng cautiously descended from the Buddha Tower. Upon seeing him, the surrounding residents screamed in terror and fled. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. What are you afraid of? You are far more terrifying at night. System, activate the invisibility fur. In the next moment, the fur on Lin Feng's body gently swayed, and his form gradually faded from sight. The first use of the invisibility fur yielded results beyond his expectations. As long as he avoided particularly vigorous movements, he could remain invisible for an extended period. Lin Feng stealthily crawled into the town. Due to the battle from the previous night, most villagers had congregated in the town's center. The members of the Wand Poison sect were left shaken. Master, we should leave here quickly. It is too terrifying. Fools, anyone who dares to mention leaving, beware of my wrath. But what about these people? They come back to life after we kill them. They had exerted their utmost effort the previous night, losing over a dozen disciples and 2 elders just to survive until morning. In the blink of an eye, all those they had slain the night before had resurrected, staring at the Wand Poison sect members with bewildered expressions. The dual psychological and physical trauma was unbearable. Wan Jun cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the townsfolk, speaking in a deep voice. Since they only grow stronger at night, we shall annihilate them during the day. Master, do you mean to kill them all? Indeed. We shall tear their bodies to shreds. I am determined to obtain the poison pills of the Poison Dragon. Under Wan Jun's orders, the members of the Wan poison sect began their massacre. Because the residents could revive, they were ruthless, severing heads and incinerating the remains to ashes. Wan Jun smirked. I refuse to believe they can still revive like this. Other cultivators, witnessing this scene, followed suit without a shred of mercy. No one wished to endure another night of battle like the previous one. Lin Feng concealed himself in a nearby alley, observing the vast number of corpses being burned. TSK. The Wan poison sect truly lives up to its name. However, their method of slaughter will inevitably lead them to the poison pills. Lin Feng felt helpless. He was alone while they numbered in the dozens. He quietly remained in the shadows, watching until he spotted a peculiar figure. A tall, skinny person carrying a pole, with a dozen heads hanging from it, hurriedly rushed into the alley with a frantic expression. This scene was both comical and horrifying. Chapter 27. The poison pill appears. The skinny man's escaped. The skinny man, stealthily avoiding the gaze of others, quietly approached the alley where Lin Feng was hiding. The heads dangling from his pole swayed and dripped blood, creating a grotesque sight. Is he collecting heads? Lin Feng quickly called out. System, check if he is. Poison zombie, skinny man. Presence of poison pills detected within his body. Indeed, it was him. Lin Feng did not expect things to go so smoothly, especially with the poison zombies controlled by the poison pills running into his alley. With a swift motion, Lin Feng shot out webs, ensnaring the skinny man's waist in an instant. Ah! The skinny man screamed as he was pulled into the corner of the web. A spider. The skinny man gazed at Lin Feng in terror. Oh my, what a huge spider. What are you afraid of? You, a zombie, fear a spider? That makes no sense. Lin Feng could not help but tease. What? A spider can talk? It's a monster. The skinny man struggled frantically, inadvertently providing Lin Feng with an opportunity. You can actually understand what I'm saying. It seemed reasonable that the poison dragon's poison pills were the essence of a beast, which allowed one to understand the speech of such creatures. Lin Feng did not dwell on this for long and swiftly bit down on the skinny man's neck. The moment his fangs pierced the skin, venom surged into the skinny man's body as if it were free of charge. He pondered whether killing a poison zombie would count toward his evolution points. Just then, a head came flying toward Lin Feng. You spider, how rude. You just bite anyone you see. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, deflecting the head with his 8-legged sword and retreating a few meters, casting a strange gaze at the skinny man. The skinny man, with sheer brute force, broke free from the web's restraint, demonstrating an alarming strength. The threads that Lin Feng had taken pride in were ripped apart with ease. Lin Feng lay prostrate on the ground, his heart heavy with gravity. This slender figure seemed unbound by the constraints of day or night, still exuding the prowess of a pinnacle innate level cultivator. Zhongzhu, there is another one here. And a spider. At that moment, the voice of a disciple from the Wan poison sect echoed. The spider must be a beast from outside. Ignore it and focus on eliminating that slender figure. Understood. Several disciples of the Wan poison sect charged in, directing their efforts towards the slender figure. TCH, what a nuisance. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, retreating to the shadows of the building, waiting for an opportunity to act. The slender figure swung a dozen severed heads as weapons, exclaiming, You outsiders. Perish. Those heads danced with fierce momentum, striking down one disciple from the Wan poison sect with a resounding crash, leaving them momentarily dazed. Zhongzhu, this one is different. His strength is formidable. The disciples finally grasped the situation. Capture him. The slender figure, not lingering too long, forced back several disciples and fled with agile speed. Lin Feng, hidden in the shadows, climbed to the rooftop, trailing behind the slender figure, fuming. System, your poison is flawed. After all this time, why hasn't he yet manifested? He had clearly injected a significant amount of venom earlier, yet there was no effect. Host, he is a poison zombie. His entire being is toxic, an undying entity. How do you intend to kill him? Your poison only enhances his strength. Undying? Hadn't many perished already? Half the villagers had been slaughtered, yet he remained unscathed. That is not necessarily the case. As the slender figure's presence became evident, the disciples of the Wan poison sect discerned the anomaly. A powerful native was collecting severed heads. Something was amiss. Capture him. They began to encircle the slender figure. Lin Feng continued to follow stealthily, but the slender figure was extraordinarily nimble, darting through the town like a monkey. Blow this area to bits. With a command from Wan Jun, countless explosive talismans descended. The Wan poison sect prided itself on its poisons, but explosive talismans were a close second. An entire area was flattened by the explosion. The fleeing slender figure tumbled to the ground, heads rolling in every direction. This time, there's nowhere for you to run. I will uncover your true nature. You ghostly figure. Zhongzhu, I suspect this little town is the work of this fellow. The Wan Poison sect had dispatched dozens of members here, including 6 elders and over 30 elite disciples. Capturing a pinnacle innate cultivator should be straightforward. Others who entered the Wan Poison Hall were far fewer and dared not provoke the Wan Poison sect at this moment. Merely watching from a distance, Lin Feng was among them, torn with indecision as he watched the slender figure on the brink of capture. Wan Jun coldly observed the slender figure, commanding, "Subdue him. I want him alive." "Yes, Zhongzhu. You outsiders, I will fight you to the death." The slender figure, in a fit of rage, wielded the severed heads tied to a pole, spinning them like meteor hammers. Those heads were astonishingly solid, causing suffering to anyone they struck. The Wan Poison sect's prized poisons had no effect on him. The slender figure's attacks were chaotic and unpredictable. The disciples of the Wan Poison sect, wary of his other capabilities, hesitated to unleash their full power, allowing him to carve a bloody path. "Don't let him escape. Blow his legs off." Just as the slender figure was about to flee, Wan Jun could no longer hold back. He affixed an explosive talisman to the slender figure's leg. Boom. A tremendous explosion obliterated the lower half of the slender figure. Ah! The slender figure gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it! Cursed humans! Humph! I knew you were not human. What are you really?" Wan Jun, ever cautious, did not dare to approach the incapacitated figure, but instead shouted from a distance. Signaling to his disciples, Lin Feng, concealed in the shadows, thought grimly. If this continued, the poison pill would fall into the hands of the Wan Poison sect, and he would be none the wiser about his demise. "I must act." A strand of web shot forth, ensnaring the slender figure's neck, and with a fierce tug, it propelled him into a frenzied run. "I have long since discovered you. Dare to covet the treasures of my Wan Poison sect? You seek death." At that moment, Lin Feng heard Wan Jun's voice. This was dire. Lin Feng had ultimately underestimated the disparity in combat power between the late innate stage and the pinnacle innate stage. Wan Jun had somehow positioned himself directly in his path. With a frigid gaze, he locked onto Lin Feng, declaring, "Beast, had this been outside, I would have killed you long ago. You should consider yourself fortunate to be spared, but alas, you seek your own demise." Bang! The sound of air being shattered rang out. Wan Jun's hand morphed into a claw, black smoke curling from his fingertips as he lunged towards Lin Feng's head. Though their cultivation levels were restricted to the pinnacle innate stage, their martial techniques were not. A powerful aura surged forth. Lin Feng, attuned to the instincts of a spider, understood that he could not withstand this strike. Evasion was futile, and he could only brace himself. The 8-legged sword coiled simultaneously, meeting Wan Jun's claw head-on. "To hell with your Wan Poison sect." At the instant of contact between the 8-legged sword and the poisonous claw, innate spiritual energy erupted. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated. Wan Jun was pushed back a step, staring in astonishment at Lin Feng. "What is this?" Lin Feng, however, suffered greatly, sent hurtling backward, tumbling through the air before landing deftly beside the slender figure. The disciples of the Wan Poison sect quickly surrounded the two, a person and a spider, in the center. Lin Feng felt a weight of despair. Escape was impossible. "Spider, I never expected you to be a good soul. No, a good spider." The slender figure grinned foolishly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, saying, "How can you still smile? I might perish here for your sake." While he spoke, the disciples of the Wan Poison sect closed in. A person and a spider had lost all capacity for flight. "Soon enough, I will be killed for my poison pill, and you will be sliced apart for research. We are both doomed. You, a spider, so noble-hearted, do not worry. I shall not let you perish." The slender figure maintained his smile. In the astonished gaze of the Wan Poison sect, the slender figure slowly stood up, his legs suddenly elongating, bones and flesh forming gradually. Even more bizarrely, black liquid enveloped his eyes, and dark smoke billowed from him, shrouding his entire being, including Lin Feng. "What is happening? Do not approach. That black mist is likely toxic." "Humph, what other tricks can he conjure?" "Use explosive talismans." A few explosive talismans entered the black mist, producing muffled explosions. Little sparks flickered, and silence fell. Just as the crowd was left in uncertainty, the slender figure's furious voice rang out. "You humans must die. All of you must die. Perish." The next moment, a rumble echoed. The entire sky churned as ominous dark clouds rolled in. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everything. "What is happening? The sky has darkened again?" Wan Jun's expression turned grave. "Indeed, this slender figure can control the entire town. He is the core of the formation. Kill him quickly." The Wan Poison sect was not foolish. They had suspected this area was a formation. However, it was too late. Poison was ineffective, and explosives were futile. Several disciples even scattered aphrodisiacs, yet it still proved useless. The night had descended. The slender figure's eyes turned pitch black. Suspended in midair, he murmured, "Arise, eternal ones." In the next instant, a roar echoed throughout the town. In the darkness, visibility was obscured, yet strange entities began to writhe. The disciples of the wand-poisoned sect looked around in terror. What are those monstrous sounds? How is this possible? Did we not kill and incinerate them? The first to appear were the decapitated heads collected by Shozi. Those heads lay scattered before the members of Wandu Zone, suddenly opening their eyes. And one head began to struggle. Before their very eyes, flesh and bone began to grow slowly. The scene was both terrifying and bizarre. Even more horrifying was the sight of the charred corpses emerging from the ashes, beginning with a single skeleton, from which flesh gradually formed. Returning to the appearance of poisonous zombies. Roar! Shozi let out a deafening scream. The poisonous zombies charged towards them like wild dogs, frantically racing in their direction. Lin Feng, enveloped in Shozi's black mist, could not help but swallow hard. This is incredible. They truly are immortal. Wanjun's expression changed drastically. This is bad. As night falls, everyone must act without hesitation. Kill this monster, or we will all perish. He spoke these words for all those who had entered the Poison Dragon Palace. Among them were many skilled individuals, their combined strength rivaling that of the entire Wandu Zone. Of course, they were not fools. The events of the previous night, facing the poisonous zombies, were still fresh in their minds. Wan Zhongzhu was right. Only by breaking this formation do we stand a chance of survival. Indeed, no treasure is worth more than one's own life. Let us attack together. Kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figures hidden in the shadows surged forth. There were sword cultivators wielding blades and body cultivators honing their physical prowess. They all unleashed their attacks on Shozi, who hovered in midair. Sword energy, blade light, and explosive talismans erupted continuously against Shozi, whose body was relentlessly destroyed, yet rejuvenated repeatedly. Lin Feng quickly exclaimed, "Are you foolish? Why don't you run? Just let them strike you?" Although his fingers seemed inconsequential, within the black mist, Lin Feng could perceive that Shozi's strength was depleting rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Shozi replied, "I cannot. Summoning the night requires an immense amount of energy. If I flee, the spell will be undone." Lin Feng could not help but scoff. "Wow, you certainly expend a lot of energy for your spells, and yet you cannot even move. Truly pathetic." "Ah, indeed. It is a pity that my power is limited. The moment you entered this place, my fate was sealed." Shozi suddenly turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. "But you have given me hope. What do you mean? You wish to grant me the poison pill?" "Hee, I am the poison pill." As he spoke, a black poison pill slowly emerged from his mouth. Shozi's body rapidly withered away, and when he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into an ordinary poisonous zombie. The poison pill hovered before Lin Feng. Wan Jun's eyes widened in delight upon seeing the poison pill. "The poison pill is mine." He cast aside a poisonous zombie and instantly reached the poison pill, clawing at it with his hands. Bang! The black mist exploded, sending Wan Jun staggering back. "We are all immortal beings. Do not abandon us. Inherit the will of Lord Poison Dragon." The voice emanated from the poison pill. With a sudden rush, the poison pill shot directly into Lin Feng's mouth. Witnessing this scene, Wan Jun cried out in despair, "No." Lin Feng did not even chew. The poison pill entered his abdomen without regard for his consent, immediately commencing self-refinement within him. Such a method. The black mist enveloped Lin Feng, and the solid poison pill transformed into pure power within his body, which Lin Feng began to absorb slowly. "Beast, I will kill you." Wan Jun's eyes turned crimson, intent on killing Lin Feng to seize the poison pill. Chapter 29. The Origin of the Poisonous Zombies. Lin Feng's ascendancy. This power surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. The poison pill belonging to the Poison Dragon, the sovereign of the Poison Cloud Mountain range a millennium ago, had devised a method of domesticating humans, ultimately resulting in the creation of a horde of zombies. Lin Feng deemed it an ingenious innovation within the realm of demonic beasts. The essence within the poison pill was self-evident. Even after a millennium, it remained inexhaustible. This pure power coursed through Lin Feng's entire being, and the system's voice continuously echoed. Evolution value 10. Evolution value 10. The notifications persisted until the evolution value was completely filled, and it continued to rise. It was unclear how much time had passed when the system's voice finally ceased. Ding, congratulations, host. Evolution value full. Evolution commencing. Ding, congratulations, host. Evolution value full. Evolution commencing. Ding, congratulations, host. Evolution value full. Evolution commencing. The repetition of the evolution notifications indicated that Lin Feng directly underwent 3 evolutions. The black mist surged towards Lin Feng. Wan Jun, in a fit of rage, attacked Lin Feng, relentlessly employing explosive talismans in a desperate attempt to bring him down. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng seemed to merge entirely with the Poison Dragon Palace. While digesting the poison pill, he also acquired fragments of the poison pill's memories. The insights were not far removed from what the poison pill had conveyed. The poison dragon was truly a genius. Humans could never be domesticated by demonic beasts. Even if they were overpowered, they would resort to cunning and deceit to escape, and would go to great lengths to kill their masters. Such occurrences were unthinkable among demonic beasts. The poison dragon devised a clever solution, using poison to control humans. However, its toxin was unparalleled throughout the Poison Cloud Mountain range, and a careless miscalculation led to the deaths of many. Just as the poison dragon lamented this, it discovered that a rare few humans could survive within the poison. It was the unparalleled will to survive that allowed them to endure, even as the toxin claimed their souls. The poison dragon realized it might have invented something extraordinary and began capturing humans for experimentation. Only heaven knows how many lives were sacrificed to amass the population of the entire Poison Dragon Palace town. Naturally, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents finally incited public outrage. Numerous sects ascended the mountain to eradicate the poison dragon, drawing the attention of those from the sacred grounds. Aware that he could not escape, the poison dragon set up the 4 extremes great array within the Poison Dragon Palace, using his poison pill as the source of the formation, ultimately burying the Poison Dragon Palace deep beneath the Poison Cloud Mountain range. He himself perished due to the loss of his poison pill. After Lin Feng digested the poison pill, he grasped the entire sequence of events while simultaneously sensing the entirety of the Poison Dragon Palace. So it was. The poison pill of the poison dragon was not only the key to the 4 extremes great array, but also the key to the entire Poison Dragon Palace. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 evolution. Host, you have accumulated 4 evolutions. Would you like to evolve now? Evolve. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, his aura began to surge. From the pinnacle of the innate stage to the initial phase of Qi refinement, then to the mid-phase, and finally stopping at the late phase of Qi refinement. Before the eyes of all, Lin Feng's body underwent continuous transformation. Wan Jun looked up at the spider in the sky, his face contorted with rage. The poison pill, my poison pill, damn that spider. Lin Feng's gaze fell to the ground, as spiritual energy flowed within him, mimicking a human voice, proclaiming, it was never your poison pill. It belongs solely to the demonic beasts, and to me. Upon hearing Lin Feng speak, Wan Jun's expression changed dramatically. Only those who were unbound by the formation and had reached the Qi refinement stage could speak. Lin Feng's words signified that he was no longer affected by the formation. Wan Jun gritted his teeth and commanded, Wan Duzong, heed my order. Retreat at once. Retreat? You cannot escape. I am now the master of Dulong Dian. Lin Feng coldly laughed, pointing a foot at Wan Jun. Tear him apart for me. Roar. In the small town, all the poison zombies, as if commanded by a monstrous will, furiously attacked Wan Jun. Others noticed that Lin Feng was unaffected by the formation and naturally began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Lin Feng, drawing upon spiritual energy, stood suspended in the void, reveling in the formidable power it bestowed upon him. Now that you are here, do not leave. Tian Luo Diwan. With a whoosh, his abdomen continuously swelled. Countless webs descended from the sky, ensnaring this area in a web so intricate that none could escape unless they could fly. The peak of the innate realm? How could it contend with the latter stages of Qi refinement? In no time, this region was enveloped in webs, with no way up or down. Damn it. This silk is too resilient. It cannot be breached. These monsters are insufferable, utterly unafraid of attacks. I refuse to die here, no? Why is it raining? The crowd looked up in confusion. It was Lin Feng, spraying the venom from his fangs into the webbed area. The venom transformed into a toxic mist. Anyone who inhaled it would succumb to poisoning, falling one by one beneath Lin Feng's lethal liquid. Ding, congratulations on poisoning a human. Evolution value, 20. Ding, congratulations on poisoning a human. Evolution value, 10. The system's notifications echoed continuously as these humans, with their true cultivation levels reaching the Qi refinement stage, naturally granted high evolution values. Before long, his evolution value was once again full. Damn spider, my Xiejian Zone will not let you off. Do not kill me. I am not from Wandu Zone. I merely stumbled into this place while visiting relatives. It was now that they knew to plead for mercy. Lin Feng had no intention of sparing this group. Standing on the web, he gently stirred it, producing a melodious tremor. Coldly, he remarked, "I told you all. You must die." The poison zombies attacked from below while Lin Feng unleashed his venom from above, and in no time, corpses littered the ground. The only ones still standing were Wan Jun and another early-stage foundation-building master. If Lin Feng could eliminate these two early-stage foundation-building experts, he would undoubtedly ascend to the foundation-building realm himself. Wan Jun, relying on his spells from the foundation-building realm, struggled desperately against the onslaught of the poison zombies. Truly the foundation-building realm, my poison surprisingly takes time to take effect. Wan Jun glared at Lin Feng in fury. "Spider, come down and face me one-on-one." "One-on-one? Heh." "Wan Jun, when your Wan Du Zone captured me, there was no talk of one-on-one. I vowed to annihilate Wan Du Zone, and I shall keep my word." Wan Jun was bewildered. He could not comprehend how the esteemed Wan Du Zone had come to bear enmity with a mere spider. The two early-stage foundation-building masters, exhausted from the relentless assault, ultimately collapsed under Lin Feng's poison, and thus, all humans and beasts that had entered Wan Du's zone were utterly annihilated. It is time to seek out Wan Yuer to fulfill my promise. Chapter 30. It is time for revenge, Wan Yuer and Jiangyu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for poisoning Wan Jun. Evolution value, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for poisoning Yin Yu. Evolution value, 20. Congratulations, host. Evolution value is full. Evolution can proceed. Having slain two foundation-building experts, Lin Feng was ready to evolve again. This was the most satisfying evolution since his transmigration. It was likely the most gratifying evolution of his life. Having just experienced the formidable power of the Qi refinement realm, he was about to ascend directly to the foundation-building realm. As his aura surged, his body underwent yet another transformation. Clouds of black mist surged toward Lin Feng. And without the support of his strength, the small town returned to daylight. All the black mist entered Lin Feng's body. The townsfolk below also resumed their ordinary appearances. Gazing up at the sky, the black mist lingered for half a day, suddenly revealing sharp, eight-legged blades as a terrifying spider slowly emerged from the shadows. Its skin, as dark as ink, bore eerie patterns that hinted at its terrifying nature. Drops of a transparent liquid dripped from its jagged, sharp teeth. Congratulations, host. The 16th evolution is successful. Host, Lin Feng. 16th evolution, Poison Dragon Black Spider. Description: after consuming the Poison Dragon's Poison Dan, retaining the bloodline of the Poison Dragon while being subdued by the Spider bloodline, becoming the master of Julong Dian. Possessing acute perception capable of sensing fluctuations of spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius. Cultivation, early stage foundation building. Bloodline skills, Tian Luo Di Wong, control line. Combat power, 2250. System evaluation, Master of Julong Dian. Evolution value, 25. Lin Feng's abdomen surged as he took a deep breath. Is this the foundation-building realm? What an overwhelming sensation. In just 2 days, he had progressed from the innate realm to the foundation-building realm. If only I had reached the foundation-building realm sooner. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before leaping beneath the Buddhist tower. Gazing at the statue, he raised his 8-legged blade and plunged it directly into the statue's body. With a crack, the statue exploded instantly. The restrictions on cultivation within the entire town vanished. Who would have thought that the restriction would be this statue? The poison dragon, being a formidable figure, understood that relying solely on his poison Dan could not provide the significant spiritual energy required to elevate his realm. Now that Lin Feng was the master, Julong Dian no longer needed to conceal itself underground and thus did not require these restrictions. The moment the restrictions were shattered, the poison zombies in the village almost simultaneously approached the brink of advancement. With just a bit of blood and flesh, they would likely ascend to the Qi refinement realm. And these entities could sustain development, endlessly upgrading and becoming immortal. Fear not, Poison Dragon, I will safeguard these treasures of yours. Conveniently, you shall accompany me to Duyun City, where there is ample flesh and blood for you to feast upon. Lin Feng's spider eyes turned icy. It was time to settle accounts. Duyun City, the largest and most prosperous city near the Duyun Mountains, nestled against the Duyun Mountains. The local specialties and the corpses of demon beasts made for lucrative trade goods. Despite its remote location, Duyun City boasted a resident population of hundreds of thousands and countless merchant caravans, with merchants lingering within the city. The city had developed numerous industries such as taverns and brothels, and at night, it was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. At the highest tavern, Wan Yuer stood on the balcony, gazing at the vibrant night scene, yet her expression was vacant, lost in thought. The onlookers below, gazing up, were captivated by her snow-white hair, reflecting the round moon behind her. She was a vision of beauty, an unparalleled marvel. If only one could hold her close, it would be worth dying for. Hush, you seek death. She is the saintess of Wandu Zone. What? She is Wan Yuer, one of the four great beauties? Truly, she is breathtaking. Be quiet. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Wan Yuer's demeanor was as cold as frost. Seemingly oblivious to the murmurs below, a gentle voice came from behind. Yuer, it's cold. Let us return. Wan Yuer slowly turned her head, regarding the gentle Jiangyu, and coldly replied, You dare call me Yuer? Jiangyu bowed his head, his eyes still filled with warmth. Saintess, I know you have feelings for me. Your loyalty is unwavering, yet you are unworthy. Your tenderness is of no use. You cannot aid me in any matters. You are but a useless fool. You cannot help me grow stronger, cannot save my brother, nor rescue my mother. I disdain the likes of you, useless fool. Bring me the wine. Wan Yuer showed no mercy towards Jiangyu. Jiangyu, ever the sycophant, merely smiled despite the scolding. Very well, I shall fetch the wine. As long as you are happy. He then went inside to retrieve the finest wine. Wan Yuer seized the wine jug and tilted her head, drinking deeply. Splutter. A mouthful of wine sprayed onto Jiangyu's face. Though Jiangyu was not as powerful as Wan Yuer, being a peak qi refinement expert, he could have dodged the wine, yet he did not. As the imported liquor splashed across his face, Wan Yuer expressed her displeasure, inquiring, What kind of wine is this? Have you forgotten my preferred drink? Jiangyu did not bother to wipe the liquor from his face. Instead, he gently replied, Saintess, I understand your distress. It was my oversight. I shall return to the sect and fetch the finest wine for you. As he turned to leave, Wan Yuer's frosty voice followed him. Such feeble tenderness is utterly worthless. Jiangyu seemed oblivious to her words, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Yes, she was undoubtedly troubled. For her beloved younger brother and mother had both perished, had they not? He was the only outlet for her pent-up emotions. Whatever she did, as long as it brought her joy, was all that mattered. With this thought, warmth enveloped Jiangyu's heart. After Jiangyu departed, Wan Yuer gazed at the full moon in the sky. Bathed in moonlight, her exquisite visage resembled that of a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. Her eyes brimming with sorrow. Her brother and mother, the two most significant individuals in her life, had been lost to the grasp of a spider. Now, that very spider had vanished without a trace, along with the poison dragon hall. She hoped her father could eliminate it, even though she felt indifferent towards him. A father who had only ever sought her cultivation. At that moment, the moon in the sky suddenly dimmed, and a humanoid figure plummeted swiftly, landing right before Wan Yuer. Startled by the unexpected occurrence, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she recognized the figure. Father. Chapter 31. The Arrival of Lin Feng. Bringing poison zombies and catastrophe indeed, the figure before her was none other than her father, Wan Jun, the leader of the Wan Poison sect. Under the moonlight, Wan Jun's face appeared paler than parchment, his emotionless eyes fixed upon Wan Yuer. Noting his silence, she softly called out, Father, why have you returned? Where has the poison dragon hall gone? Wan Jun remained mute, suspended in the air. As the wind swept by, he extended his hand, beckoning her closer. There was an indescribable eeriness about him, reminiscent of a corpse. With a sense of trepidation, Wan Yuer approached Wan Jun. Father, there is a spider. I wonder if you have encountered it. What has become of it? Is it dead? No answer came. Father? He merely gestured again. The night, illuminated by the moon, took on an even more sinister quality. Wan Yuer narrowed her eyes, stopping 2 meters from him. Father! Roar! Suddenly, Wan Jun flashed a wicked smile, and, with a ghastly roar, opened his mouth to lunge at Wan Yuer. Anticipating this, she executed a backflip, delivering a kick to his chin. To her shock, she witnessed Wan Jun's head flying off as if it had been severed previously, detaching effortlessly. What horrified her further was that Wan Jun reached out, grasping his own head, and, as if it were a throwing weapon, hurled it at her. Using one's own head as a projectile? Despite her long life, Wan Yuer had never heard of such a thing, let alone witnessed it. Although the head was severed, the grotesque grin remained, its mouth opening and closing as if attempting to bite her. The realm of cultivation was indeed filled with the bizarre, and this phenomenon surpassed Wan Yuer's comprehension. Not only did the head act independently, but it also retained consciousness. With a cold snort, Wan Yuer unleashed her spiritual energy, her snow-white robe billowing without wind, sending the head spiraling away. Wan Jun's body floated in midair, caught his head, and reattached it. Wan Yuer, her expression grave, demanded, Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Haha, Wan Yuer, we meet again. A deep voice resonated. Wan Yuer looked skyward to see a pitch-black spider descending, hovering beside Wan Jun. The sinister head, adorned with mocking eyes, gazed down at her. Wan Yuer, do you appreciate the gift I have brought you? Wan Yuer's pupils constricted. It's you. The spider Lin Feng, whom she had been obsessively thinking about, stood before her. Indeed, it is I. I vowed to return to kill you and annihilate the entire One Poison sect. Now I am here. Your father will be the first. Without warning, Lin Feng's eight-legged sword pierced Wan Jun's body, gruesomely replicating the demise of her mother before Wan Yuer's very eyes, shredding Wan Jun's corpse into pieces. The head fell to the ground alongside the body. In an instant, the once bustling street erupted in screams as the bloody remains plummeted. What is happening? Murder. More disturbingly, after the body fell, it reassembled itself, quickly restoring to its original form. Roar! Wan Jun bellowed as he began attacking bystanders. The terrified crowd fled in panic. Witnessing this horrific scene, Wan Yuer trembled with rage. Beast, what have you done to my father? Lin Feng's frigid voice, altered by spiritual energy, replied, Beast? Haha, your father is now my pet. Remember, I promised I would return. I hope you have not waited too long. No matter what you do, you will die? Without hesitation, Wan Yuer drew her soft sword, thrusting it towards Lin Feng's eyes with all her might. The ability to fly indicated that the spider's power had reached the foundational level, although she could not fathom how it had progressed so swiftly. Her overwhelming resentment towards Lin Feng remained. Die! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as Lin Feng, without exerting his full strength, managed to hold his ground against Wan Yuer. Do not worry, I shall not allow you to die so quickly. Regardless of your feelings, I have declared my intent to destroy the One Poison sect and eradicate your entire family. Now, you will witness their demise. As his words fell, shadows descended from the sky, revealing a multitude of around 1,000 humans. These individuals, unable to fly, fell to the ground with a thud, either dead or injured. Yet, in the next moment, they stood again, rushing towards the inhabitants of Poison Cloud City like famished specters. In the illuminated city under the night sky, eerie creatures began their slaughter and consumption. Ding! Congratulations on killing evolution value 001. Ding! Congratulations on killing evolution value 009. The system's notifications rang incessantly. Prior to this, Lin Feng had coated the claws and fangs of these poison zombies with his venom. Death at their hands would be counted as his achievement. As individuals fell, blood stained the entire district, while countless voices cried out in despair, fleeing in terror. Grievance and fury began to permeate the city. Even the iron-hearted Wan Yuer trembled at the sight before her, her pupils constricting in terror. You are a demon, a monster. Haha, relish the slaughter. Wan Yuer, all these souls perished because of you. Even if you descend into hell, your mother and brother will be torn apart by these fiends. Wan Yuer, in a frenzy, launched herself at Lin Feng, who effortlessly countered her attacks. Although his combat power was only 200 points below hers, the formidable eight-legged sword rendered him more than capable of overwhelming her. The disparity between the one-sword flow and the eight-sword flow was starkly evident. Wan Yuer was repeatedly pierced by the eight-legged sword, and in no time, her once pristine white robe was stained crimson. Beneath her disheveled hair, much of her clothing lay in tatters, revealing her flawless figure, which under the moonlight was utterly captivating. Alas, I am but a spider now. Gasping for breath, Wan Yuer felt her strength waning. Unbeknownst to her, she had already succumbed to Lin Feng's poison. With a smile, Lin Feng advised, Wan Yuer, I suggest you remain still and appreciate the beauty of Duyan City, for soon it shall cease to exist. Who said that villains perish from excessive chatter? The thrill of vengeance is exquisite. A swift death would be too merciful for her. Lin Feng yearned for Wan Yuer to languish in hatred, fear, regret, and despair. This was the spider's revenge. Chapter 32. Despair of Jiangyu. End of the novice period. You will not die a good death. Half kneeling in the void, Wan Yuer struggled to maintain her flight. The poison coursing through her veins could only be expelled by someone stronger than Lin Feng. At this point, she was deeply afflicted, and her survival was beyond hope. Lin Feng, momentarily bored, remarked, if you hadn't killed the giant snake, perhaps I could have enjoyed this a bit longer. What a beautiful woman you are, what a pity. With a swift motion, a web erupted forth, ensnaring Wan Yuer without a shred of resistance. Her body contorted in a grotesque shape. Coupled with her battle-worn attire, one could only imagine how many would go mad at the sight. Yet, the same sentiment echoed, what a pity. Lin Feng lamented, Wan Yuer, from this vantage point, you can witness the entirety of the city, can't you? Haha, behold. These lives were extinguished because of you. With a sudden burst, 8 threads of webbing erupted from Lin Feng's abdomen, invisible in the darkness, undetectable even at Wan Yuer's proximity. The threads swiftly penetrated the necks of 8 poisoned corpses, one of whom was Wan Juan. With a gentle tug, Lin Feng began to manipulate the 8 poisoned figures. Indeed, after evolving to the initial stage of foundation establishment, he could now flawlessly control 8 individuals. Each leg controlled one person, allowing them to perform any actions with their normal combat capabilities. This solidified Lin Feng's resolve to pursue this path, with the Wandu Palace as his artifact. Nurturing 1,000 evolving pet corpses, he could discreetly manipulate other humans. This significantly enhanced his safety, whether for probing or slaughtering, greatly increasing efficiency. He eagerly anticipated the day he could control millions. As he commanded the 8 poisoned figures into the Wandu sect, he noted that most of its elite had perished. The remaining members were primarily family and servants, utterly incapable of resisting the undying poisoned corpses. Wan Yuer watched helplessly as Lin Feng commanded the poisoned figures to massacre the Wandu sect. Not only the people, but even the earthworms beneath the sect were to be unearthed and severed, a complete annihilation. Wan Yuer witnessed her wet nurse and made struggle and despair in their final moments. Weakly, she uttered, "Spider, you will die, and it will be a gruesome end." "Ha! Curse me, curse me!" Scream in futility and despair. Lin Feng was invigorated by her words. After 3 hours of carnage, the city's cries gradually subsided, as those who could die had already met their fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Wan Yuer, gaining evolution points, 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Evolution points have reached 100. You may evolve. Would you like to proceed? Wan Yuer could no longer withstand the poison and perished within the web. Lin Feng gazed skyward. The darkness deepened, heralding the dawn, and he knew it was time to depart. Glancing at Wan Yuer's exquisite corpse, he mused, "What a pity. I am but a spider." With that, he departed with the poisoned corpses. In the underground chamber of the Wandu sect, a cacophony erupted. Bang! The door to the chamber was shattered. Jiang Yu crawled out in disarray. Upon witnessing the devastation within the Wandu sect, his eyes widened in terror. What is happening? What is going on? Stumbling, his hands stained with blood, he fled faster towards the high tower, murmuring, "No, no, no." Yet when he reached the base of the tower and saw the morning sun illuminate the web, the face he had longed for had lost all color. "No, no!" Jiang Yu cried as he leaped up the tower, disregarding the terrifying stickiness of the web, desperately biting at the threads. Fortunately, Lin Feng had left no poison on the webbing, only the venom inherent to the silk itself. His mouth grew numb, unsure if it was Wan Yuer's blood or his own. At some point, he gnawed through the web, cautiously lowering Wan Yuer's body. Yuer, holy maiden, awaken. Please. Wake up. Wake up." Wan Yuer had already turned cold, yet Jiang Yu clung to her corpse, sobbing, "I should die. I should not have been trapped in the cellar. I should have come sooner. It is my fault. Wake up, scold me, hit me." The entirety of Duyun City lay silent. Only his wailing echoed. Tears streamed down Wan Yuer's neck, pooling at her collarbone. Jiang Yu gazed at her lifeless form, despairing and helpless. Suddenly, he noticed the jade pendant around her neck. His pupils dilated. "The pendant I gifted her, she is wearing it." A glimmer of hope ignited in his desperate heart. Yes, the soul-locking jade. A gift from my master. Jiang Yu's sect was powerful beyond measure. He was one of his master's favored disciples. Receiving this pendant as a token upon entering the sect, it was said that the soul-locking jade possessed the ability to bind the last remnants of a soul before death. "Master, surely you must have a way to save her." Hope rekindled within Jiang Yu as he lifted Wan Yuer's body and staggered away from Duyun City. After avenging himself, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon returning to the Duyun Mountains, he sought evolution and the remains of the giant snake. However, as soon as he entered the mountains, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations to the host on successful vengeance. Congratulations. Fortune has arrived indeed. Get lost. Sometimes you needn't be so intelligent." Cough. Livening the atmosphere as the latest mission is to be announced. The system has tailored 2 development paths for you. Mission 1. Delve deeper into the Duyun Mountains, seize the Dragon Vein's spiritual energy, and become the sovereign of the Duyun Mountains. Mission 2. Exit the Duyun Mountains, seize the spiritual well of Tianyuzong, and become a demon that poisons humanity. You have quite the rhyming flair. Isn't it all just about killing? One to slay humans, the other to vanquish beasts. Can I not accept both? Lin Feng was unconcerned. To him, both missions were appealing. Any method that expedited his evolution was welcome. No, The two mission paths are completely different and cannot be chosen simultaneously. Lin Feng paused. The system remained silent, awaiting his response. I have had enough of this forest. The thrill of battling humans is boundless, and I shall not waste my learned skills of manipulation. I choose Mission 2. Host, are you sure you want to accept Task 2? Once the task is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirmed. Lin Feng smiled brightly. After weighing the pros and cons, he realized that staying in the Du Yun mountain range meant few beasts, limited tasks, and insufficient resources to sustain the poison zombie. These were all pressing issues. In contrast, in the human world, there were many people and cultivators, making it easier to level up. And the flesh of humans was also appealing to poison zombies. The advantages were evident. Ding, automatically accepting Task 2, proceed to the third domain, southeast direction. To seize the Ling Well of the Tianyu sect. Task reward, 1. Evolution. A novice task, heading to the human world? How thrilling this world is. Chapter 33, Lin Feng's evolution. Targeting Tianyu sect. Lin Feng returned to the original site of the Poison Dragon Hall. The peaks and ground there were still collapsed, leaving only a hollow where the Poison Dragon Hall had vanished. In front of the hall lay the corpses of several earth-scale Jiao serpents. Lin Feng sought to recover the corpse of the giant snake. However, he was puzzled to find that among the corpses of the earth-scale Jiao serpents, the giant snake's body was missing. This was strange. It should not be the case. Even if eaten by a beast, some bones should remain. The earth-scale Jiao scales were extraordinarily tough. It was impossible for them to be consumed in just a few days. Moreover, Lin Feng distinctly remembered that one Yuer had shattered half of the giant snake's skull. It should have been easily recognizable. Yet, it was nowhere to be found. Truly perplexing. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Lin Feng decided to stop. He crawled into the pit, burying his body beneath the soil. System, commence evolution. Evolution value is full. Beginning evolution. As Lin Feng's cultivation improved, he could suppress the energy of evolution. Now that everything was resolved and the area was secure, he began the evolution process. Meanwhile, in the third domain, the rain poured heavily. On a solitary peak in the deep mountains, a moderately sized estate appeared hazily amidst the downpour. The estate was named In Shiju, the residence of a reclusive elder of the third domain. Outside the estate, torrential rain fell. Jiang Yu knelt on the ground, with one Yuer's corpse before him. Please, master, save her. As long as you can save her, I will exchange my life for hers. He continued to bow, his blood mixing with the rainwater. Master, I beg you. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his kowtowing echoed through the storm. He knelt for 3 days and nights. Even with Jiang Yu's peak qi refining cultivation, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Master, Yuer cannot die. I implore you, please. Just as he was about to faint, a weary sigh resonated. With that sigh, the clouds and rain that had enveloped the estate for 3 days swiftly dissipated. Foolish child, is it worth sacrificing your cultivation and everything for this woman? Jiang Yu grasped at the last straw. It is worth it. All of it. Master, as long as you save her, I will do anything. I can assist you. Truly. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, hope reflected in his gaze directed at the closed estate. Though she is dead, there is still the soul-locking jade, retaining a trace of her residual soul. This soul still harbors poison. You must find the beast that killed her, obtain its poison core, and I will have the means to save this remnant soul. Really? Is that true? Naturally. But since you betrayed your sect, I will not assist you in dealing with that beast. You must handle it yourself. All right, no problem, master, rest assured, I will manage. You must not use my name. Otherwise, I will not save her. However, many of my named disciples are available. You may seek their help. Thank you, master. Thank you. Go, remember. You only have 3 years. After 3 years, her soul will disperse. Jiang Yu excitedly bowed 3 times and rose to leave, determination filling his eyes. Spider. I will kill you, I swear. At the sight of the Poison Dragon Hall in the Du Yun mountain range, the earth churned. A sharp spider leg emerged from the ground. A massive spider, the size of an adult, crawled out from the soil. Beneath its black, slender legs, numerous sharp barbs grew. Its crimson eyes were as cold as death. The patterns on its abdomen were even more sinister. Congratulations, host, on the successful 17th evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 17th evolution, Poison Dragon Wolf Spider. Description: evolved from the Poison Dragon Black Spider, having completely absorbed the bloodline of the Poison Dragon. The silk sac is now incredibly resilient, comparable to magical artifacts. Cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment. Bloodline skills, Heavenly Net, remote control threads. Combat power, 3450. System evaluation, Master of the Poison Dragon Hall. Evolution value, 35. No need for a system prompt. Lin Feng was well aware of his own body. He raised a spider leg, and silk shot forth. Uft! The sound of something piercing the air was heard. The nearby rock was instantaneously sliced in half. The cut remarkably neat. His abdomen ejected a web. Bang! The rock was obliterated by the web. Lin Feng, satisfied, remarked, "Not bad. Finally, I have my own spell. System, show me the direction." "Yes, host. The direction of Tianyu sect has been marked for you." An arrow instantly appeared in Lin Feng's mind, pointing directly to Tianyu sect. The third domain is the name of a region in the Linglong continent. Within this domain, countless sects and nations exist. The sect closest to Duyun City is Tianyu sect, located 500 miles away. Although the Duyun mountain range spans vast areas and stretches for 1,000 miles, it is filled with toxins, and the spiritual energy is thin. In contrast, Tianyu Mountain, 500 miles away, is rich in spiritual energy, making it suitable for human cultivation. At the foot of Tianyu Mountain lies a grand city. Tianyu City is well-connected, thriving with trade. Lin Feng gazed at the city from a nearby grove, troubled. "System, you want me to deal with this sect. But you haven't mentioned its strength. What if I rush in and get suppressed by a quick-witted expert? Wouldn't that be unjust?" "Host, rest assured. The route customized by the system is 99 reliable. Since the task was assigned, it indicates you are capable of handling it. However, Tianyu sect has protective formations. It may be difficult for you to infiltrate." 99? So low? That's too dangerous. Who knows if the system is trustworthy? Caution is the best approach when entering the forces of this world for the first time. A reckless moment of excitement can lead to dire consequences. If one becomes too immersed, they might not know how they would perish later. If the sect is inaccessible, then I must start from Tianyu City. System. Is that right? Host, I am a functional system, not a conversational one. You may proceed as you see fit. Otherwise, you will say I led you astray again. This system, sigh, lacking conversational partners, is quite frustrating. Damn it, tonight, I will slaughter a city, drawing out the people of Tianyu sect to test the waters. Understood. No need for a response. I've already made up my mind. Determined, Lin Feng activated his invisibility fur and crawled toward Tianyu City. If not for the invisibility state preventing the use of spiritual power, he could have flown directly. With his current crawling speed, he soon reached the enormous city wall. From the city wall, he could overlook half of Tianyu City. This city was even more prosperous than Lin Feng had imagined. Compared to Tianyu City, Duyun City seemed like a remote, impoverished area, utterly incomparable. The streets paved with blue stones were tidy and spacious. Countless merchant caravans, horse-drawn carts, and sedan shares flowed continuously along the wide streets. In broad daylight, various flower houses and entertainment venues showcased beautiful women in revealing clothing, enticing passers-by with their charm. Lin Feng gazed at the pristine walls, marveling at their grandeur. Well, I suppose we have no conditions for that now. I shall not look further. Just as he intended to turn away, a sudden commotion arose from the direction of the entertainment venue. The name Wan Yuer, that deceased girl, reached Lin Feng's ears. Chapter 34. I, Wan Jun, am going to conquer 10. It is indeed a pity that the exceptionally beautiful genius, Wan Yuer, met her demise in Duyun City. I have heard that Jiang Yu ascended to Tianyu sect today, purportedly for the sake of Wan Yuer. You may not be aware, but the sect master of Tianyu sect has already departed, seeking a prime location for seclusion to break through to the Golden Core realm. Upon his return, he shall undoubtedly avenge Wan Duozong. The brothels and flower houses are indeed the places to gather information. With the sect master of Tianyu absent from the sect and on the brink of a breakthrough, this is significant intelligence. Yet, the name Jiang Yu feels so familiar. Lin Feng mumbled to himself as he climbed the city wall. Finding a secluded courtyard, he eliminated all those within, leaving the place ensnared in webs of death. Before long, approximately 1,000 individuals, both men and women of various ages, emerged from the courtyard. They chatted and laughed, appearing as ordinary as anyone else. Once outside, they dispersed throughout Tianyu City. With the constant influx of merchants, no one paid heed to these unfamiliar faces. As they scattered across the city, they reveled in urban life while awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the true strength of Tianyu sect in the dark. The slaughter of this city would undoubtedly lead to another evolution. With the power of late-stage foundation establishment, success should be assured. Waiting is indeed the most tormenting of pursuits. In all of Tianyu City, there existed but one man and one spider in anticipation. The spider represented Lin Feng, while the man was Jiang Yu. The sect master of Tianyu was among the many recognized disciples of a reclusive elder residing closest to Duyun mountain range. Fearing that Lin Feng might escape, Jiang Yu's first thought was to seek refuge in Tianyu sect. However, he never anticipated that the sect master had already left for seclusion. Others did not recognize him. Leaving Jiang Yu to wait in Tianyu City. In a tavern, he listened as others passionately discussed Wanyuer. Fueled by alcohol, Jiang Yu directly incapacitated a few individuals. In a fit of rage, he pointed at them, declaring, "You wretched souls, should you dare to utter Yuer's name again, I shall slay you." With that, he stumbled out of the tavern, unimpeded by anyone. After all, Jiang Yu was a peak chi refinement cultivator. As he meandered down the street, intoxication was his only solace from sorrow. Just then, his gaze caught sight of a burly man passing by. "Sect master," he exclaimed, initially doubting his eyes. Rubbing them vigorously, he confirmed, "It is indeed the sect master. You have returned." He rushed forward to intercept Wan Jun, exclaiming with joy, "Sect master, you truly have returned. I thought you were dead." Wan Jun, wearing a gentle smile, replied, "Young drunkard, you are mistaken." Jiang Yu stood dumbfounded, realizing from his tone that he had indeed erred. Wan Jun was known for his stern demeanor, unyielding towards all. Otherwise, the Wan family would not have produced such exceptional individuals. "Bah, Yuer is no aberration. She is the best," Jiang Yu retorted, but at that moment, Wan Jun unexpectedly patted his shoulder, grinning, "Young drunkard, you seem quite the drinker. Let us indulge in some flower wine." Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, further convinced that this was not Wan Jun. The true Wan Jun was obsessed with poison and had never shown an inclination towards women. "What? Are you pleased?" "Of course. I have heard the ladies here are quite alluring, and I eagerly anticipate." Jiang Yu observed the somewhat lascivious Wan Jun, instinctively shaking his head in disapproval. Wan Jun regretfully remarked, "What a pity. I shall take my leave. May you have a splendid evening." He then strode toward the flower house. However, as he departed, Jiang Yu noticed a black tattoo peeking from Wan Jun's shoulder. His pupils constricted. "Poison dragon tattoo. How is this possible?" Though the tattoo was faint, the scar was unmistakable. Jiang Yu remembered it well. This was indeed Wan Jun, but why had he changed so? What transpired in the Poison Dragon Hall? Where had the missing sect members and elders gone? In an instant, Jiang Yu sobered up, stealthily trailing behind Wan Jun. During the day, the poison zombies possessed no cultivation. Wan Jun remained oblivious to the pursuit. He headed directly to the largest flower house, where the most exquisite maidens resided. Wan Jun licked his lips. "Since there is no need to pay, I shall conquer 10. No, 12, with 2 to wipe my sweat." With that, he entered. Jiang Yu watched as Wan Jun was immediately enveloped by a throng of women. He embraced them as he ascended the stairs. The more Jiang Yu pondered, the more perplexed he became. What was happening? Indeed, Wan Jun had summoned 12 of the most beautiful ladies. Had business been slow during the day, he might not have managed such a feat. What an impressive enthusiasm. Indeed, we shall ensure our esteemed guest enjoys himself. What style does the master prefer? Eagle-grabbing chicks or hide-and-seek? One-on-one or group attack? Wan Jun beamed, even the wrinkles on his face twisting with delight. "Wow, new tricks. I want them all." Just then, Lin Feng's voice resonated in his mind. "Wan Jun, go to the entrance of Tianyu sect and scout. Keep watch." Wan Jun's face contorted in distress. "Master, I have already shed my trousers. Send someone else." "You fool, do you not possess the resolve of a zombie? If I command you to leave, you must go at once. But if I depart now, they certainly will not permit it. I haven't paid." "Enough of your nonsense. 1,000 zombies await. I remember your name. Hurry." The command of the master was one that the poison zombies dared not defy. Their immortality hinged upon the poison dragon inner pill. If Lin Feng willed his demise, it would come to pass in an instant. Very well. He quietly donned his clothing. "Ladies, let us play a game. Please close your eyes." "Ah, the master is truly wicked. No peeking." Following this, a loud crash echoed from above as Wan Jun burst through the window, fleeing into the night. This scene left the women utterly stunned. "He.s. freeloading. Someone help." Their cries reverberated throughout the flower house. Jiang Yu witnessed Wan Jun, clutching his clothing, sprinting across the rooftops. His heart raced wildly. What a talent. This was merely 2 minutes. 12, though he mused upon it. He found the situation increasingly peculiar and quietly followed suit. Despite lacking cultivation, Wan Jun's physique surpassed that of an ordinary man. He sprinted for 2 hours, from morning to afternoon, ultimately escaping Tianyu City in the direction of Tianyu sect, entirely unaware of Jiang Yu trailing behind him. Chapter 35, The Arrival of Night. 18 men in Black Tianyu City is but a few kilometers from Tianyu Mountain. Lin Feng had dispersed all the poison zombies throughout the city and sent Wan Jun to Tianyu Mountain. This distance marked the farthest extent of his control over the poison zombies. Beyond this, he could no longer manage them. Unlike Wan Jun, the poison zombies were far more reliable. During the day, they assisted Lin Feng in gathering intelligence about this continent. Thus, Lin Feng had come to know considerable information about it. Linglong continent spans vast territories. So much so that even a cultivator could spend a lifetime traversing it without fully exploring all its expanse. The continent is divided into 9 major domains. From the 1st to the 9th domain, each boasts its own extensive area and unique characteristics. Among the 9 domains, the first is the strongest, known as the Heavenly Domain. The second domain is predominantly populated by sword cultivators, often referred to as the Sword Domain. Meanwhile, the third domain, where he resides, is the most information-rich. The third realm is referred to as Lingyu, considered one of the weakest domains. Within Lingyu, practitioners predominantly excel in alchemy, poison crafting, and healing, which has attracted numerous individuals from the demonic path, as well as nefarious characters with vendettas. Consequently, Lingyu is also the most chaotic of realms. The demonic path and heretical sects run rampant, with the strongest healers and alchemists residing here, among whom the reclusive elder stands out as a paragon. Lingyu is indeed a fitting starting point for Lin Feng, although descriptions of other regions are scant. After all, Tianyu City is regarded as a relatively remote small town within the vast Lingyu. The efforts of the poison zombies to gather intel have been commendable, save for the foolish Wan Jun. As the sun began to wane, the dusk cloaked the distant earth in shadows. Concealed within the courtyard, Lin Feng slowly unfurled his 8 legs. Regardless of the circumstances, his immediate objective was to lure out the disciples of Tianyu sect. Lin Feng concealed his form and stealthily made his way toward Tianyu sect as the evening deepened. His control over the poison zombies extended only about 100 miles. Just before sunset, he reached the closest vantage point to Tianyu Mountain, where he could command the poison zombies. He perched atop the city wall, observing the sun's descent. Kill. This single word echoed in the hearts of all the poison zombies. As darkness enveloped the land, the lights of Tianyu City flickered to life, heralding the onset of a bustling nightlife. The concealed poison zombies within the crowd began to emit furious growls. Their sharp fangs and claws gradually extended. Under the terrified gazes of the citizens of Tianyu City, the poison zombies commenced their savage attacks on those around them. Lin Feng received constant notifications from the system about the killings. He hastily scuttled towards Tianyu Mountain. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, he had lost contact with half of the poison zombies. However, this was inconsequential. He awaited the response from Tianyu sect. The inhabitants of Tianyu City evidently possessed greater strength than those from Diyun City. With only a mere 1,000 poison zombies, the rate of slaughter was significantly slowed. The increase in evolution value also stagnated. Yet, he remained undeterred, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of Tianyu sect. After approximately half an hour of waiting, Tianyu sect finally reacted. At the mountain gate, over 100 disciples of Tianyu sect rushed forth, some soaring through the air, over a dozen possessing foundational cultivation. 1. 2. Damn it, there are 13 foundational cultivators. Fortunately, I am clever. System, I knew you would betray me. Lin Feng cursed vehemently. He then addressed Wan Jun, instructing him to infiltrate Tianyu sect and report back at all times. Lin Feng had no intention of entering Tianyu sect alone. Who knew how many experts lurked within? Sending Wan Jun ahead was also a strategy for reconnaissance. He hoped that the formation of Tianyu sect would not detect the poison zombies. At the mountain gate of Tianyu sect, Wan Jun staggered toward the entrance. Upon witnessing his departure, Jiang Yu was left speechless in shock. What on earth is happening? Swallowing hard, he watched as Wan Jun wobbled up the mountain path. Gathering his courage, Jiang Yu followed suit. Wan Jun avoided the path, opting instead to traverse through the thickets while relaying updates. Palace Master, I have ascended the mountain. There are few people here, likely all have gone to Tianyu City. Good. Well done. It seems the formation of Tianyu sect can only detect demon beasts. Find me the spiritual well of Tianyu sect. The system's task was for Lin Feng to seize the spiritual well of Tianyu sect. It never specified the need to annihilate the entire sect. One must be clever in completing tasks. Lin Feng listened intently as his evolution value incrementally rose, refraining from entering the domain of Tianyu sect. Once inside, he would inevitably trigger their formation designed to detect demon beasts, patiently waiting as each second ticked by. The number of people killed by the poison zombies dwindled. Clearly suffering heavy losses, it would not be long before they were entirely wiped out. The situation was far from over. Bring them back to life. Lin Feng infused his spiritual energy into the 4 extremes grand formation of the Poison Dragon Palace. In Tianyu City, The populace gazed with trepidation at the bodies strewn across the ground. What are these creatures? Terrifying. They seem devoid of pain, knowing only slaughter. Thanks to the esteemed elders of Tianyu sect for their assistance. Otherwise, we would be doomed. The holy son of Tianyu sect, Lu Sun, bent down, frowning at the poison zombies, speaking gravely. These monsters are all toxic and appear to be under human control. Holy son, are you suggesting that someone intends to harm us? Harm? Did you not see that the enemy has already struck? What do they want? Holy son, this resembles the creatures that attacked Dian City. I have witnessed the gruesome fates of its people, and they are the same. They have come to slaughter Tianyu City? Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, gazing towards Tianyu Mountain. The sect is sparsely guarded at present, right? Let us return to the sect. Summon all foundational elders back to the sect. Just then, a subordinate shouted, Holy son, beware. Roar. The poison zombies, previously thought dead, suddenly erupted, catching everyone off guard. Even over a dozen disciples of Tianyu sect were bitten, blood gushing forth. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire area. Dodging attacks, Lu Sun shouted, do not engage. Hurry back to the sect. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition about the sect. Holy son, is that wise? If we leave, can the townsfolk fend off these monsters? Although some experts resided in the city, they were inclined to protect themselves, either hiding or fleeing at the first opportunity. There are not that many good people in this world. Tianyu City is a vital source of income for Tianyu sect. If left unattended, the losses would be catastrophic. TCH, leave half behind. The rest come with me back to the sect. Elder Gu, follow me. However, the chaos rendered it nearly impossible to hear his commands, with only a few nearby elders catching his words. Wan Jun was searching for the spiritual well within Tianyu sect. Meanwhile, on the reverse side of Tianyu Mountain, 18 figures clad in black, their faces obscured by dark cloth, soared through the night, heading toward Tianyu sect. The leader's gaze was sharp. Tianyu City is in turmoil. Swiftly locate the spiritual well. Yes. In the next moment, the 18 black-clad figures scattered, their objective also being the spiritual well. Chapter 36. Turmoil at Tianyu sect. Lin Feng, trapped outside the formation. Lin Feng lay concealed outside Tianyu sect, sensing the continuous demise of the poison zombies. He quickly inquired, Wan Jun, have you not yet located the spiritual well? It's been nearly an hour. Palace Master, is it a single well? What do you think? Lin Feng nearly ground his teeth as he replied, are you an idiot? Regret washed over him for allowing Wan Jun to ascend the mountain. The fool had just become a poison zombie and was utterly vacant-minded, proving unreliable. Just as he cursed, Wan Jun relayed urgent news. Palace Master, bad news. You've been discovered? No, it's not that. Someone has invaded Tianyu sect. I nearly got killed. It's quite the ruckus. What the hell? As the words left his mouth, several streaks of light erupted from Tianyu sect, exploding like fireworks, illuminating the entire night. Kill. Even from the foot of the mountain, the shouts of slaughter could be faintly heard from Tianyu sect. Lin Feng stared blankly at Tianyu sect. What is happening? I don't know. Suddenly, a dozen flying humans charged in. I encountered them, and I was nearly killed. Then they began battling the disciples of Tianyu sect. Many were slaughtered. So brutal, so delicious. Lin Feng retorted, you think others are as brutal as you? I asked you to find the well. What are you eating? At that moment, a dozen streaks of light soared overhead, the reinforcements entering Tianyu City. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng. They reacted swiftly. Damn! Which bastard dares to disrupt my plan? At this juncture, he could no longer concern himself with stealth. Lin Feng exerted force with all 8 legs simultaneously, propelling himself like a cannonball, his dark form skimming the treetops with both secrecy and speed. Time rewound to several minutes prior. As the 18 black-clad figures stealthily infiltrated Tianyu sect, they initially intended to take advantage of the chaos in Tianyu City to quietly acquire the spirit well they desired. The formations of Tianyu sect were specifically designed to counteract demonic beasts, and their initial efforts were remarkably successful, allowing them to infiltrate the sect unnoticed. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly until, unexpectedly, they encountered a burly man with a green face and sharp teeth, his eyes glowing red, lurking suspiciously. Without a second thought, they severed the man's head with a single stroke. However, what transpired next cast a shadow over the lives of the 18 individuals involved. The man astonishingly caught his own head, exclaiming, I've been discovered. Yes, the very head he held in his hand spoke. Following this shocking revelation, he fled before the astonished eyes of the 18. This spectacle left the 18 foundational stage masters utterly dumbfounded, creating a significant commotion that alerted Tianyu sect to their presence. A fierce battle ensued within the sect as the 18 foundational stage practitioners, 2 of whom were at the mid-foundational stage and possessed formidable strength, caused considerable casualties to the defenders. As they gazed at the fireworks erupting overhead, panic set in. They have called for reinforcements. What should we do? We must locate the spirit well. This is our final opportunity before Tianyu Daoren completes his seclusion and breakthrough. They understood that if Tianyu Daoren successfully achieved his breakthrough, their chances of obtaining the well would vanish. We will hold them off. You must search for it. The 18 foundational stage practitioners were evidently determined to secure the spirit well. Just then, Lu Sun returned to Tianyu sect with a dozen foundational stage elders. Witnessing the powers of the 18, enraged, Lu Sun shouted, 18 demons of Jibei, you are courting death. Humph, Tianyu sect is oblivious to the situation. We, the 18 demons of Jibei, must take matters into our own hands, urged one of his companions. Why waste words with them? Attack. The 18 demons of Jibei showed no hesitation in revealing their identities as they clashed with Lu Sun and his group, resulting in an uproar of battle cries echoing throughout Tianyu sect. At the foot of Tianyu Mountain, Lin Feng's 8-legged sword relentlessly assaulted the seemingly empty void, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Feng cursed, "What is this? Why does it only prevent demonic beasts from entering? Damn it." The voice of the host responded, "The formation is called the Fuzhou Formation, personally arranged by Tianyu Daoren. It exclusively targets demonic beasts, as they are drawn to the naturally occurring spiritual liquid of the spirit well. The formation exists to deter them. Is there any way to break through it?" Lin Feng inquired. Despite the strength of his 8-legged sword, it merely sparked upon contact with the formation, yielding no results. To dismantle the Fuzhou Formation, one must either forcefully break it or locate and shut down the formation's eye, which is typically situated in the central area. Lin Feng realized that such high-level formations could only have been bestowed by his master, an elder living in seclusion. His spider silk struck the formation once more, igniting a few sparks but achieving nothing else. Observing the silk fall to the ground, he pondered aloud, "Must we approach from within? Jun, I have a new task for you. Locate the formation's eye and dismantle this arrangement." "Ah, master, I am quite anxious. Should I search for the well or the eye?" "Stop wasting words and break the formation. The central area?" Yes, yes. Far in the distance, Jianyu lay hidden, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Feng. "It's him. I would recognize you even in ashes." Maintaining a shred of rationality, he crawled towards the formation. Meanwhile, a chaotic battle raged atop Tianyu Mountain. In the midst of the turmoil, the 18 demons of Jibei managed to seize the spirit well, which resembled a 2-meter-tall plant woven from vines rather than a conventional water well. However, as they secured the well, Tianyu sect swiftly regrouped, assembling over 20 foundational stage experts to establish a rudimentary defensive formation to prevent the 18 demons from escaping. Lu Sun's expression darkened as he declared, "Qinyu, you truly possess great audacity. Surrender the spirit well, and I shall let bygones be bygones, allowing you to depart." Qinyu, the leader of the 18 demons of Jibei, scoffed, "Lu Sun, are you afraid of us destroying everything in our path? Dream on if you think we will relinquish the spirit well." Lu Sun's countenance grew grim. The 18 demons of Jibei were cunning and ruthless, each a desperate outlaw unafraid of death. Engaging them would likely result in Tianyu sect suffering equivalent losses, exceeding 2/3 of its foundational stage experts, a price he could not afford. "Humph, Lu Sun, the outcome is one you cannot bear. Step aside." Qinyu gambled. But unfortunately for him, he lost. Lu Sun hesitated only briefly before resolutely stating, "If the spirit well is taken, the consequences are even more unbearable. Charge. Reclaim the spirit well. Kill. Reclaim the spirit well." The 18 demons of Jibei were taken aback by Lu Sun's decisiveness. Qinyu's expression soured. "I have long heard of the decisiveness of the young master of Tianyu sect. It is indeed, as rumored. What shall we do now, boss? Capture Lu Sun. For the sake of Lord Demon King, we shall fight to the death. Kill." The 18 demons of Jibei launched their assault on Lu Sun. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu scrambled up towards Tianyu sect, urgently shouting, "Lu Sun, that spider is coming. Help me kill the spider." Chapter 37. The dreamlike cooperation of Jun and Jiang Yu. Little Shirshu. "What spider? You must hide." At that moment, Lu Sun could hardly concern himself with Jiang Yu. He directly used his gentle strength to send Jiang Yu into a corner, instructing the other Qi refinement disciples to protect him. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "No, we cannot let him escape again. If he gets away this time, I will never find him. The spirit realm is vast. How could one find a single spider?" Even his master could not accomplish such a task, let alone him. Observing the fierce battle above Tianyu sect, Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed as he resolutely stated, "Let him in." Yes, he wants to enter, doesn't he? Once he does, he cannot be allowed to escape. With this thought, he turned to a nearby Tianyu sect disciple, asking, "Where is the formation's eye for your Fuzhou formation?" "It's over there. Do you wish to go?" The disciple, not wishing to linger, agreed to show Jiang Yu the way, as the formation was intended to guard against demonic beasts and was not considered a critical location. "Hurry," Jiang Yu urged repeatedly. Before long, they arrived at an inconspicuous courtyard, surrounded by walls but devoid of any buildings. In the center lay a stone with 8 spirit stones embedded in it, serving as the formation's eye and providing energy to the Fuzhou formation. At that moment, a person squatted by the formation's eye. The Tianyu sect disciple questioned, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" "Huh." Wan Jun turned around, asking, "How do you break this formation?" "What? Who are you?" Upon hearing this, several Tianyu sect disciples grew wary and encircled Wan Jun, especially since he was wrapped in cloth, his eyes red and shifty, raising suspicions. "State your identity. Are you one of the 18 demons of Jibei? If you do not speak, we will take action." They did not recognize Wan Jun, but Jiang Yu did. He quickly intervened. "Stop. You all go outside." "Huh? What?" "Hurry, go outside. He is with me." The disciples of Tianyu sect, though puzzled, did not argue further. As Jiang Yu held a significant position, even the sect master would address him as Little Shu in the absence of the sect leader. "Please be careful. We will guard outside, and you can call for us if anything happens." Once the disciples exited the courtyard, Jiang Yu rushed to Wan Jun's side, bowing respectfully, "Sect master, are you here to disrupt the formation as well?" Wan Jun, who had been prepared for battle, was taken aback by the sudden shift in circumstances and the elevation in status. He gazed at Jiang Yu with a peculiar expression, realization dawning upon him. "Oh, it's you, the drunken little brother. Can you break this formation?" Jiang Yu nodded, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Rest assured, sect master, we shall avenge our fallen lady. There is no need for sorrow over her demise." Wan Jun, slightly impatient, interjected, "My inebriated young friend, why are you weeping? Focus on breaking the formation." Jiang Yu responded, "Stand back, and on my count of 3, we shall shatter this spirit stone together." "Excellent. There are still many good souls in the world," Wan Jun exclaimed as they successfully dismantled the formation. Wan Jun looked at Jiang Yu with gratitude. "You are a good person. May I taste what goodness feels like?" Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What?" At the foot of Tianyu Mountain, Lin Feng waited patiently until he finally received Wan Jun's signal. "The formation is broken." Lin Feng extended his 8 legs, gently probing the void, and indeed, the invisible barrier had vanished. "Haha, splendid." Lin Feng soared into the sky, weaving through trees with his silk strands, swiftly ascending to Tianyu sect. Hovering above, he observed the fierce battle between Tianyu sect and the 18 demons of Jibei. Tianyu sect, having regained composure amidst the initial chaos, was leveraging their numerical superiority to gain the upper hand. The 18 demons formed a protective circle around a well composed of intertwining vines. Lin Feng's gaze lit up as he beheld the spirit well, its dark green body woven with vines, standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter deep, with a shimmering green liquid within. Treasure, spirit well. Description: a rare natural treasure formed by the earth. Each one is immensely precious. The spirit well is, in fact, a plant that roots itself in the ground, absorbing the earth's spiritual energy to condense into liquid spirit energy, beloved by both beasts and flora. Treasure rating: rare treasure. Indeed, it was the spirit well. Just then, the battlefield experienced a significant shift. The elders of Tianyu sect, under pressure, finally tore through the defenses of the 18 demons, eliminating 2 of their number. While those 2 demons managed to take down 1 foundational expert from the opposing side, their loss of 2 foundational experts heightened the pressure on the 18 demons. "It won't be long before the 18 demons are defeated," Lu Sun proclaimed triumphantly. Qin Yu's face darkened with despair. "You wish for our surrender?" In desperation, "We shall fight to the end." Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air. No one could discern its origin. The spirit well began to ascend into the sky. "Oh no! The spirit well! Seize it!" Among the 18 demons, 2 mid-foundational experts reacted swiftly, preventing Lin Feng from seizing it. They looked up to see the terrifying figure of the spider illuminated by moonlight. "A beast?" They gasped in astonishment. Lu Sun's expression turned grim. "This is disastrous. How did a beast enter? Holy Sun, what shall we do? The beast is likely after the spirit well. Ignore it for now. We must reclaim the well." They shouted in unison. However, their astonishment quickly turned to action. Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield and gauged the strengths of both factions. The 18 demons comprised 2 mid-foundational and 14 early foundational experts, while Tianyu sect boasted 2 mid-foundational and nearly 30 early foundational experts. Such disparities in strength did not intimidate Lin Feng. From his abdomen, he expelled dozens of silk strands, targeting the foundational experts of both factions. The assembled warriors, already on high alert, managed to evade the silk, except for 8 early foundational experts from Tianyu sect who were ensnared. They felt a sharp pain in their necks, but it was not overwhelming. Lin Feng sneered. "Humans, this is the consequence of your disregard for me. Come, dance with me." As he commanded, all 8 legs began to move in unison. The foundational experts screamed in terror. "Ah, our bodies are no longer under our command." They charged recklessly into the 18 demons, desperately trying to seize the spirit well. The 18 demons would not allow this, and soon 5 of them were grievously wounded. Lin Feng, relentless, used his silk to eliminate those who were harder to control. With a swift motion, the sharp silk tore through the 5 early foundational experts, bursting them apart in a gory display. Notification: congratulations, host, on the kill, gaining 5 evolution points. In an instant, Lin Feng accrued 25 evolution points. The gruesome scene left both Tianyu sect and the 18 demons feeling nauseated. Lu Sun was aghast. "What have you done? Young sect master, we cannot control our bodies. Save us," they cried. "It must be that beast's doing," they lamented. Lin Feng disregarded their curses, controlling the remaining 3 foundational experts, 2 to fend off attacks, while the last one seized the spirit well. Although the 18 demons attempted to reclaim it, Lin Feng commanded his 3 puppets to fight to the death, ultimately liberating the spirit well from their grasp. "Come to me," he shouted, hurling the spirit well into the air. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to ensnare it with his web, pulling it to himself. "Beast, how dare you? Return the spirit well." The 18 demons surged into the air, followed closely by Tianyu sect. All converged upon Lin Feng. He scoffed. "Once it is in my possession, you think you can take it back? Dream on." System, absorb into the system space. In the next moment, the spirit well vanished from sight. Notification: congratulations, host, on acquiring the spirit well. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 evolution. Where has the spirit well gone? Beast, do not flee. Return it. Regardless of Lin Feng's methods, the 18 demons and Tianyu sect would not let him escape unscathed. "I will not flee. I seek the well in my life." Lin Feng's icy gaze swept over everyone present. If he could eliminate all the experts here, it would grant him substantial evolution points, further augmented by the mission rewards. Celestial net. As his declaration echoed, numerous strands of silk erupted from his abdomen, cascading from above. Simultaneously, dozens of hidden silk strands shot down like blades. This was Lin Feng's inaugural use of this technique. The strands were nearly imperceptible, yet razor-sharp, comparable to sword energy. He named this technique Silk Blade. Under the cover of night, it became a deadly maneuver. As the foundational experts dodged the descending web, the silk blade struck. A shimmer caught Qin Yu's eye. "Quick, evade." The sound of slicing and the screams of the wounded filled the air as 13 foundational experts plummeted from the sky. Lu Sun's pupils dilated in disbelief. How can this be? Just one strike. Indeed, merely one strike had resulted in the deaths of 13 foundational experts at Lin Feng's hands. Congratulations, host. Evolution points increased by 65. Current evolution points, 987. With that single blow, Lin Feng's evolution points were nearly maxed out. Additionally, the citizens lost in Tianyu City continued to contribute to his total. 2 evolutions were now a certainty. Meanwhile, mid-foundational experts approached Lin Feng, coordinating their attack. Lin Feng unleashed his 8 legs in a flurry. The clang of metal rang out as his sharp limbs deflected their treasures. He was only pushed back a few dozen meters. "Haha, splendid. My evolution is accelerating. It is time to warm up. You 4, come at me together." In the midst of Lin Feng's maniacal laughter, countless strands of spider silk danced through the air, while the 8-legged sword became tainted with a potent venom. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with 4 formidable mid-stage foundation establishment masters using nothing but his physical prowess. In an instant, the sky erupted with flashes of fire, and spider webs soared chaotically. "Everyone, be cautious. The webs are poisonous." "What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him." At that moment, Jiang Yu managed to escape from the clutches of the enemy, anxiously grasping Lu Sun's arm. "Lu Sun, hurry. Everyone needs to join in and slay it." "What are we waiting for?" Lu Sun, visibly irritated, responded. "Junior uncle, could you please be quiet? Can't you see how powerful that spider is?" "Powerful? If it's strong, We don't kill it. That's the spider I want to slay. If I manage to kill it, I will surely be grateful to you all. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, only able to utter words of gratitude. He had lost everything, even the right to invoke his master's name. Kill it. And consider it a favor. Let them all go. Get lost. In a fit of rage, Lu Sun shoved Jiang Yu aside. Can't you see? My Tianyu sect has suffered great losses. I addressed you as junior uncle out of respect, but you are merely a discarded disciple of our ancestor. Jiang Yu stared blankly at Lu Sun, unable to utter a word. Humph. The rest of you, kill the 18 demons of Jibei. That beast was unimaginably strong. Only 4 mid-stage Foundation establishment experts could barely withstand its might. Lin Feng fought with fervor, gaining a tangible understanding of his own strength. Each of the 4 mid-stage masters possessed a combat power around 3,000, while Lin Feng's was approximately 3,500. Armed with the 8-legged sword, he could contend with 4 opponents of the same realm. Although the 4 harbored their own agendas and were wary of each other, he remained formidable among his peers. Thank you all. I shall no longer indulge in this game. Lin Feng repelled the 4's attacks with the 8-legged sword and descended towards the ground. With all 8 legs exerting force simultaneously, he accelerated towards Lu Sun. It was difficult to kill those of the same realm, so he opted to target those of a lower cultivation level, or even those at the Qi refining stage, ensuring ample supply. Young Sect Master, run. Protect the young Sect Master. Lin Feng was well aware of Lu Sun's significance. Any attack directed at him would prompt assistance from the others in Tianyu sect. Lin Feng's true objective lay with those individuals. Aside from the 4 mid-stage Foundation establishment masters, the rest were mere fodder. Lin Feng slaughtered several with the ease of slicing vegetables, instantly accumulating an evolution value of 100. Not enough, not enough. Continue. Lin Feng roared. The 8-legged sword slashing through the air like 8 sharp blades, relentlessly severing strands of spider silk. Countless lives were extinguished at his hands. Whenever the 4 mid-stage masters approached, Lin Feng would unleash spider silk to obstruct their path, swiftly escaping their encirclement to continue his rampage against others. The stench of blood permeated the entirety of Tianyu sect, with wails and cries echoing throughout. The once mighty Tianyu sect was reduced to chaos, mercilessly slaughtered by Lin Feng, a mere beast. In no time, few remained standing. Beast, you are the scourge that has destroyed my Tianyu sect. My father will not let you go. Lu Sun gazed at Lin Feng in despair. Jiang Yu, filled with rage, scolded, I told you to kill it. Why didn't you? You spoke of the 18 demons of Jibei. Do you now comprehend the consequences? It's too late. Silence. You think you can simply order a kill? Can you even succeed? The two exchanged heated insults. Jiang Yu had witnessed Lin Feng's power and understood that killing him was futile, yet he could not suppress his resentment. It's over. Everything is finished. Indeed, it's over. Lin Feng had nearly annihilated everyone. Of the 18 demons of Jibei, 16 lay dead. Tianyu sect's losses were catastrophic. Aside from 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment elders, all were slain. Finally, Lin Feng extended his demonic hand towards them. Jiang Yu, your name sounded familiar, so it was you. I truly thank you for allowing me entry. I shall send you to hell to meet your goddess. Lin Feng drew Jiang Yu before him with spider silk. To repay his kindness, he resolved to bite into his neck. Just as Lin Feng prepared to end Jiang Yu's life, an elderly voice suddenly resounded. Do not harm my disciple. In an instant, the hearts of all present trembled, the dark clouds in the sky dissipating. The commanding shout was terrifyingly potent. Chapter 39. Lin Feng to be killed? A terrifying existence seeks vengeance across thousands of miles. Lin Feng was struck with shock. Such formidable cultivation, such terrifying power. A mere shout rendered him momentarily immobile. Struggling, Lin Feng gazed upward. There, suspended in the air, was the ethereal figure of an elderly man with white hair and beard. Clad in white robes, appearing like a small mountain. Qin Yu gasped in horror. The hidden elder. Ancestor. Master. Several voices rang out in astonishment. The hidden elder was one of the most exalted figures in the Ling domain, renowned for his unparalleled medical skills. He had countless disciples, and many influential figures had benefited from his healing. While not an invincible master in the Ling domain, he could easily handle a spider of the Foundation establishment stage. Master, kill this spider. Quickly, save Yuer. Even with Lin Feng's sharp teeth poised close, Jiang Yu's thoughts remained fixed on Yuer. The hidden elder calmly replied, Spider, I acknowledge your arduous cultivation. Release my disciple, and I shall let you go. No, master. Kill him, kill him. Be quiet. I have said that my master will not assist you in killing him. No one dared utter a word. The hidden elder's intervention, though merely an incarnation, could still instill awe throughout the Ling domain. particularly among these young disciples of the Foundation establishment stage. Lin Feng was unfazed by such tactics. He snarled, "Old man, you think you can simply command me to release? That would be utterly humiliating." The hidden elder frowned slightly. "Stubbornness will only yield dire consequences. My reluctance to kill you does not imply I am incapable. This Jiang Yu is marked for death. Even the Heavenly King cannot save him." The crowd gaped at Lin Feng in shock. A spider was indeed a spider. This was tantamount to courting death. "You think a mere apparition can intimidate me? Dream on." Poison Dragon Palace. Lin Feng bellowed. A colossal ancient palace materialized from thin air. Boom. It enveloped Lin Feng entirely, with the protection of the Poison Dragon Palace. The hidden elder's spiritual confinement on Lin Feng dissipated in an instant. Lin Feng sank his teeth into Jiang Yu's neck. The toxin swiftly coursed through Jiang Yu's body. Jiang Yu could clearly sense the vitality within him waning. Despairing, he gazed up at the hidden elder in the sky. "Master, help me, save you where? Promise me." His eyes gradually dimmed. Demonic creature. The hidden elder was filled with righteous fury. In the third domain, no one dared to disregard him. Yet, the fact that the opponent was not human, combined with Lin Feng's unexpected ability to summon the Poison Dragon Palace, left him astounded. "Today, even if I must offend the heavens, I will kill you." The hidden elder raised his palm, massive as a mountain, and descended towards the Poison Dragon Palace. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed. The entire Tianyu mountain trembled, rocks splintering, and forests obliterated. Even within the Poison Dragon Palace, Lin Feng was struck with terror. The Poison Dragon Palace. It was cracking. Damn it, is it really that powerful? Today might not end well. Wanjun, swiftly retreat. Command all the poisonous undead to scatter. Each must flee for their lives. I will return to find you. However, before he could finish, an even more formidable palm struck down. Enraged, the hidden elder's apparition dimmed slightly. This palm was beyond the capacity of the Poison Dragon Palace to withstand. Boom. The entire Poison Dragon Palace exploded, instantly reduced to dust. The spiritual palm continued its descent. Boom. It struck Lin Feng heavily. If the Poison Dragon Palace was obliterated, what hope remained for Lin Feng's body? The ground caved in. And in that moment, the entire Tianyu mountain began to tremble. It could no longer endure such a powerful assault. Tianyu mountain began to collapse. Under such overwhelming force, Lin Feng was doomed to perish. The hidden elder's apparition gazed coldly at Tianyu mountain. Subsequently, his ethereal form gradually faded. Far away on the hidden mountain, the ancient elder's tightly closed eyes opened wide. How could there be a poison dragon hall? This spider is truly unexpected. The ethereal figure was not retracted by him, but rather dissipated due to the complete exhaustion of its power. He had not anticipated that slaying a mere ant at the Foundation establishment stage would deplete the spiritual energy of the ethereal figure, leading to the recurrence of his long-standing internal injuries. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, he softly spoke, "Go to Tianyu Zone and bring back the corpse of that spider to fulfill the last wish of your junior brother." "Yes, master." The ancient elder slowly closed his eyes and began to heal. Meanwhile, far away in the depths of the Poison Cloud Mountain range, in the swamp, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened. Humph! A chilling snort reverberated throughout the entire Poison Cloud Mountain range, causing all the beasts within to tremble in fear and prostrate themselves on the ground. Even the dominant beast of the Poison Cloud Mountain was filled with terror, unable to comprehend when such a formidable presence had invaded its territory. In the next moment, the ground cracked, and a colossal figure burst forth from the swamp, soaring into the sky, vanishing instantly into the clouds. The dark clouds swiftly traversed thousands of miles, heading straight for the hidden mountain. On this day, a great battle erupted on the hidden mountain, akin to the apocalypse. No one dared to gaze in that direction. They only knew that roars emanated from the hidden mountain, with faint phrases discernible, such as "Poison Dragon Hall," and "You dare to kill him, spider." The hidden mountain trembled, and the very earth seemed to reverse. It was not until later that countless experts from the spiritual domain arrived, disciples of the ancient elder, those who had benefited from his kindness, and fierce individuals he had rescued. With their assistance, they managed to repel the dark clouds. When the clouds finally dispersed, the once idyllic hidden mountain lay in ruins. News later spread that the ancient elder had nearly been slain, had it not been for so many experts coming to his aid. The hidden mountain would have been utterly ravaged by the dark clouds. Yet, despite surviving, the ancient elder's cultivation had plummeted, leaving him on the brink of death. Though he had lived, his days were numbered. Everyone could not help but marvel at what kind of being could traverse thousands of miles to attempt the life of the ancient elder, unafraid of retribution. Was there truly such a powerful existence in the spiritual domain? All who had participated in that battle remained tight-lipped, refraining from discussing the encounter. However, some outside the hidden mountain vaguely caught sight of a dragon-like figure rolling within the dark clouds, until the ancient elder's disciples returned from Tianyu Mountain without the spider's corpse. The ancient elder spat blood in fury, nearly succumbing to anger. Not long after, a bounty notice was issued from the hidden mountain. Whoever could locate and slay a spider beast would be rewarded with the ancient elder's entire wealth. This news sent the entire spiritual domain into a frenzy. Although the ancient elder's strength was not at the pinnacle of the spiritual domain, his riches and treasures were undoubtedly unparalleled, coveted even by the most formidable figures. Countless cultivators began scouring the mountains and plains in search of a spider beast. Just one kill would elevate them to unprecedented heights. As the news spread, from chi refinement experts to formidable giants, all began to seek traces of the spider. Chapter 40. The 18 Fiends of Jibei, Qin Dai's plea. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from Tianyu City, in a desolate Gobi desert, a place seldom trodden by human feet, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the 19th evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 19th evolution, Death Demon Spider. Description: after being slain, experiencing the stimulation of death awakened the bloodline power, allowing entry into the ranks of demon spiders, enhancing control over spider silk, rendering it sharper, capable of slicing through ordinary magical artifacts. It is said to be a harbinger of death. Cultivation, Peak Foundation Establishment. Bloodline skills, Heavenly Net, Silk Sword. Combat power, 5210. System evaluation, The Singer of Death. Evolution value, 15. Revenge? System, you deceive me yet still expect my vengeance. Lin Feng raised his 8-legged sword. With a sharp sound, the ground erupted. He clawed his way out from beneath the Gobi Desert. Had it not been for the substitute puppet I placed here, I would have perished. Now, having lost the Poison Dragon Hall and all my poison zombies, how will you compensate me? The destruction of the Poison Dragon Hall and the scattering of the poison zombies in Tianyu City left Lin Feng too afraid to retrieve them. His heart bled at the loss. If not for the substitute puppet provided by the early tasks, he would have lost his life. Everything is within the system's expectations. Your death is the best arrangement. Without it, how could we attract that individual? Because you have experienced death and awakened your own bloodline, your future will be boundless. Next, we just need to wait for someone to arrive, and you will obtain things far superior to the Poison Dragon Hall and the poison zombies. Moreover, the poison zombies are still out there, easily retrievable. Lin Feng was just an ordinary spider, his strength primarily derived from the system. Yet, with a bloodline, everything would change. The most valued aspect among demon beasts is their bloodline. Lin Feng felt the flow of blood within him. This potent power indeed enhanced his combat capabilities. However, even if you speak endlessly, I still want my fair share. Empty words are merely a ploy. No, I tell you, accompany me. Fine. I admit I have a gambling element. Though I won, I can only compensate you with one substitute puppet. Nothing more, for that is the system's limit. You must understand that all my power comes from the tasks you undertake. The system, fearing extortion from Lin Feng, hastily provided a substitute puppet and fell silent. Playing dead. Next time, ensure your tasks are reliable. I, a rural old corpse, am to ascend to the heavenly court and tease the Queen Mother? Lin Feng burst forth from the desert, still cursing the system, when he abruptly halted. Slowly turning, he gazed at a figure not far away. At the location where Lin Feng had hidden the substitute puppet, there was indeed someone, dressed entirely in black, with a terrifying mask obscuring her features. It was unclear what was depicted on the mask. Judging by her physique, she was a woman. If Lin Feng was not mistaken, she was one of the mid-foundation establishment experts among the 18 Fiends of Jibei. Name, Qin Dai. Description: one of the 18 Fiends of Jibei, sister of Qin Yu. Possessing a resolute character, devoted to the demon lord, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Cultivation, mid-foundation establishment. Combat value, 2980. System evaluation, beautiful demoness. She was also one of the 4 mid-foundation establishment experts who had besieged Lin Feng on Tianyu Mountain. What was she doing here? Unexpectedly, a prey had walked right into his grasp. A beautiful demoness? How did you find your way here? Lin Feng had no idea how she had arrived or her purpose, but he thought to consume before asking questions. Just then, Qin Dai suddenly knelt down, her head striking the sand heavily. Senior, you truly have not perished. I implore you, grant me a spirit well. Lin Feng was taken aback. This person must truly be out of her mind. Do you not recognize that I am a spider? While healing underground, Lin Feng had once consumed the essence from a spirit well a treasure formed from gathered spiritual energy. Qin Dyer did not raise her head, pleading earnestly. Senior, I am willing to do anything you ask. Just grant me a spirit well. Lin Feng crawled before Qin Dyer and, with his 8-legged sword, tore her mask, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. This visage was indeed on par with one Yuer. Do all beautiful women go by the name heir? Lin Feng muttered. Little did he know, Qin Dyer heard and trembled, biting her crimson lip as she said, If the senior desires Dyer, I am willing to serve you. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. Is this truly possible? How desperate was she to obtain the spirit well? Lin Feng's 8-legged sword glided across Qin Dyer's garments, revealing large swathes of her fair skin. With a teasing tone, he remarked, I have slain your companions, and your brother likely perished on Tianyu Mountain as well. By all accounts, I am your enemy. Are you truly willing? Willing. Qin Dyer exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, resolutely uttering those 2 words. She was prepared to concede anything. Unfortunately, I am unwilling. Who do you think I am? I am a spider. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he contemplated striking Qin Dyer down. Yet, the system interjected at that moment. Host. ISNT, the person we've been waiting for about to show up? I told you, no matter what the Du Long Hall or the Du Jiang, they will return. Acquired a series of tasks. The Demon Lord emerges. Task content. Utilize Qin Dyer to summon the Demon Lord and subdue him. Task steps. Bring Qin Dyer back to Jibiqing and locate the remnants of the Demon Lord's soul. Lin Feng's foot hovered at Qin Dyer's brow, the sharpness of his toes akin to a blade, with the clear venom glistening beneath. Is this the purpose of seeking the spirit well? Indeed, within the spirit domain, she represents the greatest opportunity. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng slowly lowered his 8-legged sword. This demon lord better not disappoint me. Woman, rise. I promise to grant you access to the spirit well. Qin Dyer, who had closed her eyes in resignation, suddenly widened them in disbelief at such a response. Really? Of course it is true. So, shall we proceed here? That is also acceptable. Her cheeks flushed as she began to remove her own clothing. Lin Feng was once again astonished by her boldness. She truly acted without reservation. In a mere moment, she stood before him, bare and unadorned. I still cannot die. Can you be gentler? She murmured, glancing at her flawless form. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, soon felt vexation rise within him. Who do you think I am? I am a spider. With a swift motion, a strand of silk plunged into the nape of Qin Dyer's neck. At this moment, Lin Feng had the capability to insert the silk into her body and sever it, allowing him to later control her by re-establishing the connection with spiritual energy. By embedding the silk within her, he ensured he could command her at any time. Qin Dyer felt a brief sting, followed by a sensation of something entering her body. Is that it? Senior, is it over already? Although she bore the title of sorceress, she had only heard of such matters through others, pain followed by an outcome. With a timid inquiry, she asked, Will I become pregnant? Lin Feng was taken aback by her peculiar question, his expression reflecting disbelief. What do you mean, is that it? So soon? He retorted, irritation lacing his tone. Woman, do not push your luck. I could end your life right now, and the system would not be able to save you. Tasks be damned. The system fell silent, accepting the possibility of failure. Chapter 41. The Perilous Death Desert. Qin Dyer shrank back slightly. Senior, did I say something wrong? Please forgive me. Lin Feng snorted coldly. You currently harbor my venom within you. I can unleash it at any moment to take your life. Oh, so that is what it was. Qin Dyer sighed in relief. Naturally, she kept that thought to herself. Rest assured, Senior, as long as you provide me with the spirit well, I will comply with your wishes. Lin Feng replied with satisfaction, Very well. If you behave, once I complete my task, I will ensure you depart peacefully. Put your clothes on. I will take you back to Jibei. Jibei, while referred to as a city, is more accurately described as a human forbidden zone. It lies at the heart of this desert, known as the Death Desert, teeming with bizarre desert beasts. Spiritual energy is scarce, with only a few scattered oases, making survival here challenging even for cultivators. Consequently, the central city of Jibei has become a haven for those on the run. The 18 demons of Jibei are notably infamous within this realm. To reach Jibei, one must traverse half of the Death Desert, a formidable task. A moment's carelessness could lead even a foundational realm expert to their demise. As Lin Feng and Qin Dyer walked upon the ground, they refrained from flying. In Qin Dyer's words, this territory was the domain of sand sculptures. Sand sculptures typically rested on the ground but had a clear view of the distant sky. Flying would provoke their attacks. By the way, how did you find me? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. Qin Dyer offered no concealment. To be honest, We possess methods to locate the spirit well, and I followed its trail to find you. Ah, I see. In the depths of the desert. I consumed a fair amount of spirit liquid, so it is no wonder you discovered me. But why are you so desperate for the spirit well? At this, Qin Dyer's brow furrowed slightly, but she remained silent. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, unwilling to share. Huh. Senior misunderstands. The tale is lengthy. She replied, evasively. Lin Feng felt a surge of caution rising within him. Just as he contemplated pressing Qin Dyer further, a rustling emerged from the ground. The desert began to shift ominously. Qin Dyer's pupils constricted. This is bad. It's a quicksand swarm. Senior, we must flee. What is it? Lin Feng inquired impatiently. A larger vortex of sand formed before them, surrounded by swirling quicksand. Qin Dyer's expression tightened. Senior, we are in grave danger. What exactly is going on? Lin Feng demanded. Before long, the answer became apparent as countless creatures resembling centipedes scuttled through the desert. Qin Dyer warily surveyed their surroundings. Senior, those are death sandworms. The assassins of the desert. Their bodies are robust and capable of dragging cultivators into the sands. Even peak foundational realm experts cannot overcome them in this terrain. A death sandworm burst forth from the sand, lunging towards Qin Dyer with a mouthpiece larger than a human. Beast, death sandworm. Description: a desert assassin that preys on any consumable creature, even trees. They lack eyes but possess sensitive appendages to detect even the slightest movement of animals in the desert. Cultivation: initial foundational realm. Bloodline: none. System evaluation: desert hunter. Qin Dyer swiftly evaded the assault as the sandworm vanished into the sands like a fish in water. Lin Feng initially thought such beasts posed little threat. However, upon witnessing the multitude of death sandworms surrounding them, he felt a chill run down his spine. There were at least 100 death sandworms, some even at the peak of the foundational realm. These creatures typically lived in swarms, roaming the vast death desert. They had not anticipated encountering them here. Senior, we need to get off the ground. As long as we ascend, they will struggle to attack us. Fly? Did you not mention that the sky is also fraught with sand sculptures? Qin Dyer, with a hint of resignation, replied, Senior, compared to the sandworms, the sand sculptures are far easier to deal with. With that, she leaped into the air, stepping effortlessly into the void. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Several death sandworms shot up like sharks, aiming to bite Lin Feng and Qin Dyer. Humph, do you truly consider me prey? Lin Feng swung his 8 legs, launching 8 strands of silk that sliced through the air, swiftly cleaving the death sandworm's jaws. The sound of clashing echoed as the sharp silk blades merely left superficial scratches upon the creatures. Striking them down caused them to fall back into the sands. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng and Qin Dyer distanced themselves from their attack range. How difficult they are to kill, Lin Feng lamented. Indeed, the desert beasts have lost various abilities yet gained formidable powers. These death sandworms are not adept in spiritual energy and do not stray beyond the confines of their desert. Do not explain. Something is approaching. It must be the creatures you mentioned, the Shadiao. As they ascended into the sky, numerous dark shadows swiftly approached from all directions. Further away, even more shadows drew near. Their speed was astonishing. Even Lin Feng, at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, could not match half of their velocity. In the blink of an eye, their forms became visible. They were large eagles, akin to the vultures of Lin Feng's previous life, with their wings spread wide. They resembled small aircraft. Monster, Shadiao. Description: a unique avian creature of the death desert, the only flying demon beast. They possess sturdy wings and razor-sharp claws, capable of penetrating the tough exoskeleton of the death sandworm. Typically, they perch motionless upon the sands, resembling statues, hence the name Shadiao. Bloodline: none. System evaluation: the fighter jet of the desert. Qin Dyer's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. The woman retorted, what else can you say besides that? Charge out. Lin Feng barked angrily, targeting the weakest Shadiao and charging toward it. His abdomen sprayed a flurry of spider silk, which drifted through the air. With this web, he hoped to impede the Shadiao's speed. Lin Feng then unleashed several threads of his sword, slicing a Shadiao at the peak of qi refinement into pieces, while the silk ensnared Qin Dyer, enabling her rapid escape. As soon as the Shadiao's corpse hit the ground, several death sandworms burst forth to devour it, leaving no trace, not even the blood. The Shadiao behind them followed closely. Their strength was even more exaggerated than anticipated. Lin Feng's spider silk was rendered ineffective before them, unable to ensnare the creatures. As he watched them draw closer, one had already arrived behind Lin Feng, its sharp claws lunging directly at his abdomen. Chapter 42. Qin Dyer dies, arriving at Jibei City. Get away. Lin Feng's abdomen expelled spider silk, instantly wrapping around the wings of the Sha Diao. At such close range, even the creature's speed could not evade the silk. The more it flailed its wings and struggled, the tighter the web became. The incapacitated Sha Diao plummeted to the ground. Its fate sealed. However, having slain one Sha Diao, thousands more remained. As Lin Feng continued to fly, he continuously released spider silk. Dozens of Sha Diao followed him, with even more approaching from all directions. Qin Dyer quickly said, "Senior, we are about to leave the Death Sandworm area. We should descend." "Do I need you to remind me?" "Shut up," Lin Feng replied impatiently. The sheer number of Sha Diao was daunting, and unlike humans, they were devoid of fear or emotion. They were merely predatory demon beasts. Their bodies were stronger than those of humans, and the sky was their domain. Lin Feng's gaze swept around, witnessing more Sha Diao attacking from above. He suddenly dove down, evading the claws aimed at him, flying just a meter above the desert surface. Perhaps instinct engraved in the blood of the Sha Diao prevented them from approaching the ground too closely, especially with the death sandworms nearby. The Sha Diao circling above Lin Feng ceased their attacks. Qin Dyer, filled with admiration, pointed in a direction. "Senior, your skill is remarkable. Jibei City is in that direction." Lin Feng retracted his 8 legs and embraced his abdomen, speaking in a low voice. "Be quiet. Do I need her guidance?" The system task had already indicated the direction to Jibei City. Lin Feng flew low to the ground, and after completely exiting the death sandworm area, he suddenly plunged into the desert. The 8-legged sword became the sharpest drill, and in no time, he and Qin Dyer vanished from sight. The Sha Diao, having lost their target, circled for a moment before dispersing. Lin Feng, with Qin Dyer, moved beneath the sands. Though slower, it was safer. After advancing approximately 100 miles, Lin Feng finally emerged from the desert. Phew, this place is indeed unsuitable for spiders. A location where even webs cannot be spun is not a good place. He tugged at the spider silk, pulling Qin Dyer from the ground. However, Lin Feng was taken aback to see Qin Dyer's face pale, with 3 deep, gaping wounds in her abdomen, penetrating to the bone, and her internal organs severely damaged. The shape of the wounds indicated they were inflicted by the Sha Diao moments ago. Lin Feng had been so focused on himself that he neglected the injured Qin Dyer. "As senior, I'm sorry, Qin Dyer gasped, her breath uneven. Lin Feng replied with displeasure, "Women are troublesome." With a swift motion, the spider silk pierced Qin Dyer's skin, instantly sealing her wounds. Despite Lin Feng's medical expertise, it was evident that without healing elixirs, Qin Dyer would struggle to recover. Although individuals at the Foundation establishment stage are significantly stronger than ordinary humans, they are still human. Given the extent of Qin Dyer's internal injuries, surviving was already impressive. "Let us go." Lin Feng was unconcerned about Qin Dyer's survival, focusing solely on the task at hand. If she died in this perilous environment, all the risks taken would be in vain. Having learned from the Sha Diao's lesson, Lin Feng flew swiftly close to the ground for an entire hour. It was a relatively stable hour, devoid of further dangers. The system's arrow indicated they were nearing Jibei City. Qin Dyer, ensnared in the spider silk, had succumbed to unconsciousness multiple times. Although her bleeding had ceased, Lin Feng's control was not yet as proficient as that of his late acquaintance, capable of stitching internal organs. Moreover, he lacked the knowledge. Qin Dyer's insides were a chaotic mess. If he stitched incorrectly, it would hasten her demise. "If you die, I will dismember you and feed your remains to the sandworms." Fortunately, Qin Dyer regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open. "Senior, have we arrived?" "Not far now. Senior, I fear I cannot last." "TCH, I can tell." Lin Feng could not help but curse silently. "If you're going to die, at least give me a heads up so I can prepare. As long as I obtain the head, it will still count as Lin Feng's kill." Qin Dyer forced a bitter smile. "Senior, do you enjoy death?" Lin Feng replied, "What kind of wolfish words are these?" "Senior, if I die, you must help me." "Help me? Enough nonsense, just hold on a while longer. If you die, I won't be helping you at all." Lin Feng had already spotted a lush oasis on the horizon, within which stood a massive city. They were almost there. Qin Dyer's complexion flushed, each breath causing her pain to tremble through her. "Senior, I cannot hold on any longer." Upon reaching Jibei City, find Ting Shaxian. Inside, there is a piece of wood. Split the wood open, and you'll find a withered tree. Plant it in the spirit well, regardless of what you intend to do with my corpse. I hope you can assist me." As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of wood the size of a fingernail. "Senior, do not harm those inside, I beg you. I plead you." It seemed like a moment of clarity. The piece of wood fell to the ground, and Qin Dire's breath rapidly faded. Lin Feng, frantic, detonated the poison within her body. What a pity. She perished first. Lin Feng could not help but curse. Damn it, I lost 1% of my evolution value. Qin Dire did not die from his poison. There was no evolution value to gain. Gazing at the nearby Jibei city, Lin Feng was filled with frustration. Just as we were about to arrive, she died. System, how will this be counted? Task updated. Task content. Due to Qin Dire's death, having conveyed her final wishes, the host has completed the task. Find the items mentioned by Qin Dire and plant the wood. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Oh, this is possible. Rest assured, host. The objective of the task is that item, not Qin Dire. Hence the task is deemed successful. Good, good, good. I'll consider you compassionate. The system was unexpectedly on his side. Lin Feng cast a glance at Qin Dire's lifeless body. Lin Feng paid no heed and turned to soar towards Jibiqing. Humans and demon beasts alike are beings that dwell within the realms of nature. Let Qin Dire be regarded as a gift from the natural world. Surely, a demon beast will express gratitude to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng glided close to the desert, he swiftly entered the bounds of an oasis. Jibiqing is not particularly large. Compared to Tianyu City, it may be considered a small city, even less significant than Dian City, resembling more of a quaint town. The population within the city is sparse, likely numbering only in the tens of thousands. However, with Lin Feng's current perceptive abilities, he could sense that many formidable experts resided in Jibiqing. Most individuals had cultivation levels above the refining qi stage, with a considerable number in the foundation establishment stage. Such is Jibiqing, the solitary fortress amidst the desert. Chapter 43. Encountering beast arrays again. Lin Feng attracts thousands of beasts. There were even some individuals who instilled a sense of crisis in Lin Feng. Yet, this is to be expected. In such a perilous locale, none could be deemed ordinary or benevolent. Lin Feng landed on the ground, where grass and trees provided some concealment. Throughout Jibiqing, there were no gates, only towering earthen walls. Instinctively, Lin Feng lowered his body, stealthily approaching Jibiqing. But in the next moment, he collided with an invisible barrier, producing a sound as if striking transparent glass. Lin Feng paused momentarily, then cursed, "Damn it, another beast array. How could it be everywhere? Host, in this world, human cultivators and demon beasts coexist. It is natural for humans to guard against demon beasts, especially in the Death Desert. I understand the reasoning. But the question remains, how does one enter? The presence of a beast array in Jibiqing is both within reason and unexpected. The fur on Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Sensing something amiss, he activated his concealment abilities to blend into the surroundings. In the next moment, a cultivator riding a yellow-furred wolf barreled towards Jibiqing. The yellow wolf, robust in build, glided over the sands, silently absorbing the grains beneath its feet. Demon beast, desert wolf. Description: the desert wolf inhabits the Death Desert, leaving no trace upon the sands, capable of moving silently, typically prowling at night to hunt, with the ability to manipulate sand. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment. Bloodline, sand manipulation. Combat power, 2490. System evaluation, an exceptional mount of the desert. Seated atop the desert wolf was a boisterous middle-aged man. Bare from the waist up, his taut muscles adorned with strange totems. Name, Wanyanda. Description: leader of the desert wolf gang in Jibiqing, a warrior from the grasslands. A discarded scion of the Wanyan family from the 5th domain, fled to Jibiqing, founded the desert wolf gang, ruthless and cunning, willing to do anything for survival. Controlling half of Jibiqing. Cultivation level, peak foundation establishment. Skill, desert wolf blade technique. Combat power, 4890. System evaluation, a desert bandit of formidable prowess. Wanyanda's cultivation matched Lin Feng's, though his combat power was significantly higher. Lin Feng pondered. He seemed to have returned from outside. As the desert wolf, a demon beast, approached, perhaps he could slip in behind them. Lost in thought, the desert wolf brought Wanyanda to within 100 meters of Lin Feng. Halting just outside the array, Lin Feng remained well concealed. However, the desert wolf seemed to catch a scent, sniffing in Lin Feng's direction, its pupils reflecting a hint of confusion. Open the array, I have returned. Wanyanda bellowed. The leader is back, the leader is back. Quickly, open the array. As his words fell, the array before Wanyanda dissipated. Yet, the array on Lin Feng's side remained intact. Once Wanyanda crossed into the array's range, it instantly reformed. Watching Wanyanda ascend the city wall and enter Jibiqing, Lin Feng erupted in a fit of rage. Humans are indeed despicable. With a sharp clang, the 8-legged sword scraped across the array, emitting a jarring screech. After a lengthy wait, apart from Wang Yanda's initial entrance, no one else traversed in or out of Jibiqing. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Damn it, I refuse to believe this array has infinite energy. With that, he turned to soar back into the desert. Far from Jibiqing, he ascended to the heights of the desert, shouting, "Sand fools, don't you wish to devour me? Come out." His spider silk lashed at the sands, causing the desert to churn. "Do you not wish to feast on me? Come forth. Sandworms, demon beasts, all of you emerge." With relentless assaults upon the desert, commotion finally ensued. Countless demon beasts roared into existence. Lin Feng darted through the air rapidly. Not enough, not nearly enough, to breach Jibiqing. This number of demon beasts was evidently insufficient. Indeed, he intended to drive these creatures to attack the city. Dozens of sand fools and various ground-dwelling demon beasts were far from adequate. Continue. Within Jibiqing, Wang Yanda returned to his gang. The members of the faction hurried forth to greet him. "Leader, how did it go?" Wang Yanda snatched the wine flask from his subordinate and took 2 hearty swigs. Laughing heartily, as expected, it was not in vain. "The 18 demons of Jibei are all dead." "Really? Splendid news. With them gone, their Ting Sha Xian will be ours." "Humph, had it not been for regulations, I would have dispatched them long ago." Wang Yanda's face bore a cruel grin. Although the denizens of Jibiqing were lawless, they adhered to their own rules. Once one took residence in Jibiqing, indiscriminate killing was prohibited. The Desert Wolf Gang, being one of the 3 major factions, was a key architect of these rules and could not openly violate them. For a long time, he had coveted Ting Sha Xian. Until the departure of the 18 demons of Jibei, Wang Yanda had stealthily followed them, planning to eliminate them. However, he had not anticipated that all 18 would perish. "I have also received news regarding a spider. If we slay that spider, we shall claim the entire wealth of the reclusive elder. Alas, we have no spiders in our desert." "Very well. Tonight, we shall head to Ting Sha Xian." "Yes, leader." On the other hand, Lin Feng's following had amassed several hundred demon beasts. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. The sharpness of the 8-legged sword was unparalleled. No other demon beast could compare. If even the 8-legged sword could not inflict damage, then sheer numbers were required to exhaust the energy of the entire array. Hundreds were insufficient. More. During another attempt to attract demon beasts, Lin Feng discovered that although these beasts were all in the foundation establishment stage, their intelligence was notably low, mostly driven by instinct. In the resource-scarce desert, they feasted heartily on the corpses of their own kind. Furthermore, as the slaughter of demon beasts increased, the smell of blood attracted even more. "Is this how you wish to play? You desert-dwelling demon beasts need proper bait." Lin Feng hovered in the air, his gaze flitting among the hundreds of demon beasts, selecting those below the foundation establishment stage. These desert demon beasts possessed strong defenses, while aerial creatures flew swiftly, and those burrowing in the sands evaded quickly. Even Lin Feng found it challenging to slay foundation establishment beasts. However, those below this tier were relatively easy to dispatch. Spider silks sliced through the air continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a sand fool. Evolution value 0. 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a death sandworm. Evolution value 0. 04. As more demon beasts fell, the blood pooled upon the ground, the scent of blood wafting and expanding across the death desert under the scorching sun. Indeed, it proved effective. Various sand fish, lizards, and unidentified demon beasts emerged in droves. The numbers swelled to over 1,000. Not enough. Haha, still not sufficient. More is needed. Lin Feng directly hung the corpses of over 100 demon beasts behind him with spider silk. He severed their bodies into pieces, dragging them along as a grand procession of demon beasts followed in his wake. The gathering horde of beasts grew ever larger, the skies thickening with their presence. While dark sands roiled beneath, Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh and declared, "My little ones, let us embark on our siege." A fierce craving for flesh surged within him. At that moment, a hoarse yet powerful voice echoed from the depths of the desert. Chapter 44. The beasts attack the city. Entering Ting Sha Xian, Lin Feng felt a jolt throughout his body as he observed, miles away, vast clouds of sand rising into the air. The ominous aura stirred the beasts into a frenzy. Lin Feng realized that a formidable creature was approaching. Beneath the swirling yellow sands, a colossal shadow loomed, akin to a small mountain. The nearest beasts began to flee in terror. "Damn it! I have worked hard to gather these beasts. They must not scatter." With this thought, Lin Feng gathered the corpses of over 100 beasts, followed by a throng of them, and soared towards Jibeicheng. At dusk, the city would soon come alive. Members of the Canglong gang exited their headquarters. Wang Yinde gazed at the distant Ting Shaxian, clenching his fists in excitement. The leftovers from the Jibei 18 demons will all be mine. Congratulations, gang leader. What has happened to them? Countless people in Jibei Chung looked towards the sky. Wang Yinde turned his gaze upward, his pupils constricting in astonishment. In the distance, a swarm of sand sculptures, akin to locusts, filled the sky. Rushing towards Jibei Chung, the alarm bells of the city rang out. Beasts attacking the city. Beasts attacking the city. The once quiet Jibei Chung erupted into chaos. Numerous Qi Foundation cultivators soared into the air, staring at the endless desert, their sweat dripping from their brows, their expressions blank. Ordinary cultivators could only see the sand sculptures in the sky, but those at the Qi Foundation level perceived far more, within the vast yellow sands. There were countless beasts beyond the sand sculptures, sandfish, death sandworms, songlong wolves, earth dragons, and in the far distance, a colossal shadow rising from the sands. It's over. Jibei Chung is finished. Wang Yinde murmured. Everyone, prepare for defense. If the formation breaks, we are all doomed. A Qi Foundation expert shouted angrily. At the center of Jibei Chung stood a massive rock, adorned with 18 spirit stones. This was the eye of the beast suppression formation, twice as powerful as that of Tianyu Chung. The people of Jibei Chung hurried to the formation SI, channeling their spiritual energy into it. As the anxious gazes of the crowd fixated on the sky, the dense swarm of sand sculptures finally arrived above Jibei Chung. Leading the horde was a spider, entirely black. When Wang Yinde saw the spider, he paused momentarily. A spider. A black spider. It seems to be the one sought after by the hidden elder. In the astonished eyes of all, Lin Feng descended atop the beast suppression formation, locking eyes with everyone in the city. Huh, do you fancy my gift? Don't worry. It will arrive shortly. As his words fell, Lin Feng summoned the corpses of 100 beasts. With a swift motion, countless strands of silk sliced through the air, reducing the beasts to mere pulp. A deluge of blood rained down upon the formation. Let us see if you can maintain the formation. Lin Feng sneered, slipping from the formation and concealing his presence. As the crowd puzzled over the spider's intentions, the onslaught of sand sculptures commenced. It must be noted that the name sand sculpture held an underlying meaning. Regardless of their nature, these sand sculptures were beasts of the Qi Foundation and Qi Foundation levels. However, they lacked intelligence. Upon seeing the blood and flesh smeared across the formation, they lunged towards it. In no time, the formation was besieged by the sand sculptures. Under the dusky sky, the clanging sounds of their assaults reverberated throughout Jibei Chung, casting a shadow of doom, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Quick, channel your spiritual energy. Damn it, why is that wretched spider doing this? Enough with the chatter, we must repel them, otherwise, we shall all perish. Even Wang Yinde disregarded Ting Shaxian, directing the Songlong gang members to channel their energy into the formation. As the formation held firm against the sculpture's attacks, the crowd barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief. More beasts from the ground appeared beneath the formation. Their numbers outmatched those of the sand sculptures threefold. Boom. Amidst the violent cacophony, screams erupted within Jibei Chung. The backlash of the formation was beyond what cultivators of the Qi Foundation could withstand. In an instant, many fell. We can't hold on any longer. Why are there so many? Oh no, the formation is going to break. Crack. Although the beast suppression formation was remarkably effective against beasts, it ultimately could not withstand such an overwhelming assault. The formation began to crack, and the spirit stones within shattered instantaneously. The formation is broken. Jibei Chung is finished. A thunderous roar resonated as the beast suppression formation crumbled to dust. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng was the first to charge into Jibei Chung, and the horde of beasts followed suit. The true slaughter was just beginning. Beasts and cultivators would forever remain irreconcilable foes. In the Linglong continent, the strength of beasts surpassed that of cultivators, yet they were not united. Humans, utilizing formations and treasures, could contend equally with beasts. In dire circumstances, however, human cultivators found it challenging to escape, such as in Jibei Chung, nestled within the treacherous Death Desert. With the formation shattered, those abandoned by the orthodox cultivators became mere prey for the desert beasts. As the beasts surged into Jibei Chung, they began their rampage, devouring humanity. Qi Foundation experts attempted to flee into the skies, yet the air was thick with sand sculptures. Their fate was dire. As they were besieged by dozens of sand sculptures, their bodies torn asunder. Blood poured from the skies, staining the city crimson. Those unable to fly were equally trapped. Jibei Chung, devoid of walls, transformed into their lethal snare. Amidst the chaos, Lin Feng crawled through the turmoil, lamenting, "Damn it, So many lives wasted alongside the beasts. As long as he wasn't the one to kill them, it felt like a loss. At this moment, the advantages of the venomous zombie crossed his mind. His 8 legs moved swiftly across the ground, searching for Ting Sha Xian, while simultaneously unleashing silk strikes to claim a few more lives, easing his unsettled heart. He found it. After a brief search, he finally located Ting Sha Xian in a corner, a small shop. Because it was somewhat isolated, it had managed to evade disaster. Ting Sha Xian stood with its doors firmly shut, solitary and desolate. Suddenly, an eerie roar pierced the air. A massive shadow extended its head over the city wall, causing surrounding beasts to flee in terror. Its peculiar eyes surveyed Ji Bei Chang, and it grinned menacingly. So much flesh. I crave meat. Ha ha. Lin Feng recognized the voice. The big shot was making a move. Qin Dai system, I hope you won't let me down. In an instant, he burst through the doors of Ting Sha Xian. With a swift motion, a torrent of silk erupted, enveloping the entire shop, laced with venom. This way, the beasts would be deterred from entering. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings. The darkened Ting Sha Xian was filled with shelves, all stocked with goods. Where, indeed, was the wood within the shop? Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the shadows. Chapter 45, Rebirth Wood and the Desert Behemoth. As he opened the shelves, 2 children stared at Lin Feng in terror. A boy and a girl. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13, wielding a trembling knife towards Lin Feng. The girl, merely 7 or 8, cowered behind him, her eyes brimming with tears, her face a mask of fear, yet she remained silent. Lin Feng swung his foot, and with a clang, the boy's knife was severed in 2 by the 8-legged blade. Leaning closer with a sinister grin, he remarked, TSK, Qin Dai's brother, and Qin Yu's daughter. Fear not, I have come in search of a piece of wood. According to their records, the boy was named Qin Yu, and the girl was Qin Ling. Qin Yu trembled as he spoke. You. In your dreams, we would never give it to you, even in death. Qin Ling buried her head in her uncle's embrace, unable to face Lin Feng. Is that so? It seems you are aware of that piece of wood. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Qin Ling. In an instant, a silk thread pierced the back of her neck. Lin Feng gently tugged on the silk thread, causing Qin Ling to involuntarily rise to her feet. Linger, what are you doing? Come back quickly, Qin Yu exclaimed. Uncle, it's me. I don't know why. I can't control myself. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, trying to pull Qin Ling back. Suddenly, Lin Feng's sharp foot landed right in front of him. Kid, if you want this young lady to live, hand over the wood. I would never hand it over. Not even in death. Ah, you have spirit. I won't kill you. Lin Feng taunted. With another flick of the silk thread, Qin Ling was drawn to the side, where she picked up a broken blade from the ground. Let me go? If you have the guts, come at me. Qin Yu shouted in anger. What a true man you are. A chilling scream escaped Qin Ling's lips as she, holding the broken knife, began to cut at her own face. Blood streaming down in an instant. Uncle, it hurts. Ah, let her go, let her go. I'll tell you. Lin Feng was well acquainted with the nature of humanity. After all, having once been human, he understood that threatening someone's most cherished person was the most effective method. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu slowly approached a section of the floor, pulling it open to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside lay a piece of wood, the size of an adult's arm. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he ensnared the wood with his silk thread, drawing it to him in an instant. Is this all you fought for? A cracking sound echoed as the wood splintered, revealing a small sapling within, withered and lifeless like dry twigs. Treasure, rebirth wood. Description, a peculiar tree that grows amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, said to possess the ability to resurrect the dead, known as rebirth wood. System evaluation, incredibly precious. Reviving the demon lord. Lin Feng began to grasp the situation. He spoke solemnly. System, are you certain about planting this? A being known as a demon lord, even by name, was not to be trifled with. Now, as a mere Kalami, I would be crushed underfoot. Who would I turn to for justice? The 18 demons of Jibei hailed from prestigious lineages, yet claimed to be the servants of the demon lord. They would willingly sacrifice their lives to resurrect him. Such a being, once revived, could easily turn and eliminate him. Rest assured, host. The power within the spirit well is not that formidable. Even if resurrected, it will not be outrageous. Hearing the shrieks and the roars of beasts outside, Lin Feng glanced at Qin Yu and Qin Ling, who were huddled together, gazing at him in terror. Taking a deep breath, he thought, after so much effort, I am finally at the last step. System, spirit well. Understood. A flash of light appeared, and the spirit well materialized before Lin Feng. Rich, liquid spiritual energy radiated outward. The spirit well was a coveted treasure among all beasts, especially in this desolate desert where spiritual energy was scarce. The faint aura of spiritual energy seeped through the gaps in the web, startling all the beasts in Jibei City. Their greedy gazes turned towards the listening sand pavilion. Rushing towards that direction, the surviving Foundation establishment masters in Jibei City looked on in astonishment, quickly taking to the skies to flee in all directions. The fastest among them was Wan Yinda, who sat atop the desert wolf, bloodied yet exhilarated. The spider. It must be the spider. If I can relay this news to the reclusive elders, I will have everything I desire. Ha ha ha. Heaven has spared my life. Spider, your end is nigh. Unbeknownst to him, it was not heaven that spared him, but Lin Feng who saved his life. Inside the listening sand pavilion, Lin Feng sensed the commotion outside and quickly planted the rebirth wood in the spirit well. Upon touching the spiritual liquid within the well, the rebirth wood, like a dormant tree in spring, began to flourish with robust branches and leaves. Like a greedy marauder, the spiritual liquid within the spirit well vanished at a visible pace. Its growth was astonishingly rapid, soon stretching from the length of an arm to 3 or 4 meters, directly breaking through the listening sand pavilion. The spirit well, also a treasure of nature, began to wither under the absorption of the rebirth wood. Bang! Bang! The roots of the rebirth wood penetrated the floor, firmly anchoring themselves beneath the oasis. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could not help but take a step back. He sensed the sinister aura emanating from the rebirth wood. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Bang! The rebirth wood surged violently, shattering the listening sand pavilion. Its sharp branches shot out like blades in every direction. The surrounding beasts, caught off guard, were swiftly impaled, strung together like candied hawthorns. Gurgling sounds echoed as the cries of the beasts filled the air. Their life essence drained completely. Strangely, the branches avoided Lin Feng entirely. The desert beasts, originally drawn by the allure of the spiritual liquid in the spirit well, found themselves facing death instead. This tree possesses intelligence. It seems to know how to lure these beasts. Lin Feng felt as though he was being manipulated. The beasts shared this sentiment, turning to flee. However, the power of the rebirth tree was beyond imagination. Each branch spawned more branches. These seemingly slender offshoots were razor-sharp. Even the strongest armored beasts fell like fragile paper before them. In an instant, casualties mounted. The beasts scampered away in panic. Yet a massive figure surged against the tide. With each step, the ground trembled. It casually snatched a few sand sculptures, swallowing them whole without chewing. Under the moonlight, Lin Feng finally discerned the true form of this colossal beast. Entirely yellow, it resembled a humanoid creature made of sand. Its greedy gaze and jagged teeth bared in a menacing grin. Plop! The branches of the rebirth tree pierced its body as though it were sinking into the sand. Beast, desert giant. Description: a creature formed in the desert, devoid of emotions, solely focused on devouring flesh to augment its strength. Its existence is sustained by an internal core, allowing it to move through every part of its body, even if it is completely shattered. It can restore itself using sand in a short time. Cultivation level: early golden core. Bloodline skill: sandstorm. System evaluation: an indestructible sandbag. Chapter 46. The Resurrection of the Yellow Springs Demon Lord. Lin Feng's heart raced with shock. This monstrous entity had been tailing him all along. The greedy voice of the desert giant resounded once more. Delicious, such delectable morsels. It then reached out, attempting to uproot the rebirth tree. Lin Feng could hear the roots creaking ominously. Whoosh! The branches of the rebirth tree swept across, knocking the desert giant's head off. Roar! Even decapitated, the desert giant felt no pain. Sand swirled around, forming a sandstorm. A fierce battle erupted between the tree and the giant within the city. All other beasts and survivors fled in terror. Apart from the tree and the giant, Lin Feng remained, along with the 2 children huddled in a corner. Another furious roar echoed. Bring me meat. I want to eat meat. The desert giant raged like a mad beast. The rebirth tree appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged. Damnable creature, I no longer require your power. Following this, a shadowy figure materialized from within the rebirth tree, cloaked in dark blue, resembling the spectral figures of legend. Its features were obscured, save for a pair of icy eyes. The shadow's gaze swept over Lin Feng, landing upon the 2 children in the corner. A genius of cultivation, the perfect furnace. Subsequently, it charged directly towards Qin Ling, the young girl. Under Lin Feng's peculiar gaze, it entered Qin Ling's body without hesitation. The once fearful girl froze momentarily, trembling in place. Linger, what has happened to you? Qin Yu exclaimed anxiously. Possession. 2 words flashed in Lin Feng's mind. Although he had never witnessed possession firsthand, he had seen enough to understand. The so-called resurrection of the demon lord from the 18 demons of Jibei merely involved reviving a soul embedded within the resurrection wood, nourished by the power of the spiritual well, thus acquiring the means for rebirth, coupled with the strength derived from the flesh of those monstrous beasts. This so-called demon lord possessed the capacity for possession and set its sights on the two nearby children. Given Qin Ling's exceptional talent, she was an easier target for possession, resulting in the earlier scene. The desert giant grasped the resurrection wood and with a ripping sound, uprooted it entirely. At that moment, the resurrection wood had withered completely. The desert giant bellowed in fury, not tasty at all. I demand flesh and blood. Return my flesh and blood. Humph, beast. If it weren't for you, I could have been even stronger. Just then, the little girl's voice echoed. Qin Ling's body began to levitate slowly. Her eyes were no longer those of the frightened child. They were filled with cunning, malice, and the weariness of ages. The wounds on her face vanished in an instant. Lin Feng hid in the shadows, observing Qin Ling. The system's introduction also underwent a transformation. Name: Huangquan Majuan. Description: one of the 5 demon lords from the 7th domain, adept at manipulating souls. Founder of the Huangquan sect, besieged and killed a millennium ago, relying on the resurrection tree, notorious for her ruthlessness and formidable cultivation, revived through the girl Qin Ling. Her powers drastically diminished. Cultivation: peak golden core, not yet restored. Technique: Huangquan funeral. Combat power: 8974. System evaluation: arrogant, brainless entity. Lin Feng was taken aback by the system's blunt evaluation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The demon lord's return. Reward: bloodline purifying pill. Bloodline purifying pill. A treasure specially prepared for the host by the system, capable of fusing and purifying the host's bloodline to its utmost limit. The system's voice continued to ring out, yet Lin Feng had no time to heed it. System, hold your tongue. The real show is about to begin. Huangquan Majuan flew before the desert giant, her body dwarfed in comparison, akin to an ant. Yet the desert giant instinctively took a step back. I have matters to attend to at home. Moments later, with a crashing sound, the massive form transformed into a sandstorm, dissipating into thin air. Worthless. With a casual wave, Huangquan Majuan summoned a bolt of black lightning from the heavens. Boom. The black lightning struck the sandstorm, causing it to vanish instantly, accompanied by the faint echoes of the desert giant's cries of agony. The black lightning continued to descend, reducing the entirety of Jibei City to ruins, save for Tingsha Pavilion. Lin Feng inwardly marveled at the sheer spectacle and formidable power displayed. Huangquan Majuan, maintaining the innocent visage of Qin Ling, gradually descended back into Tingsha Pavilion. Qin Yu looked nervously at Huangquan Majuan. Ling Linger? Huangquan Majuan cast a glance at Qin Yu. What is your name? Qin Yu. Oh, you are one of my Huangquan sect's people. And you? This question was directed at Lin Feng, who remained concealed in the shadows. Huangquan Majuan's lips curled into a smirk, her gaze laced with mockery. Lin Feng emerged from the darkness, revealing his formidable form. The sharp tips of his 8-legged sword struck the ground. Death Demon Spider, Lin Feng. Oh, you do have a name. Rest assured, since you saved me, I, Huangquan Majuan, am always clear about my debts and favors. I can appoint you as the guardian beast of my Huangquan sect. Guardian beast? Is that not akin to a pet? A mascot? Lin Feng scoffed. Do you think you are worthy? A direct confrontation. Host, how bold. Silence. Huangquan Majuan narrowed her eyes slightly. A mere little spider at the peak of Foundation establishment. Nothing but an ant. Since you are so unwise, prepare to meet your end. Is that so? Lin Feng's voice remained dismissive. Huangquan Majuan slowly raised her palm, and the surrounding winds howled, a frigid aura freezing the desert into glaciers. This was the power of the Golden Core realm, manipulating spiritual energy to alter everything in the vicinity, harnessing the forces of nature. The cold winds surged towards Lin Feng, closing in within half a meter. The hairs on his spider-like body began to frost over. With Lin Feng's strength, facing the cold winds meant certain death. The system was right. Arrogant, brainless entities. Stubborn spider, perish. In the next moment, Huangquan Majuan's expression shifted dramatically. The cold winds shattered, and she plummeted to the ground. She knelt before Lin Feng, spewing forth a stream of black blood, dumbfounded. What is happening? I have encountered many fools, but one as foolish as you is a first. What have you done? Huangquan Majuan gazed at Lin Feng in terror. Lin Feng waved his 8-legged sword, the tip resting against Huangquan Majuan's forehead, coldly stating, Now? I present you with two choices. Submit to me or die. What goes around comes around. Qin Yu observed the unfolding scenario with clarity. Just moments ago, Huangquan Majuan had posed a question to Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng posed the same question back to her. A mocking voice echoed, "To be frank, there is my venom coursing through this little body. Should I will it, a mere thought, and you will perish. The esteemed demon lord, having gone to such lengths to resurrect, I wonder if you can revive again should you die now?" Prior to the possession, the venom had already spread throughout Qin Ling's body, merging with her blood. It could not be expelled, and life and death lay solely in Lin Feng's hands. Huangquan Majuan's countenance morphed into one of utter despair. The once adorable child's face twisted in agony as she glared at Lin Feng with resentment. "I am one of the 5 demon lords of the demon domain. What are you? Very well, then you shall die. A peak Golden Core master." Killing her would elevate Lin Feng's own standing in the Golden Core realm. He had intended to wait until she was thoroughly subdued before striking. For Huangquan Majuan had yet to regain her true strength. Killing her would be a waste. Alas, she was too unwise. Huangquan Majuan clutched her abdomen. Wailing in pain, she continued to expel black blood. Huangquan Majuan could feel herself drawing closer to death, an utterly despairing fate she wished never to experience again. "Stop. I am willing. I am willing." "Oh, what are you willing for?" "I am willing to become your servant, your most loyal servant. Please spare me." Huangquan Majuan prostrated herself at Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. "The 5 demon lords of the demon domain. What a grandiose title. I advise you to refrain from harboring ulterior motives in the future. If I die, the poison within you will erupt in an instant. Therefore, for your own survival, you must ensure I remain alive." "Yes, master." Huangquan Majuan buried her head to the floor, unable to lift it again, seemingly devoid of the face to look up. Lin Feng emerged as the ultimate victor. "Watch over me. I wish to enter seclusion for cultivation." "Yes, master." Lin Feng retrieved the bloodline purifying pill awarded by the system and swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, Wang Yinda raced desperately towards the Tianyu sect, the closest sanctuary to the Death Desert. "I must see Taoist Tianyu. I have news of the spider." Soon after, 3 figures soared from the Tianyu sect. The strength of these 3 individuals left Wang Yinda utterly astounded. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable beings upon his arrival. All 3 were disciples of reclusive elders, and Taoist Tianyu, having ascended to the Golden Core realm, was the weakest among them. They were Golden Core masters, moving with unparalleled speed, far surpassing what Foundation establishment cultivators could achieve in hours. They arrived in just half an hour. Upon gazing at the blood-soaked Jibei city, Taoist Tianyu could not help but frown. "Are they all dead? Brother, could Wang Yinda be deceiving us?" "Humph, deceive us? He wouldn't dare. Rest assured, junior brother, we shall avenge the great enmity of Tianyu sect." The 3 stood suspended above Jibei city, yet no signs of life were visible. Within the city, only a young boy scoured the remaining shelters, searching for sustenance. The trio descended from the sky. "Hey, child, what transpired here?" Qin Yu, clutching several pieces of meat, stared blankly at the 3. "A monster, a beast attacked the city. Was it a spider?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded again. The 3 cultivators of Tianyu sect rejoiced. "Where is it now? Lead us to it." "Do not worry, child. We are all masters of the Golden Core realm. That spider is nothing before us." "Indeed, child. As long as you guide us to the spider, I, Taoist Tianyu, vow to take you as my personal disciple." The destruction of Tianyu sect left many dead, and among them, Taoist Tianyu harbored the deepest hatred for Lin Feng. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, he returned only to find his home obliterated. "Oh, I will take you there." Qin Yu, not concealing anything, held his food and led Taoist Tianyu and the others to Tingsha Xian. "It is inside." Without needing Qin Yu to elaborate, the 3, with their cultivation, sensed the presence of life and 2 distinct auras within. "Stand aside." Qian Yuan Wuji. Tian Gong Jfa. Taoist Tianyu, unable to contain his impatience, formed hand seals. Violet flames materialized from thin air, engulfing Tingsha Xian in an instant. "Junior brother, there is no need to be so cautious. It is merely a foundation-building beast. Allow me to capture it." One among them charged directly into the flames. The intense heat repelled by his spiritual energy, leaving him unharmed. "Brother, do not worry, Tianyu junior brother. Your senior brother Luoyang has been in the Golden Core realm for over 10 years. Your recent breakthrough will not pose a threat to him. Let us observe." Another Golden Core powerhouse named Ji Ping spoke nonchalantly. In truth, he and Luoyang were indifferent to Tianyu sect. The bounty issued by the reclusive elder was what truly piqued their interest. Naturally, they aimed to eliminate Lin Feng before Tianyu could. At that point, they would undoubtedly become the elder's personal disciples and inherit all his teachings. Ji Ping, with a relaxed demeanor, attempted to divert Daoist Tianyu's attention, inquiring, I wonder what status junior brother Jiang Yu holds to warrant such concern from the master. Even after betraying the sect and facing death, a bounty was issued. The master has always been kind, even befriending many beasts. Daoist Tianyu, anxiously observing Ting Sha Xian, casually remarked, I have heard that junior brother Jiang Yu is the only bloodline left by the eldest sister for the master. It is only natural that the master dotes on her. I see. Brother, why has senior brother Luoyang not emerged yet? Do not fret, it is just a spider. No sooner had he spoken than the entire Ting Sha Xian erupted, a colossal force flattening the surroundings and revealing the interior. In the corner of the shattered Ting Sha Xian lay a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide white cocoon, surrounded by a mass of spider silk. Within, dark forms stirred. If they were not mistaken, that was indeed the spider they sought. However, to Daoist Tianyu and Ji Ping's astonishment, Luoyang knelt before a small girl, his head tilted, blood pouring from his abdomen. The golden core they prided themselves on was ruthlessly extracted and held in the girl's hands. You, who are you? Release senior brother Luoyang. Daoist Tianyu and Ji Ping watched the girl with trepidation. They were not fools. Luoyang had only entered Ting Sha Xian for mere minutes. And now it seemed he was in dire peril. The Huangquan demon lord slowly turned his head, a smirk gracing his lips. In a millennium, I have not graced this world. Are the people of today so audacious? Run, Ji Ping shouted. Daoist Tianyu disregarded Lin Feng and turned to flee. Ha. Once you arrive, do not think to leave. The childish voice of the Huangquan demon lord echoed terrifyingly in their ears. With a chubby hand raised, dark clouds gathered ominously. A black whirlwind engulfing the area, trapping the two within its grasp. Daoist Tianyu and his companion employed all their spells, but could not break free. How is this possible? Why is this child so powerful? We cannot escape. Such potent demonic energy, a demon cultivator. How could such a being hide in Jibei City? The Huangquan demon lord smirked, whispering, Die? Chapter 48, Dark Bloodline, The Return of Huangquan. The black whirlwind violently tore at their bodies, like blades of darkness. And even as golden core cultivators, they were unable to withstand its onslaught. I do not wish to die. Junior brother, I did all this for you. You go die? In the face of death, even blood brothers could turn against each other, let alone disciples. Ji Ping unhesitatingly seized Daoist Tianyu and pulled him in front as a shield, desperately attempting to charge through the whirlwind. Such an act would even disgust the Huangquan demon lord, a righteous sect? Ridiculous. Do you wish to die so badly? Then I shall grant you your wish. The black tempest surged forth, shredding Ji Ping's body into fragments. A soul screamed as it was drawn into the mouth of the Huangquan demon lord, greedily licking his lips. He remarked, What a delicious soul. With these souls, I require more. He then turned his gaze toward Daoist Tianyu. The Huangquan demon lord, in his past life, was immensely powerful. Even the strength of beasts and spirit wells could not restore even a fraction of his soul. He needed to continuously devour souls to regain his strength while also enhancing his cultivation. You have worked hard, delivering souls from afar. The Huangquan demon lord extended his palm toward Daoist Tianyu, and just as the whirlwind began to shrink, threatening to claim his life, a sudden shout rang out. Stop! The Huangquan demon lord trembled, glancing nervously behind him. The white cocoon cracked with a resounding snap. From within, 2 sharp spider legs emerged, followed by cold, merciless eyes and vicious barbs. Its body towered over 2 meters. The peculiar patterns on its black form became increasingly pronounced, resembling the visage of a malevolent spirit, instilling fear upon sight. An eerie aura of darkness emanated from its being. Lin Feng, after consuming the bloodline pill, cleansed his own bloodline, devouring and merging the ordinary spider bloodline with that of the venomous dragon, resulting in a new lineage. The benefits of this bloodline were now fully realized, having undergone 2 direct evolutions. Congratulations, host, on the successful 21st evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 21st evolution, Dark Death Demon Spider. Description, possessing a dark bloodline. This spider-like demon beast roams in shadows, specializing in harvesting lives. It can wield dark spells, is strange and troublesome, devoid of human emotions, and exists solely for slaughter. Cultivation, mid-golden core. Bloodline skills, Heavenly Net, Silk Blade, Dark Domain. Combat power, 7110. System evaluation, a structured spider. Evolution value, 58. Quite impressive. The enhancement of the bloodline led to 2 evolutions, and although the evolution value remained unchanged, it had significantly strengthened, further assisted by the Huangquan demon lord. Lin Feng gazed at Daoist Tianyu and the two lifeless bodies, his heart bleeding with regret. Huangquan, why did you kill them all? The Huangquan demon lord lowered his head. Speaking pitifully, Master, they seem to have come to kill you. You commanded me to protect you. Two mid-golden core experts wasted in vain. Had he poisoned them, it would have yielded a 40 evolution value, and with Daoist Tianyu, another evolution could have been achieved. Now, only Tianyu Doran remains. Master, how should we deal with him? I have already sealed his spiritual energy. Bang! Tianyu Doran was casually thrown before Lin Feng. Gazing at Lin Feng's menacing form, Tianyu Doran gritted his teeth and said, You are the spider, you beast who killed my son. Just as he was about to finish his words, Lin Feng's eight-legged sword pierced through Tianyu Doran's palms and soles. Ah! With the scream echoing, Lin Feng's sword pressed against Tianyu Doran's brow, sneering, Killed your son? You are still unaware, are you? It was the hidden elder who struck him down. His palm was simply too formidable. Impossible, it must be you. How dare you slander my master? What a pitiful and tragic soul. Humph, we at Inshirshan are already aware of your whereabouts. You are doomed. My brothers will avenge me. You cannot escape. Tianyu Doran may not know that not only does Inshirshan know, but the surrounding areas are also aware. Wan Yin Dake is no benevolent figure. With many enemies, his deeds have long spread throughout the region. Tianyu Doran glared at Lin Feng with hatred. Yet, Lin Feng disdainfully replied, Escape? When did I say I would flee? Tianyuqing, I shall return. What is mine, I will reclaim. You seek death. Just as Tianyu Doran shouted, Lin Feng's eight-legged sword plunged into his throat. In the midst of Tianyu Doran's terror-filled gaze, Lin Feng severed his head, extinguishing all breath. Ding! Congratulations on killing Tianyu Doran. Earning evolution value, 5. Current evolution value, 63. The nearby Huangquan Ma Juan hesitated, cautiously saying, Master, may I have his corpse? Take it. Huangquan Ma Juan rejoiced. Thank you, Master. The soul of a Jin Dan practitioner is too fragile. It can only linger in the body for a few minutes. It must be consumed quickly while fresh. Saying this, she bent down before Tianyu Doran, swiftly inhaling. Tianyu Doran's soul was visibly drawn from his body, struggling as it was. Under Lin Feng's curious gaze, it was directly swallowed by Huangquan Ma Juan. She moaned in delight, resembling a child relishing a delicious drink. Lin Feng observed the system. Noting that Huangquan Ma Juan's combat power had remarkably increased by about 300 points. What a monster! Have you finished eating? If so, let us depart. Huh, Master. Where are we going? To Tianyuqing. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy. The arrival of Tianyu Doran and his companions not only bolstered Lin Feng's strength, but also brought vital intelligence. From Luoyang and Jiping's reports, he learned that the hidden elder had suffered a grave injury and was in seclusion to recuperate. He might not survive. This information was crucial for Lin Feng. In light of this, he would seek to reclaim the poisoned zombie. However, just as the two exited the Tingsha Xuan, the system chimed again. Ding. Task accepted. The return to Huangquan. Task details. The Huangquan Ma Juan's residence was lost 1,000 years ago. Retrieve the Huangquan residence. Task reward. Beast control technique. Huangquan Dian? Heh, is this a compensation for my Dulong Dian? The Huangquan Dian is significantly more powerful than the Dulong Dian. But the difficulty in locating it is also considerably greater. The host can start with Huangquan Ma Juan. Understood. Lin Feng soared into the air, with Huangquan Ma Juan closely following. Beneath Ji Beicheng, Qin Yu discarded the meat he held and hurriedly trailed behind them, shouting, Ma Juan, Ma Juan. Take me with you. Huangquan Ma Juan glanced at Qin Yu, hesitating. Master, perhaps we should bring him along. Why? He should be the last disciple of my Huangquan sect. A rare glimmer of nostalgia appeared in the eyes of the Huangquan sect leader. That was a force she had founded, once formidable and feared by many. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the task. He had indeed asked Huangquan Ma Juan earlier, and she possessed a Huangquan Dian, which was a residence and could be considered a treasure. But she had lost track of it after her demise. Perhaps Qin Yu would know its whereabouts. With this thought, a thread of silk ensnared Qin Yu's waist, lifting him into the sky amidst his startled cries, heading towards Tianyuqing. Chapter 49. Slaughtering Tianyuqing, reclaiming what was lost in Tianyuqing amidst the clouds. Lin Feng treaded upon the web of silk he had spun. He had now reached the Jindan realm, and his control over spiritual energy had ascended to new heights, enabling him to ensnare the clouds with silk and walk upon them. Lin Feng surveyed the entirety of Tianyuqing. There were even 2 poison zombies within the city. Perfectly fused with the bloodline of the Dulong, he could still command these zombies even in the absence of the Dulong Dian. Lin Feng turned to glance at Huangquan Ma Juan. This little girl was practically drooling at the sight of Tian Yuqing. Do you wish to slay them? Yes. Huangquan Ma Juan nodded vigorously. Lin Feng laughed heartily. You know, sometimes I feel that our cooperation is quite harmonious. I handle the killing while you feast upon their souls. And the poison zombies devour their flesh. Truly, there is no waste at all. Does that mean you agree? Of course. These people all came to kill me. I have no reason to spare them. But remember, use the poison I provided to kill, and do not rely on spells. How long must we continue this? Kill away. We have all the time in the world. Yes, master. Huangquan Ma Juan could hardly contain her excitement, diving from the sky towards the ground. After she departed, Lin Feng leaned in closely to Qin Yu, the sharpness of his mandibles clanking ominously. Qin Yu instinctively recoiled, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Little one, do not be afraid. Tell me where the Huangquan Dian is located. Do not say you do not know. You, the Jibei 18 demons, aim to resurrect the Huangquan Ma Juan. Lin Feng did not entirely trust Huangquan Ma Juan. Although he controlled her with poison, she was undoubtedly considering how to escape his grasp. Distracting her to inquire about the Huangquan Dian was entirely reasonable. Moreover, the Jibei 18 demons were desperate individuals. They surely had secrets, and Qin Yu was bound to know something. Qin Yu's expression fluctuated, biting his teeth as he replied, "That is our Huangquan sect's sacred artifact. Speak." Uft. Lin Feng's 8-legged sword instantaneously pierced through Qin Yu's palm. Blood splattered, and Qin Yu screamed, "Ah, I will tell you, I will tell you." Lin Feng withdrew the sword, smiling. See? Now that is more like it. Here, have a thread of silk. Ever since the hidden elder issued the bounty, people from Shazhou had flocked to Tianyuqing. Each domain was vast, and the domain was divided into states. The third domain consisted of numerous rivers and mountains, with expansive territories divided into 13 states. Shazhou was named for its deadly desert, and Tianyuqing and Duyun Mountain were both located within its borders. The area was rife with mountains and beasts, though resources for cultivators were scarce, leading the inhabitants of Shazhou to yearn for the hidden elder's favor. The square of Tianyuqing was bustling with crowds. It was truly unfortunate for Wan Yin Dake, who had been interrogated for 2 hours before his demise. Wan Yin Dake was clever, even instructing his steed to spread news. Alas, what a pity that Tianyu Doran had already departed. Some might be planning to ambush Tianyu Doran. The discussions among the crowd centered around Lin Feng, with some giving up and others scheming. At that moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! It crashed heavily in the center of the square. Everyone turned in astonishment to the small figure at the center. Is it a girl? Is she still alive? What is happening? It seems she fell from the sky. Hey, little girl, are you alright? Qin Ling, with her watery eyes and rosy cheeks, was the kind of adorable little girl that instantly endeared her to everyone, inciting no fear. The crowd gathered around, curious about Huangquan Ma Juan. What a cute little girl, whose child is lost. Do not be afraid. Uncle will give you a hug. A lecherous middle-aged man clapped his hands and reached out to embrace Huangquan Ma Juan. The gaze of the Huangquan Ma Juan turned icy as she seized the man's hand, exclaiming, "You wretched creature." With a swift motion, she brutally tore off the entire arm of the middle-aged man, blood splattering across the ground. The man, eyes wide with terror, screamed, "Ah, it hurts so much." Before he could utter another word, Huangquan Ma Juan's palm sliced through the air like a blade, severing half of the man's head. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, those nearby felt their stomachs churn. A murder had transpired. Good heavens, could this child be a monster? Was she not the very creature that had indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in Tianyu City just days prior? Some began to associate Huangquan Ma Juan with the notorious Du Zhang. Yet, Huangquan Ma Juan expressed her disdain. What a hassle. To kill you, I must resort to poison. In the next moment, she vanished from sight. With each flicker, a head was sent flying. Panicked cries began echoing from within Tianyu City. Lin Feng, suspended in the void, glared at Tianyu City in displeasure. Is this Huangquan Ma Juan a fool? Why is she killing these insignificant ants? The cultivators at the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, upon witnessing this scene, began to flee. They were not residents of Tianyu City and had no obligation to assist. The slaughter of ordinary people would yield Lin Feng barely a fraction of evolution points. Damn it! What a waste! Cursing inwardly, Lin Feng left Qin Yu ensnared in the web of clouds and descended towards Tianyu City. With a heavy thud, he landed beside Huangquan Ma Juan and spoke in a deep voice. Leave these people to me. You go after the strong at the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages. Yes, Master. Huangquan Ma Juan acknowledged, recognizing the benefits of the task. Did she not realize the importance of employing a bit of strategy when it came to killing? In an instant, she vanished from Lin Feng's sight. Lin Feng took her place, his 8 legs moving in a frenzy. A strand of silk, stretching 100 meters, swept across the surroundings. The sharp silk, upon contact with houses and humans, could instantly slice them in two. Blood flowed freely. The system's notifications rang continuously. The carnage persisted for half a day. From daylight until dusk, Lin Feng's evolution points had long since reached their limit. Enveloped in darkness, Lin Feng, endowed with the bloodline of shadows, grew even more formidable. His spider-like eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, unstoppable in his rampage. "You come out and feast." In the shadows, two figures emerged, their faces twisted, eyes dark, revealing sharp fangs. They were two Duzhong. One was Wan Jun, and the other was a being named Tong Bing. Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. These two, or rather, these two zombies, shared similar tastes, likely having indulged in the pleasures of the city's brothels for several days. What a waste. Do you not know how to leave when told? Heh heh, were we not waiting for the Lord to return? Wan Jun flattered. Tong Bing, however, wasted no time, immediately dropping to the ground to devour. "Once finished, take me to find companions. I will seek out any remaining survivors." "Yes, Lord," Wan Jun declared. The city had been nearly obliterated when Huangquan Majuan suddenly reappeared beside Lin Feng, respectfully stating, "Master, formidable foes have arrived." Lin Feng followed her gaze and beheld a streak of light soaring through the sky, halting midair. It was a graceful young man, red lips and white teeth, staring in astonishment at Tianyu City. Chapter 50. The invitation from Xiaoyao Lo. The elegantly dressed youth stood momentarily in a daze, murmuring, "Spiders? Eradicate them all." Name, Yunzhongzi. Description, a member of Xiaoyao Lo, responsible for gathering intelligence in Shazhou. He is carefree, enjoys freedom, thrills, yet despises combat, despite possessing immense strength and unmatched agility. Known as one of the three young masters of Shazhou. Cultivation level, Golden Core Peak. Skill, Xiaoyao. Combat power, 95-30. System evaluation, a talented cultivator. A Golden Core Peak cultivator. Lin Feng pointed at Yunzhongzi. "Huangquan, can you kill him? If I consume him, I will be able to break through. Give it a try." As soon as Huangquan Majuan's words were spoken, she shot forth like a cannonball. In midair, she formed a hand seal. Huangquan descends. Calamity upon the world. Wind, thunder, calamity. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in black winds and thunder. Black lightning descended rapidly, enveloping Yunzhongzi in a tempest. This was a grand move. Perhaps, in the past, Huangquan Majuan would have seen Yunzhongzi as nothing more than an insignificant insect. However, for her now, it required her utmost effort. In the raging storm, black thunder surged. Yunzhongzi cried out, "I did not come to fight." With a swift movement, he flew directly out of the storm. Huangquan Majuan was momentarily taken aback. "Xiaoyao, good lad. At such a young age, you have mastered Xiaoyao. Too bad you have encountered me. Let us see how long you can run." Thunder calamity. The storm dissipated, and crimson clouds began to swirl, while black lightning spread like a spider's web across the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning surged towards Yunzhongzi from all directions. His expression changed drastically as he transformed into an afterimage, dodging the lightning incessantly. "Spider, I am from Xiaoyao Lo, here to deliver a message, not to fight." Huangquan Majuan's expression darkened. Xiaoyao was an incredibly profound technique, and at its zenith, one could become impervious to all methods. Although Lin Feng's cultivation level was insufficient, he could discern that Yunzhongzi intended to flee, and Huangquan Majuan truly had no means to stop him. "Halt!" Lin Feng's languid voice resonated. "Yes, master." "Master?" Yunzhongzi's gaze turned peculiar. In the next moment, the tempest of clouds and thunder receded. Lin Feng curiously inquired, "What message do you bear?" Yunzhongzi forced a smile. "You really have caused quite the turmoil, slaughtering the entire city. Speak your message, or face the consequences." Huangquan Majuan was eager for action. Yunzhongzi hastily raised his hand. "No, no, no. If you continue like this, I will run. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries." His temper was indeed foul. "I come bearing two messages from the Lord of Xiaoyao Lo, both of which are good news." With a flourish, Yunzhongzi opened a folding fan, fanning his hair and smiling. "You, Spider, are indeed fortunate. That reclusive elder has passed away." "What? Dead?" Lin Feng stared at Yunzhongzi in shock. "Indeed. His injuries were too severe. He has perished. How absurd is it that the finest doctor in the Lingyu could not heal himself? What a pity." This news was undoubtedly favorable for Lin Feng. Yunzhongzi then shifted his tone. "However, his bounty has not been lifted. You are still in grave danger." Lin Feng was unconcerned about the bounty. Yunzhongzi bowed. "Xiaoyao Lo formally invites you to join." "Invite me?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Yes." I was also curious as to why the Lord would extend such an invitation, but the fact that this child addresses you as master signifies you possess some merit. Yun Zhongzi sighed. He had already witnessed the strength of Huangquan Majuan. Being of the same golden core peak level, had it not been for Xiaoyaoyou, he would have met his demise. System, what exactly is this Xiaoyaolo? Replying to the host, based on Yun Zhongzi's information. Xiaoyaolo is an intelligence and combat organization that employs unscrupulous means for information and treasures, akin to a cult. It comprises both demonic beasts and humans, united for the purpose of cultivation, spanning the entire continent, and is a powerful organization. What do you think? Spider, if you join our Xiaoyaolo, under our protection, the bounty from the reclusive elder will mean nothing. Yun Zhongzi exuded confidence. No one would refuse, especially someone who is timid and lacks abilities, like you. Being wanted throughout Shazhou. Indeed, that was his initial thought. I am not interested. His exuberance faded in an instant, staring incredulously at Lin Feng. Hey, Spider. You are at least a golden core expert. Can you not discern the situation? Our Xiaoyaolo accommodates all. We do not mind if you are a demonic beast. You could even become our leader. Lin Feng wore an expression of disdain. Yun Zhongzi, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, think about it. Isn't this the essence of the matter? Let me clarify for you. Look at your current predicament, being pursued relentlessly. Just glance towards Tianyu City. Ah, indeed, you possess some degree of self-preservation. Yet consider this. There are numerous experts, and the golden elixir stage is not the ultimate goal. Your future adversaries may very well be at the nascent soul stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the Huangquan demon lord, not far away, suddenly shut his eyes tightly. An immense influx of spiritual energy surged into his body, his aura climbing steadily. After having slaughtered the entirety of Tianyu City and consumed countless souls, he began to break through, having restored a portion of his soul power. Yun Zhongzi interjected. Ah, yes, you have your masters, but never mind that. My sister is getting married today. I must return to attend the wedding banquet. I shall take my leave. With that, he activated his technique, swiftly transforming into an afterimage and vanishing before Lin Feng. Lin Feng scoffed derisively, after slaughtering a city. You still wish to enjoy a comedy. After a brief pause, the Huangquan demon lord's aura finally stabilized, letting out a contented groan, yet soon his expression darkened. Originally, Lin Feng's poison could be forcibly expelled with a mere elevation in realm. However, given that Qin Ling was merely a young girl, the toxin had fully integrated into her blood and bones. His possession was successful, yet expelling it was now impossible. With the elevation of his realm, the poison became part of the nascent soul, rendering it even more difficult to eradicate. Lin Feng's cold laughter echoed. Let us depart. Yes, master, replied the Huangquan demon lord. Resigned. The two venomous zombies had consumed numerous expert corpses, raising their realm to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the golden elixir stage. The benefits from the city massacre had been maximized by Lin Feng. Regrettably, many at the golden elixir stage had fled. It was believed that before long, news of Lin Feng's resurgence would spread throughout the entire Shazhou. Lin Feng trusted no one but himself. The sooner he located the Huangquan Hall, the more untroubled he would become. In the Shazhou, atop the highest level of the Xiaoyao Tower, Yun Zhongzi vented his frustrations. Master, why did you invite that spider to join our Xiaoyao Tower? He is hardly qualified. I observe that he is merely at the mid-golden elixir stage. At the window, an elderly man with white hair gazed out at the bustling city, his eyes drifting towards the distant sky. Do you still recall the battle that transpired not long ago on the Hidden World Mountain? I remember. The battle that resulted in the demise of the Hidden World Elder. That fellow was enveloped in spiritual energy, moving so erratically that one could hardly discern what was happening. Behind that spider stood an extraordinary demon beast, one possessing the ability of rebirth and immortality. What? Rebirth? Immortal? Is it truly that exaggerated? Indeed, he has been hiding for many years. And for the sake of that spider, he actually emerged and broke the strongest formation of the Hidden World Mountain, even with numerous experts assisting. The Hidden World Elder ultimately met his end. Our objective is that. Chapter 51. The Rules of the Dua Marsh according to Qin Yu's instructions. The Huangquan Hall is the most formidable treasure of the Huangquan Demon Lord, as well as the ultimate treasure of the Huangquan sect. Following the demise of the Huangquan Demon Lord, the ancestors of the 18 demons of Jibei fled with the Huangquan Hall. However, the foes of the Huangquan Demon Lord were overwhelmingly powerful. In their desperation, during their escape, they concealed the Huangquan Hall in a place of absolute peril, masking its aura. This perilous location is known as the Dayua Marsh. The distance from Tianyu City to the Dayua Marsh, as described by Qin Yu, spans a full 10,000 miles. Throughout the journey, the Huangquan demon lord remained sullen, for Qin Yu had perished. In Lin Feng's words, Qin Yu died amidst the chaos of Tianyu City. Though the specifics of his demise remained unknown, the Huangquan demon lord could only suffer in silence, unable to voice his grievances. His Huangquan sect had been completely severed from its roots, leaving him in utter isolation. The journey yielded considerable rewards, as he managed to retrieve 67 venomous zombies. Before locating the Huangquan Hall, there was no place to store them, so Lin Feng scattered them to seek companions, instructing them to gather at the Diwa Marsh. He himself sought refuge in a safe corner of the Diwa Marsh to begin his evolution. However, he was unaware that there was no truly safe place within the Diwa Marsh. As he commenced his breakthrough, the surrounding deathly aura transformed into dark spiritual energy, permeating his body, creating quite a commotion. Countless demon beasts concealed within the marsh opened their eyes. Not far away, in a marshy lake, the water began to boil, suddenly giving rise to a tornado. The Huangquan demon lord sat upon a withered tree, his chubby little feet dangling just beneath the water's surface. Resembling a young girl as she swung her legs. With a carefree expression, he gazed at the tornado, disdainfully remarking, "A mere mudfish dares to act so audaciously, humph." A cold snort quelled the restlessness of countless agitated demon beasts. "How cowardly! If you have the courage, come out," the Huangquan demon lord scoffed. The irony of such words emanating from a child was palpable. From deep within the Diwa Marsh, a displeased voice echoed, "You are a human expert. Why meddle in the affairs of demon beasts? Is he your mount? What concern is it of yours? If you have the courage, come forth." The Huangquan demon lord, hands on hips, pointed angrily towards the depths of the Diwa Marsh. "Humph, arrogant. If you have the guts, come in. Were it not for my rebirth stripping me of my powers, I could crush you with a single finger." Pouting, the Huangquan demon lord exuded an air of grandiosity. "Crush me? What a joke. The rules of the Diwa Marsh dictate that to reach me, you must fight your way through layer by layer. If you dare, come and kill me." The voice from the deepest part of the Diwa Marsh was equally filled with fury. Being scolded by a child was hardly something one could accept. The Huangquan sect master sneered, "Do you think you can deceive me? Do you think I am unaware of the rules of the Diwa Marsh? If I were to fight my way in, the entire dominion of the Diwa Marsh would descend upon me, unless I were a demon beast. Humph, since you know, I challenge you to come. You claim to be strong, so step forth." Another round of meaningless bickering ensued. At that moment, a faint cracking sound emanated from behind. The Huangquan demon lord turned to see a massive cocoon upon the withered tree. The spider cocoon slowly began to split open. Sharp, 8-legged blades first emerged from the cocoon, as strands of silk gradually fell onto the viscous ground, saturating the dark earth. Lin Feng stepped onto the ground, hovering just above the surface, his immense form measuring nearly 3 meters in length. His pitch-black body bore strange patterns that shimmered with dark red light. A chilling aura of darkness emanated subtly from him. "Congratulations to the host. Successful evolution for the 21st time. Host, Lin Feng. 22nd evolution, Demon God-Wolf Spider. Description: a spider-type demon beast possessing a dark bloodline and mastery over dark sorcery. Even without attacking, the dark aura surrounding it can suffocate other beings. Typically found in regions of extreme darkness. Cultivation level, late golden elixir. Bloodline skills, Heavenly Net, Silk Blade, Dark Domain. Combat power, 9290. System evaluation, Walker of Darkness. Evolution value, 12. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's form, the Huangquan demon lord could not help but frown. The bloodline has become even more potent. Why is his growth so rapid? The bloodline of demon beasts is akin to the physique of humans. A demon beast with a strong bloodline can ascend to the level of a dominator merely by resting. However, correspondingly, bloodlines are nearly impossible to enhance, much like human talent, which is innate. How can it be that Lin Feng's bloodline consistently improves with each evolution? This is merely the late golden elixir stage. Yet he can already rival several dominator-level demon beasts of my former life at the same realm. If he continues to evolve and enhance his bloodline, that would be truly terrifying. The Huangquan demon lord gazed at Lin Feng with a grave expression. Similarly, Lin Feng's crimson gaze fixated peculiarly on the Huangquan demon lord. Were you a female in your last life? Indeed. Have you not heard of the name Huangquan demon lord? I have heard, pursued by countless individuals. It seems you were quite the irascible old hag. Lin Feng disregarded her and stepped onto his own web, slowly walking into the void. Facing the depths of the Diwa Marsh. The entire marsh was shrouded in darkness, with rolling pools of murky water exuding a foul, decaying stench that was utterly repugnant. However, for Lin Feng, who possessed a dark bloodline. This place brought an inexplicable exhilaration. His blood surged with fervor. If it were a beast, could it take your place by killing you? Indeed, the Du Marsh was vast and boundless. Here in Dongyu, according to the marsh's rules, any beast that could penetrate its depths would have all the beasts of Dongyu as its servants. A disdainful voice echoed from the depths of the marsh. But you? Without your human companions, you are powerless. How can one know without trying? Lin Feng, in the midst of evolution and influenced by his dark bloodline, thought, isn't it just battle? What is there to fear? You must be cautious. I am human. If you engage in combat at the deepest part of the Du Marsh, you will be besieged by all the beasts. The Du Marsh spanned across 4 states of the spirit domain and was one of the most renowned habitats for beasts. Huang Quan Mo Jun had visited in a previous life and was well aware of this. Lin Feng's bloodline surged as he proclaimed, "You underestimate your master. Watch as I slay him 7 times over." Chapter 52. While others electrocute fish, I poison them. Why must you battle in the Du Marsh? Is it not possible to grow stronger by slaying humans instead? Huang Quan Mo Jun was filled with confusion, fearing Lin Feng might perish and take her along with him. It was simple. He desired nothing but combat. Should he reveal to Huang Quan Mo Jun that he possessed the key to Huang Quan Hall and sensed its presence at the deepest part of the marsh? Since the overlord of the marsh had declared that Huang Quan Mo Jun could not enter, he decided to keep it to himself. Wait here for me. Lin Feng's body gradually descended, stepping on the web in the void, leaping like a grasshopper, and swiftly charging toward the center of the Du Marsh. Once more, the disdainful voice of the overlord resonated from the depths of the marsh. Do you think you can enter by mere speed? Dream on. This is the Du Marsh. As the words fell, countless white mists swirled up from the dark marsh, enveloping the entire area. There was neither day nor night here. The stench of death permeated the marsh. There was no way back, no destination, as if lost in an endless gray world. Lin Feng skimmed swiftly across the marsh. Below, whirlpools appeared in the ponds, and water arrows suddenly surged from beneath. Lin Feng halted abruptly on the web, evading the surprise attack of the water arrows. In the next moment, a tremendous splash erupted as a gigantic carp burst forth from the inky waters. Indeed, it was larger than Lin Feng, measuring a staggering 10 meters in length, resembling a ship. Its sharp teeth gleamed like swords as it lunged toward Lin Feng. Beast, marsh giant tooth fish. Description: an aquatic predator inhabiting the Du Marsh, adept at water magic, capable of blending into the water to evade detection, poised to strike at its prey. Cultivation level: peak foundation establishment. Bloodline skill: water concealment, becomes invisible in water. Combat power: 4489. System evaluation: not a concern. How fortuitous. A foundation establishment beast to test my mettle. Lin Feng casually lifted a spider leg, instantly forming a web-shaped silk sword before him. As the marsh giant tooth fish lunged through the silk, its body was sliced into countless pieces of flesh. Congratulations to the host for slaying the marsh giant tooth fish. Evolution value 0.05. As his realm increased, the evolution value yielded by these minor creatures diminished. The carcass of the marsh giant tooth fish sank into the depths, its blood instantly tainting the surrounding waters. Beneath the dark waters, it churned like boiling liquid, revealing countless enormous fish bodies vying for the flesh of the giant tooth fish. Some were kin to the giant tooth fish, while others belonged to different species. In their frenzy to claim the bloodied meat, they even turned on one another. This was the world of beasts. Lin Feng found it captivating. There was no deceit, no betrayal or flattery, only raw instinct. Devour and kill, all for power and survival. What Lin Feng did was no different from these beasts. To avoid being consumed, one must become stronger. Lin Feng slowly turned around. The surrounding fog had thickened to the point of obscuring his vision. Host, the Huang Quan key's sensitivity to Huang Quan Hall has weakened. The surrounding aura of death is too dense. The wooden piece given to Lin Feng by Qin Daier was the key to Huang Quan Hall, relying on the aura of death for its sensitivity. The thick aura of death hindered Lin Feng's perception over long distances. The Du Marsh was vast beyond measure. If he were to fly above, he might easily become lost within its depths. Is this what the Overlord intends? Fearing my descent into the deepest part? Lin Feng cursed under his breath, resigned to descending toward the ground, using terrestrial references to avoid losing his way. The Overlord's objective was clear: to force Lin Feng to land. Upon touching the water's surface, Lin Feng walked upon the void, barely a meter above the water. The dark surface concealed the depths, merely reflecting his fearsome form. Yet Lin Feng could sense innumerable eyes fixated upon him from beneath the surface. Every beast yearned to consume him. However, the previous fish had caused the underwater beasts to lie in wait, unwilling to act hastily. What a farce. This to you, Marsh, is nothing more than a joke. Are you not going to stop me? Come out. Still, no beasts emerged. Useless. Lin Feng traversed onto the land. The muddy black earth was scattered with decaying trees and animal carcasses, their stench nauseating. Beyond the marsh lakes lay a pitch-black thicket. The trees here were dense. None shorter than 10 meters, evidently nourished by the muck. Lin Feng's 8 legs sank into the mire, the 8-legged sword enveloped in spiritual energy, isolating him from the filth. And he ventured into the thicket. Midway, he abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the dark lake. You think hiding in the water renders you safe? Lin Feng returned to the lake's edge, observing his reflection. Lin Feng bared his sharp teeth. Taste my poison. As the words left his mouth, a torrent of transparent liquid erupted from the tips of his fangs. The venom from his evolved fangs sprayed abundantly into the water. This was not mere air where one could hold their breath to shield themselves. In the water, the venom spread rapidly. Before long, the lake responded. The tranquil surface, like a mirror, began to churn violently. Several giant-toothed fish thrashed wildly, quickly flipping onto their backs, lifeless. Effective. Lin Feng continued to amplify the venom's discharge. As long as the strength was sufficient, the venom from his evolved fangs could be limitless. In no time, the entire lake was inundated with venom, although it was diluted. The disparity in realms was too great. More and more beasts perished, surfacing belly up, despite the evolution value being minimal. The sheer number made up for it. Over 100 had died, granting him an increase of 6 in evolution value. All of them are worthless. Lin Feng gazed at the lake's surface, now littered with numerous pale bellies, and felt a wave of disinterest. The quantity was still too sparse. He desired to slay formidable foes for greater rewards. Just as he considered leaving, 2 tentacles suddenly shot forth from the water, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar. You vile spider, you have polluted my territory, you seek death. The tentacles were as thick as water barrels, coated in black viscous fluid. With a pungent odor that assaulted his senses, it was evident that the fluid was toxic. Lin Feng sprang into action with all 8 legs, narrowly evading the tentacle assault. It seemed there was still a significant challenge ahead. Lin Feng, instead of being startled, felt a surge of joy. His abdomen ejected strands of silk, ensnaring a tentacle, attempting to draw its master out of the water. To his dismay, the tentacle was exceedingly slippery, making it impossible to exert any force. Unable to pull it out? Then he would destroy it. Lin Feng's gaze turned frosty, and the strands of silk instantly transformed into blades. With a swift motion, a tentacle was severed. The severed limb fell to the ground, writhing momentarily before falling still. Another tentacle seized the opportunity to retreat into the murky depths. Ah, it dares to hide again. Lin Feng would not let it escape easily. He hovered above it, unleashing a torrent of venom into the lake. The surface churned violently, creating a massive splash. Trying to flee? Chapter 53. The chatterbox de Yuchong, octopus, and bat underwater was no longer safe for the creature. Wounded, it stirred up the waves merely as a distraction, seeking to escape from the other side. Lin Feng had already laid numerous webs around the area. The beast's movement alerted him, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. On the opposite shore, a peculiar and enormous creature lashed out with 7 tentacles, desperately fleeing into the dense forest. This creature was massive, particularly its tentacles, which were as thick as a barrel, while its body was curiously small, resembling the upper half of a human. Lin Feng confirmed he was not mistaken. It was indeed the upper half of a human. Combined with the lower half of an octopus, the human appeared almost zombie-like. Beast, de Yuchong. Description: a water-dwelling insect residing in Diyu swamp. It appears to be an octopus, but is, in fact, a cunning beast that enjoys feasting on humans. It attaches human bodies to itself, masquerading as a human to lure and capture those who venture into the swamp. Cultivation: early golden core. Bloodline skill: regeneration. Its tentacles possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Combat power: 5672. System evaluation: a cunning hunter. This was exceedingly terrifying. Upon seeing its form, Lin Feng felt a churn in his stomach for the first time, nearly retching. The human upper half was a woman. It was evident that she had been quite beautiful in life, though now, her body was severely decayed, devoid of any clothing. Under the control of de Yuchong, she even managed to open her eyes and move as if alive. With her tentacles writhing, she moved with astonishing speed, seemingly about to plunge into the forest. Lin Feng appeared above her in an instant. Trying to run? Is that even possible? 8 strands of silk erupted from his abdomen. binding De Yucheng's 7 limbs and the human upper body. Wait. The human half of De Yucheng called out urgently. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the woman. How could she still speak in such a state of decay? Even more outrageous was the expression of terror on her face. Don't kill me, I want to run. Please, spare me. De Yucheng pleaded in fear. Lin Feng scoffed, saying, the overlord of Dongyue declared that upon reaching the deepest part of Dongyue swamp, we must kill one by one, and you shall be the first. Nonsense. His overlordship does not represent me. I have long been displeased with him. I can lead you in, with me as your guide. You want to get lost in the swamp. De Yucheng was quite clever, seizing upon Lin Feng's weakness. Intrigued, Lin Feng replied, I've heard that octopuses possess multiple brains and are quite intelligent. You're no exception. I might spare you, but this body is rather repulsive. Don't like it? I can discard it immediately. In the next moment, De Yucheng tore off its upper body, revealing its true form. Its head was nestled among the 8 tentacles, flattened and sporting 2 rather lecherous eyes, with 8 appendages the thickness of a pinky probing into the corpse of the human, controlling it. Lin Feng was fascinated and gently landed on De Yucheng, pulling on the 8 strands of silk. Let us go, lead me to the deepest part. And when we arrive, I shall release you. Of course, you can trust me. I keep my word. The creature replied. After being deceived numerous times, it genuinely believed itself to be human. De Yucheng, resigned, began to serve as Lin Feng's mount. Before long, the severed 8th tentacle had regrown. The 8 tentacles moved swiftly, advancing rapidly through the dense forest. Spider, we both have 8 legs. I wholeheartedly support your choice of a new overlord. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I will be your younger brother. We are family, and family does not resort to violence. That guy is quite lecherous. Many female beasts in Dongyue Swamp have been involved with him. I've long found him displeasing. He even stole my wife, shameless, vulgar, despicable, and loathsome. De Yucheng was quite the chatterbox, entirely lacking the demeanor of a dominant beast. Lin Feng's attention, however, was focused on the decaying flora and the shadowy, indistinct trees that obscured all light, rendering the forest a pitch-black abyss. Casually, he inquired, what is its cultivation level? I don't know. It's inscrutable, but undoubtedly powerful. However, it's certainly not as strong as you. You are the most striking beast I have ever encountered. The incessant chatter was one thing, but the flattery was another. Truly versatile. Lin Feng found this creature rather amusing. It was a good way to pass the time. How far are we from the deepest part of Dongyue Swamp? It's not too far. If all goes well, with my speed, we should arrive in about a day and night. Of course, flying would be faster. But it's easy to get lost and accidentally enter the territory of other beasts, which could lead to trouble. One could only wonder if this creature's mouth had been blessed. Hardly had the words left its mouth when strange sounds echoed from the dark forest, resembling the flapping of wings from some creature. What is that? Oh no, it's been ages since I've been on land. I forgot this is the territory of those bats. Hold on, we need to accelerate. De Yucheng exclaimed. As soon as the words left its lips, the 8 legs began to move at an incredible speed. Lin Feng, riding on its back, felt as if he were driving a high-speed car, swiftly navigating through the dense woods. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of mice echoed from all directions, and the flapping of wings grew louder and closer. It was a horde of some beast, numbering astonishingly. Brothers, don't attack. It's me. I'm just passing through. De Yucheng's voice resonated throughout the forest, akin to a commander ordering a ceasefire. Just then, sounds of combat erupted from deeper within the forest, accompanied by bursts of magical light. De Yucheng could not help but curse. I knew it. These bats are unusually agitated today because humans have invaded the swamp. Lin Feng asked in confusion, humans? I thought it was said that humans cannot enter the swamp. Brother, you must understand. It's only the powerful humans who are barred from entry. The overlords of the deepest parts unite against formidable humans to maintain their dominance, but ordinary humans face no such restrictions. Those humans must be unaware of the conditions in the swamp. They provoked this horde of bats, the most populous and troublesome group in the entire swamp. De Yucheng cursed those humans, lamenting that they had brought the bats into the fray. Don't worry, brother, I'm familiar with them. Just stay put, and I'll get you out. As soon as the words left its mouth, Lin Feng shot several strands of silk into the air, ensnaring a few bats and pulling them down. Chapter 54. A Lang and Huang Yuan. Slaughtering bats in the bat forest. Lin Feng pulled down 2 bats from the darkness, at last revealing what these so-called bats truly were. These creatures were the size of an adult human. Their sharp fangs were bared, and they grimaced at Lin Feng with exposed teeth. When their wings unfolded, they spanned 5 to 6 meters, their gossamer wings faintly emanating a black mist. Lin Feng spoke solemnly. Dark aura. Beast, swamp blackbat. Description: black bats residing in Diyu swamp, possessing a strong territorial instinct and low intelligence. They attack any beings that enter their territory in swarms. When threatened, they emit ultrasonic waves and may even explode. Cultivation, mid-foundation establishment. Bloodline skill, sound explosion, a formidable sonic attack that occasionally leads to self-detonation. Combat power, 3190. System evaluation, a hot potato. Self-detonation? Such a beast exists? Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The Dayu Chong beneath him anxiously exclaimed, "Brother, quickly discard them. Your actions have placed me in a difficult position." Before Lin Feng could respond, two bats simultaneously unleashed a piercing shriek towards him. This sound, resembling that of a beast, enveloped Lin Feng and Dayu Chong in visible sound waves. The jarring noise caused Lin Feng's head to throb incessantly. Dayu Chong, unable to endure, thrashed its 8 tentacles in distress. "Ah, I detest such sounds." In the next instant, a deafening explosion resonated. The two bats before Lin Feng exploded instantaneously, leaving no time for reaction, their innards splattering everywhere. The commotion in the jungle, originally attracting the attention of those humans, now drew even more bats following the explosion. Under the blanket of darkness, their glaring eyes instilled a sense of dread. "Brother, why provoke them? Though their cultivation is not impressive, they are quite troublesome." Dayu Chong complained while attempting to escape the dense forest with its 8 tentacles. Lin Feng grasped the webbing, halting Dayu Chong. "What is there to fear? They are merely bats. We can eliminate them before they detonate." If Dayu Chong had an expression, it would surely be one of despair. "Why must you provoke them? Why must you kill them? Are you a demon?" Even now, Dayu Chong could not comprehend Lin Feng's motives, why he would poison his own lake. Beasts and humans alike exist in this world for their own purposes, yet Lin Feng seemed to kill for the sake of killing, without desire for consumption. "You are correct. You may perceive it that way." Lin Feng sneered, slightly elevating his abdomen towards the trees. With a sudden release, webs shot forth from his body, automatically unfurling mid-air into a vast net. In no time, it enveloped the area above, ensnaring the bats' wings and bodies, which emitted shrill sonic attacks. Lin Feng raised his 8-legged sword, unleashing a flurry of silk blades that severed the bats caught in the web. The system's notifications rang incessantly. While eliminating these lower-ranked beasts bore little significance, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. To delve into the depths of Deyu Zhaoyuan and obtain the Huangquan Dian, Lin Feng needed to elevate his strength, at least to the peak of Jindan or even Yuan Ying. Otherwise, how could he contend with the overlord of the deepest part of Dongyu Zhaoyuan? Annihilate them. "Brother, why go through such trouble? Isn't this a waste of spiritual energy?" Dayu Chong's voice echoed helplessly. Yet, its life was in Lin Feng's grasp, one exertion from him, and it would cease to exist. Thus, it could only accompany Lin Feng through the dense forest at a rapid pace. Lin Feng continuously expelled webs from his abdomen, dispatching bats and soon attracting their full attention. A multitude of bats descended from the surrounding darkness. Blood, entrails, and the pitch-black bats rained down. Not far away, an elderly man and a young man were also dealing with the swarm of bats. Their arrival had incited the bats into a frenzy. The elder appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, named Huang Yuan, while the youth, only in his 20s, was called a Lang. A Lang possessed great strength, wielding a long sword with an impenetrable dance, mercilessly slaughtering countless bats before him. "Little junior brother, what should we do? The number of these creatures is overwhelming. If this continues, our spiritual energy will be depleted." Huang Yuan was tasked with ensuring that the blood and flesh of the bats did not taint a Lang. A Lang, however, laughed heartily. "With elixirs, what is there to fear? They are but ants. This is an excellent opportunity to hone my swordsmanship." Huang Yuan wore a face of helplessness. Following this little junior brother was perilous, as he consistently chose to venture into danger. They initially only needed to circumvent the dense forest and delve deeper into the marsh. But a Lang was too fond of the thrill. As the top talent of Tianjin, he would risk his life to protect him. Why have the bats diminished? It seems they have fled. Huang, go, bring some more. I'm in the mood for slaughter." Huang Yuan, with a pained expression, responded. "Little junior brother, there are many beasts behind us. Let us first locate the Huangquan Dian, as our master instructed, shall we? Enough with the chatter. Go attract some more. Why all the fuss?" A Lang, however, was enthralled by the battle, unable to extricate himself. With no other choice, Huang Yuan reluctantly went to lure more bats. Before long, he returned, astonished. "Little junior brother, guess what I saw? Bats." Were you not supposed to attract bats? What could you possibly see? A pig, perhaps? Alang replied casually. Huang Yuan widened his eyes. Yes, yes. Little junior brother, as expected of a celestial being, you can guess this. I indeed saw a spider riding an octopus. And they were slaughtering bats. With a swift motion, Alang dispatched the last bat, shaking the blood from his long sword. Frowning, he exclaimed, what nonsense. Slaying my bats? I must see who possesses such audacity. There was no need for a search. Following the direction of the bats led them to the sight of a bat in the distance, riding an octopus, continuously moving through the dense forest. The spider's abdomen incessantly expelled webs, killing the bats, leaving behind more blood and flesh than Alang had slain. Watching from afar, Alang's eyes widened further. Such a technique exists? Little junior brother, that spider does not appear to be a beast from here. It seems quite formidable. Our primary task is to investigate the Huangquan Dian. Do not create unnecessary complications. Before he could finish, Alang, sword in hand, excitedly flew towards Lin Feng. Haha. Spider, let us duel. To determine superiority and settle our fates. Chapter 55. Lin Feng vs. Alang, the Duel of Swords. This scene felt eerily familiar. Lin Feng, caught in the fervor of slaughter, was suddenly confronted by a youth emerging from the darkness. The sword in the boy's hand gleamed with a cold light, sharp and piercing. Much like his words. Name, Alang. Description, a legendary celestial being, the most gifted human cultivator, a disciple of the foremost sect Tianjian Zong, the top talent. Fond of battle, swords, and sweet delicacies. Cultivation, late Jin Dan. Technique, 12 Swords of Heaven. Combat power, 95-31. Evaluation, swordsmanship prodigy. His profile was straightforward. Lin Feng, however, was secretly astonished. The system held him in high regard. The top talent, a celestial being. Both at the late Jin Dan stage, Lin Feng, wielding the 8-legged sword, boasted a combat power of just under 9,500. Capable of dealing with 2 or 3 opponents of the same realm. Alang's combat power surpassed his. Indeed, those who ventured into the Yujiayuan were no ordinary beings. Before Lin Feng could process this, the sword's brilliance appeared before him, as though traversing the void, arriving in an instant. Come, ding. Lin Feng met the attack with his 8-legged sword. The clash of the 8-legged sword against Alang's long sword sent sparks flying. Both retreated simultaneously. Lin Feng had never encountered such an evenly matched opponent, excitement bubbling within him. So powerful. You two are formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Alang was even more exhilarated. Whether due to their earlier collision or his inner excitement, the sword in his hand trembled. Slowly lifting it to his eyes, holding it horizontally, he gazed at Lin Feng, exclaiming with enthusiasm, I am Alang, the sword-wielding Alang, and this sword is named Invincible. Lin Feng scoffed, Invincible? Huh, arrogant. A true swordsman does not boast. How else to slay? One person and one spider stood facing each other, separated by the formidable De Yuchong, both exuding an overwhelming battle intent. De Yuchong, sensing the tension, dared not make a move, instead opting to slowly retract its limbs, attempting to withdraw from the fierce atmosphere surrounding the two combatants. Just as the last of its tentacles was about to vanish before them, Lin Feng and Alang struck simultaneously. Alang sought to hone his swordsmanship against Lin Feng, while Lin Feng, driven by a primal instinct, aimed to eliminate Alang. Tian E-sword, silk sword, spider silk. Sword energy collided in an instant at the center of the battlefield. The sharp sword energy swept across the area with ferocity, shredding one of De Yuchong's tentacles into fragments before it could escape. Ah, what do your battles have to do with me? De Yuchong exclaimed, hastily retreating to the black trees, trembling as it hid among the canopy, observing the duel between man and spider. With a sudden whoosh, both figures vanished from its sight. The ground was obscured, leaving only the sounds of clashing swords, as the overflowing sword energy wreaked havoc on the surrounding black wood. These trees, unique to the Dayu swamp, were more resilient than ordinary rock after absorbing countless bodies. Yet, under the onslaught of spider silk and sword energy, they crumbled like tofu. With a shriek, De Yuchong clutched its head and fled, realizing it could no longer remain in this area. In mere moments, the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters was flattened by the clash of man and spider. Again, Spider, you are formidable, Lin Feng marveled, witnessing Alang's combat prowess visibly escalating as the battle unfolded. 95-32, 95-33, 95-34, 95-41. Such feats were unprecedented in Lin Feng's experience. Alang's swordplay became increasingly adept, transitioning from Tian E sword to Tian Sen sword, continuously evolving and intensifying. Lin Feng found himself struggling to keep pace. Is this the first genius of the first sect? Remarkably powerful. Host, the so-called Tan Run are those favored by the heavens, while others cultivate against the tide. They are propelled forward by divine intervention. However, rest assured, once your bloodline evolves to its pinnacle, your innate talents will not lag far behind theirs. Lin Feng's eight-legged sword dance was impenetrable, yet the cold eyes of the spider flickered with determination. Yes, I am not inferior to others. He can wield swordsmanship, so can I. I, Lin Feng, have traversed from humanity. After all, it is merely swordsmanship. Emulating a Lang's Tian E sword to Tian San sword, Lin Feng unleashed his eight-legged sword. With a clatter, he shifted from a defensive stance to an even footing with a Lang. Lin Feng's own combat prowess visibly surged. In no time, he had caught up to a Lang, his newfound skills advancing at a rate surpassing a Lang's. A Lang, in this moment, was even more astonished. Spider, you are learning my sword techniques. How is this possible? Without a heart method, without techniques, without a sword, you have managed to grasp it? Again, Lin Feng, however, offered no respite for a Lang's astonishment. His eight-legged sword whirling with fervor. His advantage lay in wielding 7 additional swords. Before long, he had begun to suppress a Lang. Both combatants were evolving amidst the battle. The winds of fortune had shifted in Lin Feng's favor. Boy, where is your Tian C sword? Use it. Haha, Spider, once I unleash it, you shall meet your demise. Though pressed, a Lang was invigorated by the challenge. You wish to learn the 4th sword? Very well, I shall teach you. With that, he retreated several dozen meters, hovering in midair as his spiritual energy surged. The mist of the swamp dissipated, revealing the tension in the atmosphere. At this moment, a Lang appeared to Lin Feng as a sword, a blade poised to unleash its lethal strike. Spider, behold, this sword shall claim your life. As he declared this, he raised his sword high above his head and swiftly slashed down towards Lin Feng. Following the release of this sword energy, a Lang's body faltered, clearly drained. As he fell to the ground, eyes anxiously tracking the descending energy. The sword energy, extending over 100 meters, surged through the air, striking towards Lin Feng. In that instant, the hair on Lin Feng's body stood on end. If he had pores, they would have opened wide. He stared at the 100-meter sword energy descending, unable to evade or escape. The razor-sharp silk sword continued to strike, deflecting against the impending sword energy. With a clang, Lin Feng raised his eight-legged sword to intercept the overwhelming force. His body was immediately driven into the earth. Had it not been for the resilience of the eight-legged sword, he would have been cleaved in two. The power of the sword energy persisted, relentlessly assaulting Lin Feng. Sparks flew as the sword energy scraped against the eight-legged sword, driving him deeper into the soil. Could he endure this? Was he to perish? Nonsense. Lin Feng roared. I am the demon god wolf spider. I am Lin Feng. From his being surged forth a tide of dark mist, enveloping the sword energy and eroding its power. Stepping forth from the darkness, Lin Feng advanced, the shadows swirling around him. Witnessing this, a Lang's eyes widened in shock. Bloodline, dark bloodline. This spider is incredibly difficult to kill. Lin Feng's murderous intent flickered into view. Now it is my turn. At this moment, a Lang, having expended all his spiritual energy, had little hope of withstanding Lin Feng's impending onslaught. But just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. GGG, you two dare to wreak havoc on my territory? Do you truly think me so easily bullied? Chapter 56, In Mo Bien Fu. Zhu Lingdan. From the depths of the dark jungle emerged a colossal shadow, far larger than Lin Feng himself. The shadow spread its wings, casting a dark pall over the land, its icy presence suffusing the air. It was a gigantic swamp bat, its size several times that of an ordinary bat, with claws that rivaled those of a sand sculpture. Monster, In Mo Bien Fu. Description, an evolved form of the swamp bat. It delights in ambushing foes from within the swamp's mist, embodying treachery. Cultivation, golden core late stage. Bloodline skill, invisibility, can conceal itself within the mist. Combat power, 8240. System evaluation, the little tyrant of the swamp. A Lang was not surprised. Instead, he scoffed. I sensed something watching us earlier. Turns out there was a giant rat lurking nearby. He relished combat and loathed the idea of a monster that sought to gain without effort. After all, this was the Daiyu swamp, the domain of the In Mo Bien Fu, where the mist obscured all perception, easily leading one astray. Yet the In Mo Bien Fu remained unaffected. Unfazed, the bat declared, in my territory, anyone who dares to harm my kin, arrogant humans and despicable beasts alike, shall become my sustenance. Having observed the duel between man and spider, it decided to emerge and seize the opportunity. Children, eliminate them. As the words left its lips, countless bats soared into the sky, creating a dark cloud that blotted out the sun. Did you think my bats would be so easily vanquished? They are but fodder to wear you down. The En Bien Phu hovered in the air, disdainfully regarding Lin Feng and Alang. At this juncture, even resorting to swamp bats reflected its vigilance. Dark energy surged from Lin Feng, and a web unfurled behind him. Strands of silk swords shot skyward like sword energy. With a swift motion, the silk swords sliced through the bats in swathes. However, the depletion of his spiritual energy slowed the speed of his attacks significantly. Alang laughed heartily. Spider, do you still possess spiritual energy? In a life and death battle, one can only grow stronger. Yet, I find this foul bat rather displeasing. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring. The moment he opened it, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air, dispelling the surrounding stench. Take this. A single pill shot towards Lin Feng like a bullet. Lin Feng accepted the pill with his spiritual energy, choosing not to consume it immediately, instead examining its composition through the system. Pill, Zhu Ling Dan. Description, a third-grade elixir, capable of rapidly gathering spiritual energy. Upon ingestion, it restores one's internal spiritual energy swiftly. There is no poison, nor have I placed anything within. Lin Feng chuckled. That swordsman, in light of your sentiment, I shall be gentle when I strike you later. Haha, splendid. I assure you, when I slay you, there shall be no suffering. The Zhu Ling Dan, upon entering his mouth, instantaneously transformed into spiritual liquid, rapidly coursing through his entire being. He and Alang's bodies became like the epicenter of a vortex, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the Enemo bats were in a state of panic. Their close combat was formidable, but they must eliminate them with ranged attacks. Under its command, all the swamp bats lined up neatly in midair, raising their heads to unleash a furious roar at Alang and Lin Feng. Thousands of swamp bats simultaneously released their skill. Ultrasonic wave. This scene was truly magnificent and immensely powerful. The ultrasonic waves coalesced, sending visible ripples hurtling towards Lin Feng and Alang. Circles of sound waves dispersed the surrounding white mist. The leaves and branches of the blackwood were instantaneously shattered under the force of the ultrasonic waves. One can only imagine the might of such an assault. Lin Feng did not dare to be complacent. Threads of silk rapidly surged from his abdomen, enveloping him entirely and transforming him into a white cocoon. The ultrasonic waves swept through the forest in an instant, leaving no time for the Diyu insects to escape. After the sonic onslaught, the entire forest lay in ruins. The spider cocoon remained steadfast amidst the debris. Alang, leaning on his sword, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, veins bulging, gritted his teeth and laughed. Delightful, bring it on. The Enemo bat sneered. You talk tough. Let's see how defiant you are when you meet your end. Just then, a fissure appeared in the spider cocoon, and a transparent thread instantly ensnared one of the Enemo bat's claws. Oh no! The Enemo bat struggled to break free from the silk. Yet, despite its claws, it found the silk inexplicably unyielding. How could it be so resilient? As it was taken aback, an irresistible force from the thread began to drag it downward. It unleashed its spiritual energy, gritting its teeth to retreat. Yet it was still being slowly pulled down. Tear the silk apart for me. Although both the Enemo bat and Lin Feng were powerful cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core, their fighting capabilities differed by 1,000 points. Being suppressed by Lin Feng was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing the command from the Enemo bat, the swamp bats recklessly charged towards the silk's position. Bang, bang, bang. The bats, seemingly disregarding their lives, self-destructed. As demonic beasts, they cared not for their own existence. Their sole aim was to sever the silk. No matter how resilient the silk, it could not withstand such a multitude of self-exploding swamp bats. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, having minions is truly advantageous. As the Enemo bat tightened the silk, the swamp bats detonated it. Just as the silk was about to be severed, Lin Feng declared, strangle. The silk instantaneously transformed into a blade of silk. With a crisp sound, it gruesomely shredded one of the Enemo bat's legs into chunks. Damn it. Spider, kill him for me. All the swamp bats charged at Lin Feng like self-destructing aircraft. The Enemo bat now recognized Lin Feng's strength and hurriedly flapped its wings to flee into the white mist. Thinking of escape? Too late. At that moment, Alang's teasing voice and the sound of a sword slicing through the air reached him. The Enemo bat felt a chill run down its spine, without a moment's thought. It turned and unleashed a piercing shriek. The same ultrasonic wave erupted from its mouth, now significantly more powerful. Ailang was struck by the sound wave at close range, causing his sword to veer slightly. Bracing against the sonic attack, he swung his sword across the Mo bat's fleshly wing, causing a torrent of blood to spill forth. The Mo bat, having failed to steal a march, was caught off guard by Ailang's possession of the Juling Dan and found itself reconsidering its retreat. Before Ailang could recover from the sonic assault, it flapped its wings to quickly vanish into the mist. You think you can escape? At that moment, Lin Feng's icy voice resonated. The Mo bat's pupils constricted. Before it stood numerous threads, forming a colossal spider web that enveloped the area above. Impossible. How can there be a spider web in the sky? How can this be? This technique is called Tian Luo Di Wang. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body burst through the white mist, appearing directly before it. Before the Mo bat could react, 8 blades simultaneously pierced its body. It gazed in disbelief as the 8 blades penetrated its form. Impossible. Why is this happening? How did you arrive here? Venom rapidly seeped into its body, and the Mo bat sensed its life force waning. Lin Feng coldly stated, "This sword is one I have just mastered. It is called Tian Yi Jian. You should feel honored. You have done well. Be more cautious in your next life." With a swift motion, the 8 blades tore apart in 8 directions, and the Mo bat's body was instantly reduced to countless fragments. Ailang, witnessing this scene, burst into hearty laughter. "Spider, impressive. Your use of Tian Yi Jian is quite exquisite." With the demise of the Mo bat, the remaining swamp bats scattered in all directions. However, just at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned, and the 8 blades surged towards Ailang. Chapter 57, Luo Feng Pua, the former overlord of Dongyue. Meanwhile, Ailang also thrust his sword forward, executing the same first move of the Tian sword technique, Tian Yi Jian. It was equally a most ferocious strike. The 8 blades merged into a single force, meeting Ailang's invincible strike head-on. Ding! With a crisp sound, Ailang's body was propelled like a cannonball. "Haha, Spider, you are formidable. I shall unleash my first 3 moves upon you. When my swordsmanship becomes stronger, I shall return for another duel." As he landed, the waiting Huang Yuan seized his arm and vanished from sight in a single leap. Huang Yuan's speed was astonishingly swift. Lin Feng barely had time to glimpse the profile in the system. Name: Huang Yuan. Profile: 3rd-generation disciple of Tianjin sect, average talent. Yet devoted his life to mastering one thing: escape. When this endeavor reaches its zenith, it becomes formidable. Huang Yuan's speed is unmatched within the same realm. Unparalleled throughout Lingzhou, tasked with protecting Ailang. Cultivation: pinnacle of golden core. Technique: Tian Xing. Combat power: 9871. System evaluation: the fastest individual beneath the nascent soul in Lingzhou. The combat power at the pinnacle of the golden core was only a few hundred points above Lin Feng and Ailang. However, mastering one thing to perfection is truly powerful. If the Yun Zhongzi encountered in Tianyu City, utilizing the Xiao Yaoyu, could be deemed the first in evasion, then the Huang Yuan before him was first in speed. From Huang Yuan's cultivation level, it was evident that something formidable lurked in the depths of the Deyu Marsh. Even the Tianjin sect, the foremost sect in Lingzhou, had to adhere to their rules when entering the Dayu Marsh. No human above the golden core could enter. Lin Feng's crimson gaze flickered as he called out, "When we meet next, your life shall be mine." "Ha ha ha, likewise." Lin Feng landed back on the ground. A thread-like blade sliced through the earth. The Dayu insect howled piteously as it emerged from the soil, exclaiming, "My hand. Damn it, it's broken again." Upon seeing Lin Feng, it momentarily froze. "Haha. As expected of my elder brother, you spotted me hiding here at a glance. Impressive, impressive. Let us go." "Yes, yes, elder brother, please have a seat." Lin Feng alighted atop the Dayu insect and said nonchalantly, "You better behave. You promised to take me into the deepest part of the Dayu Marsh. Only I, Lin Feng, can be untrustworthy. You cannot." "Indeed, elder brother speaks the truth. I was merely waiting for you. How could I be untrustworthy? You must know, I left the deepest part only 100 years ago. I'm familiar with it and can surely assist you." The Dayu insect waved its 7 tentacles, swiftly navigating through the jungle. With its guidance, Lin Feng need not worry about losing his way. The white mist in the sky showed no signs of dissipating. Flying in was impossible. "Octopus, continue, and help me locate the next gathering point of the demonic beasts." Brother, what are you doing? You could simply confront the tyrant of Dongyue directly. Why go through all this trouble and expend your spiritual energy? Lin Feng stated calmly. "If I can't defeat him, I can't. There's no shame in admitting it." He paused for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, That fellow, while despicable and vile, possesses formidable strength. He bears the bloodline of the human race, making him quite a rarity among demon beasts. What? Now it's my turn to be astonished, Lin Feng exclaimed. You see, you were unaware, right? His lewdness stems from his human bloodline. Humans, after all, have certain proclivities. He is a hybrid of human and demon beast, the Diyue insect remarked. Slightly exasperated, Lin Feng was left in shock for 3,000 years. His curiosity piqued about the true nature of the Dongyue tyrant. However, before delving deeper, Lin Feng had already endured 2 battles, having fought against 2 clans throughout the day. Coupled with the experience gained from slaying bats and giant toothy fish, Lin Feng's evolution value had reached 91. He believed that his evolution wasn't far off. Strangely, the night in the Diyue swamp was illuminated significantly. The white fog in the sky remained unyielding, yet curiously, the moon was visible from every angle, shrouded by the fog. In the words of the Diyue insect, the name of the Diyue swamp derived from the fact that the moon perpetually shone during its nights. Perpetually shining moon? Is there a story behind it? Lin Feng inquired. The Diyue insect replied nonchalantly, what story could there be? It's simply bright. Although we are creatures of the dark swamp, we do not reject the moonlight. Lin Feng did not share this sentiment. He believed that no wonder in this world was without reason. How far are we from our destination? We have hardly made any progress today. If we continue at this pace, it would take at least 5 days. The Diyue insect's voice was rife with complaints. In his mind, he wished to hasten Lin Feng's journey, as whether Lin Feng perished or the tyrant of Dongyue did, it mattered not to him. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly pointed towards a raised hillock. How could there be a small hill in the flat expanse of the Diyue swamp? What place is that? Upon seeing the hill, the Diyue insect panicked, exclaiming, heavens! How do we end up here? We must flee quickly. Before he could escape, the silk on his body went taut. Lin Feng's displeased voice rang out. Why are you running? I asked you about that place. Brother, that is Luo Feng Pe, the dwelling of the previous tyrant of Dongyue. After being ousted from the depths, he has resided there ever since. It is the last place we should linger. The Diyue insect, filled with a sense of foreboding, added, do you see? No demon beast dares approach here. We should leave at once. Go forward. Lin Feng commanded. The Diyue insect protested, but Lin Feng tugged at the silk. Would you prefer to die now, or take a look? Let us take a look. It has been a long time since I last saw him. Perhaps he has calmed down. The Diyue insect calculated the odds and, gritting its teeth, decided to proceed. It cautiously moved through the damp earth, each step lighter than the last, filled with trepidation. Diyue insect, do you wish to perish? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed. Deep and commanding, exuding the aura of a powerful woman. The Diyue insect wasted no time and immediately knelt. I am being forced. Please spare me. I shall leave at once. Brother, we have been discovered. We must flee. Lin Feng, however, was displeased, useless. In an instant, a strand of silk shot forth from his abdomen, plunging into the cave. Though the Diyue insect had sensed this coming, witnessing Lin Feng's decisive action made it shudder. Brother, you are my true brother. Ah, it attempted to escape, but the silk tightened around it. Lin Feng ignored its plight. Once the silk entered the cave, it became taut. Captured me? Huh, it is I who has ensnared you. Just then, the commanding voice spoke again. From the inky darkness of the cave, a snake slowly emerged, a resplendent, multicolored serpent appeared before Lin Feng. Strangely, this creature possessed the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a snake. A genuine demon beast rather than a mere imitation like the Diyue insect. Its scales covered its form, concealing the necessary parts. Demon beast, Mei Ren Shi. Description: the most venomous is the Mei Ren Shi. Do not be deceived by its human form. It is indeed a true demon beast. The former tyrant of the Diyue swamp, most adept in the art of poison. After being expelled from the depths, it has resided in Luo Feng Pe. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the golden core. Bloodline skill, poison creation. Combat power, 10, 890. System evaluation, the most venomous is also the most bitter. The Mei Ren Shi, with fingers as delicate as green onions, grasped Lin Feng's silk. With a cold smirk, she remarked, so you are the one challenging the tyrant. But alas, you are far from being a match. Lin Feng attempted to tug at his silk. The pinnacle of the golden core was a full minor realm above him. No matter how he pulled, it remained unmoved, revealing the astonishing strength contained within its small frame. The Mei Ren Shi, with her fingers enveloped in spiritual energy, isolated the venom from her grasp. Strangely, your silk contains venom. The Mei Ren Shi, an expert in toxins, was well aware of the nature of her own poison. Enveloped in spiritual energy, she manipulated the silk, squeezing out a transparent liquid. What a clever tactic, to incorporate poison into your silk. The Mei Rinchi took a drop, bringing it before her eyes. As the toxin dripped, her expression suddenly shifted. This poison is so familiar. It contains two distinct types of venom. The two poisons were clearly identifiable, yet perfectly fused. A fascinating phenomenon indeed. The Mei Rinchi became increasingly astonished. Lin Feng felt a surge of amazement as well. She could discern the composition with her naked eye. Indeed, Lin Feng's silk contained both evolution venom and dragon venom, having merged them after acquiring the dark bloodline. Upon reaching the Golden Core realm, Lin Feng could directly control these poisons. Whether to render his silk harmless or to conceal the toxin within an opponent's body without triggering it. For example, explode, Lin Feng silently commanded. The poison on the Mei Rinchi's fingernails detonated like a bomb, swirling towards her eyes like a dense fog. While it would not be enough to kill her, it was certain to diminish her combat effectiveness. You truly are a malicious demon beast. However, the Mei Rinchi seemed to have anticipated this, merely writhing her serpentine body to envelop the evolving toxins in spiritual energy. Lin Feng unleashed his eight-legged sword, sending forth a flurry of silk blades. The Mei Rinchi bent low, gracefully swaying, evading all attacks as she swiftly closed the distance to Lin Feng. Sky One Sword. In close combat, Lin Feng instantly executed the newly learned Sky One Sword, aiming all 8 legs at the Mei Rinchi's chest. Yet she slipped away like an eel, sidestepping Lin Feng's strike and seizing his 8-legged sword. Lin Feng's heart sank. Was the gap of a minor realm truly an insurmountable chasm? The Mei Rinchi leaned in, their eyes locking in a close confrontation, a spider and a serpent, face to face. What I initially anticipated to be a fierce battle, even preparing for a hasty retreat, was swiftly transformed when the beautiful serpent, brimming with excitement, inquired, "You know the poison dragon, right? I can sense its venom within your own. I knew the poison dragon was still alive. Would you take me to see it?" The beautiful serpent swayed before Lin Feng, her tone infused with eagerness and longing. Lin Feng, unsure of how to respond, simply replied, "I don't know it." "You lie. I am all too familiar with the poison dragon's venom. It courses through your veins. Please, tell me." The serpent, resembling a petulant child, nestled against Lin Feng's feet. The stark contrast in her demeanor elicited a wry smile from Lin Feng. "If you take me to meet the poison dragon, I shall assist you in vanquishing that monkey." Monkey? The monkey, indeed, is the tyrant of Dongyue. This proposition appeared to be a lucrative deal. Lin Feng, in a serious tone, queried, "Are you truly willing to do anything for information about the poison dragon?" Yes. She had been driven out, indicating that the tyrant possessed considerable strength. The spider had warned Lin Feng, "That monkey is exceedingly powerful. I know your abilities are formidable, yet in Dongyue, it reigns supreme below the nascent soul." The mention of being invincible below the nascent soul stirred something within Lin Feng. He contemplated reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core before confronting the monkey and realized that, with the beautiful serpent's assistance, he might indeed stand a chance. His true objective in this venture was not merely to slay the monkey, but to reach the Huangquan Palace. As for the poison dragon's whereabouts, he could always deceive her for the time being. "Very well, as long as you assist me in my endeavors. I shall share what I know about the poison dragon." "Really? There is no doubt. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart." The beautiful serpent seized Lin Feng's leg and ascended into the air, soaring with Lin Feng and the Daemoon insect toward the deepest recesses of Dongyue. The suddenness of the situation left Lin Feng astounded. This was no mere beautiful serpent, but rather a frenzied woman serpent. Hey, slow down. We need to rest for a night. Big sister, don't fly any longer. We might get lost." As chapter 59 unfolds, the tyrant of Dongyue is revealed to be a monkey. The group has expanded once more, and the beautiful serpent proves to be far more reliable than the Daemoon insect, which provided little beyond confirming that the tyrant was indeed a monkey. Lin Feng learned from the beautiful serpent that this monkey was an extraordinary beast, a hybrid of human and demon, born of a mutated bloodline that rendered it invincible in Dongyue. "Remember, you must challenge it during the day, if it is night. Even with my help, we stand no chance." The beautiful serpent had previously been defeated because the monkey had attacked at night. The sheer power of the monkey had left her defenseless, ultimately driving her from the depths of Dongyue. Night. Lin Feng gazed skyward, as if the moon were eternally visible. Is it because of the moon? Indeed, that white mist is a creation of the monkey. It naturally does not obscure the moon, which remains a mystery to me. With such a formidable ally, Lin Feng no longer needed to rely solely on his own strength. The beautiful serpent, clutching at a master of the Golden Core realm, allowed Lin Feng to poison her without resistance. This opportunity was too good to pass up. In a short span, Lin Feng reached the requisite evolution value and was ready to advance. However, for the sake of safety, he exited the Dongyue Marsh to seek protection from the Huangquan Demon Lord before proceeding with his evolution. Time was of no consequence. His safety was paramount. Lin Feng held little faith in the beautiful serpent. Meanwhile, Lang and Huang Yuan had arrived at the deepest part of Dongyue Marsh. Little senior brother, if you continue to fight, we shall miss our opportunity. Oh, it was merely a few skirmishes. See, we have arrived. The deepest part of Dongyue was not a dense forest, but rather a basin. At the center of this damp expanse stood a single-story house. Is that the suspected Huangquan Palace? I don't think it resembles one, Lang remarked, oblivious to its significance. His mind was solely occupied with combat. Huang Yuan sighed. Little senior brother, you do not even know about Huangquan Palace? It is the palace left behind by the Huangquan Demon Lord, a treasure of the Huangquan sect. While Huang Yuan understood the benefits of Huangquan Palace, Lang showed no interest. I see. Let us hurry. I still wish to spar with that spider. I've gained many insights these past few days and am on the verge of a breakthrough. Huang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Just don't wander off. I will confirm this and return. Go on. Lang nonchalantly plunged his sword into the ground, seated himself, and crossed his arms, adopting an attitude of indifference. Huang Yuan looked back multiple times as he flew toward the house in the valley. This house was not large, resembling a thatched cottage. Yet it was constructed of an unknown, earthy material. It had no door, only a dark, arched doorway that obscured its interior. The entire gorge featured this single structure. Surrounded by moist earth, Huang Yuan clasped his fists. Tyrant of Dongyue, I represent the Tianjian sect and have come to pay my respects. Humph. Do the people of the Tianjian sect ever tire of their incessant chatter? A voice from within the house responded, dripping with impatience. Tyrant of Dongyue, we of the Tianjian sect merely wish to confirm whether this dwelling of yours is indeed the Huangquan Palace. Bah, what nonsense about the Huangquan Palace. Scram. Huang Yuan's amiable demeanor vanished, his expression turning cold. Tyrant of Dongyue, think carefully. This is our second visit, and there will not be a third. Huh, so let there be a third. Do you think I fear you? Huang Yuan was taken aback by the tyrant's obstinacy, showing no regard even for the Tianjian sect's reputation. With a resounding crash, a hand gripped the doorframe, and eyes glimmered within the darkness. It seemed as if the tyrant had reconsidered, sneering. I am extending you the courtesy of sparing your life. Otherwise, I would have ended you. Now begone. Monkey, I merely wish to take a look inside. Huang Yuan retorted angrily. Get lost. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the dark doorway, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Despite both Huang Yuan and the monkey being at the pinnacle of Golden Core, the disparity between them was vast. Using the Tianqing technique, Huang Yuan might have the chance to escape, but to engage in battle was out of the question. His heart raced as he swiftly retreated. His expression a mask of dread. You will regret this. Regret? I have never even heard of that word. Huang Yuan was astonished to discover that in this spiritual domain, the name of the Tianjian sect held no sway. The adversary was merely a pinnacle Golden Core beast. What audacity did it possess? Gritting his teeth, Huang Yuan contemplated a retreat, wishing to devise a more prudent plan. Yet, in that moment of turning away, a figure brandishing a long sword darted past him. Haha, monkey. I have heard you are strong. Let us have a duel. Huang Yuan thought to himself that he could not discern if Lang relished battle or was simply foolish. He quickly shouted, he is a direct disciple of my Tianjian sect's leader. Monkey, should he perish in the Daemoon Marsh, my entire sect will mobilize to obliterate it. Before he could finish his declaration, Lang was sent hurtling backward. Wow, impressive. Again, he steadied himself mid-air, sword in hand. Stop. Huang Yuan, do not impede me. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Huang Yuan, filled with anxiety, felt reluctant to intervene. While it was true that battling strong opponents often leads to breakthroughs, Lang had always employed this strategy. However, the current adversary was far too formidable. What if he were to perish? Before he could contemplate further, Lang was once again sent flying. He bore numerous wounds upon his body, yet each time he grew more valiant, more resolute. Huang Yuan exhaled deeply. If the Dongyue overlord had truly wished to slay him, he would have done so long ago. As it stood, this was quite satisfactory. Roar. Get lost. The furious voice of the monkey echoed incessantly. However, Lang grew increasingly exhilarated, repeatedly charging into the building, only to be hurled back out by the monkey. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Mei Rinxi, and De Yuchong had already arrived above the basin. This marked the innermost region of Dongyue. which had once been a lush forest in his time, now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Huh, that person is battling with the monkey? My heavens, look! That individual seems to have broken through during the fight. To Lin Feng's astonishment, a Lang, suspended in midair, had directly ascended from the late stage of Jin Dan to the pinnacle. Haha, thank you for your assistance. From this moment forth, let us determine our strengths and settle our fates. A Lang not only refrained from halting his assault, but intensified it. His battle prowess, having reached the Jin Dan realm, far surpassed that of Huang Yuan. Even the monkey dared not underestimate him. Initially, the monkey had merely intended to knock a Lang out of the building, but now he had to contend with the current A Lang. Finally, the Donghua overlord emerged from the yellow house. Chapter 60, by Wu Yuho and Huang Quandian Bang. A black hand grasped the doorframe, and a head covered in black fur slowly emerged. You lot, one and all, trespassing on my territory and provoking me. Do you genuinely believe I am easy to bully? His voice was not merely an illusion conjured by spiritual energy. It emanated genuinely from his mouth. This was a monkey cloaked in black fur, towering at nearly 2 meters, entirely unlike an ordinary little monkey. His muscles were as solid as rock, and his countenance radiated an unmistakable aura of dominance. Monster, by Wu Yuho. Description: a monkey with a chaotic bloodline. Born from the union of humans and beasts, possessing a strong sense of pride. One persona despises humans and is highly intelligent, while the other is exceedingly cruel. His mutated bloodline grants him immense physical strength, allowing him to absorb power from the moonlight. Upon doing so, he transforms into another persona. Cultivation, pinnacle of Jin Dan. Combat power, 11399. Bloodline skill, by Yu. Evaluation, a bit mentally unstable. By Wu Yuho gazed upward, his sharp eyes sweeping over Lin Feng and Mei Rinxi. Since you have all arrived, let us deal with you all together. This will eliminate future troubles. He cackled madly. Crouching down, a violent aura emanating from him that was suffocating and despair-inducing. Huang Yuan stealthily approached a Lang, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Huang Yuan, a Lang, Mei Rinxi, and Lin Feng, for pinnacle Jin Dan experts, found themselves cautiously alert before the equally formidable by Wu Yuho. Mei Rinxi spoke, do not fear. During the day, he is weak. We must eliminate him before nightfall. Weak, you say? With a combat power of 11,000, he surpasses you significantly. How strong must he be at night? Huang Yuan hastily remarked. Nonsense, why should we kill him, Overlord? We simply wish to enter your house, and mean you no harm. Kill me? Haha, that is precisely my intention. Come at me. Bai Wu Yuho retorted. I never said I wanted to kill you. I have stated that we bear no grievances. Before Huang Yuan could finish his sentence, a Lang burst forth with wild laughter, just as I wished. Since you have emerged, let us duel for 300 rounds. Huang Yuan thought to himself, what was the purpose of bringing him here? Where did the master find such confidence in controlling a Lang? Originally, at the late stage of Jin Dan, he could manage him, but now, at the pinnacle of Jin Dan, he was utterly helpless. Monkey, you be quiet. I know that if I kill him, Tian Jianzong will seek revenge. I am no fool. I will beat him to near death, haha. Bai Wu Yuho sneered wickedly, even reaching out to seize a Lang's sword. Clang. How could this be? A Lang was momentarily stunned. Invincible, just like that, was caught in the monkey's grasp. An excellent opportunity now? Mei Rin, she slithered forward, her hands glowing with green light, launching a surprise attack on Bai Wu Yuho. Just you? Given the chance, you are still useless. Why not stay at the periphery instead of seeking trouble? Bai Wu Yuho turned and unleashed a punch into the void. A visible shockwave radiated outward, forcefully pushing Mei Renshi back, as if he were handling it all with ease. Lin Feng refrained from attacking. At the moment Mei Renshi struck, he dashed toward the small yellow house. System, is this indeed Huang Quandian? Yes, this small house is Huang Quandian. The key given to you by Qin Dai Air has also reacted, and I have analyzed Huang Quandian for you. A virtual image appeared before Lin Feng, revealing the small house on the surface, which was the pinnacle of a colossal structure. Indeed, it was a tower-like edifice, comprising 9 floors, with the other 8 levels buried beneath the earth. How does one use the key? How can I become the master of Huang Quandian? Huang Quandian, 5th floor. Refine the key with Huang Quandian. Excellent. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Possessing Huang Quandian would compensate for the losses of Du Longdian, providing a place for Du Jiang. Why kill Bai Wu Yuho? Only a fool would do that. Just as Lin Feng was about to rush into the yellow house, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. Bai Wu Yuho swiftly blocked the entrance to the house, grinning wickedly at Lin Feng. Spider, are you the one seeking to challenge me? Lin Feng was speechless. What challenge? That was something Huang Quan Mo Jun had said, and Lin Feng had never mentioned it. Let me see if you possess the strength. Bai Wu Yuho spread his arms wide and launched a punch straight at Lin Feng. Simultaneously, Lin Feng thrust out his Ba Jiao sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The sharp Ba Jiao sword failed to pierce his skin, instead being sent flying by Wu Yuho's ferocious punch. Heh. You think to play with poison? I have always detested those who dabble in poison. Bai Wu Yuho looked disdainfully at Lin Feng, closing in to deliver a fatal blow. You think being a mixed breed at the pinnacle of Jin, Dan, makes you formidable? Lin Feng equally scoffed, retreating while continuously releasing strands of spider silk from his abdomen to restrain Bai Wu Yuho's movements. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Wu Yuho's fury surged, his veins bulging. Shut up, you scoundrel! Bang, bang, bang. He relentlessly pursued Lin Feng, each punch stronger than the last. Were it not for the spider silk absorbing the impact, Lin Feng would have been in dire straits. Little spider brother, I come to assist you. Tian Si Jian. Just as the words left his mouth, a blade of sword energy several hundred meters long sliced down from above, aimed directly at Bai Wu Yuho. Bai Wu Yuho clasped his hands together, seizing the sword energy with an audible friction that was ear-splitting. Seizing this opportunity, Huang Yuan activated his Tian Xing Gong method, propelling himself at full speed toward the small yellow house. Humans, despicable creatures. Bai Wu Yuho, in fury, flung the sword energy toward the entrance of the small yellow house. Bang! The sword energy embedded itself into the ground on either side. Bai Wu Yuho stood resolutely. A single warrior against a multitude. Haha, do you think you can enter? First, defeat me. All were harbingers of their own designs, and it was naturally impossible for them to overpower Bai Wu Yuho. Mei Ren urged, what are you doing? Nightfall approaches. We must unite, or we shall all perish. No one spoke, yet they instinctively banded together. The four pinnacle experts launched a simultaneous assault, finally forcing Bai Wu Yuho onto the back foot, retreating continuously to defend himself. Were it not for his formidable physique, he would likely have met a grim fate. Quickly, we must eliminate him before nightfall. Mei Ren anxiously observed the sky, which was gradually darkening, as Bai Wu Yuho appeared increasingly unable to withstand their onslaught. The tension thickened. At that moment, Huang Yuan suddenly departed, hastening towards the small yellow house. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, why must I kill him? My mission is merely to ascertain whether this is the Huangquan Dian, nothing more. If anyone is to be killed, it shall be you. Chapter 61. Refining the Huangquan Dian. Darkness falls. Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated this. Attempting to flee, a thread erupted from his abdomen, darting straight towards Huang Yuan. After Huang Yuan evaded, the silk continued its trajectory, directly entering the small yellow house. Collecting, Lin Feng followed the thread, swiftly distancing himself from the battlefield. Following Huang Yuan, Lin Feng also instantly entered the small yellow house. This is indeed the Huangquan Dian. Huang Yuan stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the majestic interior of the Huangquan Dian. Utterly speechless with shock, Lin Feng felt the same. Upon entering the Huangquan Dian, they found themselves on the top floor. The entire Huangquan Dian resembled layers of opulent structures, with the architecture seemingly pulsating with life. Its grandeur was beyond words. If a comparison were to be made, Lin Feng could only think of a place called Wuxiancheng, a realm of infinite transformations, also located underground. The Huangquan Dian was truly the Huangquan Dian. After a brief moment of excitement, Huang Yuan turned and dashed towards the exit without any intention of pausing. His task was solely to determine whether this was the Huangquan Dian, nothing more. Just as he turned, Lin Feng struck. Attempt to leave? The Huangquan Dian shall belong to me. The silk sword and spiderweb attacked simultaneously. Huang Yuan evaded the assault with his speed, his expression darkening as he glared at Lin Feng. Spider, do not push your luck. We are on the same side. On the same side? How naive. As he spoke, threads from his abdomen continuously shot forth, sealing the exit completely. The entrance into the Huangquan Dian was also blocked. As he stood upon the silk, Lin Feng disdainfully proclaimed, the Huangquan Dian is mine. Yours? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? You beasts are truly unreasonable. Can you refine the Huangquan Dian? Do you know that it is a treasure of humankind? That is of no concern to you, nor can you interfere. Lin Feng grinned wickedly and charged towards Huang Yuan. In the cramped space, Huang Yuan's speed could not be fully utilized, leaving him helpless as Lin Feng unleashed spider silk, constricting his range of movement. Ultimately, he was trapped in a corner and poisoned to death. Congratulations, host, for slaying Huang Yuan. Evolution value, 20. Current evolution value, 23. Spider, come forth. Just then, an enraged voice echoed from the entrance, belonging to the Bai Wu Yuho. Clearly, He had managed to shake off Mei Rinxi and Lang. Lin Feng sprayed a copious amount of spider silk towards the entrance, fortifying it with layers upon layers. It seemed that the brutish Bai Wu Yuho would find it difficult to breach the defenses in the short term. Lin Feng leaped directly into the depths of the Huangquan Dian. Amidst the shifting structures, there were numerous corpses and bones of animals and beasts, evidently used by Bai Wu Yuho as his lair. Even without control, these edifices moved slowly. The Huangquan Dian and Huangquan Road were treasures surpassing the intricacies of the Dulong Dian. In Lin Feng's mind, the system displayed the entire layout of the Huangquan Dian before him. It was far more complex than he had imagined. Formations and small worlds permeated the entire structure. At last, Lin Feng hovered in midair. Before him floated a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Huangquan. This is the eye of the formation of the Huangquan Dian. As a treasure, its eye is exquisitely crafted. Its appearance signifies that it is an unclaimed object. As the system's voice faded, a small wooden piece drifted from the system space. This wooden piece was the key to the Huangquan Dian, entrusted to him by Qin Dyer. With a soft sound, the spider silk entwined around the wooden piece, slowly bringing it before the stone tablet. The wooden piece adhered to the characters Huangquan as if controlled. With my blood, I refined the Huangquan Dian. Lin Feng extracted a drop of blood, allowing it to fall upon the wooden piece. In an instant, the stone tablet radiated brilliant light. The wooden piece had long been his, having been refined previously, and now, its speed in refining the Huangquan Dian was astonishingly swift. The first layer, second layer, third layer, each was refined in succession. Just as it was on the verge of completion, the furious voice of Bai Wu Yuho erupted. Spider, what are you doing to my house? Huh, your house? Monkey. You think too highly of yourself. This is my domain. Lin Feng scoffed. Anticipating the monkey's arrival, he had already prepared, surrounding the area with spider silk. The Huangquan Dian resembled a tower, and compared to the outside, the space was confined, making it easier for Lin Feng to weave his intricate web. Even the Bai Wu Yuho's strength would find it challenging to breach in a short time. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng hastily refined the Huangquan Dian, the third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, until finally, he refined to the level he occupied. Mine, all mine. Bai Wu Yuho, in a fit of rage, tore at the spider silk, confronting Lin Feng. From now on, this is my territory. Do not disturb me. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, a room suddenly materialized, enveloping Bai Wu Yuho and casting him out of the Huangquan Dian. The sixth layer, seventh layer, eighth layer, until the ninth layer was all refined by Lin Feng. In that instant, he felt a profound connection with the Huangquan Dian, comprehending everything within it. The 9 layers of the Huangquan Dian, a path of Huangquan. The intricacies of the Huangquan Dian exceeded Lin Feng's wildest imagination. Inside, he could control everything. However, the current Huangquan Dian was too powerful. Utilizing it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Haha, at least the poison zombie has a place to reside. Mission completed. Mission reward. Beast Control Technique. Beast Control Technique, a method capable of entirely controlling beasts and even humans, devoid of actual combat power, yet incredibly dominant, regardless of the disparity in cultivation. There is no risk of betrayal. Suddenly, the Beast Control Technique appeared in Lin Feng's system. What a marvelous treasure. Lin Feng immediately commenced his cultivation within the Huangquan Dian. Meanwhile, after being expelled from the Huangquan Dian, Bai Wu Yuho stared incredulously at it. How is this possible? How could this happen? That is mine. Ah, I cannot enter. His fierce gaze turned towards Mei Rinxi and Lang. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could they have entered? I will make you pay with your lives. In the next moment, his body vanished from sight. Night was fast approaching. Humans, do you have a plan? Mei Rinxi anxiously called out. Lang replied, no plan. Should we consume the elixirs? If not for Lang's gathering spirit elixirs, they would have long since succumbed. Bai Wu Yuho would undoubtedly not spare them. Since he could not enter the Huangquan Dian, he would ensure that no one could leave. The sky gradually darkened. Mei Rinxi's expression grew increasingly grave. There is no hope left. We must flee. How powerful will he be in the dark? I wish to witness it. Lang, however, was even more excited, filled with anticipation. Madman, humans are all mad. I will not compensate you any longer. Mei Rinxi declared, unwilling to linger, turning to flee. You all cannot escape. I have proclaimed it. Bai Wu Yuho's voice echoed with gritted teeth as the moonlight filtered through the white mist, finally illuminating him. Chapter 62, Bai Wu Yuho's second form, a perverse being. The moonlight in the night sky shone through the mist, focusing on the deepest part of the basin. At that moment, Lang and Mei Rin she realized that the structure of the basin's bottom was extraordinary. The entire base resembled a polygonal water basin. Moonlight bathed the basin, yet the surrounding uniquely structured slopes of mud reflected it onto Bai Wu Yu Ho, like a spotlight, merging the moonlight into his very being. You altered the depths for this purpose. Mei Rin she's pupils contracted. How is it possible for that existence to change the rules for you? Haha, such as you. A beast with aspirations not aligned with the Grand Moon. Your survival is already a mercy from the Grand Moon. After the transformation of the basin, my efficiency in absorbing moonlight has accelerated, rendering me even more formidable. Ha ha ha. Under the moonlight, the fur of the Bai Wu Yu Ho gradually turned white. Its fierce gaze became even sharper, and its aura continuously ascended. Witnessing the inevitable, the Mei Rin she cast a reluctant glance at the Huangquan Dian. Had it not been for Lin Feng and Huang Yuan's abrupt departure, they might have slain the Bai Wu Yu Ho before dusk. Now, it is too late for any words. The Mei Rin she turned to flee. Humph, seeking to escape? It is too late, as it absorbed the power of moonlight. The Bai Wu Yu Ho grew stronger, yet remained mobile. In an instant, it became a mere shadow, appearing right beside the Mei Rin she. In her astonished gaze, it seized her neck and slammed her heavily to the ground. Ah! The Mei Rin she cried out in pain. The Bai Wu Yu Ho leaned in, licking her face, and cackled madly. Mei Rin she, we meet again, ha ha. Let us mate. We are most suited for one another. You possess human form. I have human blood. Our union will be perfect. This marked the second form of the Bai Wu Yu Ho, entirely distinct from the first. The Mei Rin she bared her fangs at the Bai Wu Yu Ho. Monkey, get away. Venom seeped from her teeth. Ha, is that so? In the world of beasts, the weak are devoured by the strong, and the powerful possess the right to claim everything from the weak, including mating. Bang! The Bai Wu Yu Ho's courting was nothing short of madness. Gripping the Mei Rin she's neck, it relentlessly slammed her against the ground. The sound of impact echoed continuously. In no time, the earth bore a deep crater from the assault. Lang stared in shock at this spectacle. Is this how beasts mate? So brutish. Monkey, let us fight again. Mating cannot compare to the thrill of battle. Lang, unable to discern whether he was a fool or a battle maniac, charged toward the Bai Wu Yu Ho with his sword. Unbeknownst to him, his current strength was insignificant to the Bai Wu Yu Ho. Get lost. The Bai Wu Yu Ho merely turned its head and delivered a casual punch. It struck the sword with tremendous force. Lang's proud blade bent under the impact, as immense power surged forth. So strong, so unyielding. Lang's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the earth. Oblivious to danger. The Bai Wu Yu Ho regarded him with disdain. The Mei Rin she, with a twisted expression, incessantly bit into the monkey's skin. Yet under the enhancement of moonlight, the monkey's skin had become terrifyingly resilient. Monkey, let me go, or the poison dragon will not spare you. Ha, poison dragon. You threatened the ruler of the Grand Moon with the former king of the Duoyun Mountain? Ha, a madman, just like me. I find it even more amusing. The Bai Wu Yu Ho, seemingly relishing the moment, tightened its grip on her neck, alternating between slamming and licking. Its manic laughter reverberated throughout the canyon. The Mei Rin she struggled valiantly. The scene was exceedingly brutal. Continue, monkey. Lang's voice echoed once more. After being struck countless times, he would consume elixirs to continue the assault. The Bai Wu Yu Ho, already irritable from its protracted struggle with the Mei Rin she, was further provoked by Lang. Furious, it bellowed, "Human, you must be the madman, seeking death." This time, its arm muscles tensed, the moonlight subtly flowing within its fur. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Lang's blade, sending him flying once more like a cannonball. Madman, all those from the Tianjin sect are mad. The Bai Wu Yu Ho cast a wary glance at Lang. Were it not for the Grand Moon's king's prior warning to spare Lang, it would have long since dispatched him. This time, Lang could not rise again, succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet in the next moment, the monkey sensed something amiss. Looking at its own arm, there, a scar, a sword mark. Even in its normal state, the monkey could not be breached. Yet Lang had managed to do so in such a brief period. Human. The Bai Wu Yu Ho's eyes flickered. It poured all its fury upon the Mei Rin she. Poison dragon, humph. A punch landed directly on the Mei Rin she's abdomen, blood gushing forth as she fell into unconsciousness. To render a golden core realm beast unconscious clearly indicated that this blow had harmed her golden core. The Bai Wu Yu Ho could not concern itself with such matters. Although it relished struggle, the Mei Rin she was uncooperative, leaving it no choice but to render her unconscious. Gazing at her skin, akin to a work of art, the Bai Wu Yu Ho's eyes gleamed. So beautiful, This is the form a powerful beast should embody, possessing both human and beastly attributes, utterly perfect. The creature, akin to a pervert, greedily extended its hands, eager to savor this coveted body without interruption. Stop. The Bai Wu Yuho's expression stiffened. Slowly, it turned to face the spider behind it. I detest being interrupted. This is the third time. The monkey frantically pounded its head. Spider, I shall tear you apart. With a whoosh, the ground erupted. Its form vanished, reappearing before Lin Feng. With a combat power of 15,000, it exceeded its previous strength by over 3,000. Stepping into the Yuaning realm, growing stronger beneath the moonlight, here it could rival those in the early Yuaning stage. It decisively overwhelmed the Mei Rin Shi and Alang, rendering them powerless. Truly terrifying. The fist of the Bai Wu Yuho, as large as a cauldron, surged toward Lin Feng. No escape, no evasion, no defense. Such a formidable monkey, so fearsome. Yet Lin Feng showed no inclination to evade, watching as the fist loomed larger. Bang! A colossal sound erupted. The anticipated scene of the spider's head being smashed did not materialize. In the Bai Wu Yuho's astonished, bewildered gaze, its arm was unexpectedly severed, its body flung backward several dozen meters. Staring blankly at Lin Feng, it murmured, "Impossible, this was not even during mating. How could I be so weakened?" Chapter 63, Lord of Huangquan Dian, Lin Feng torments the monkey. So feeble, do not emulate others in such depravity. Lin Feng's teasing voice echoed. Crack. The Bai Wu Yuho straightened its arm. Gazing madly at Lin Feng, it laughed. Ha ha, that was merely an accident, spider. You are but at the pinnacle of the golden core, perhaps not even my match in the early Yuaning stage. I will tear you apart. Bang. The sound of footsteps echoed beneath. The physically powerful Bai Wu Yuho's attacks were fierce and direct. Die. Bang. Crack. The two sounds resonated simultaneously. This time, the Bai Wu Yuho's entire arm grotesquely twisted, even its shoulder shattering. Although it began to heal rapidly, the Bai Wu Yuho stared incredulously at Lin Feng. That strike did not hit you. What blocked my attack? Spider, what trickery are you employing? Show yourself. Upon realizing the anomaly, the Bai Wu Yuho stomped in frustration. The earth trembled in response. Bang, bang, bang. In a fit of rage, it pounded its chest, its form expanding further. Its white fur glimmered under the moonlight, and its presence became chilling, momentarily breaking through to the Yuaning realm. Its combat power surged to 20,000. Its height exaggerated to several dozen meters, undeniably embodying a monstrous figure. Roar, spider, insect, come forth. This time, it grew wiser, opting to stomp Lin Feng. Continuously, it trampled the ground, creating ever larger fissures, awakening both the unconscious Mei Ren Shi and Alang. Gazing upon the immense Bai Wu Yuho, a mixture of astonishment and trepidation enveloped him. How formidable! Spider, flee. He has transcended this realm. He is simply not an adversary. In desperation, as the Bai Wu Yuho struggled to subdue its opponent, it leapt high, using its body as a weapon to strike down upon Lin Feng. Marin Shi and Along widened their eyes, helplessly watching the monkey descend. Yet, Lin Feng did not evade. He murmured, Huangquan Dian. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The colossal Huangquan Dian materialized directly above the Bai Wu Yuho. With a resounding thud, it pinned the Bai Wu Yuho beneath the tower, rendering it utterly defenseless. Marin Shi and Along stood in shock, incredulous at the spectacle. This is absurd. What is this? The reversal occurred too swiftly. Just a moment ago, the Bai Wu Yuho was an invincible force, wreaking havoc and basking in its supremacy. Now, it lay crushed under the tower, unable to move, surrounded by a pool of its own blood, a pitiful sight. Lin Feng approached the Bai Wu Yuho with a smile, stating, This Huangquan Dian is undeniably more powerful than the Julong Dian. Gasping, the Bai Wu Yuho spluttered, Let me go? What have you done? My strength. Trapped beneath the Huangquan tower. The monkey furiously clawed at the ground, blood spurting forth with each convulsion. Monkey, your era has come to a close. May your journey be smooth. Threads of silk infiltrated the crevices, carrying the venom of evolution into the monkey's body. The toxin detonated within the monkey, rapidly spreading throughout its form. Indeed, the monkey was strong, even when gravely wounded. The evolutionary toxin raged for over 10 minutes before it ultimately succumbed to its effects. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Bai Wu Yuho, earning 40 evolution points. Current evolution points, 63. As a fellow pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, typically slaying one of equal standing would yield 20 evolution points, meaning that killing 5 beings of the same realm would suffice for evolution. However, The Baiwu Yueho was extraordinary. Slaying it equated to vanquishing two of equal standing, effectively placing 1 foot into the Yuan Ing realm, a half step into it. At 63%, slaying 2 more of equal standing would lead to evolution. Lin Feng turned to Along. Hiss. Along drew in a sharp breath. Damn it. I'm mesmerized, run. He was no fool. To confront an opponent he could not possibly defeat would be sheer folly. Haha, brother Along, do not flee, stay with me. Lin Feng laughed maniacally as the Huangquan Dian prepared to act. Suddenly, a heavy voice resonated. Enough, Spider. You cannot kill him. A formidable force materialized, obstructing the Huangquan Dian. Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the opposite side of Deyua Marsh. Do you fear humanity? I do not. This is not a matter of fear. It is a matter of rules. Congratulations on slaying the Baiwu Yueho. From this day forth, you are the sovereign of Dongyue. You represent Dongyue and must uphold the rules. With the support of that presence in Deyue, Along departed. Lin Feng's gaze flickered, and the Huangquan Dian vanished into thin air. He turned and soared towards Marin Shi. As he flew, he coldly replied, Deyue Marsh? Huh. I have no desire for this sovereignty, bound by rules, to become your lackey. Whoever wishes to be one, let them. The lordship of Dongyue Marsh might be viewed as unparalleled glory by other beasts, yet Lin Feng cared not at all for self-imposed shackles. Observing the departing spider, that presence fell silent for a moment before addressing Marin Shi. Congratulations, you have regained your throne. No, you know my ambitions lie elsewhere, and I do not wish to be slain by the next sovereign. Marin Shi clutched her chest, hesitating momentarily before following, her excitement bubbling over. What was that just now? You can refine human treasures? Haha. Indeed, you can refine human treasures. Julong taught you this, did he not? No beast can refine treasures. Only you and Julong possess this ability. I did not gamble in vain. For my assistance, take me to meet Julong. Lin Feng cast her a glance, revealing no emotion. Simply stating, very well, but I have a condition. Is that so? Haha, splendid. As long as you can help me meet him, I am willing to do anything you ask. Enter the tower. He directly drew Marin Shi into the Huangquan Dian. Lin Feng then soared towards the exterior of Deyue Marsh. With the demise of the Baiwu Yueho, the white mist that shrouded the sky gradually dissipated. Without the mist's obstruction, Lin Feng needed only half a day to emerge from Deyue Marsh, reaching the outermost perimeter. At the exit, numerous individuals had gathered, numbering around 100. Oh, you have returned. Huangquan Majuan waved from below. Are they all your subordinates? How is it they cannot be killed? Huh, I have slain them several times. Yet they remain unyielding. Once again seeing Lin Feng, the 100 poison zombies knelt in unison, exclaiming with exhilaration, Master, you have finally returned. Master, we searched for you for so long. We finally found you. Their excitement surpassed even Lin Feng's. Huangquan Majuan gazed in astonishment at this scene. You, a spider. How can you inspire such unwavering loyalty? Lin Feng sighed. Am I not securing you a new home? From now on, none shall be solitary spirits. For my strength, you must strive. For the Master's might, we shall strive. For the Master's might, we shall strive. The power of his persuasive rhetoric left Huangquan Majuan in awe, lamenting Lin Feng's exceptional talent. But soon after, when Lin Feng produced the Huangquan Dian, she was rendered speechless. Chapter 64. The Overbearing Beast Control Technique. Breaking through to the Yuan Ing realm Huangquan Dian. This is my Huangquan Dian. Huangquan Majuan's mouth fell agape, her wide eyes darting between Lin Feng and the Huangquan Dian. Hee, little Huangquan. This is my Huangquan Dian. Lin Feng chuckled. Having thoroughly refined the Huangquan Dian, he emerged to confront the Baiwu Yueho, determined to maintain absolute control over it. Otherwise, Huangquan Majuan might possess some hidden means. Huangquan Majuan's expression fluctuated between rage and despair as she gritted her teeth. Spider. The Huangquan Dian belongs to me. I am Huangquan Majuan, and you must return it. With a swift motion, Lin Feng's 8-legged sword appeared before Huangquan Majuan's gaze. Mere inches from her eyes. Spider is what you call me? Address me as master. The young girl's teeth gritted audibly, displaying a semblance of defiance. Yet, she harbored a significant weakness. She valued her life. For powerful beings, cherishing life is entirely natural, yet it became Lin Feng's leverage over Huangquan Majuan's fate. Recently, I have acquired a new technique. Accompany me to the Huangquan Dian, and as long as you obey, I shall grant you the Huangquan Dian and assist in dispelling the poison within you. Really? Huangquan Majuan re-entered the Huangquan Dian, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. The layers of the tower resembled an infinite loop, each floor transforming into a small world of its own, a marvel of intricate design. Poison zombies were placed on the first level, the largest spatial world suitable for them. Lin Feng led Huangquan Majuan to the second level, whereupon seeing Marin Shi, he furrowed his brow. What exactly do you intend to do? Lin Feng did not conceal his intentions, his crimson gaze flickering. I mentioned that I recently acquired a technique. It consists of 10 layers, and I am currently at the second layer, allowing me to resonate souls with 2 targets. Marin Shi and Huangquan Majuan stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. A beast cultivating techniques? This shattered their understanding of the world. Since ancient times, beasts have refined their bloodlines to enhance their strength, surpassing humans of equal standing. Never before has a beast sought distant knowledge of techniques. Hence, no techniques suited beasts. Lin Feng's endeavors to cultivate techniques and refine treasures left Marin Shi and Huangquan Majuan astounded, their intellects thoroughly humbled. Lin Feng continued. This technique of mine can only be applied to you, and it requires your cooperation. Success can only be achieved with your willingness. Rest assured, this method will enhance your obedience to me with no other side effects. In fact, it can even elevate your bloodlines and talents. What? Enhance bloodlines and talents? This is beyond comprehension. The inherent nature of demonic beasts' bloodlines and human talents is fixed and cannot be improved. This is common knowledge. The Huangquan demon lord instinctively resisted. For although she was currently subject to Lin Feng's authority, she still harbored her own schemes. Very well, who will go first? Rest assured, once you become my ally, I will fulfill every promise made to you. Lin Feng's crimson gaze swept over one person and one serpent. They were both his experimental subjects and potential allies. The beautiful serpent took a deep breath and declared, if you can lead me to the poison dragon, I will agree to anything you ask. Excellent. Then let us begin with you. Do not resist, relax your entire being, and submit to my technique. Lin Feng wasted no time. The light in his eyes intensified, shifting from red to blue, then to purple as he locked eyes with the beautiful serpent. An enigmatic force flowed from his gaze into her body. The beautiful serpent made no attempt to resist. In that moment, Lin Feng's soul resonated with hers, leaving an indelible mark of his beast-taming technique upon her spirit. Congratulations, host, for using the beast-taming technique to subdue the demonic beast. Beautiful serpent. Demonic beast. The kills by the beautiful serpent will also count towards your evolution value. Congratulations, host, for triggering a soul resonance. Evolution value, 20. Current evolution value, 83. In that instant of establishing a soul resonance with the beautiful serpent, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming authority over her spirit, an undeniable dominance. He could extinguish her life with a mere thought, and she would remain fiercely loyal to him. More astonishingly, should Lin Feng perish, the mark would shatter, causing her soul to disperse. This was the essence of the beast-taming technique. What a tyrannical power. No wonder it could only subdue 10 beings at most. The beautiful serpent gazed at her own form in shock. My bloodline, my soul. Suddenly, her aura began to surge. Having long been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage, she now experienced a breakthrough thanks to the beast-taming technique and the soul resonance with Lin Feng, resulting in mutual benefits. As Lin Feng observed the beautiful serpent evolving slowly amidst her labored breaths, the Huangquan demon lord stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Lin Feng's eyes burned with intensity as he focused on her. It is your turn. Are you willing? After our success, you will have access to the Huangquan Palace, and I will assist you in overcoming any poison. The benefits were clear. Not only could she achieve a breakthrough and enhance her talent, but controlling poison was akin to controlling through technique. With a firm resolve, the Huangquan demon lord gritted her teeth. All right. Lin Feng once again employed the beast-taming technique. The Huangquan demon lord was his most significant test subject. The potential for perfect control over a human rested upon her. As Lin Feng's soul mark embedded itself into the Huangquan demon lord's essence, he could not suppress a contented sigh. What a delightful sensation. Congratulations, host, for using the beast-taming technique to subdue the human. Huangquan. Human. The kills by Huangquan will also count towards your evolution value. Congratulations, host, for triggering soul resonance. Evolution value, 100. Evolution value sufficient for evolution, commencing now. The Huangquan demon lord, at the early stage of the nascent soul, provided Lin Feng with a substantial evolution value of 100. Lin Feng welcomed the evolution, beginning his transformation within the Huangquan Palace. The Huangquan demon lord stared in awe at her own hands. My talent, my cultivation. I've broken through. With her extraordinary natural talent, she ascended even higher. Her soul imprint significantly healing her essence. The benefits she received surpassed those of Lin Feng, as it was her prior cultivation. Without exception, her aura surged. breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage, and showed no signs of stopping. Just as she approached the late stage, she finally came to a halt. Lin Feng curled up, his abdomen instinctively secreting silk to envelop his form as he entered a state of evolution. This evolution was unlike any other he had experienced. In that fleeting moment of breakthrough, the poison core within his abdomen unexpectedly cracked open. Humans cultivate the golden core, while demonic beasts nurture their own beast core, which, in Lin Feng's case, was the poison core. Though small, the poison core was capable of providing Lin Feng with immense power. As cracks spread across its surface, a crisp sound reverberated within Lin Feng's being. To his astonishment, several spider legs began to emerge from the poison core. Chapter 65. Want to kill me? Bring it on. In no time, a small spider, roughly the size of the poison core, emerged and began consuming it. Before long, the poison core was entirely devoured, and the spider levitated within Lin Feng's body, assuming the role of the poison core. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck dumb. Demonic beasts and humans were entirely different. While humans at the nascent soul stage would break their cores to be reborn, demonic beasts would retain their inner cores for life. Lin Feng had inexplicably broken his core to be reborn, and it was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Time passed, and Lin Feng felt as if he had been reborn, his soul reaching a state of sublime tranquility. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a cocoon of white silk. He lifted his long, 8-legged sword and sliced through the silk, emerging as a spider with a crimson exoskeleton. Though his form had not changed significantly, he now stood as tall as a person, resembling a wild beast. His legs had elongated, and the barbs on his body exuded an air of terror. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the 23rd evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 23rd evolution, bloodthirsty demon spider. Description: the dark bloodline perfectly melds with the blood, allowing all that it touches to be imbued with dark power. To maximize the bloodline, the camouflaging hairs have been dissolved into the blood, enabling invisibility within the realm of darkness. Cultivation: early nascent soul. Bloodline skill: dark domain. Combat power: 23150. System evaluation: Slayer in the darkness. Evolution value: 16. What formidable power! From an ordinary spider, evolving to the peak of the golden core stage with merely 10,000 combat power, and now from the peak of the golden core to the early nascent soul stage, he had achieved an astounding 23,150 combat power. This strength was anything but trivial. The 12,000 combat power of the white mist moon monkey could easily crush 4 opponents of 10,000 combat power at the same level. Lin Feng curiously glanced at the beast taming technique. The beautiful serpent had also reached the early nascent soul stage, boasting a combat power of 20,039, significantly less than his own. However, the Huangquan demon lord was truly terrifying, having reached the mid-nascent soul stage with a combat power of 39,410, nearly 40,000, making her the strongest ally in Lin Feng's arsenal. This expedition to the Dus swamp had proven worthwhile. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the Huangquan palace. It seemed many had gathered, some floating in the air, others flying on swords, and some riding demonic beasts. All were human. Humph, surrender the demon spider, or face annihilation. Indeed, our target is that spider. You are of no concern. As a human, you consort with the demon spider. It is utterly disgraceful. This group was clearly intent on confronting Lin Feng, though he was puzzled as to when he had acquired the moniker of demon spider. The Huangquan demon lord surveyed the crowd. Disdain etched across her features. You think you can challenge us? The audacity of these youngsters was astounding. My dear girl, are you truly human? Indeed, that demon spider, which ravaged Duyun City and obliterated Tianyu City, has slaughtered countless humans. Such a beast must not be spared. Yes, for the sake of humanity, we must eradicate this wicked creature. These humans stand there, each exuding a sense of righteous indignation. Humph, go ahead and give it a try. Just as the Huangquan Mo Jun and the others were on the brink of confrontation, Lin Feng stepped out from the Huangquan Hall, appearing before the crowd. He regarded the assembly of humans with disdain. To kill me? For humanity? What a farce. Are you not all merely after the treasures left behind by the reclusive elder? Among this group, there are many formidable individuals. A cursory glance reveals that half are at the Jindan stage and half at the Yuaning stage. However, with the Huangquan Hall backing him, he feels no fear. Even without the treasures of the hidden elder, we will still capture you. The world has endured for eons. And just as the toxic dragon of your has given rise to you, this spider, you must be eliminated. Since you dare to show yourself, Be prepared to face death. The experts around him stirred with energy, their eyes glinting, yet none made the first move. Lin Feng scoffed, so self-righteously indignant, such is humanity. To mask their true intentions with a facade of noble reasoning, placing themselves on a moral pedestal, they are more shameless than I. Everything I, Lin Feng, do is for myself. My actions are driven by selfishness. If you possess the ability, come and kill me. Still, no one dared to act. They remained vigilant against Lin Feng, wary of the Huang Quan Mo Jun and the beasts of Du Marsh, while also keeping an eye on one another. Huh. The spider speaks truth. They are but a troop of clowns. At that moment, a youth wielding a folding fan in the crowd let out a derisive laugh. What did you say, boy? Humph. You are ignorant of your own limitations. We call this caution. Which family do you belong to, daring to speak so recklessly? It was none other than Lin Feng's old acquaintance, Yun Zhongzi from the Xiaoyao Tower. Ignoring them, Yun Zhongzi instead inclined his hands towards Lin Feng. My lord Lin Feng, have you considered my suggestion? Join us at the Xiaoyao Tower. Upon hearing the name of the Xiaoyao Tower, the faces of all present shifted dramatically. The Xiaoyao Tower. Yet, what Yun Zhongzi said next left this hypocritical crowd utterly astonished. With a proud countenance, Yun Zhongzi proclaimed, should you accept our invitation, you will be one of the masters of the Xiaoyao Tower's spiritual domain. I wonder who would dare to trouble you. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could they possibly extend an invitation to this spider, the master of the Xiaoyao Tower? There are only two in the entire spiritual domain. But does it not require a being of the Shen stage to assume such a position? Have they lost their minds? How could a mere beast qualify? The master of the Xiaoyao Tower is a peer to the hidden elders. If Lin Feng were to become the master of the Xiaoyao Tower, who would dare to kill him? Yet, to add to their shock, Lin Feng replied with disdain, I shall not join. I tread a path fraught with thorns and do not require the protection of others. He rejected it? Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. He had declined without a moment's hesitation. One must possess the ability to face the backlash of their misdeeds. Whether to defend or flee relies solely on one's own prowess. If one fears, it would be better to return to the toxic cloud mountains and live as a mere fish. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, his dismissive voice echoing. If I fear this group, how shall I establish myself in this world? Come kill me. Chapter 66, Spider Array and the Peerless Spider Array. A madman, indeed a madman. A lunatic among beasts, who dares to provoke us after rejecting the Xiaoyao Tower. Seeking death, then let us oblige. Kill my fellow Taoists. Fearing unforeseen changes, let us strike together. Good. They feared Lin Feng might accept, leaving them with nothing. Both Yuan Ying and Jin Dan experts lunged towards Lin Feng. Only a handful of true masters hid in the shadows, observing but refraining from action, as dozens charged at him. The Huang Quan Mo Jun attempted to step forward but was halted by Lin Feng's leg. You need not intervene. Just guard me while I make my attempt. Yes. The Huang Quan Mo Jun responded with utmost respect. Lin Feng's bold proclamation was not mere bluster. Most here were merely at the Jin Dan and early Yuaning stages. He truly held them in contempt. He slightly raised his ample abdomen. With a whoosh, a strand of web shot skyward. It soared above all, only bursting in midair, fracturing into countless minuscule threads invisible to the naked eye. These threads descended like raindrops, enveloping the entire area. What theatrics! Such an attack is ineffective against us. The sound of clattering echoed. With such a wide-ranging attack, the Yuaning experts naturally spotted the threads and dispelled them. Yet, many more threads landed on the Jin Dan experts, piercing their necks. Lin Feng's laughter was sinister. 36 of you. Is this not your limit? With a gentle tug of the threads, the expressions of these Jin Dan experts shifted dramatically. No. This is bad. Why can't I control my body? Help me. All 36 Jin Dan experts suddenly turned to attack the Yuan Ying experts beside them. Most of these Jin Dan experts were juniors accompanying their elders. Who could have anticipated such a betrayal? While it did not result in injury, it threw them into disarray. Spider, what have you done? Release my disciple at once. The threads on their necks can be severed. With so many under control, they finally discerned the truth. They hurried to cut the threads behind their necks. Lin Feng's chilling smile broadened. Once the threads penetrate their bodies, the outcome is already sealed. Severing them will not suffice. That was before. In an instant, spiritual energy surged through the threads, re-establishing Lin Feng's control over the bodies of these Jin Dan cultivators. In terror, they turned to attack their own elders. Kill. If we slay that spider, the spell will be broken. A few Yuaning experts had already charged forward. Yet, before they could reach, a tremendous aura erupted from the depths of Du Marsh. Boom. Under the immense surge of spiritual energy, The Yuaning experts were sent flying. Who dares? Humans, in mighty Yu Marsh, ambushing my marsh beasts is a grave insult to my territory. Hearing this voice, everyone's heart tightened, their faces paling. The king of the Yu Marsh. Depart, humans. The crowd turned their gazes to Lin Feng, this grotesque spider. What merit does it possess to earn the favor of both the Xiaoyao Tower and the protection of Diyu Marsh? How could they still kill him? Whether from Diyu Marsh or the Xiaoyao Tower, both are powers above the hidden mountains, especially now that the hidden elder is absent. Gritting their teeth, the crowd begrudgingly declared, very well, we shall grant Diyu Marsh face today and spare this spider, but he must first release my disciple. Yes, release my disciple and withdraw the threads from within him. Lin Feng glanced back at Diyu Marsh, then at Yin Zhongzi. He could not comprehend why both factions extended their olive branches to him. You wish to let me go? Huh, I never said I would release your disciples. Boom. With a low growl, all those under the control of the threads detonated in an instant. The threads within them had become their death knell, shredding their bodies into fragments. Blood rained down into the void. No, my disciple, that accursed spider, I shall slay you. I seek to avenge my disciple. They could not have anticipated that. Amidst so many protectors, bringing the younger generation to witness the world would ultimately lead to their demise. One by one, they charged furiously towards Lin Feng. Do you treat my words as mere whispers? The voice echoed once more from the depths of the Da Yue Zhaozhe, filled with fury. In the next instant, a fierce wind swept through. The foremost few Yuaning masters were instantly severed from their bodies. All who were filled with grief and anger, upon seeing the corpses, could not help but recoil in shock. Yet Lin Feng, enraged, shouted at the Da Yue Zhaozhe, you beast, why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Do you not see the Hongquan Majuan beside me? Do you not see the protection of the Hongquandian? If I were to slay 5, he would be able to evolve once more. This creature frightens all humans with a mere ranged skill. How could this not infuriate Lin Feng? This outburst left everyone in a daze. Some masters shook their heads and turned to leave. They realized that no matter the circumstances, they could not defeat Lin Feng. As they departed one by one, Lin Feng called into the void. Today, there are those who disrupt my peace. I, Lin Feng, will remember each one of you. I shall come for you one by one. Ha ha ha. Of course, you can easily find me, for you hear of my deeds of slaughter every day. His voice resonated like a spell, causing many to secretly curse him as a madman. Ultimately, these Yuaning masters fled without exception. Lin Feng only claimed 36 Jindan masters, which provided him with 25 points of evolution value, a rather satisfactory outcome. At the very least, Lin Feng was aware that he could now control approximately 50 individuals, and even if severed, he could reconnect them with spiritual power. Congratulations, host, for establishing your own skill. Please provide a name for the new skill. Why is the system making a fuss now? Though Lin Feng was perplexed, he casually replied, let us call it the spider formation. The system issues a new task. Evolve to the late stage of Yuaning. Task reward, the unparalleled spider grand formation. Late stage of Yuaning? I wonder what relation the unparalleled spider grand formation has with the spider formation. Lin Feng did not delve deeper. He glanced back at the Da Yue Zhaozhe. I shall say this once more, I am unlike you. When I grow powerful once more, I will challenge you. No response echoed from the depths of the swamp. Lin Feng summoned the Hongquan Majuan and the Meiren back to the Hongquandian, subsequently storing it within the system space. He then turned and soared into the sky. Once the world returned to tranquility, it was as if nothing had transpired here. In the deepest recesses of the Da Yue Zhaozhe, a pair of emerald green eyes slowly opened. I eagerly await your arrival. Even more so, I await his arrival. Chapter 67. The Resurrection of the Poison Dragon? The Xiaoyao Tower has stood for 1,000,000 years on the continent. Why would you refuse? The Hongquan Majuan queried in confusion. Lin Feng regarded her with a smile that held neither mirth nor disdain. You were once a noble Majuan, possessing the Hongquan sect and the Hongquandian, yet you were slain. How naive you are. Remember this. Never trust the goodwill of strangers. The Hongquan Majuan paused, as if grasping some profound truth, gazing deeply at Lin Feng, puzzled as to why a spider beast would possess such intricate thoughts. Earlier, outside the Da Yue Zhaozhe, Lin Feng appeared domineering, showing no regard for anyone, yet he had not left the bounds of the Hongquandian. Who knows? At least the Hongquan Majuan now harbored admiration and loyalty towards Lin Feng. In the 13 states of the Ling domain, Shazhou was the weakest in strength, lacking even a sect of Yuaning masters. Lin Feng had laid waste to much of it. Along the way, he obliterated several minor sects and reclaimed over 100 poison zombies. He thought, with the destruction of a few more sects or the massacre of a city. He could evolve. At that point, he could venture to a stronger state. Slaying Yuaning masters and decimating great cities would hasten his evolution. But on this day, Lin Feng unexpectedly heard astonishing news. The poison dragon re-emerged in the Du Yun mountain range. The tyrant of a millennium ago, who had perished, suddenly reappeared? How could this be? Lin Feng was certain that what he had acquired was indeed the poison dragon palace. Moreover, he had confirmed that the object he consumed was the poison pill. Lin Feng, let us go. The Mei Rinshi implored, her eyes gleaming with hope. Observing the night sky, with shooting stars streaking across, the Hong Chuan Ma Juan remarked, so many masters, such excitement. Lin Feng, shall we not join the fray? Of course we shall. Lin Feng was now tasked with evolving to the late stage of Yuaning. Without a purpose, speed was of the essence. At this moment, with so many people flocking to the Du Yun mountain range, it was the perfect opportunity for him to upgrade. Let us return to the Du Yun mountain range. Unbeknownst to him, the significance of the name Poison Dragon was far greater than he imagined. The Du Yun mountain range was teeming with both people and beasts, far beyond his expectations. As Lin Feng soared above, he reflected on the places he had traversed before, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The fallen Tianyu city and the slaughtered Du Yun city lay behind him. Before long, he beheld the Du Yun mountain range sprawled majestically across the earth, stretching to the horizon, shrouded in mystery and grandeur. He had never seen the Du Yun mountain range from such heights. It was even more immense than he had envisioned. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, Mei Rinshi, Hong Xuan, you two will act independently, investigate the whereabouts of the poison dragon within the Du Yun mountain range, and simultaneously assist me in slaying both men and beasts. Both bore substantial amounts of evolution toxins. The resources within the Du Yun mountain range were far greater than those outside, especially with numerous masters flooding in. Splitting up would allow for swifter killings. Should you encounter a foe you can defeat, use poison. If not, retreat. Once you ascertain the poison dragon's location, notify me immediately. Understood. After making the arrangements, Lin Feng, Mei Rinshi, and the Hong Chuan Ma Juan entered the Du Yun mountain range from 3 separate directions. Just as Lin Feng had vanished, several figures appeared where he had just been. Master, we did not expect you to personally intervene this time. Indeed, Master, I suggest we capture that spider and interrogate it. We could swiftly uncover the poison dragon's whereabouts. Among these individuals was Yun Zhongzi. Leading them was an elder whose appearance would astonish anyone who recognized him. He was one of the 3 masters of the Xiaoyao Tower within the Ling domain, known as Li Lozhu. Li Lozhu stroked his beard and chuckled. You fellows do not understand. The poison dragon traversed hundreds of thousands of miles to slay hidden elders, revealing its existence for the sake of that spider. This displays the spider's significance in its eyes. Threat? If threats were effective, no one would have sought the poison dragon for so long. Master, is it truly the poison dragon? Was it not already dead? Indeed, what makes this poison dragon so remarkable that it draws so many to its presence? The Tianjin sect, the Hidden Mountain, the Ruyue Villa, and even the people from Tiangong City have arrived. Almost half of the prominent figures in the Ling domain are present, not to mention us from the Xiaoyao Tower. I will not follow the spider too closely, lest I alert it. You all remain behind. Understood, Master. The esteemed leader of the Xiaoyao Tower personally tracking Lin Feng was indeed a remarkable sight. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, should Li Lozhu stand before him, he would likely be oblivious to his presence. Even if he were aware, there would be nothing he could do. Not long after he took flight, a stream of sword energy suddenly shot towards Lin Feng. It is that spider. Haha. Let us slay him. I hear the people from the Hidden Mountain have also arrived. We can hand him over to them. 2 individuals recognized Lin Feng's identity and immediately launched a pursuit. The Ruyue Villa? Lin Feng glanced at their insignia, but paid it no mind as he darted into the forest. Pursue him. Do not let him escape. With a swift motion, Lin Feng descended from the sky into the dense thicket, piercing a lion's body with the 8-legged sword, causing blood to spray in an instant. With all 8 legs in motion, his figure vanished into the forest. Upon entering the Du Yun mountain range, Lin Feng had truly found his domain. Chase me. By all means. If you manage to catch up, I shall annihilate you, and in doing so, I will evolve. Spider, you cannot escape. Surrender yourself. Leave me be. Those 2 individuals truly possess remarkable skill and audacity. As cultivators at the initial stage of Yuaning, they dare to pursue me into the dense forest. They trail behind Lin Feng, incessantly unleashing sword chi. In comparison to that fellow's blade, your swords are feeble and impotent. Lin Feng scornfully alters his trajectory within the thicket. In their fervor to catch up, They are forced to navigate swiftly through the woods. At the very moment they shift direction, a transparent silk thread suddenly materializes out of thin air. One of them reacts swiftly, attempting to block the thread with his sword. The transparent silk, however, leaves a half-finger-wide gash on the blade itself, revealing its formidable sharpness, sending chills down his spine. If this were to make contact with his head, the consequences would be dire. In a flash of realization, his pupils constrict, and he hastily shouts, "Junior brother!" But as he opens his mouth, a torrent of warm blood surges towards him. The stench is unmistakable, reeking of entrails. Through the crimson liquid, he watches in horror as his junior brother is cleaved in two by the silk thread, his innards spilling onto the ground. Junior brother, master, brother, save me. It must be said that the vitality of those in the Yuaning realm is astonishingly resilient. Half his body severed, he crawls on the ground, pleading for mercy. The sound of slicing air reverberates as threads, akin to sword chi, rush towards his mutilated form. Junior brother. Without a moment's hesitation, brother positions himself in front of junior brother, deflecting all incoming assaults. Endure, my brother. Rest assured, I shall rescue you. Brother. Suddenly, a scream of terror pierces the air. A blade pierces through brother's chest from behind. Master, junior brother. Lin Feng, his body drenched in crimson, steps forth from the shadows. Thank you for your service. Disciples of Ruyu Zhuang. Farewell. Chapter 68. The Great Fortune Array. The survival of the fittest. You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of Ruyu Zhuang. Brother, I swear, I did not intend for this. I cannot comprehend why I am losing control. Lin Feng towers over the two, his massive form casting a long shadow. Even a powerhouse in the Yuaning realm, having exceeded the limitations of ordinary mortals, is rendered feeble by such grievous wounds. Ruyu Zhuang? Lin Feng is aware of their reputation. Having bid farewell, he sees no need for further words. With a swift motion, the sharp eight-legged sword pierces through their skulls, embedding deeply within their bodies. Before they can even emit a cry of despair, they perish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining evolution points. 20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining evolution points. 20. Current evolution points. 136. Commencing evolution. Lin Feng withdraws the eight-legged sword but refrains from evolving immediately. He expels silk, piercing their flesh, extracting two diminutive purple infants from their abdomens. These purple infants, no larger than half a palm, exhibit a lethargic demeanor. They are the souls of the two cultivators. Though their bodies have been poisoned and slain by Lin Feng, their yuaning persists. You shall not die peacefully. Our masters of Ruyu Zhuang are within the poison cloud mountains. They shall seek vengeance for us. The two souls roar indignantly at Lin Feng. The Lord of the Yellow Springs will take pleasure in you. Lin Feng scoffs dismissively, encompassing their souls within the Yellow Springs Palace, along with their corpses. The poison zombies will relish their remains. Consuming the corpses of Yuaning cultivators, surely some of the poison zombies will ascend to the Golden Dan realm. After completing his task, Lin Feng surveys the darkened thicket. Having recently returned to the Poison Cloud Mountains, he has already eliminated two initial-stage Yuaning experts. It appears that this region truly abounds with resources and formidable adversaries, where danger and opportunity coexist. To slay more foes, he must hasten his evolution and seek a secure location. Lin Feng's forelegs vigorously scrape the earth, soon digging a burrow that leads him deep underground, vanishing from sight. Once he disappears, an elder materializes out of nowhere, shaking his head with a wry smile. Truly a reckless spider, such acts of murder will inevitably lead to trouble. He remains unperturbed, taking a seat upon a nearby log, awaiting Lin Feng's return. This time, the Poison Cloud Mountains have drawn in more experts than anticipated, each faction more formidable than the last. The lesser sects are unaware of the weight carried by the term Poison Dragon. Only the major powers comprehend its significance. In the third domain, within the realm of spirit, 3 of the 4 great sects have arrived: Tianjianzong, Ruyu Zhuang, and Tong Tiancheng. These 3 sects wield considerable influence in the spirit domain. In addition to these, 2 organizations have also made an appearance: Xianyao Lu and Wu Yaoming. Organizations differ from sects in that sects serve as places of cultivation and inheritance, while organizations consist of numerous sects and experts united for a common purpose. Thus, organizations typically boast vast numbers. Aside from these 5 factions, many notable figures from great sects like Yin Shan have also arrived. Their intentions, unsurprisingly, revolve around the Poison Dragon. Lin Feng remains oblivious to this information. He has already dispatched Mei Ren Shi and the Lord of the Yellow Springs. Confident that intelligence will soon arrive, His focus now lies in relentless evolution, striving to become a contender worthy of the fray. He dedicates a full half-day to evolution. Beneath the caverns of the poison cloud mountains, Lin Feng tears through the silk cocoon. His once vivid crimson form has gradually faded to a dark red hue. The dark bloodline continues to dominate his evolution, and he believes that soon his body will revert to its previous shade. Alas, the dark bloodline signifies that darkness is the culmination of all things, despite his origins as a delicate little red spider. The barbs on his body grow increasingly unsettling. The crimson patterns on his abdomen subtly sinking beneath the surface. Under the influence of the dark bloodline, his physique becomes increasingly resilient. If the former Lung were to return, he would lack even the capability to breach Lin Feng's defenses. Congratulations to the host. The 24th evolution has been successfully completed. Host, Lin Feng. 24th evolution, Dark Demon Blood Spider. Description: the dark bloodline has entirely supplanted the original lineage, continuously transforming the body. The spider's instincts grow ever stronger, allowing the silk to encompass the essence of dark laws, extending infinitely. Cultivation level, mid-yuan-ing. Bloodline skill, dark domain. Combat power, 34, 150. System evaluation, the master of darkness. Evolution points, 6, silk, extending infinitely. This ability causes Lin Feng's eyes to gleam with excitement. The bloodline appears to be evolving in the direction he desires, while the system prepares for the spider formation he envisions. He wonders what the legendary spider formation will ultimately become. Filled with anticipation, Lin Feng momentarily revels in his success before retracting the Yellow Springs Palace and soaring back to the surface. Upon reaching the ground, he finds that night has fallen. In the poison cloud mountains, the sounds of restless poisonous creatures echo all around. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a dark red spider, the hidden Li Luzhu is momentarily taken aback. Has it changed again? Evolved? The growth of this spider is truly astonishing. Lin Feng remains unaware of Li Luzhu's concealed presence. He surveys his surroundings, showing no haste to depart. Come forth. No sooner have the words left his lips than 200 poison zombies emerge, brandishing their claws before him. Go. Seek out experts below the mid-yuan-ing level. Return home and feast well. Bring my poison. Yes, master. The 200 zombies begin to disperse into the surroundings. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, his perception extended to approximately 200 miles, allowing him to navigate the treacherous terrain of the Duyun mountain range without losing his way. This enabled them to search for mid-yuaning experts with both safety and efficiency. After completing this task, Lin Feng was about to depart when suddenly, a maniacal laughter echoed through the mountains. Haha, the Duyun mountain range welcomes you all. This voice resounded clearly throughout the area, causing all who had entered the mountains to gaze toward its depths. Was that the voice of the Dulong? It seemed to possess knowledge of their desires. The voice continued, I am the Dulong you seek. I know what you want. Why not partake in a game? No sooner had the words left his lips than a powerful force descended from above, enveloping the entire mountain range. What is this? A formation? Indeed. It was the Great Fortune Formation of the Duyun mountain range. A formation that harnessed the fortune accumulated over millennia, impenetrable from within. None of you shall escape. Upon hearing this, a wave of tension swept over the crowd. The Great Fortune Formation. It was the most brutal of formations. With the mountain range as its base, this formation would continuously consume its fortune until it could no longer sustain itself, resulting in the mountain's annihilation. The voice continued. The formation will gradually shrink, poisoning all who come into contact with it. The participants will be randomly teleported within the formation, scattering your positions. Kill one another until only one faction remains, and I shall reveal everything you wish to know. Is this game enjoyable? Not interested? Too late, it begins now. As the words faded, the formation indeed began to contract slowly. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. This was truly the craft of a high-level player of poison. A battle royale mode? The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. They had heard tales of the Dulong's madness and realized the truth behind the legends. Playing games with the fortune of the Duyun mountain range? Soon, the mountains would cease to exist, perhaps reduced to a desolate wasteland. A lunatic. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's mind echoed with the voice again. The Duyun formation is ineffective against you. This is your hunting ground. Do not waste it. Chapter 69. The Battle Royale begins. Lin Feng's first adversary Lin Feng remained in a state of bewilderment. What did it mean by a hunting ground prepared for him? The formation was ineffective against him? He was familiar with such formations as they resembled those in Battle Royale scenarios. But who was the adversary? Could it truly be the Dulong? Was he willing to annihilate the entire Duyun mountain range merely for Lin Feng's evolution? Insanity. Lin Feng could not help but curse inwardly. I am but a minor character. Why must you deceive me so? Never trust the goodwill of a stranger. Since arriving in this world, Lin Feng had only trusted himself. The Dulong's words heightened his vigilance as he cautiously maneuvered through the dense forest, heading deeper into the Duyun mountain range. At the moment the Dulong's words echoed, the formation of the Duyun mountain range illuminated brilliantly. Immediately afterward, those who had entered the formation vanished in a flurry. Their positions were completely disrupted. In a flash, outside the Duyun mountain range, several individuals appeared out of thin air, all expelled from the formation. Among them were Li Lu Zhu, the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, the ancestor of the Suyu Mountain Manor, and the Deputy City Lord of Tongtian City, all wearing bewildered expressions. Their faces soon turned to shock. Damn it! We were actually teleported out. That Dulong is a scoundrel. All those who were teleported were, without exception, cultivators of the Yuanshan realm or even stronger. This indicated that the game excluded those above the Yuanshan realm. Dulong, a creature who has been hunted for millennia, what audacity. The Deputy City Lord of Tongtian City, with a fiery temperament, was furious, as his apprentice remained within. He attempted to attack the formation. At that moment, the Dulong's voice resonated from within the formation. I advise against such actions. You cannot breach the formation. Any attacks will only hasten its collapse. The Deputy City Lord gritted his teeth and questioned, Dulong, what exactly do you intend to do? Dulong, we harbor no ill intentions. Release our juniors. Haha. No ill intentions? Humans are so hypocritical. If I do not reveal the secret to my immortality, will you spare me? The instant the words left his mouth, everyone felt a tremor run through them. Immortality. This was a taboo, not to be spoken of lightly. Yet the Dulong spoke without reservation. Let us dispense with the pretense. I have given you an opportunity. If you survive until the end, I shall unreservedly reveal the secrets of immortality. This time, silence enveloped the crowd as they chose to remain mute. Hee. The Great Fortune Formation can isolate life and attacks, but it cannot sever the connection of sound transmission artifacts. You may still contact your juniors. Now, let us await the outcome of this game. 103 Yuaning experts among humans. Alongside my 97 Yuan Ing level beast overlords of the Duyun mountain range, how many will survive? Truly, it is a sight to behold. Although the beasts and humans on the continent were nearly on equal footing, with beasts possessing individual strength and humans boasting collective power, humans had historically toyed with, raised, and tamed beasts through formations and magical artifacts. This was the first time humans had become the prey in an enclosure, entertained by a beast. A lunatic. Regardless, after this, the Dulong would undoubtedly be our foe. Dulong, you are courting death. You shall bring the Duyun mountain range to ruin alongside yourself. The leaders gritted their teeth in fury. Yet the Dulong remained unfazed. It was you sects that killed me 1,000 years ago. Do you think I fear death? The faces of the assembled leaders fell, yet they were powerless to act, each hastily contacting their juniors. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was cautiously advancing through the dense forest when suddenly, with a whoosh, an individual materialized before him, startling Lin Feng. The appearance was abrupt. It was a young man with white hair, clad in a black outfit. His snow-white hair was meticulously styled atop his head, and his face reflected astonishment, clearly still reeling from the teleportation. Name: Suan. Description: disciple of the Hidden World Mountain, personally taught by the Hidden Elder, ranked 16th, known to the world as Su 16. Possessing average talent but exceptional temperament. He enjoys reading, and his white hair often earns him the nickname White-Haired Scholar. Cultivation: Peak Yuaning. Technique: Sleeve of White Day. Battle points: 51298. System evaluation: White-Haired Scholar. As Su 16 landed, he caught sight of Lin Feng. Their eyes met. You. Surrender your life. Instantly, he reacted without hesitation, unleashing a long white sleeve. Lin Feng inwardly cursed. Is this what you meant by a prepared hunting ground? You scoundrel, you've led me into this trap. Huang Quan Dian, come forth. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Huang Quan Dian materialized behind Lin Feng. The long sleeve's fierce assault struck the Huang Quan Dian, producing a melodious reverberation, yet it could not harm Lin Feng in the slightest. You treacherous spider. If it weren't for you, my master would still be alive. I will kill you. Su 16 furiously unleashed his attacks upon Huang Quan Dian. Lin Feng, however, remained motionless, contemplating a strategy. The Dulong had indeed set a sinister trap. Unbeknownst to him, everything was random. Aside from Lin Feng and Su 16, the other sects bore their own grievances. For instance, the Xiao Yao Lo and Wu Yao Meng are sworn enemies. engaging in lethal confrontations upon meeting. The Yin Shan and Tong Tianxing have harbored animosity for over a century. Similarly, the Ru Yueshan Zhuang and Tianjin Zong are also arch-rivals. As Lin Feng faced an assault, a parallel battle erupted across the entire Duyanshan Mai, with skirmishes occurring in numerous locations simultaneously. This massacre has only just commenced. Chapter 70. Joyous Events in Life, Encountering the Holy Mother. The white sun concealed within Su Shiliu's sleeve is, in fact, a form of palm technique. She continuously strikes from her sleeve, her spiritual energy concealed, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Without the presence of the Huang Chuandian, Lin Feng would indeed find himself in dire straits. Even now, escape seems elusive. Spider, you cannot flee. I, from Yin Shan, shall not share the heavens with you. Your demise is inevitable. Lin Feng could not restrain himself from cursing. Scholar? Are you insane? Your elder's demise is his own doing. What concern is it of mine? The notion of not sharing the heavens is of no consequence. If you kill me, so be it. Who finds joy in such a fate? Humph, do you not know? Is it not for you that the Dulong Hui traversed hundreds of thousands of miles to battle my master? Su Shiliu gritted her teeth, relentlessly assaulting the protective barrier of the Huang Chuandian. Lin Feng was taken aback. The Dulong was indeed targeting him, seeking to slay the elders of Yin Shi. Humph, do you think I am easy to bully? Huang Chuan, come swiftly. Su Shiliu seemed fixated on Lin Feng, showing no signs of ceasing her attack. During this melee, several beastly creatures and humans passed by, casting puzzled glances at Su Shiliu, yet choosing to remain uninvolved. The entire mountain now echoed with the presence of those above the Yuaning realm. Su Shiliu, at the pinnacle of Yuaning, stood among the strongest. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in anger, "Are those from Yin Shan all fools? In such perilous circumstances, you dare to expend your spiritual energy so freely? Do you not comprehend that in a grand battle, strength is of utmost importance? Humph, even if you shout to the heavens, you cannot escape. I shall see how long you can endure." The sounds of explosions reverberated continuously. The surrounding forest had long been reduced to ruins, leveled to the ground. At that moment, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended, striking Su Shiliu's head. Su Shiliu reacted swiftly, raising her hand to unleash a palm strike. Bang! Spiritual energies surged forth, and the winds of her palm instantaneously neutralized the lightning. Her feet sank slightly, half of her ankle pressed into the ground. A jolt coursed through her. Such formidable lightning magic. Who could wield it? Yet, upon scanning the area, she found no one present. Glancing in Lin Feng's direction, she discovered only a scene of devastation. Lin Feng's figure had vanished. Su Shiliu roared, "Who dares? Which scoundrel? Should I find you, Spider, I shall assuredly slay you. Anyone who obstructs me shall be opposing Yin Shan." Her voice echoed throughout the vicinity. Outside the formation, the Yuanshan masters of Yin Shan bore grim expressions. One addressed the communication talisman of Yin Shan, commanding, "All disciples of Yin Shan, heed my orders. The spider lurks within. By any means, eliminate it." Yes. Third senior brother. Yes, third senior brother. The Yuaning experts of Yin Shan responded in unison. Within the dense woods of Duyanshan Mai, Lin Feng moved stealthily, muttering curses. "What bad luck, wasting my time. Do I truly need to leave now to kill? Not at all. I shall follow you. You use the Huang Chuan Dian to slay, and I shall remain within it." Indeed, the Huang Chuan Ma Juan nodded in agreement. Lin Feng extracted 2 Yuaning from the Huang Chuan Dian. "Is this necessary?" The Huang Chuan Ma Jun's eyes brightened. "Absolutely, it is crucial. In this grand battle royale, those in the early to mid-stage Yuan would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. It was already a challenge for Lin Feng to find opponents of the same realm. It would be wiser to entrust the Huang Chuan Dian to the Huang Chuan Ma Juan. With his late-stage Yuaning prowess, he could manipulate the Huang Chuan Dian to slay an opponent of the same level, allowing Lin Feng to evolve. With this thought, Lin Feng concealed himself within the Huang Chuan Dian, leaving its control to the Huang Chuan Ma Juan while he focused on sensing the Dujiang. To the southeast, the Dujiang reported the presence of 2 early-stage Yuan-ing beastly creatures. Lin Feng maintained contact with the 200 Dujiang, relaying the intelligence gathered to the Huang Chuan Ma Juan. Excellent. The Huang Chuan Ma Juan, cradling the shrunken Huang Chuan Dian, moved through the void like a bolt of lightning. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a disciple of Ru Yueshan Zhuang. Evolution value 5. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a disciple of Tong Tiancheng. Evolution value 20. Ding! Congratulations. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng's evolution value soared to 50. Such swiftness is true evolution. Lin Feng could not contain his excitement. The Dulong had indeed done him a great favor. At this rate, he should achieve a direct evolution to the Yuanshan realm. However, it was unfortunate that solitary cultivators were becoming increasingly rare after half a day of gathering. Many had reunited with their sect brothers. Among the strongest of the major sects were those at the pinnacle of Yuaning. Even the Huangquan Majuan could not contend with them. After another half-day's time, the Dujiang finally reported back. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Huangquan. To the north, there is a solitary late-stage Yuaning master and a late-stage Yuaning beast. Hurry, we must slay them both. Yes. Finally, they encountered a solitary late-stage Yuaning. The Huangquan Majun's cultivation had only recovered to late-stage Yuaning. However, with his mastery of spells, combined with the Huangquan Dian, he could easily rival those at the pinnacle of Yuaning. With astonishing speed, like thunder, he raced through the skies. Soon arriving at a waterfall. Beneath the waterfall, a beast and a human were locked in combat. The beast resembled a creature that was neither fish nor beast. Devoid of scales, its skin a delicate blue-pink, appearing harmless. Beast, venomous salamander. Description: the dominant creature of the water domain in Duyanshanmai, secreting venomous slime. Possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, typically lurking in water to release toxins. Cultivation, late-stage Yuaning. Bloodline skills, none. Combat power, 39, 810. System evaluation, bloodline lacking. No prospects. This venomous salamander was only the size of a child, yet its strength was formidable. The one battling the venomous salamander was a woman, appearing to be in her 20s. She wielded curious weapons, with claws fitted onto her wrists, engaging the venomous salamander. Surprisingly, the salamander was being suppressed by her. Name: Rui. Description: a third-generation disciple of Ru Yue Shanzhuang, of average talent, stubborn temperament. Accompanied elders to Duyanshanmai to gain experience. Adept at using dual claws, with cunning attacks. Cultivation, late-stage Yuaning. Techniques, cross-moon slash. Combat value, 41,047. System evaluation, unyielding, self-centered. Rui's dual claws danced with vigor, forcing the venomous salamander down into the pond. Meanwhile, her communication talisman incessantly buzzed with messages. Rui, hurry back. Rui, do not act recklessly. The Duyanshanmai is extremely perilous at this moment. However, Rui was deaf to their warnings, battling with excitement. Senior brothers, do not worry about me. I will soon slay this beast. Trust me, I am quite formidable. At that moment, the Huangquan Majuan was hovering directly above them. Upon hearing Rui's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It is often said that in apocalyptic times, one must first slay the Holy Mother. Let me observe. Let them all be slain. Does she truly believe she can act independently at such a time? Women, spoiled as they are, it would be no surprise if they perished. The grand battle royale is akin to an apocalypse. Does she think it a mere game? Yet, without individuals like her offering themselves up, Lin Feng would miss out on a great deal of enjoyment. Chapter 71. Mission accomplished, the peerless spider formation. That is indeed her own folly. The Huangquan Majuan smirked. Lin Feng, exasperated, retorted, if she seeks her own demise, why not facilitate it? Would you not relish in the opportunity? The Huangquan Majuan pouted adorably, gradually descending from the air to land by the pond beneath the waterfall. As the battle intensified, Rui observed Huangquan approaching the water pond and urgently shouted, "Little sister, do not go near, it's dangerous." Seizing this moment, the highly toxic salamander released a copious amount of transparent mucus from its skin. "Little sister," Rui exclaimed in alarm and rushed to stand before the Huangquan demon lord, shielding her from all the deadly poison. "You must leave quickly. I am here for you." The Huangquan demon lord was momentarily stunned, and even Lin Feng was taken aback. What a naively terrifying woman she was. This was the realm of cultivation, not her boudoir. Deep within the poison cloud mountain range, a little girl, without a shred of doubt, willingly turned her back to the Huangquan demon lord. "What are you dawdling for? Little sister, do not be deceived by the salamander's appearance. It is a demonic beast and very dangerous. Hurry away." Rui was in a state of acute anxiety, deeply concerned for the Huangquan demon lord, which caused an unusual expression to cross the demon lord's face. Perhaps a thought crossed her mind, and she fell silent. "Blast it," Lin Feng muttered under his breath. "What are you waiting for? Are you feeling pity? Kill." The command echoed profoundly within the soul of the Huangquan demon lord. Taking a deep breath, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze filled with determination. At that moment, Rui turned her head, locking eyes with her. "You have yet to finish your sentence." The Huangquan demon lord, with her hand shaped like a claw, plunged it directly into Rui's abdomen. Rui's worried expression transformed into one of shock as she blankly stared down at that delicate, pale hand. Huangquaninlei. The sizzling sound erupted within Rui's body. Along with the Yin thunder, Lin Feng's venom infiltrated her system. Had it not been for the intent to poison Rui, she could have been slain instantly. As the Yin thunder coursed through her, the evolution toxin spread throughout her being. In her final moments, she cast a complex glance at the Huangquan demon lord, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to voice it. Safe travels. Lin Feng's voice resonated from within the Huangquan palace. Moments later, Rui fell silent. The Huangquan demon lord retrieved the Yuan Ying from her corpse, as well as her magical artifacts and elixirs. On the communication treasure, voices from other members of the Liyue Mountain Manor continued to come through. Congratulations, host, for killing Rui. Evolution value 100. Current evolution value 159. Evolution commencing. Huangquan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and kill that demonic beast. Ah yes, Lin Feng. The Huangquan demon lord snapped back to reality. The highly toxic salamander, already injured by Rui, was no match for the Huangquan demon lord and was swiftly dispatched. Congratulations, host, for killing the highly toxic salamander. Evolution value 100. Current evolution value 259. Evolution commencing. Based on the current evolution value, it stood at 259, but after evolution, the upper limit would increase, and the percentage of evolution value would decrease. Despite appearing as 259, once evolved, the remaining 159 would roughly equate to the late stage of Yuaning. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have long since been stuck in a state of evolution due to a bug. However, Lin Feng did not rush to evolve. Instead, he stated solemnly, "You hesitated when you killed that woman. I am sorry. Humph, do not utter apologies to me." Lin Feng's voice was low and grave. The Huangquan demon lord lowered her head, resembling a girl who had erred. "It is not that I showed mercy, nor was I softened by her earlier assistance." Then why? Lin Feng sought clarity. The Huangquan demon lord was currently his best assistant. Furthermore, her ability to enhance her strength surpassed his, as long as her soul was repaired. Her cultivation would ascend rapidly. For a considerable time, she would be his ally in evolution. Should anything happen to her, or if she became disobedient, it would pose a significant problem. At times, Lin Feng preferred a more secure approach and contemplated eliminating the Huangquan demon lord. Under Lin Feng's scrutinizing gaze, the Huangquan demon lord sighed. "I did not pity her. I thought of my daughter." "Daughter?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, she resembles my daughter greatly. She too met her end in such a manner, just as I did." The Huangquan demon lord's face was filled with nostalgia. It turned out that her earlier days was a reflection of her memories of her daughter. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before chuckling softly. "Ah, it seems you were led to your demise by your own daughter. I shall evolve now. You continue hunting." "Understood." Without further regard for the Huangquan demon lord's reminiscence, Lin Feng directly entered the innermost chamber of the Huangquan palace to commence his evolution. Just as the Huangquan demon lord was about to depart, a furious roar erupted. "Junior sister, you bastard!" In the far distance, 3 figures were seen soaring through the sky. These 3 donned garments akin to Rui's, clearly members of the Liyue Mountain Manor. Among them was 1 at the peak of Yuaning and 2 at the late stage of Yuaning. With such a configuration, they stood no chance against the Huangquan demon lord. Casting a glance, she scoffed. "How amusing. You shout from so far away? Fools." With that, she turned to flee. The illustrious Huangquan demon lord possessed her own swift methods of movement. By the time the 3 from Liyue Mountain Manor arrived, the Huangquan demon lord had already vanished without a trace. Junior sister, Soul Egg." The trio retrieved Rui's lifeless body from the pond, their eyes wide with rage and terror. "It must be the people from the Tianjin sect. Based on the techniques employed, it's the Thunder Law. Hidden World Mountain." "Junior sister, how could you disobey? Wu, I told you to return. I will avenge you." At this moment, the Poison Cloud Mountain range was rife with slaughter. The number of casualties was staggering. In just this brief period, 70 to 80 human cultivators had perished within the Poison Cloud Mountain range. The demonic beasts were frenziedly killing. Most of the fallen were at the early and mid stages of Yuaning. However, as time passed, the formation gradually shrank. The humans steadied their positions, gathering their fellow disciples, and the remaining were mostly late-stage and peak-stage Yuan-ing experts. The humans began to systematically eliminate the demonic beasts. As the numbers of the beasts dwindled, night fell once more over the Poison Cloud Mountain range. The formation of the Poison Cloud Mountain range had contracted by about half. Lin Feng's evolution finally reached completion. The system's voice echoed simultaneously. Congratulations, host, evolution complete. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Evolve to late stage Yuaning. Task reward, Supreme Spider Formation. Chapter 72. Reading has always been my Achilles heel. In the Huangquan Palace, Lin Feng's cocoon turned black. Emerging from the swirling smoke was a colossal black entity. 8 elongated legs thudded against the ground. Beneath the sturdy shell, dark energy flowed subtly, as if one could glimpse the dark powers surging within Lin Feng. Congratulations, host, for the 25th successful evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 25th evolution, Blood Demon Black Spider. Description: a black spider infused with dark power, its body completely shrouded in darkness, flesh imbued with toxicity, capable of corroding all, and its web can extend infinitely. Remarkably resilient. Cultivation, late stage Yuaning. Bloodline skill, Dark Domain. Combat power, 4-5-1-5-0. System evaluation, progressing towards darkness. Evolution value, 32. Congratulations, host, for completing evolution. New task issued. Evolve to peak Yuaning. Task reward, 8-legged sword. Following the evolution, there remained 32 points of evolution value, proving that slaying 2 late-stage Yuaning opponents was indeed exhilarating. Lin Feng's combat power finally equaled that of the Huangquan Demon Lord. However, these were not Lin Feng's primary concerns. He accessed the system space. Within the system space lay a book, quietly resting. It was a tome formed by the system. The book resembled a manual familiar to Lin Feng. The title read, Supreme Spider Formation, Celestial Grade Formation. Description: a formation meticulously designed by the system for the host's spider formation skills, capable of controlling other beings and arranging formations. In the realm of cultivation, there are myriad formations, broadly categorized into 3 types: defensive formations, offensive formations, and auxiliary formations, each serving its unique purpose. These formations can be classified into 2 categories. One is referred to as zheng, and the other as dezheng. The sole distinction lies in the number of individuals required to establish them. A formation set by a single person is called zheng, while one that necessitates the involvement of 2 or more is termed dezheng. The system has specifically designed formations for Lin Feng, which are particularly suited to his cultivation. Listening to the system's explanation while perusing a hefty tome causes Lin Feng considerable discomfort. I must be unwell. The mere act of reading induces drowsiness. I've been this way since childhood. Perhaps it is hereditary. The system interjects, expressing frustration at Lin Feng's predicament. Lin Feng cannot help but mutter in annoyance. Feeling exasperated with the system reassures him, stating that the book is now in usage mode, allowing him to learn directly from the techniques. Had I known this earlier? Lin Feng chuckles to himself, pondering how much simpler it would be to absorb the knowledge without having to read. As he touches the manual, the system's voice resonates in his mind, inquiring whether he wishes to learn the Zhu Shi Zhu Dezhen. Yes. In the next instant, knowledge insidiously floods his mind, and Lin Feng swiftly grasps the intricacies of the Zhu Shi Zhu Dezhen. This formation comprises 6 levels, with the first requiring the simultaneous effort of 50 individuals. These 50 must act in perfect unison, like a single entity, to successfully establish the formation. It appears this is tailored specifically for my marionettes. Lin Feng muses. With the capability to control 50 individuals, he can now employ the first level. I wonder about its potency. According to the manual, the power of the 50-person formation amplifies their spiritual energy 50-fold, resulting in an overwhelmingly powerful offensive array. The data appears quite exaggerated. I am curious about its practical efficacy. Huangquan, is there any battle occurring outside? Is it safe? Lin Feng promptly emerges from the Huangquan Hall. Outside lies the Poison Cloud Mountains, shrouded in darkness. Despite the formation's reduction in size, the vastness of the mountains ensures ample space within. The Lord of Huangquan rests at the edge of a cliff, gazing enviously at Lin Feng's transformed physique. You have evolved once more, he remarks. Indeed. When do you anticipate breaking through to the late Yuaning stage? Soon. I recently encountered a group with peak Yuaning experts. We cannot match them. Has the beautiful serpent any news? Lin Feng's beast-controlling technique is remarkably extraordinary. Not only does it allow him to communicate with his subordinates, but it also facilitates their connection with one another. The Lord of Huangquan shares this mutual understanding with the beautiful serpent. Yes, the beautiful serpent has discovered a Yuaning beast in the late stage, but since you were evolving, I refrained from disturbing you. Let us go. It is the perfect opportunity to test my formation. At this moment, there are still isolated late Yuaning individuals to hunt. How fortunate. Lin Feng swiftly contacts the beautiful serpent and, accompanied by the Lord of Huangquan, ventures deeper into the mountains. Although the beautiful serpent is wholly loyal to Lin Feng, she harbors her own obsession to encounter the poison dragon. Thus, she continues her journey into the depths. They are but a few mountain ridges apart, and low-altitude flight will soon lead them there. At that moment, Lin Feng hears the poison dragon's voice echo in his mind. Ah, you have evolved again. You truly are swift. Swift? Your entire family is swift. After tomorrow, it will come to an end, so seize your opportunity. As for your slaying of Ru Yi from the Ruyu villa, I have already informed the people there. The elder in the Yuanshan realm is furious and has ordered the members of Ruyu villa to exert their full force to kill you. Lin Feng halts abruptly. Are you insane? Haha, you must hasten your cultivation. After that, the voice fades away. While this matter does not affect Lin Feng significantly, the implications of being manipulated by another and observed do not sit well with him. What exactly does he intend to do? Lin Feng's mood darkens considerably. From the poison dragon's words, he comprehends much. This absurd survival game will conclude tomorrow. Following its end, all those Lin Feng has slain will inform their sect elders, and he will then face the Yuanshan experts beyond the formation. He must expedite his evolution, otherwise, when the survival game concludes, it will be his demise. But should he die again, he would no longer be able to deceive the system for a replacement puppet. Contemplating this, Lin Feng quickens his pace. Not far away, the sounds of battle resonate from a canyon. It seems he has arrived too late. Within the canyon, numerous beasts and humans are engaged in combat. Unknown beasts of considerable size emit roars, clashing violently with humanity. In a distant clearing, the beautiful serpent lies in a weakened state, her insides spilled onto the ground, with a large portion of her scales burned away. You have arrived. Lin Feng lands beside her, observing her grievous state, and solemnly asks, has someone come? Yes. I am sorry. I am powerless against them. They are all late Yuanying experts, and I could not hold them back as they began fighting. The beautiful serpent possesses only initial Yuanying cultivation, which is understandable. Lin Feng calmly replies, you have not sustained any fundamental injuries. Return to the Huangquan Hall to rest. I shall take care of the rest. Master, if I do encounter the poison dragon, will you allow me to see him? The beautiful serpent gazes at Lin Feng with hope. As long as you live, you may see him. Should you perish, that is uncertain. Lin Feng does not grant her further opportunity to speak and promptly ushers her back to the Huangquan Hall. He then positions himself against the starry sky. With a soft sound, transparent threads ascend into the air, exploding like fireworks. Splitting into 50 strands, they extend infinitely, embedding themselves into the napes of 50 poison zombies. Under Lin Feng's command, the 50 poison zombies soar into the air, converging from all directions. Once prepared, Lin Feng's gaze sharpens. We must fight to the death. Our time is limited. Huangquan, let us move. As his words fall, he transforms into a streak of light, swiftly descending into the canyon. Chapter 73, The Formidable Zhu Shi Jiju Dezhun. Meanwhile, within the canyon, the battle rages fiercely. In the center, the largest beast is a gorilla the size of a mountain. Even before Lin Feng reaches the canyon, he observes the furious figure of the gorilla. Beast, Mo Shan Yuan Ho. Description, one of the strongest overlords in the depths of the poison cloud mountains. Devoid of toxins, but possessing a formidable physique and unmatched strength, a close relative of the Bai Wu Yu Ho, physically invincible, capable of moving mountains and shaking the earth. And easily enraged. Cultivation, peak Yuanying. Bloodline skill, fury. The more enraged, the stronger the combat ability. Combat power, 51, 290. System evaluation, perpetually enraged. It is difficult not to notice its imposing form. With a combat power of over 50,000, Lin Feng and Huangquan should be able to subdue it. However, Lin Feng does not act immediately. Within the canyon, aside from the Mo Shan Yuan Ho, numerous humans are present, divided into two factions, resulting in a chaotic melee alongside the beasts. Wu Yaoming, you have gone too far. This prey was discovered by us from Tongtian City first. What is Tongtian City? How dare you speak to us, Wu Yaoming? Although Wu Yaoming is one of the three major organizations on the continent, in the realm of Lingyu, encountering Tongtian City means they must yield. Unable to negotiate. Then let us see whose skills are superior. The Mo Shan Yuan Ho belongs to whoever can claim it. The Mo Shan Yuan Ho roars angrily, standing upright. Humans, I am not your commodity. I will have you all perish. Kill, annihilate them. The beast horde engages in a fray with humanity. Thunder, flames, and spells swiftly engulf the canyon, plunging the scene into chaos. In the center, the Mo Shan Yuan Ho uproots a nearby mountain to use as a weapon, hurling it toward the throng of people. Even individuals at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ing realm dare not confront its onslaught directly. The Mo Shan Yuan Ho descended upon the earth like a demonic seed, upturning the very ground beneath. The chaos of battle raged intensely. A dozen humans and an equal number of demon beasts, all masters of the Yuan-Ing realm, plunged the entire canyon several meters into the abyss within mere moments. The flames of war began to spread outward, and it was only a matter of time before everything surrounding would be obliterated. At this moment, Lin Feng and Huang Quan concealed themselves at the canyon's edge. How lively it is, Huang Quan. Let us compete to see who can slay more. How about it? Excellent. In an instant, the Mo Jun's body transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Lin Feng, however, did not act impulsively. Instead, he concealed his form within the earth and deftly manipulated his webbing. In the next moment, 50 poisonous zombies, their red fangs bared and eyes glowing green, emerged from the forest to observe the battle within the canyon. The 50 zombies glided swiftly along the ground, their movements empowered by the theoretically infinite reach of the webbing. Lin Feng possessed the ability to command the zombies to utilize the unparalleled spider array here. Let me witness the true might of this formation. In the heart of the battlefield, for peak Yuan-Ing human masters were engaged in combat with the Mo Shan Yuan Ho. Lin Feng had no intention of joining this fray. He aimed solely to eliminate the surrounding late-stage Yuan-Ing experts. Unbeknownst to them, the poisonous zombies encircled one human and one demon beast. The human belonged to the Wu Yao alliance, while the demon beast was a black leopard, both at the late Yuan-Ing stage. In such a realm, one would typically never encounter even a single one unless drawn by the infamous name of the poison dragon. This great escape was indeed Lin Feng's opportunity. Commanding the vision of the poisonous zombies, Lin Feng positioned the 50 zombies within the formation as the human and the leopard clashed. He murmured, "Unparalleled spider array," as the words left his lips. 50 strands of webbing were simultaneously infused with power. The 50 poisonous zombies raised their heads and let out a resounding howl. Suddenly, an eerie transformation began. Under the moonlight, the 50 poisonous zombies mutated, 8 sharp bones sprouting from their spines like arachnid legs. Strangely and terrifyingly, the 50 humans had grotesquely morphed into 50 half-human, half-spider monstrosities. Lin Feng stared in disbelief. System, is this what they call the spider array? Indeed, host. The realization dawned upon him immediately. This formation could only be employed on the poisonous zombies. Attempting it on others would likely result in instant demise. Only the undying and indestructible nature of the poisonous zombies could withstand such a transformation. The commotion caused by the zombies' metamorphosis naturally drew the attention of the combatants, the human and the leopard. What is that? A demon beast? The poison cloud mountains are truly revolting, filled with all manner of horrors. Under the gaze of the 50 grotesque creatures, the human and the leopard instinctively ceased their battle, seeking to escape the area. Yet to their shock, an invisible barrier encircled the 50 poisonous zombies, blocking their path. Lin Feng took a deep breath. "I know not how strong you are." Gently tugging on the webbing, in an instant, the 50 poisonous zombies transformed into fleeting shadows, lunging toward the human and the leopard. Die. The late-stage Yuan-Ing disciple of the Wu Yao alliance raised his hand to cast a spell. However, upon colliding with the poisonous zombies, the impact was diffused by the formation. The 50 zombies collectively absorbed the blow, merely shaking without any detriment. This was a late-stage Yuan-Ing spell, yet these poisonous zombies were but foundation and golden core stage beings. With a single fierce strike, the 50 zombies, wielding their 8 bone-like arachnid legs, transformed into shadows and tore the human to shreds, leaving no time for a scream to escape. Lin Feng gaped at the scene. Incredible. A master with 40,000 combat power was utterly defenseless. Under the formation, the poisonous zombies had grown 50-fold in strength. With their numbers still at 50, they remained under Lin Feng's control, unafraid of death or assault. At the peak of the Yuan-Ing realm, they were capable of battle. Lin Feng realized that he had risen. The heavens do not forsake those who strive. Yet unbeknownst to him, while he reveled in excitement, the poison dragon was even more exhilarated, reporting live to those outside the formation. Haha, that devilish spider has claimed another life. And this time it was one from the Wu Yao alliance. TSK, such despicable methods, and the deaths were agonizingly brutal. The corpses were even devoured. The poison dragon's voice was laced with mockery. A devilish spider? Ah, daring to kill those of my Wu Yao alliance. I shall ensure your demise. Chapter 74. The Iron Floating Tower of the Wu Yao alliance. One cannot help but wonder if the poison dragon is unhinged, while others perish. It shows not an ounce of concern. For each kill Lin Feng makes, it broadcasts the news to the awaiting sect leaders outside, as though in this great escape. Lin Feng were the true boss. Poison Dragon, release our disciples from Tongtian City. We will not partake in this battle any longer. We, from the Ruyu Mountain Manor, also withdraw. Outside the formation, several leaders clamored to exit the great escape. From the depths emerged the derisive voice of the Poison Dragon. Ridiculous. Do you humans truly believe this is a game? You think you can simply withdraw? Yes, this is a game for us demon beasts, haha. The tone of mockery was unmistakable. You wish to uncover the secrets of immortality without paying a price? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Humph. Once the luck formation is exhausted, I hope you can still manage a smile. Ha ha ha. You ought to concern yourselves more with your descendants. The expressions of the leaders turned grim, yet they felt utterly helpless. Within the deepest canyon of the Poison Cloud Mountains, the battle had not only continued but escalated, attracting even more attention due to the commotion. Oh, those are the people from the Wu Yao Alliance and Tongtian City. TSK. The Wu Yao Alliance is notoriously arrogant. Entangled with them, Tongtian City will certainly face headaches. There are indeed many demon beasts. Rarely seen Yuan-Ing realm demon beasts were present in abundance, and more humans joined the fray. The voice of Lin Feng's system echoed incessantly. Congratulations, host, for killing the demon beast Ling Yuan Hei Bao, evolution value 20. Congratulations, Mo Jun Huang Quan, for killing a demon beast, evolution value 20. Lin Feng commanded the 50 poisonous zombies to slay, while Mo Jun Huang Quan seized the opportunity to claim kills amidst the chaos. In no time, his evolution value had surged by 60, reaching a total of 91. How swift indeed. Just as Lin Feng was about to seek his next target, he was spotted. Senior brother, Chen Shidi has been slain. Someone has ambushed us. What are those things? The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld the sudden emergence of 50 creatures that were neither fully human nor fully spider from the ruins of the forest. Humph. Some unsightly entities. Release the spirit puppets and annihilate them all. Yes. As the words fell, members of the Wu Yao Alliance produced talismans inscribed with intricate runes. These cultivation runes were profoundly mysterious. The disciples of Tongtian City turned pale at the sight of these talismans. The iron floating tower of the Wu Yao Alliance. How could they have brought so many? They all soared into the sky, their expressions grave. The members of the Wu Yao Alliance began to weave complex spells. The talismans floated into the air, igniting in fierce flames. Beneath the crimson fire, a thick smoke emanated. Once the talismans burned away and settled to the ground, revealing the dissipating smoke, humanoid figures entirely clad in black emerged before the crowd. Iron Man? Lin Feng exclaimed, unable to contain himself. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Crafted from interlocking black iron, albeit with a somewhat retro appearance. Magic artifact, iron floating tower. Introduction, a humanoid magical artifact forged from Xiantai, powered by spiritual stones. Embodies 88 interlinked and mutually supportive formations, demonstrating profound intricacies. Typically, it resides in a talismanic space for nurturing. Its strength is contingent upon the power of its controller. Cultivation level. Skill, floating tower / System evaluation, advanced puppet technique. The system's description instantaneously flashed through Lin Feng's mind. 11 iron floating towers, under the control of the Wu Yao Alliance, swiftly turned to attack the poison corpse, moving with remarkable speed, like fleeting shadows in the dark. Clang. In midair, 2 long swords shot forth from the arms of the iron floating towers, one slicing down towards the poison corpse. With a swift motion, the black ethereal light flashed, and the 11 poison corpses were cleaved in 2. Their speed unchanged, they proceeded to eliminate another 11 poison corpses in the next moment. In a mere encounter, 50 poison corpses were annihilated. Strength. Lin Feng felt a weight in his heart. The prowess of these 11 iron floating towers was undoubtedly above the late stage of Yuan-Ing. Their physical forms alone could rival those at the pinnacle of Yuan-Ing. Witnessing the slaughter of the poison corpses, a disciple of the Wu Yao Alliance sneered. Just a few insignificant creatures, daring to oppose us is tantamount to seeking death. Brothers, let us eliminate this group of beasts alongside the people of Tongtian City. Ha ha ha. Those from Tongtian City should quickly flee if they know what is good for them. Accustomed to arrogance, the disciples of the Wu Yao Alliance, now in a position of dominance, looked down upon everyone else. However, at that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. The slain poison corpses instantly revived, their spider-like legs climbing onto the bodies of the iron floating towers. The sharp 8 legs stabbed towards the iron floating towers, producing a clattering sound. Impossible. What manner of creature is this? Indestructible? Humph. Let us shred them into pieces and see how they revive. The iron floating towers struck again. Their swords, like their bodies, were crafted from Xian-Tai, dancing through the air with dazzling sword flowers. The bodies of the poison corpses were swiftly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no bones behind. But immediately thereafter, get up, an even stranger occurrence took place. These poison corpses resurrected from the blood. Lin Feng declared fiercely, if one poison corpse cannot deal with you, then let it be 10 or 20. The unparalleled spider formation. Gently manipulating the spider silk, 20 poison corpses engaged a single iron floating tower. Although the defensive capabilities of the poison corpses did not match those of the iron floating towers, the ability to infinitely revive and their formidable attack power allowed them to incessantly assault the same iron floating tower, eventually leading Lin Feng to dismantle one of them. How can this be? My heavens, what is this creature? Quickly, control the other iron floating towers to break free. Aside from the Wu Yao Alliance members, the other sects and beasts were equally perplexed by this spectacle. What on earth is this? It seems indestructible and resembles a spider, something never seen before. Could it be related to that spider? As everyone speculated, the people of Tongtian City launched their assault almost simultaneously with the Demon Mountain monkeys, targeting the disciples of the Wu Yao Alliance. Ha ha ha, the iron floating towers are trapped. They brought this upon themselves. Kill them. Beasts, slay these humans. For the people of Tongtian City, this was an unexpected boon. When the Wu Yao Alliance summoned the iron floating towers, they thought it was their demise. Yet, unexpectedly, the infamous iron floating towers of the Wu Yao Alliance were ensnared by 50 half-human, half-spider creatures. For the members of the Wu Yao Alliance, the iron floating towers became a burden instead of a help. Controlling the iron floating towers left them unable to defend against the onslaught. However, neglecting to control the iron floating towers meant watching their most crucial asset be dismantled. Quick, retrieve the iron floating towers. The members of the Wu Yao Alliance rushed to reclaim the iron floating towers. But despair enveloped them. That area seemed shrouded in an invisible barrier. No matter how the iron floating towers attacked, they could not return. Kill. The people of Tongtian City and the beasts surged forward, and they could no longer control the iron floating towers. Lin Feng, hidden in the shadows, commanded the poison corpses to dismantle the remaining 11 iron floating towers one by one. Scoundrels, wasting my time. You still have to die? He joined the fray against the Wu Yao Alliance, seizing this fortuitous opportunity. Congratulations on slaying a disciple of the Wu Yao Alliance. Evolution value 20. Congratulations, host. Evolution value has reached 100. Evolution is now possible. Evolution, just in time. Lin Feng remained in the shadows, targeting only the isolated foes. Under the unparalleled spider formation, even those at the pinnacle of Yuan-Ing could contend, let alone those at the late stage of Yuan-Ing. Yes, this is how to kill. Eradicate every last one of the Wu Yao Alliance scoundrels. The voice of the poison dragon echoed in Lin Feng's mind once more. Why are you everywhere? Ha ha. You may not know what the Wu Yao Alliance is. This continent is filled with countless sects and organizations. Yet one can never escape the influence of the three major organizations. You guessed correctly, the Xiaorao Tower and Wu Yao Alliance are two of these three. Lin Feng thought. I didn't guess at all. The Xiaoyao Tower needs no introduction. It is the most powerful intelligence organization across the 9 domains of the continent, encompassing all beings, both human and beast, maintaining the best relations with us beasts. The Wu Yao Alliance, as the name implies, seeks to eliminate all beasts, resorting to any means for profit, making them our mortal enemies. Thus, the members of the Wu Yao Alliance must be eradicated without mercy. Lin Feng felt disdain. Could he show mercy? Having come this far, his sole objective was to kill, to take more lives. Regardless of whether they were from the Wu Yao Alliance, Tongtian City, or even beasts, all must perish. In the chaotic melee, the poison dragon, dissatisfied with the lack of excitement, drew all remaining participants into the fray. This battle raged on until dawn, causing mountains to collapse and forests to be laid waste. The aura formation shrank further. Lin Feng had no time to evolve amidst the slaughter. Since his arrival in this world, this was the most exhilarating killing spree he had ever experienced. As the formation continued to contract, all participants became bloodthirsty. The Huangquan Demon Lord, disguised as a child, continuously launched sneak attacks, consuming Yuan-Ing energies, successfully restoring himself to the peak of Yuan-Ing. Lin Feng amassed an astounding 640 points of evolution value, enough to evolve to the nascent soul realm. In the end, all humans who entered the Poison Cloud Mountain range were annihilated, and the aura formation was on the verge of depletion. Within the formation remained only Lin Feng. the Huangquan Demon Lord, and the Demon Mountain Monkeys. While the elders of the sects outside the formation grew increasingly anxious, the voice of the poison dragon rang out once more. Ha ha ha, the eternal life war is over. I now declare that not a single soul remains alive. Therefore, I will not reveal the secrets of immortality. Ha ha. The vast mountains echoed with the mocking laughter of the poison dragon. The sect elders instantly went mad. Poison dragon, hand over the secret of immortality. Poison dragon, return my disciple's life. I will kill you. Dozens of experts at the nascent soul level felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they had been deceived. At that moment, they began to assault the aura formation. Thunderous roars erupted, flames engulfed the mountains, ice sealed the heavens, and countless spells and artifacts were unleashed in a reckless assault on the aura formation. Previously, when their disciples were within the formation, they had held back. But now, with no reservations, they aimed to shatter the formation and capture the poison dragon. At this moment, the aura formation was only large enough to envelop a single mountain peak. Lin Feng stood within the formation, gazing upward at the cataclysmic spells unleashed before him. Unable to suppress a curse. Madman, poison dragon, you are truly insane. Huangquan, return to the Huangquan Palace. We must leave. After collecting the poison zombie and the Huangquan Palace, Lin Feng could no longer afford to engage the demon mountain monkeys. He burrowed into the ground, seeking an escape from this perilous area. However, at that moment, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Countless sharp claws pierced through the soil, revealing a colossal creature before Lin Feng. It was a centipede, stretching hundreds of meters long, its legs resembling razor-sharp scythes, dwarfing Lin Feng's own form. The centipede erupted from the ground and immediately ensnared the body of the demon mountain monkey, which was as large as a small hill, rendering it utterly powerless. Haha, spider, wait a moment, I will be right with you. The voice of the centipede was unmistakably that of the poison dragon. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the gigantic centipede and exclaimed, You are the poison dragon? Monster, Qianjua Wugong. Description: the ruler of the Poison Cloud Mountain Range, commanding all overlords. A vile character, relishing in ensnaring opponents with its sharp claws, savoring their slow consumption. It mimics the poison dragon, serving as poison dragon's most loyal servant during the era of the poison dragon, possessing the 5 poisons bloodline. With exceptionally high innate talent. Cultivation level, early Yuan Shun. Bloodline skill, blade path. System evaluation, 5 poisons centipede. Upon reading the system's introduction, Lin Feng instantly understood that this creature was not the poison dragon. But why was it impersonating the poison dragon? Was it truly courting death? The Qianjua Wugong roared, raising its head, and its sharp mandibles plunged directly into the brain of the demon mountain monkey. Right before Lin Feng's eyes, it commenced the gruesome feast on the monkey's brain matter, sparing not a single bone or shred of flesh. As it devoured, it remarked, Delicious, let us not waste it. In mere moments, the demon mountain monkey was reduced to a mere heap of bones. After finishing its meal, the Qianjua Wugong twisted its body, its sharp claws flattening the surrounding peaks, revealing an ancient platform beneath the shattered mountains. Lin Feng, do not dawdle. This is a teleportation array that can help us escape. Do not stare blankly, brother. If we wait any longer, the formation will shatter, and we will be torn apart by those old men outside. Lin Feng remained perplexed. The poison dragon was nowhere to be found, and the secret to immortality was even less so. Everything was the doing of this Qianjua Wugong. Yet Lin Feng did not understand its motives. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Do you know my name is Lin Feng? Who exactly are you? Let us discuss everything once we have escaped. The Qianjua Wugong awaited on the formation as the attacks from above grew increasingly ferocious. The aura array shrank further, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He cast his threads onto the Qianjua Wugong, pulling himself into the formation. The long-buried teleportation array blazed to life. In the next moment, the array shattered and reformed. Lin Feng and the gargantuan body of the Qianjua Wugong vanished from their location. Chapter 76, The Poison Dragon's Gift. Taming the Qianjua Wugong, Lin Feng felt a whirlwind of change before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself atop a remarkable peak. Though it was still a mountain, the peaks here soared into the clouds, entirely different from the geological structure of the Poison Cloud Mountain Range. Where was this place? A thunderous roar echoed nearby. The Qianjua Wugong coiled around a neighboring peak like a serpent. I do not know. You do not know? Wasn't it you who activated the teleportation array? That array is called a random teleportation array, a relic left by the poison dragon. It randomly teleports within a certain range. Thus the opponent will have no knowledge of our destination. After all, even I do not know, ha ha ha. The Qianjue Wugong appeared carefree. Lin Feng regarded the enormous creature with a grave expression, stating, "What is happening? Can you explain this now?" The Qianjue Wugong slowly leaned forward, locking eyes with Lin Feng. It began to speak. "The Great Serpent sends its regards." The Great Serpent? Lin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, it is a gift from the Poison Dragon. The first gift is the Aura Array, to assist the Huangquan Demon Lord in returning to the Yuanshan realm. This is the second gift. As it spoke, the Qianjue Wugong produced a red plant from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Lin Feng. It was a small tree, laden with fruit resembling strawberries. Dadi Shigua? Lin Feng was profoundly astonished. The manner in which the Qianjue Wugong pushed the Dadi Shigua forward mirrored the Great Serpent's actions from before. The Dadi Shigua was intended for the beautiful serpent. After all, she was the former beloved of the Poison Dragon. If she consumed this millennia-old Dadi Shigua, she should be able to break through to the Yuanshan realm. Lin Feng gazed at the Dadi Shigua and inhaled deeply. The Aura Array is for the Huangquan Demon Lord, and the Dadi Shigua is for the beautiful serpent. What about me? Of course, I have not forgotten you. Your gift is me. The Qianjue Wugong's fearsome mandibles were lined with sharp teeth. Me? Precisely. Beneath the Yuanshan, all are but ants. There are many in the Yuaning realm, yet those in the Yuanshan realm are painfully few. They can be counted across the entire spirit domain, and in the future, it will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate each one. Thus, I am here to assist you. I shall become your most loyal servant, doing all that you require. Having spent considerable time in the spirit domain, Lin Feng had heard the saying in the cultivation world, beneath the Yuanshan, all are ants. In the future, any attempt to advance would occur at an exceptionally slow pace, as every Yuanshan was a prominent figure from various sects, making their demise a daunting task. Lin Feng understood that the explosive evolution had reached its conclusion, and future progress would decelerate. Yet he had not anticipated that the Qianjue Wugong, at the early Yuanshan stage, would seek to pledge allegiance to him. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. "You wish to ally with me? That is acceptable. I possess a technique, which has reached the third level, that I will now apply to you. Of course, from this day forth, I shall be your most loyal servant." Lin Feng refrained from asking further questions and began to activate the beast control technique. If the Qianjue Wugong was sincere, then the technique would surely succeed. All uncertainties could be addressed later. The beast control technique would also evolve alongside Lin Feng's cultivation. As he activated the technique, he enveloped the Qianjue Wugong with his soul power. To his astonishment, the Qianjue Wugong offered no resistance. Instead, it exclaimed in astonishment, "Soul? You, in the Yuaning realm, can actually manipulate soul power. What is this? What an extraordinary sensation." At that moment, Lin Feng's soul resonated with the Qianjue Wugong, successfully leaving a soul imprint upon it. Congratulations, host, for taming the monster, Qianjue Wugong. Evolution value, 2500. Taming a Yuanshan powerhouse equated to slaying one. Lin Feng's evolution value soared to a staggering 3140. The Qianjue Wugong also benefited from the soul resonance, its own soul elevating in this moment, and its cultivation breaking through to the mid-Yuanshan stage. It buried its head into its body, initiating its breakthrough. Seeing the successful taming, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Let us proceed to the Huangquan Palace. With a resounding thunder, the grand Huangquan Palace loomed amidst the forest. After handing the Dadi Shigua to the severely injured beautiful serpent, Lin Feng withdrew into the Huangquan Palace to commence his evolution. The cultivation of monsters relied upon their demon cores, while Lin Feng's method of breakthrough closely resembled that of humans. In the Jindan realm, one forms the Jindan. In the Yuaning realm, one breaks the Dan to become an infant, and upon the Yuaning transforming into the Yuanshan, one reaches the Yuanshan realm. Beyond the Yuanshan realm, the Yuanshan can exist outside its body for a brief period, giving rise to spiritual awareness, allowing one to perceive their surroundings. The Yuanshan realm represents the sublimation of the soul and is the most challenging to break through. Yet Lin Feng faced no such troubles. Under the influence of the evolution power, the Yuan Ying within his abdomen rapidly transformed. Surrounding the Yuan Ying, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy whipped up, engulfing his entire abdomen. Eventually, within the abdomen, a vast expanse of white, misty sea of consciousness was established. As the sea of consciousness took shape, the Yuaning shed its shell. From the original purple Yuaning, a completely black spider, enveloped in dark mist, slowly emerged. This was Lin Feng's primordial spirit. The spirit hovered within the sea of consciousness, its 8 legs curled up, as if it were ensnared in slumber. Concurrently, Lin Feng's spider-like eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. In the confined space of the cocoon, he gradually unfurled his 8 legs. An eerie black fog permeated the cocoon, gently slicing through it. Under the shroud of darkness, the cocoon began to dissolve, revealing the spider cloaked in black mist. Lin Feng felt an increasing sense of satisfaction with his own form. Congratulations to the host for consecutively evolving twice. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the 27th evolution. Host, Lin Feng. 27th evolution, Demon Shadow Spider. Description: the black bloodline has fully awakened, enveloped in a shroud of black mist that embodies both darkness and poison. In combat, it penetrates the opponent's spiritual energy, influencing their will and driving them into madness. Cultivation level, early stage of Yuanshan. Bloodline skill, Dark Domain. Combat power, 110,000. System evaluation, Dwelling in Darkness. Evolution value, 76. After subduing the Qianjua centipede and slaying numerous adversaries in the survival battle, even reaching the Yuanshan realm, there remained a 76 evolution value. The system's voice continued to resonate. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Evolve to the pinnacle of Yuanying. Task reward: evolution of the 8-legged sword. The 8-legged sword has evolved into the 8 Extreme Sword. 8 Extreme Sword, a battle sword capable of piercing treasures of the same realm. The blade radiated a formidable brilliance. An automatic evolution task has been accepted. Kill a human of the same realm and a demon beast of the same realm. Task reward: Annihilation Talisman. Lin Feng stretched his 8 legs, feeling an indescribable exhilaration as boundless power surged through every corner of his being. Perhaps this is the essence of cultivation, to attain immortality and experience the joy of eternal life. Congratulations to the boss for breaking through to the Yuanshan realm. Before him knelt the Huangquan Demon Lord, Qianjua Centipede, and the Beauty Snake. They referred to Lin Feng as boss, a title he had specifically requested, as the term master felt rather awkward. After all, he was not human. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly inquired, Qianjua Centipede, what truly is the secret of immortality? This must be the secret that the entire spirit realm, and indeed the continent, yearns to uncover. However, the Qianjua Centipede shook its head. I do not know. The poison dragon did not disclose it. That may just be a ploy to attract others. Under the beast control technique, the Qianjua Centipede could not lie. Perhaps even it did not possess the knowledge. Lin Feng instead felt that it was not mere hearsay. Otherwise, how could one explain the poison corpse? Did the massive serpent live or perish? Where did it go? The poison dragon, dead for millennia, why did it suddenly reappear? Lin Feng contemplated the crucial point. Where is the poison dragon? It died long ago, millennia in the past. The tasks it assigned me were commands left over from that time. I know nothing. Lin Feng realized that the Qianjua Centipede was somewhat of a fool, blissfully ignorant despite knowing nothing. Yet its loyalty was commendable. After 10,000 years, it still faithfully executed commands. The commands from millennia past indicated that the poison dragon anticipated my arrival across the river of time to assist me. Rather than feeling elated, Lin Feng's heart grew heavy. The kindness of a stranger undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. He could not discern its true intentions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng declared, regardless of the storm, let us proceed. My subordinates, to slay. Understanding the events that transpired left Lin Feng even more perplexed. He decided to disregard it all. Becoming powerful was paramount. Luoxia City, the largest human metropolis at the foot of Luoxia Mountain, teemed with scholars and artists, bustling with activity. Unlike the remote towns of Tianyu City and Diyun City, this city boasted towering buildings of 5 stories or more. Horse-drawn carriages and sedan chairs flowed incessantly along the roads. Flower houses, tea houses, and taverns stood in abundance, while aerial gondolas crisscrossed the entire city. The Huangquan Demon Lord gazed in astonishment at this flourishing city. I have been dead for so many years, and the world has developed to this extent? Spirit stone-powered carriages and spirit stone-driven boxes filled with delicacies floated from one place to another. What is this? Take out. Can you stop being so astonished? I asked you to gather information. Lin Feng's displeasure resonated. The Huangquan Demon Lord resembled a naive villager newly arrived in the city, her curious gaze darting around. Is this a flower house? Despite her lamentation over the passage of time, she understood that flower houses and taverns were the best places to gather intelligence. Yet, as she approached the entrance, she was intercepted by a group of elderly women. Young lady, what are you doing? This is a place for entertaining gentlemen. My, what a pretty girl. Several old women scrutinized the Huangquan Demon Lord, who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, her complexion rosy yet clad in tattered clothing. How pitiful, little girl, come with mommy. Mommy will teach you how to serve men, and then we can live lavishly. Get lost. The Huangquan demon lord trembled with rage. Had it not been for Lin Feng's admonition to avoid unnecessary trouble, she might have obliterated the area. How ungrateful. Ignorant women and children, they deserve to die. How dare they make me do such things? The Huangquan demon lord cursed as she stormed away from the flower house. A high-ranking demon lord. She remained oblivious to the sufferings of the mortal realm and lacked empathy. Departing the flower house, she proceeded to the tavern, only to be treated even more harshly. Before she could enter, she was mistaken for a beggar and expelled. A dignified demon lord, driven away in various ways. Lin Feng found it amusing. Perhaps it was best to let the poison core gather information. The Huangquan demon lord wore a sullen expression, nodding glumly. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. Clear the way, everyone. Make way. Anyone who does not wish to die, step aside. The central avenue of Luoxia City was wide enough for 5 horses to walk side by side, yet it was now in chaos. Pedestrians were pushed to the sides. What is happening? Why is it so crowded? Don't shove me. Are you trying to die? Those are people from Luyu Mountain Manor. Luyu Mountain Manor? Is that the dog leg of Ruyu Mountain Manor? Shoo, be quiet. Do you want to get us all killed? The Huangquan demon lord found herself among the crowd, overhearing snippets of conversation that revealed much. The 4 major sects of the spirit realm had numerous subordinate factions affiliated with them. The Luyu Mountain Manor was an affiliated sect of the Ruyu Mountain Manor. The manor's master, Lu Wuji, was a formidable cultivator at the early stage of Yuanshan, highly revered in this region. Even the Ruyu Mountain Manor held Lu Wuji in considerable esteem. After all, he was a Yuanshan master. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's the one. 1 demon beast and 1 human. Both must be of the Yuanshan realm, so I choose him. With the stature of Luyu Mountain Manor, no one dared to utter a word, obediently watching as the street was cleared. The city guard stood by, creating a path. In the distance, 2 horse-like demon beasts pulled a massive carriage that slowly approached, shrouded in white silk. One could faintly discern a woman clad in plain garments seated within. Her eyes closed, exuding a gentle beauty reminiscent of spring moons and autumn waters. Ah, that seems to be Luyu Mountain Manor's young lady, Lu Rushi. It is said she is the most beautiful woman in the Yuan province. Our first beauty is pure-hearted and kind, like a female bodhisattva, yet alas, she is afflicted with blindness, a condition that remains untreatable. Is that the young master beside her, Lu Yigongzi, by Buyu? It is rumored he is also disabled, unable to speak from birth. Just as their words fell silent, in midair, it resembled willow leaves drifting down. Subsequently, their heads thudded upon the ground, causing a stir among the onlookers. Humph, be alert, all of you. If you seek death, then by all means continue your chatter. The officers in the city took no action, even warning those alongside the road. Fortunately, their incessant prattling allowed Lin Feng to locate the target in the Yuanshan realm. However, he was now at a loss as to the whereabouts of Luyu Mountain Villa. Moreover, sects with Yuanshan realm guardians often possessed formidable formations. Even if Lin Feng launched a strong assault, once the formation activated, Luyu Mountain Villa could await reinforcements from Luyu Mountain Villa, forcing him to retreat in haste. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng devised a scheme. Let us infiltrate. She is not benevolent, is she? Huangquan can go out, feign helplessness, and compel them to take her back. We will eliminate her father. The thought thrilled him. The demon Lord Huangquan appeared reluctant. Yet she dared not disobey Lin Feng's command. Just as the carriage passed by her, she was shoved by the crowd. She fell right beneath the hooves of the beast pulling the cart. The beast reared up, its hoof crashing heavily to the ground. Whoa! The demon Lord Huangquan was evidently frightened, sitting on the ground and bursting into tears. Her cries instantly caught Lu Rushi's attention. A gentle voice echoed, "What has transpired?" "Miss, a girl has fallen and blocked the path. I shall remove her at once." "No, treat her kindly and assist her in finding her family." Chapter 78. News from the Xiaorao Tower, heading to Haima Cliff. "Whoa, sister, I have no family. They are all gone." The word sister was uttered by the demon Lord Huangquan through gritted teeth. Were it not to gain entry into Luyu Mountain Villa, how could a demon lord who had lived for thousands of years address a girl as sister? From the system summary, it was evident that Lu Rushi was indeed a kind-hearted woman. Her own misfortune, combined with her exalted status, stirred abundant sympathy in the heart of the most beautiful woman in Yuanzhou. Lu Rushi turned to Huangquan, her brow furrowed, revealing a look of compassion. "All gone? How tragic. Someone, give her some money." "Yes, miss." At that moment, a burly man emerged from the crowd. He scooped up the demon Lord Huangquan as if she were a small rabbit. "Humph, come with me. You little rascal, Did you think you could escape? No food for 3 days. Woo, I don't want to go back. Stop. Lu Rushi exclaimed anxiously. What are you planning to do? The people of Luyu Mountain Villa immediately blocked the burly man. He hastily nodded and bowed, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Miss Lu. This little rascal was sold to us at Baiwa Tower by her uncle. She has just managed to escape. Baiwa Tower. Lu Rushi paused slightly, then fell silent for a moment. Miss, what should we do? There are many unfortunate souls in this world. Let us buy her. Lu Rushi finally uttered the answer Lin Feng desired. She instructed her subordinates to take the demon Lord Huang Quan into the carriage. From now on, you shall stay with your sister. My home will be your home, and I will be your family. The first half of their objective was achieved. The demon Lord Huang Quan clutched the fruit that Lu Rushi handed her and began to nibble adorably. Throughout the journey, Lu Rushi showered her with affection. Their entourage arrived majestically at the foot of Xiaoyao Tower. Bai Buyu personally approached the carriage, assisting Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi held the small hand of the demon Lord Huang Quan as they entered Xiaoyao Tower. Clearly, Xiaoyao Tower was aware of Lu Rushi's arrival, having emptied the establishment of patrons in advance. A middle-aged man dressed as a wealthy merchant stepped forward, smiling and cupping his hands. I am Yang Sun, the manager of Xiaoyao Tower in Luoxia City. Welcome, Miss Lu. Lin Feng, concealed within Huang Quan's palace, could see everything happening inside Xiaoyao Tower. The establishment resembled a tea house, with a massive counter in the center. Countless sheets of paper adorned the wall behind the counter, each filled with various intelligence reports, categorized by region. For instance, in the Luoxia City region, it reported that the 12th concubine of Li Yuanwei and her cousin had eloped, offering a bounty for their whereabouts. The head of the Qin family's youngest son had been murdered, with a reward for the capture of the killer. The bounties ranged from hundreds of taels of gold to tens of thousands, and even transactions involving spirit stones. The information from Xiaoyao Tower was indeed costly. It was no wonder that many bounty hunters thrived there. Lin Feng noticed his own bounty at the top, location of the demon spider. 100 spirit stones. This was the most expensive listing in the entire Xiaoyao Tower, accompanied by Lin Feng's likeness, although it no longer resembled him. As Lin Feng surveyed Xiaoyao Tower, Lu Rushi directly addressed Yang. Manager Yang, I hear you have news of the Duanchang grass. Is it true? Indeed, Miss Lu. We have information regarding the Duanchang grass. Yang Sun's words sent a tremor through Lu Rushi. She quickly inquired, where is it located? Well, by Shixiao. Bai Buyu approached, cradling a large box. Upon opening the box, it revealed a plethora of crystal-like stones, spirit stones, the hard currency of the cultivation world. Each spirit stone was the size of a fist, and there were at least a dozen within the box. The aroma invigorated the senses. These spirit stones contained abundant spiritual energy, essential for every cultivator. Manager Yang, would these 20 complete spirit stones suffice for the information on the Duanchang grass? Yes, that will be more than enough. Haha, Miss Lu, please forgive us, but it is our rule at Xiaoyao Tower. The Duanchang grass is located beneath Haima Cliff. Lu Rushi was taken aback. Is that true? Haha, Miss Lu might not be aware of how Xiaoyao Tower established its reputation. Allow me to bestow upon you another piece of information. The king of Haimu Cliff has broken through to the Yuanshan realm. Lin Feng listened attentively, piecing the information together. Lu Rushi had come to Xiaoyao Tower to purchase a formula that could cure her congenital eye disease, restoring her sight. The key ingredient was indeed the Duanchang grass. Today, she sought it out, but the troubling news was that she did not wish to return to Luyu Mountain Villa. Instead, she aimed to acquire the Duanchang grass. The good news was that the location of the Duanchang grass was guarded by a Yuanshan realm beast. Xiaoyao Tower was quite impressive. Next time, they could provide intelligence as well. Since they shared the same objective, Lin Feng decided to remain hidden in Huang Quan's palace, following Lu Rushi to Haima Cliff. Haima Cliff, also situated within Yuanzhou, was characterized by steep cliffs and housed numerous precious herbs, attracting many herbalists. The number of herbalists gathering at the foot of Haimu Cliff was steadily increasing, leading to the establishment of Haimu Town right beneath it. In Haima Town, herbalists and itinerant merchants seeking to purchase herbs were the most common occupants. Ordinarily, one would not expect any significant figures to visit Haimu Town. However, today, half of the town was cordoned off. Lu Rushi brought the demon Lord Huang Quan to the finest inn in Haimu Town for rest, while Bai Buyu set off alone, following an intelligence officer from Xiaoyao Tower to seek the Duanchang grass on Haima Cliff. Upon hearing this, the demon Lord Huang Quan quickly exclaimed, Sister, I want to accompany Bai Shixiao. Haimu Cliff is fraught with danger. You should stay with me in Haimu Town while we await your brother's return. I will buy you the best dried fruits in town. Lu Rushi treated the demon Lord Huang Quan with great care. On the journey over the past 2 days, they had shared meals and slept together, with Lu Rushi purchasing her the finest toys and delicious snacks. She treated her as if she were her own sister, refusing to let her take any risks. No matter the reasoning, Huang Quan was determined to accompany Bai Buyu. That night, Haima Town lay in quietude. Lu Rushi held little Huang Quan close, cradling her in her embrace. The tranquil sound of breathing filled the air, indicating that slumber had taken hold. 2 warm, soft cheeks, faintly scented, enveloped the delicate face of Huang Quan. The Lord of Huang Quan gritted his teeth, brimming with frustration. How I long to shatter that. To think you are so blissfully unaware of your fortune. Lin Feng's voice echoed in disbelief. Do you have any idea how many souls in the entire spirit domain yearn to rest in her embrace? Just then, a flash of light erupted. Lin Feng's formidable figure materialized upon the grand bed. The sharp 8-extreme sword pierced through the bed frame with the ease of slicing through tofu. Leaning in closer, he surveyed the exquisite visage of Lu Rushi, mere inches separating the head of the spider from the most beautiful woman in Yuanzhou. I do not covet this fortune. Boss, your drool is about to spill. Damn it. That's venom. Spiders have no lips, do you not know? TCH, enjoy your slumber with her. I, the boss, am off to slay the Yuan spirit beast. Boss, remember to bring back its Yuan spirit. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. Lin Feng soared through the air, swiftly exiting the inn through the window. Remember, do not disturb him. We need her to guide us back to Luyu Mountain Villa. Understood, boss. After Lin Feng departed, he ascended into the night sky, racing toward the direction of Haimu Cliff. His aim was to slay the king of Haimu Cliff, which aligned perfectly with Bai Buyu's intentions, necessitating no following of Bai Buyu. He understood the rules of the beasts. Transgressions would naturally provoke the Yuan spirit beasts. Riding the howling winds, he soon reached Haimu Cliff. Beneath Haimu Cliff, countless towering peaks stood proudly, a landscape of natural beauty sculpted by the hands of nature. Lin Feng ascended effortlessly, navigating the treacherous cliffs as if traversing flat ground, weaving webs along his path. The aura belonging to the Yuan spirit realm was unabashedly unleashed. Chapter 79. The Depths of Haimu Cliff as Night Fell. It was the prime time for the beasts to roam. The entirety of Haimu Cliff was alive with creatures that emerged to hunt under the cover of darkness. At that moment, an ominous aura descended from the heavens. All beasts sensed this presence and froze in terror, too frightened to move. The hierarchy among beasts was far more pronounced than among humans. Without status or background, the strong could dictate the fates of the weak. Lin Feng's Yuan spirit aura instilled dread in all beasts. Wherever he passed, ordinary animals were even frightened to death by this overwhelming presence. Bai Buyu followed the scouts of Xiaoyao Tower to the deepest part of Haimu Cliff. The pitch-black rocks were adorned with dark trees, the very origin of Haimu Cliff's name. The scout pointed to a cliff face across the way, stating, "Young Master Bai, 100 meters down from that cliff, and 29 meters east. A plant known as the heartbreak grass grows in the crevice. Young Master Bai, the innkeeper has instructed caution. Do not provoke the king of Haimu Cliff. Also, there are many chameleons here. Be careful." Bai Buyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Young Master Bai, I shall take my leave now, wishing you success." Bai Buyu continued to nod. The people of Yuanzhou knew that Bai Buyu was not one for conversation. The scout took his leave with a fist salute. For Xiaoyao Tower only handled information and nothing beyond that. It was the rule. Once he departed, Bai Buyu took a deep breath. His focus directed toward the area indicated by the scout. The darkness posed little challenge to him, a peak Yuan-ing practitioner. Though separated by thousands of meters, he could still discern the presence of a stone crevice in that region. With unwavering resolve, Bai Buyu declared, "I will heal you, Rushi." He actually spoke. The world was unaware that Bai Buyu could speak. He simply chose not to. He had vowed that as long as Lu Rushi remained blind, he would not converse with anyone until he healed her. This was his tenderness towards Lu Rushi. He ascended into the air, intent on flying toward that location. However, at that moment, a powerful aura bore down upon him. This presence was suffocating, sending shockwaves through his heart. A Yuan spirit master. How could this be? I did not disturb it. He dared not fly further, cautiously landing and gazing upward at the sky. There, against the inky blackness, a colossal spider was rapidly approaching. As if the entire void were its web, the spider's might surpassed Bai Buyu's imagination. Even from a distance, it evoked a sense of staring into the abyss. Bai Buyu quickly averted his gaze, suppressing all traces of his aura. He understood that Yuan spirit masters possessed a sea of consciousness, with acute sensitivity to souls. To fixate upon it would surely reveal him. He decided to lie still, feigning death. In doing so, even if discovered, he had committed no act of disrespect, and the spider would likely refrain from attacking him. At this moment, Lin Feng soared directly overhead, his formidable aura sparking like lightning. He finally attracted attention. "Spider, you have crossed the boundary." A furious voice resounded from Haimu Cliff. Lin Feng scoffed. "Get out of here. Haimu Cliff is now my territory." "Spider, do you dare to challenge me?" "What of it? The strong reign supreme. Haimu Cliff is impressive. You should leave, or I shall slay you. Seeking death, are we?" In mere moments, the opponent fell into a rage. "Men, tear him apart." The command rang out in the darkness, and the rustling of movement ensued. In the shadows, countless beasts, resembling crocodiles, crawled across the mountainside. Many beasts lay flat against the earth, blending seamlessly with the ground, only appearing before Lin Feng at the command of that entity. Even a creature lay hidden beside Bai Buyu. Their massive eyes glared menacingly at Lin Feng. Beast, Haimu chameleon. Description: a chameleon residing in Haimu Cliff, typically hidden upon the cliffs. It enjoys resting on rock faces to hunt for food. It possesses a long, resilient tongue imbued with mild venom. Once it latches onto an opponent, it can paralyze them. Bloodline skill: camouflage, merging its aura and body with the surroundings, making it extremely difficult to detect. System evaluation: the disguised hunter. The numbers of Haimu chameleons were indeed vast, yet regrettably, their cultivation was rather low, most not even reaching the golden core realm, with even fewer attaining Yuaning. Lin Feng sneered. "Do you truly believe they can contend with me? Humph. It is only natural for chameleons to feast on spiders. Devour him." With a command, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The Haimu chameleons shot forth their delicate tongues toward Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, their tongues became ensnared mid-air, stuck by an unseen force. Chameleons feast on spiders? A joke. Even if they were true dragons, today you shall be the hunted. Come forth. Lin Feng issued a similar command, unleashing a frenzy of grotesque creatures from his form. 200 venomous corpses at his command. Their cultivation was generally a level higher than that of the Haimu chameleons. Though humanoid in appearance, they were more beastly than the beasts themselves, claws bared as they lunged toward the nearest Haimu chameleon. A chorus of anguished cries rose from the chameleons. The entity observing clearly sought to test Lin Feng with the lives of its subordinates, yet it backfired, instead providing an abundant feast for the venomous corpses. Observing the beast remain inactive, Lin Feng's voice turned increasingly frigid. "Humph, coward. Do you think I cannot deal with you just because you hide? Very well, I shall destroy your Haimu Cliff, and see if you dare to emerge." Chapter 80. The hunt for the cunning chameleon. Lin Feng ensnared the air above with a web of traps, ensuring no one could escape from the heavens. The tongues of the Haimu chameleons were ensnared in the spider's silk, while the venomous corpses feasted upon the chameleons, even as they watched their comrades fall one by one. The entity has yet to make its move. Lin Feng let out a cold snort, raising his Ba Ji sword to unleash a flurry of dozens of silk swords towards the largest peak of Heimuya. The silk swords of the Yuanshan realm were 100-fold more powerful than in the Yuanying realm, hundreds of meters long. The threads sliced through the air like invisible sword energy. In an instant, a crisp sound echoed as the entire cliff peak was shattered as if it were mere tofu. Rocks crumbled, and countless chameleons were reduced to fragments. Witnessing this scene, Bai Buyu's pupils constricted in disbelief. No, that crevice in the rock has also been severed, and the visible Duan Chang grass plummeted towards the abyss below. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Buyu dashed forward, striving to rescue the Duan Chang grass before it hit the ground. At that moment, he had no time to contemplate his own safety. Lin Feng gazed down from above, merely casting a glance at him. Bai Buyu still held value, so he was spared for the time being. Just as Lin Feng diverted his attention towards Bai Buyu, a sudden sound of air being sliced apart rang out, and a massive hand hurtled towards him. The attack was so abrupt that even Lin Feng failed to detect it in time. In a rush, he could only conjure a protective shield of spider silk before him. Bang! An immense force struck the silk shield, sending Lin Feng's massive frame hurtling away. Before he could regain his balance, another tongue ensnared his waist, violently slamming him against the mountain peak. Boom! This impact shattered over a dozen peaks. Everything transpired too swiftly. Where Lin Feng once stood, a colossal chameleon emerged, its size exceeding that of the Hei Mu chameleon by more than tenfold. Its massive body resembled a truck, dwarfing Lin Feng by several times. The most distinctive feature was a dark mark on its abdomen, with 3 long horns atop its head and a pair of thin wings sprouting from its elbows. Monster, cunning chameleon. Description: the evolved form of the Hei Mu chameleon. Its skin is both tough and supple, capable of withstanding all attacks. Even if it suffers a devastating blow, it can instantaneously regenerate. Most troublesome is its ability to become invisible, blending into everything, including the air, rendering it undetectable even to divine consciousness. Cultivation, early Yuanshan. Bloodline skill, camouflage, can become invisible in any environment, undetectable. Combat power, 101729. System evaluation, ancestors protection. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, it had stealthily approached him, even eluding his detection. Caught in the grip of the cunning chameleon's tongue, he was repeatedly slammed against the peaks and ground, the thunderous sounds reverberating throughout the depths of Heimuya. Baibu Yu, amidst the clash of two Yuanshan beasts, felt like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, dodging the boulders that soared like cannonballs. He sprinted towards the Duan Chang grass, shielding it protectively with his body, gritting his teeth as he surveyed the chaotic battle around him. Peaks continued to collapse, while the skies were filled with falling spider silk, resembling the end of days. Just then, a small mountain came crashing down upon him, burying him beneath its weight. In the void above, the cunning chameleon toyed with Lin Feng, slamming his body back and forth without much aggression, but with a strong sense of humiliation. Do you think I am a yo-yo? Enraged, Lin Feng finally steadied himself and swung the Ba Ji sword in a sweeping arc, instantly severing the chameleon's tongue. No matter how robust and weapon-like its tongue was, it could not compare to the sharpness of the Ba Ji sword. How could that be? The cunning chameleon, taken by surprise at Lin Feng's formidable attack, felt the venom seep into its tongue. Without a second thought, it severed its own tongue to prevent the poison from entering its body. Hundreds of meters of tongue, severed in an instant. Was this a chameleon or a gecko? Truly vigilant. Lin Feng broke free from the entanglement and surged into the air. Spider, do you think you can outmaneuver me? The cunning chameleon's body slowly faded from sight, even though Lin Feng's eyes remained fixed on it. He could not lock onto it with his divine consciousness. Although monsters could not cultivate human techniques, each possessed unique bloodline skills. The stronger the bloodline, the more formidable the skill. The cunning chameleon's camouflage skill was indeed extraordinary. Even with a combat power exceeding it by 10,000 points, Lin Feng could not detect it, allowing the foe to gain the upper hand momentarily. This demonstrated the might of invisibility, akin to an assassin. Planning to flee? You think I, the spider, am just for show? The sound of slicing filled the air as countless threads of silk enveloped the void. This region, with its towering peaks stretching into the clouds, was an ideal setting for weaving webs. Lin Feng blanketed the entire area with spider silk. As expected, it proved effective. Standing upon one of the webs, he suddenly sensed a slight tremor. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. Found you. With a swift motion, he unleashed a silk sword that shot forth. Although the cunning chameleon evaded it, in doing so, it triggered other silk strands. Lin Feng yanked the web fiercely, tightening the entire network in an instant. Planning to escape? Before me, all invisibility is futile. The cunning chameleon's bloodline skill was indeed extraordinary, yet it was countered by Lin Feng's webs. Beneath the silk, its invisibility was rendered useless. The threads rapidly ensnared the cunning chameleon, tightening with every struggle. Lin Feng connected his spirit energy to the web, dragging the chameleon's massive body towards himself. Let go of me, spider. The cunning chameleon gradually materialized before Lin Feng, its invisibility having lost all efficacy. Lin Feng's spider-like eyes met the chameleon's large ones in a moment of confrontation. With disdain, he proclaimed, "Now you wish to beg for mercy? It's too late. You desire this Heimuya? I grant it to you. I have no need for this wretched place. It serves perfectly as your grave. What do you intend to do? Your life." The Ba Ji sword inched closer to the cunning chameleon's eye, its razor-sharp tip glinting ominously. The cunning chameleon finally panicked, exclaiming, "You dare! My brother is the death gecko." "What death gecko? Never heard of it. Have a good journey." With a swift thrust, Lin Feng struck, the Ba Ji sword piercing the cunning chameleon's eye, imbued with a potent evolutionary toxin. Amidst the cunning chameleon's agonized screams, its head was crushed beyond recognition. The creature was dead beyond revival. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Yuanshan realm monster. Task completion, 12. Congratulations on killing the cunning chameleon. Evolution value, 20. Current evolution value, 96. The system's voice rang out. After confirming the demise of the creature, Lin Feng used the Ba Ji sword to slice open the cunning chameleon's abdomen, extracting its Yuanshan from within. The chameleon's Yuanshan writhed within the silk, roaring, "Spider, you are doomed. My brother will surely kill you. You had better release my Yuanshan." Chapter 81. The Hidden World Alchemy Conference. Lin Feng chuckled heartily. Release you? Your life is mine, your body is for my disciples, and your yuanshin is desired by a girl in my family. Consider yourself fortunate. You. Before it could finish, Lin Feng cast it into the underworld hall. The cunning chameleon was slain, and the surrounding He Mu chameleons fled in terror, some vanishing, others making a hasty retreat. The poison zombies wished to pursue, but Lin Feng coolly remarked, "Do not chase. They are mere trash. Here, have this." He tossed the cunning chameleon's corpse into the midst of the poison zombies. After all, this was a Yuanshan realm corpse. The poison zombies, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that consuming it would undoubtedly accelerate their growth. 200 poison zombies surged forth, akin to ravenous zombies, descending upon the cunning chameleon's body to feast. He showed no disdain for the slight toxicity present, nor did he mind the unclean internal organs. The taste was exquisite as he relished the meal. Lin Feng's gaze turned toward the ruins of the collapsed mountain peak, where a faint aura was concealed. Mere ants. Once the poisonous zombies had feasted on the treacherous chameleon, several began to break through to the Yuaning realm. Lin Feng felt quite pleased. The stronger the poisonous zombies became, the mightier the formation of the unparalleled spider array would be. He wondered how the other 800 poisonous zombies were faring. Summoning the zombies back to the Huangquan Hall, Lin Feng's form vanished from the spot, leaving only a landscape of desolation. After a long while, as dawn approached, a boulder was slowly pushed aside. Bai Bu Yu, still shaken, cautiously poked his head out from beneath the rock. Noticing the absence of spiders and chameleons around, he reached into his pocket to retrieve the Duan Chang Chao, relieved to find it intact. He sighed deeply, cursing his bad luck. How could a simple herb-picking venture lead to an encounter with a Yuan Shun realm beast, nearly costing him his life? Bai Bu Yu hastily ascended into the air, swiftly departing from Heimuya. To Lin Feng's astonishment, after obtaining the Duan Chang Chao, Bai Bu Yu did not return to Luyu Mountain Manor, but instead headed back to Luoxia City, seeking out the Xiao Yao building once more to inquire about alchemy. Yang Sun, the proprietor of Xiao Yao building, was silent for a moment before he spoke solemnly. The Fu Ming Dan, while not an exceptional elixir, contains the highly toxic Duan Chang Chao. Miss Lu is frail. This elixir cannot be too potent. In the entire spirit domain, only Yinshe Mountain has the capability to concoct this elixir. However, with the passing of the old man of Yinshe, we must seek his second disciple, Yao Ju. Bai Bu Yu's expression turned grave, and Lu Rushe shared a troubled look. Yang Sun understood their concerns well. The power dynamics within the spirit domain were intricate, and the relationship between Luyu Mountain Manor and Yinshe Mountain was far from amicable. Luyu Mountain Manor relied on Luyu Mountain for support, making it nearly impossible to approach Yao Ju for alchemy. With a smile, Yang Sun reassured them. There is no need for concern. In 3 days, the alchemy competition hosted by Yao Ju will take place. As you know, he will not refuse to concoct elixirs at that time. The alchemy competition was established by Yao Ju, aimed at discovering disciples with exceptional alchemical talents while also bringing substantial wealth to Yinshe Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushe nodded emphatically. Excellent. I shall return to the manor for spirit stones and set off for Yinshe Mountain. Participation in the alchemy competition required a significant payment in elixirs for anyone not competing. Seeking Yao Ju's assistance would demand even more. Lu Rushe and Bai Bu Yu resolved to return to Luyu Mountain Manor, a decision that delighted Lin Feng. At last, he could hunt down humans at the Yuanshan realm. Huangquan Mo Jun was equally pleased, finally free from the guise of a delicate young girl. After a half-day journey, they returned to Luyu Mountain Manor. When Lin Feng's consciousness scanned the entire manor, he felt a sudden jolt. Where was Lu Wuji? Not present at Luyu Mountain Manor? Upon inquiry, he learned that Lu Wuji had been invited by Yinshe Mountain to witness the alchemy competition. This event was grander than anticipated, drawing nearly all notable Yuanshan experts from the spirit domain, Lu Wuji among them. Lin Feng's anger flared, contemplating the annihilation of Luyu Mountain Manor, yet he ultimately restrained himself. With nearly every renowned Yuanshan expert in the spirit domain attending Yinshe Mountain, if he wished to fulfill his mission, he had no choice but to venture there to hunt. However, Yinshe Mountain would undoubtedly be perilous. Teaming with experts for the alchemy competition, caution was imperative. He planned to keep Lu Rushe close, allowing her to lead them to Lu Wuji for a surprise attack, swiftly eliminating him before departing, an impeccable scheme. Yet Huangquan Mo Jun wore a pained expression, lamenting, "Alas, it must be so. Each day I am clutched by a young girl, sleeping on her chest. What a profound humiliation." Qianju Wu Gu's words rang true. Finding Yuanshan experts was no simple task. Endure, for once Lu Wuji is slain, you may do as you please. Yes, boss. Lu Rushi had intended to keep Huang Quan Mo Jun at the manor, feeling sympathy for her long journey. Huang Quan Mo Jun feigned innocence, saying, Sister, I have been adrift since childhood. This journey is nothing. I am fortunate to be with you, my sister. Wherever you go, I shall follow. This declaration deeply moved Lu Rushi, prompting another heartfelt embrace. Equipped with sufficient funds, they lingered at Luyu Mountain Manor for a night before embarking once more toward Insher Mountain. Along the journey, they encountered numerous cultivators heading to the event, passing through cities that buzzed with discussions about the alchemy competition. The day of the competition was merely 3 days away. On the final day, Lu Rushi and her companions finally arrived at Insher City, the largest city at the foot of Insher Mountain, managed by the mountain itself. At this moment, the tavern was packed to capacity. Since the passing of the old man of Insher, the mountain's prestige had plummeted, relying solely on Yao Ju to maintain its standing. Yao Ju's alchemical prowess was unmatched throughout the spirit domain, and this invitation of so many was clearly an effort to restore Insher Mountain's reputation. The saying, when the people leave, the tea cools, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, resonated deeply in the cultivation world. Without the old man, Insher Mountain had seemingly devolved into a mere display of alchemical skills before the public. It was said that all notable figures from the spirit domain had come for this event, including the distinguished 4 young masters. Conversations varied widely, but discussions about the 4 young masters were most prevalent. Lu Rushi held Huang Quan Mo Jun with her left hand while grasping Bai Buyu's hand with her right. She sighed, Brother Bai, had it not been for me, with your talent, you would undoubtedly have had the chance to rank among the 4 young masters. Bai Buyu merely smiled and shook his head. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, a familiar voice rang out. Oh, is that not the esteemed Bai Buyu? I am Alang. Shall we engage in a duel? This voice was all too familiar. At a nearby table, Alang bowed to Bai Buyu, suggesting a friendly competition to determine superiority without risking life or death. The tavern's patrons exchanged glances, bemused. The alchemy competition had made the 4 young masters quite renowned, but among them, Alang stood out as the most conspicuous. Alang was a newcomer among the 4 young masters, having arrived merely days prior. Upon his arrival, he sought out renowned figures for duels, eager to engage in combat with anyone of comparable cultivation. Alang seemed to revel in Bai Buyu's expression of surprise. I know you are at the peak of Yuaning, but you are mute. How can one become a young master without fighting? Come, let us spar. If you defeat me, my title as the sword master shall be yours. His excited demeanor left everyone speechless. The 4 young masters were designated by Xiao Yao Building. How could he presume to challenge them? Bai Buyu remained silent, merely smiling. Lu Rushi, however, spoke up with a chuckle. Alang, you flatter my brother. He says he cannot best you and has no time. In this region, everyone knew of Lu Rushi and Bai Buyu's relationship. Lu Rushi was naturally blind and unable to cultivate, while Bai Buyu, possessing extraordinary talent, remained by her side. Though he was not one of the 4 young masters, they were an enviable pair. It was entirely reasonable for Bai Buyu to decline Alang's challenge. Yet Alang was undeterred, expressing his displeasure. You, sir, lack courage. Is it merely a fight? Is it so difficult to accept? How can you know your capabilities without testing them? Speak up, let a blind person translate for you. Are you truly a man? Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Recognizing Alang's low emotional intelligence and his singular desire for battle, oblivious to the surrounding context. However, Bai Buyu did not share this leniency. Upon hearing the term blind man, a chill swept through my eyes. Indeed, this was the very state I sought. Let us engage in combat. With a clang, Alang's sword was unsheathed in an instant, causing an air of tension to envelop the crowd. It was difficult to predict the actions of this battle-crazed individual. The space here is insufficient. Let us venture outside. In the blink of an eye, Alang vanished from his spot. Lin Feng could not help but marvel at this genius who, in such a brief span of time, had ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ing realm. He recalled their first encounter when Alang was merely at the peak of the Jindan realm. What could have transpired? Could it be that constant combat leads to such rapid advancement? Lin Feng even entertained the notion that Alang might be a transmigrator himself. Bai Buyu wished to challenge him, but was restrained by Lu Rushi. Shaking her head, she said, Bai Shixiang, I am fine, let him speak. It is cold outside. Let us return to our room to warm ourselves. Bai Buyu nodded and assisted Lu Rushi up the stairs. The onlookers in the tavern exchanged peculiar glances, for outside, amidst the icy snow, Alang remained waiting. Someone peeked out, observing Alang standing in the snow. Not a single soul dared to intervene. It was quite the spectacle. In the midst of a snowstorm, Lang stood coolly with his sword, the snow accumulating to nearly an inch in depth. His dignity had surely been compromised. How amusing. This Lang must be out of his mind. I have heard that those who are mentally unstable become increasingly spirited. His emotional intelligence is truly touching. He has no friends, and despite the passage of time, no one has bothered to inform him of the ridicule he faces. The entire city is watching his folly. Lang, with his single-mindedness, could not fathom that not everyone shared his desire for battle. He waited for a full hour in the snow outside the tavern, shaking off the snow from his head. Lang cursed loudly. Damn it. Do you require such a lengthy preparation? If you do not come soon, I shall take my leave. This outburst stunned everyone present. Atop the 5-story tower of the Xian Yao Lu in the hidden city, the proprietor, Li Lu Zhu, chuckled heartily upon hearing this. This Lang is indeed charming. Yet, Yun Zhongzi scoffed. This fellow has been here for merely 2 days and has already fought 10 times. Not a single person likes him. Li Lu Zhu shot a glare at Yun Zhongzi. What do you know? In the realm of cultivation, one does not require the favor of others. Yun Zhongzi opened his mouth, but remained silent. Not long ago, Lang's cultivation was on par with yours, if not lower. Now, you have reached the early yuaning stage while he is at the pinnacle. In the pursuit of cultivation, all efforts are directed towards strength. Given a century, the Tianjin sect could become the preeminent sect across the continent, led by Lang. Yun Zhongzi stared in astonishment at Li Lu Zhu. During his long tenure in the Lingyu, he had never encountered such commendation from Li Lu Zhu. Your talent is commendable, yet in comparison to Lang, it is as disparate as clouds and mud. As long as he survives, Lang will become a legend. Li Lu Zhu sighed, lamenting, what a pity. He belongs to the Tianjin sect. Yun Zhongzi muttered, surely the Tianjin sect provided him with rare treasures to force his breakthrough. Regardless of the accolades bestowed upon him, Lang remained furious. As night fell, he shouted, Bai Buyu, come out. Floating outside the tavern, he bellowed into the establishment. He was mindful not to damage the tavern, otherwise he would incur costs, so he resorted to shouting outside. If you do not come out, I shall shout all night, ensuring you cannot sleep. A true expert, indeed. Apart from revelers at the flower houses and taverns, many relished the spectacle. The Huang Quan Mo Jun leaned against the window, and Lin Feng too was entertained by the unfolding drama. Ah, my brother Lang is indeed a man of character. Allow me to assist you. At that moment, a fish suddenly soared through the sky, with a youth seated atop it. Monster, Yunyu. Description, a fish that inhabits the clouds, adept at evading in the mist, hunting avian beasts. It appears adorable, yet is a ferocious creature. Cultivation, late yuaning. Bloodline skill, soaring. Combat power, 37,902. System assessment, a fine mount, quite stylish. It must be said that this Yunyu is quite impressive. The youth upon it also exuded charm. Clad in a long robe and brandishing an umbrella, presenting an air of sophistication. Name, Su Yuan. Description, the chief disciple of Tong Tian City, possessing exceptional talent, yet highly adept at feigning modesty. He parades about atop a fish daily, earning the title of one of the 4 young masters in the Lingyu. Known as Fish Young Master. Cultivation, Pinnacle Yuaning. Technique, Tong Tian Ju. Combat value, 51,890. System assessment, values reputation above all. Upon arrival, Su Yuan wasted no time and struck the tavern with a palm. In an instant, the wind and snow froze. Boom. Subsequently, the room where Bai Buyu resided was obliterated. Enraged, Bai Buyu retaliated with a sword strike. Ah, my brother Lang, is this not your cue to intervene? Are you truly so idle? Su Yuan sneered and swiftly retreated into the sky. Who does not know that Ruyu Mountain Manor and the Tianjin sect are sworn enemies? Do not feign ignorance, Lang. I am aiding you in eliminating Bai Buyu. Chapter 83. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and unleashed the poison zombies upon the city. The 4 young masters hail from the 4 great sects of Lingyu, and there exists a web of enmity amongst them. Ruyu Mountain Manor and the Tianjin sect share a profound grudge, while Luyu Mountain Manor and Ruyu Mountain Manor are as close as kin. Su Yuan's intentions are far from innocent. Lang, in a fit of rage, retorted, I merely seek a fair contest. Since you are here, I shall fight you too. His anger was palpable as he dodged Bai Buyu's sword strike. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the heavens. Without hesitation, Tian Yijian lunged towards Su Yuan. What a thick-headed fool. Su Yuan cursed inwardly, summoning the Yunyu to ascend into the sky. The advantage of the Yunyu lies within the clouds. Lang, following the path of his sword, pursued closely behind, with Bai Bu Yu bringing up the rear. Before the eyes of the entire city, the three engaged in combat amidst the dark clouds. Sword energy clashed with fierce winds, creating a tumultuous scene. The sky shimmered with the brilliance of spiritual energy. This battle plunged the world into chaos. Lin Feng, too, was captivated by the unfolding events, musing, with such intensity, why have no Yuan-Shen realm experts intervened? His thoughts lingered on the prospect of slaying a Yuan-Shen expert. If he could eliminate one here, everything would fall into place, far safer than in the hidden mountain. Yet, alas, an hour had passed with no one appearing. It was time for rest. Do not linger, for it is quite cold outside. Huang Quan Mo Jun remained perched at the window, for the roof had been blown off by Su Yuan's palm strike. The tavern had kindly provided them with a new room. Lu Ru Shi, unrelenting, pulled the little Huang Quan toward the bed to sleep. Cultivators do not require rest. Yet she, being unwell, clamored for sleep daily. In the dead of night, the sounds of battle echoed through the skies. Waiting for the alchemy conference to commence was not Lin Feng's style. The Yuan-Shen experts would ultimately need to be drawn out. Surely, the inhabitants of this city must be worth a considerable amount of evolution points. Go forth, and let the slaughter begin. As Lin Feng's words faded, a swarm of toxic zombies erupted from the tavern, descending upon the ground and spreading in every direction. Wherever the poison zombies tread, not a blade of grass survived. Lin Feng had even distributed venom to each of the zombies. Since the Yuan-Shen experts did not emerge, let us purge this city. Advancing to the mid-Yuan-Shen stage would provide greater assurance in slaying the early Yuan-Shen, perhaps even provoking the emergence of an early Yuan-Shen expert. As all cultivators fixed their gazes upon the battle in the sky, 200 poison zombies infiltrated the hidden city. Kill! With a commanding shout. Under the moonlight and amidst the snowy night, the poison zombies surged forth like frenzied beasts, charging into homes, taverns, and flower houses, initiating indiscriminate attacks. Since the return of these 200 poison corpses, they have been persistently following Lin Feng, indulging in the finest meats and engaging in fierce battles. The strongest among them has already reached the Yuaning realm, while the weakest has attained the early stages of the Jindan realm. When confronting ordinary individuals, they are utterly overwhelming. They can storm into homes, slaying entire families with a single strike, consuming half a body in one bite. The children are left starving. 200 poison corpses are still insufficient. They are but a minor threat to the entire city. After half an hour of slaughter, at last, one of the poison corpses encounters a master of the Jindan realm and a battle ensues. What is that? Someone, there is a monster. Ah, murder. The once quiet city suddenly erupts into chaos. From atop the Xiao Yao Tower, Li Luzhu gazes toward the source of the commotion, his face betraying astonishment. What is this? Yun Zhongzi's eyes gleam with recognition. That is the monster from the spider. I recognize it. It was this group of monsters that slaughtered the city of Tianyu. Oh, the spider has come? I doubt it. How could that spider dare to show itself with so many sects searching for it? Li Luzhu pays no heed to Yun Zhongzi and slowly closes his eyes. His immensely powerful divine sense begins to sweep across the entire city. When it passes over the tavern, it pauses momentarily. However, the Yellow Spring Hall is exceptionally potent. As long as no battle ensues, it remains undetectable. His divine sense then continues its sweep. Naturally, Li Luzhu's divine sense attracts Lin Feng's attention. Boss, if I am not mistaken, it should be Li Luzhu from Xiao Yao Tower. The voice of Qianzhu Wugong echoes. Lin Feng ponders for a moment. What is his cultivation level? The ranking of the Lingyu realm masters places this old man among the top 3. His strength is unfathomable. I never expected him to arrive this time. The beautiful snake quietly reminds. Boss, you killed quite a few people from Xiao Yao Tower in the Poison Cloud Mountains. Damn it, do I need your reminder? Lin Feng curses. With such a formidable expert in the city, it seems trouble is brewing. Do we really have to wait until the alchemy conference concludes to return to Luyu Villa and kill Lu Wujin? That would take too long. Yet, if we do not kill Lu Wujin now, those Yuanshin masters are gathering at the Hidden World Mountain, making it even more difficult to strike. Given Lin Feng's current strength, he could easily eliminate a mid-stage Yuanshin. The real challenge lies in the scarcity of Yuanshin experts. He knows them all by name. It is not that they are unbeatable. Just as Lin Feng finds himself in a dilemma, Qianzhu Wugong continues. Boss, I believe Li Luzhu will not take action. Oh, why do you say that? Xiao Yao Tower has its own rules. They absolutely do not involve themselves in any battles between worldly factions. This includes demon beasts. And this rule remains unchanged throughout the ages. This is one of the reasons Xiao Yao Tower stands firm on the continent. Lin Feng takes a deep breath. Are you implying that Xiaoyao Tower will not concern itself with my affairs? Most likely not. Lin Feng remains silent for a moment. We cannot gamble. Let us observe a while longer, entrusting one's fate to others, hoping they will refrain from intervening. Lin Feng resolves to watch and wait. The poison corpses possess formidable strength. Ordinary cultivators cannot withstand them. There are not many experts in the Yuaning realm. Furthermore, after the last great escape in the Poison Cloud Mountains, a significant number of Yuaning experts perished, leaving even fewer now. 200 poison corpses, if left unchecked, could surely slaughter the city within a day and night. In no time, tens of thousands would perish. Lin Feng's system continues to pulse. Were it not for the sound feature being turned off, he would be utterly vexed. Congratulations, host. Evolution value 0.001. Current evolution value 100. Evolution conditions met. Initiating evolution. If killed, lie still, do not resurrect. Following the issuance of this command, Lin Feng begins his evolution deep within the Yellow Spring Hall. The undying nature of the poison corpses reassures him. Even if they were reduced to ashes, they could regenerate. As Lin Feng enters his evolution slumber, dozens of figures traverse the night sky, swiftly descending from the Hidden World Mountain. Humph, who dares to act recklessly in my Hidden World city, seeking death? These arrivals are none other than the powerful beings above the Yuaning realm from the Hidden World Mountain. Leading them is Jin Hong, the sixth disciple of the Hidden World Elder, a master at the initial stage of Yuan Shun. Chapter 84. The Yellow Spring Demon Lord takes action, dominantly abducting Jin Hong. This alchemy conference is the most significant event for the Hidden World Mountain. Important figures in the Yuan Shun realm have been invited to reside at the Hidden World Mountain. Meanwhile, those who come to spectate, the disciples from various sects, are housed in Hidden World City. If issues arise in Hidden World City, it would be a disgrace for the Hidden World Mountain. Jin Hong personally leads the Yuaning disciples into Hidden World City. Upon seeing the numerous poison corpses, his expression darkens immensely. Who dares to create chaos? No need for courtesy. Kill them all. Yes, sixth brother. These Yuaning masters are all registered disciples of the Hidden World Elder, possessing considerable strength. Naturally, they are unafraid of the Jindan realm or the initial stage poison corpses of Yuaning. They disperse to begin hunting the poison corpses. Jin Hong stands firm in the void, his divine sense enveloping the entire city. He speaks to the citizens. Do not panic. Remain where you are. Hidden World Mountain will protect you. Whenever someone is in danger, Jin Hong appears at that moment. The pace of the poison corpses' killings slows down. Eventually, they can no longer slay even a single person. The poison corpses are not devoid of intelligence. Rather, they possess a high degree of it. Following Lin Feng's command, they begin to take it easy. Upon seeing someone approach, some even go into hiding. After being killed, they lay still without moving. Their primary tactic is to confuse their opponents. As the poison corpses are suppressed, the crowd breathes a sigh of relief. Jin Hong, hovering in the void, observes the gradually calming city, yet his expression grows solemn. What on earth are these monsters, and why do they seem so familiar? They bear a striking resemblance to the monsters that appeared in Tianyu City some time ago. Speaking of Tianyu City, the spider. Several disciples nearby gasp in astonishment. I actually hoped that spider would come. Unfortunately, it does not dare to show itself. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant against any mischief. Second Brother's Alchemy Conference must not be disrupted. Tonight, you will patrol the city. Yes, sixth brother. After Jin Hong has made the arrangements, just as he intends to depart, an icy aura suddenly envelopes him. Be careful, Jin Hong exclaims, hastily pushing aside several disciples with his spiritual energy. In the next moment, a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, suddenly appears before him. What? A little girl? This girl is none other than the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. Before Jin Hong can react, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord extends her chubby little hand, forming a massive spiritual hand in the void, seizing Jin Hong's body, and swiftly propelling him in the opposite direction of Hidden World Mountain. The speed is astonishing. The other Yuaning experts do not even have time to react. In the sky, Alang and the others witness this scene, staring wide-eyed at the vanishing Yellow Spring Demon Lord and Jin Hong. Wow, what a fierce little child. Where is she taking him? Battles at the Yuan Shin realm are indeed rare. Alang's eyes shine as he transforms into a streak of light, pursuing them. Bai Buyu vaguely recognizes the Yellow Spring Demon Lord's attire, his expression shifting dramatically. Although he cannot see her face, he recognizes that the clothes were bought for the Yellow Spring Demon Lord. How could he have anticipated that the Yellow Spring Demon Lord is a master of the Yuan Shin realm? Junior sister. The anxious concern for Lu Rushi's safety instantly returns to the city. Upon seeing Lu Rushi sleeping soundly, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. No one knows what the Yellow Spring Demon Lord intends to do. Those beneath the Yuan-Shin realm cannot match their speed. Under the night sky, the Yellow Spring Demon Lord's speed is unparalleled. In a brief moment, Hidden World City vanishes from sight. Crossing mountains and valleys is but a mere instant. The scenery before them rushes by like a fleeting panorama. Individuals like a Lang cannot keep up. After shaking off everyone, the spirit hand of the Hongchuan Ma Juan relentlessly slammed Jin Hong against the peaks and the ground along the way, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Sparks flew with each impact, mercilessly driving Jin Hong downward. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Enough!" A radiant azure light erupted from his body, and azure flames engulfed him, directly incinerating the spirit hand of the Hongchuan Ma Juan. Breaking free, Jin Hong, now ablaze, fixed his sharp gaze upon the Hongchuan Ma Juan. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" The Hongchuan Ma Juan narrowed her eyes slightly, intrigued. "Is that the evil spirit Netherfire? TSK. Who would have thought that a distinguished disciple of the hidden sect would wield such forbidden techniques?" Jin Hong's expression shifted dramatically. The evil spirit Netherfire was a technique from the demon realm, rarely recognized in the spirit domain. He seldom utilized it, and yet it was immediately identified. Coldly, he retorted, "And what of it? My master has taught me that there are no inherently evil techniques in this world, only wicked individuals. The morality of a technique is determined by its wielder." Absurd. A demon is a demon. You must acknowledge your fate. You will meet your end and question Yin Wang. The Hongchuan Ma Juan swiftly gestured, chanting softly, "I summon the heavens to forge the path to the underworld for you." Hongchuan funeral. As her hands pressed down, the heavens shifted dramatically. A violent tornado enveloped Jin Hong, threatening to tear him apart. Within the tempest, purple lightning crackled, relentlessly striking down upon him, resembling a pathway to the netherworld. Jin Hong's expression turned grave as he shielded himself with the evil spirit Netherfire, incredulously gazing at the Hongchuan Ma Juan. "How can this be? This is the Hongchuan Ma Juan's Hongchuan funeral." "Indeed, the Hongchuan funeral. How is it possible that you are a remnant of the Hongchuan sect?" Jin Hong had always been suited for practicing demonic techniques. The hidden elders had taught that there is no discrimination in learning. From a young age, he had immersed himself in various texts, particularly those of the demon arts. Naturally, he was aware that the seventh domain was known as the demon realm, where the 5 great demon lords held esteemed positions, each a formidable fiend. He had studied the histories of past demon lords, particularly one female demon who piqued his interest. The Hongchuan Ma Juan was the only woman among the demon lords. Yet she was also one of the most brutal and powerful. The sect she founded, the Hongchuan sect, was the strongest in the demon realm. Unfortunately, she had been ambushed and slain at the peak of her power. Jin Hong felt a tinge of regret for never having encountered such a woman. Seeing the Hongchuan Ma Juan unleash the Hongchuan funeral, his pupils quivered. Truly, the Hongchuan sect has produced such a genius. "Huh, you flatter me. But your praise will not bring me joy." The Hongchuan Ma Juan smirked. The more she was praised, the more potent her Hongchuan funeral became. Jin Hong's expression grew serious as he executed a spell, declaring, "Evil spirit Netherfire, consume all, ignite." With a thunderous roar, the azure flames instantly illuminated half the sky, shattering a portion of the tornado. Quick as lightning, Jin Hong escaped through the gap created. "But I desire more. Alas, even though you can perform the Hongchuan funeral, your cultivation is insufficient. To think you could capture me is mere folly." With azure flames igniting around him, he shot skyward like a rocket. The Hongchuan Ma Juan cursed inwardly, attempting to flee. "Not on my watch." A tempest arose, sweeping across the entire area, significantly slowing Jin Hong's speed. Just as he prepared to pursue, a cold voice interjected, "Let me handle this." "Yes, boss." Chapter 85. Instant kill of the Yuan Shun. Farewell. A long Lin Feng tore through the spider's silk, emerging from the cocoon like a demon stepping out of darkness. His black form, adorned with a pair of crimson false eyes on his abdomen, was chilling. "Congratulations, host, on the successful 28th evolution." Host, Lin Feng. 28th evolution, dark demon sovereign spider. Description, an entity shrouded in darkness, thriving in nocturnal hunts, gaining immense power at night. Capable of absorbing the darkest forces of the world for personal use. Cultivation, mid-yuan shun. Bloodline skill, dark domain. Supreme spider array, level 2. Combat power, 177, 619. System evaluation, a slayer wandering in darkness. Evolution value, 003. Upon successfully evolving and stepping out of the cocoon, Lin Feng complimented. "Well done, let me take over." Yes, boss. Just remember, I want to consume his Yuan Shan. Rest assured. With a single step into the darkness, Lin Feng vanished from sight, eluding even the keen eyes of the Hongchuan Majuan. She mused, what a terrifying rate of cultivation growth. I wonder when I can catch up. She did not wish to end up like the beautiful serpent, forever stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage, unable to offer assistance. Their loyalty prevented her from abandoning Lin Feng, a fate worse than death. As she pondered, Jin Hong had already fled several dozen miles. Not pursuing? Heh. While the Hongchuan funeral is powerful, it lacks speed. If someone from the Hongchuan sect appears, I must report to my second senior brother. You have no chance. Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside him. Jin Hong's pupils contracted. His Yuan Shun sensed danger instinctively, prompting him to lean back. With a swift motion, a long and slender spider leg sliced through the space before him, shooting out a strand of silk that struck a distant peak. The silk embedded into the ground. And with a thunderous roar, the entire mountain was severed, the silk continuing deep into the earth, cleaving the land in two. Jin Hong gasped in shock, realizing that had he not instinctively evaded, he would have been the one severed. Glancing into the void beside him, he beheld a spider of colossal proportions, reminiscent of an elephant. His pupils contracted again. A spider? Is it that obvious? The last one I killed. Who was it? I forgot. I was only the size of a person back then, yet it has grown this large, and I still recognize it? Lin Feng's taunting voice echoed. Jin Hong's pupils trembled. It's truly you. Before he could finish, Lin Feng suddenly appeared before him, driving two of his front legs into Jin Hong's body. There is no room for discussion in your demise. Thus, I shall spare the chatter. Farewell. With a forceful thrust, Jin Hong's body was torn to shreds. Congratulations, host. For killing Jin Hong, evolution value 4. Current evolution value, 403. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Yuan Shun early stage human. Task completed, 22. Task reward, annihilation talisman. Ah, completed? System, how generous of you. Indeed, host. While the task required killing within the same realm, it is based on the realm at the time of task acceptance. The system will not hinder the host. Lin Feng, satisfied, opened his system inventory to find an additional talisman. The so-called talisman was crafted by sealing spiritual energy within spirit paper, allowing a minimal amount of spiritual energy to activate the spell contained within. Upon examining the annihilation talisman, the system automatically provided a description. Annihilation talisman, an abbreviation for the Annihilation 9 Heavens Thunder Calamity talisman. It seals the Annihilation 9 Heavens Thunder Calamity, and when activated, it can envelop an area of 100 miles in thunder calamity for a duration of 1 hour. The moment Lin Feng beheld the Annihilation talisman, he conceived its application. This is a weapon for city slaughter and sect annihilation. A duration of 1 hour. I already have a plan in mind. First, I will use the heavenly net to encircle a 100-mile radius. Then, I will activate the Annihilation talisman and control the poison zombies outside to block any escapees, eliminating any who dare to flee. Not escaping, all perished within the Annihilation talisman. Yet, one wonders about its potency. Should I eradicate Ancient Mountain now? Currently, the mountain is teeming with masters at the Yuanshan realm. Slaying so many Yuanshan experts could directly facilitate an evolution to the next grand realm. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Just then, his gaze fell upon a small line of text beneath the Annihilation talisman. Note, those killed by the Annihilation talisman do not count within the host's poison kill category. Lin Feng, damn it. Why not add a line stating that the final interpretation rights belong to the system? Next time, next time. Damn, I gave you face. Just as Lin Feng uttered a half-hearted curse, he suddenly froze in place. He slowly turned his head towards the direction of Ancient Mountain. There, he saw Alung approaching slowly. From a distance, Alung spotted Lin Feng, and his eyes lit up. Spider? It's you. Haha, Spider brother, we meet again. Indeed, we meet again. Lin Feng responded with a hint of mockery. Alung excitedly exclaimed. Did you just see 2 Yuanshan experts pass by? Don't look at me like that. I'm very powerful now, you can't defeat me. I want to see the battle between Yuanshan experts. This fellow is rather thick-headed. Does he have no sense of danger? Lin Feng chuckled casually. Alung, I still haven't learned your 4th sword technique from last time. Will you teach me? Don't mess around. I'm busy looking for those 2. Alung's cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. He was a peculiar individual, showing great interest in those of the same realm or those stronger than him, yet completely indifferent to weaker beings and monsters. Even knowing that Lin Feng was the spider wanted by Ancient Mountain didn't deter him. Just as Alung continued to fly away, Lin Feng's eyes emitted a faint cold glimmer. With a swift motion, a transparent silk thread erupted from his abdomen, darting towards Ulung's neck like a silver needle. Ulung was a treasure. Lin Feng recognized his talent, and since Ulung mastered the Tianjinju, which Lin Feng yearned to learn, it was an opportune moment to control him and eventually tame him using the beast control technique for his own purposes. The control silk thread at the mid-Yuanshan stage was undetectable by Ulung, who was merely at the peak of the Yuaning stage. Just as the silk thread was about to pierce Ulung's nape, suddenly, a hand emerged from the void. With 2 fingers, it pinched the controlling silk thread. A slight tremor of the fingers reduced the silk thread to dust. The unexpected turn of events made Lin Feng's heart tremble. A formidable opponent. Chapter 86. The Master of Xiaoyao Tower. Liu. In this realm of cultivation, countless magical artifacts exist. They can generally be categorized into 9 levels. From low to high: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang. These correspond to the elemental principles of the universe. Additionally, there is the highest level, the legendary Xian. Pills, talismans, magical artifacts, formations, and techniques are similarly classified. Magical artifacts are precious. Huang-level artifacts are rarely found even among the Jindan realm. Ulung's sword, named Invincible, is merely a Xian-level artifact. After breaking through to the mid-Yuanshan stage, Lin Feng's controlling silk thread could rival a D-level artifact. D-level artifacts are indeed meant for Yuanshan cultivators, and their durability is beyond question. Yet, such a silk thread was actually crushed by mere fingers? No, not merely crushed. It was turned to dust. A master, undoubtedly not an opponent. As this thought surfaced in his mind, a figure stepped forth from the void, the owner of those fingers. A man with a goatee, his hair and beard entirely white, stood there, one hand behind his back, a faint smile gracing his face. Name: Liu. Description: one of the masters of the Xiaoyao Tower in the spirit domain, known for his mystery. The world knows him as Master Li. Yet his true name remains unknown. The creator of Xiaoyao Yu, possessing extraordinary agility, he ranks among the top 3 experts in the spirit domain. Cultivation: early stage of the He-Ti realm. Technique: Xiaoyao Yu. Combat power: 304 million. System evaluation: a good-natured person. Upon seeing Liu's sudden appearance, Ulung was startled. He scrutinized Liu from head to toe. Where did you come from, old man? What on earth is that? How did you walk out? He even attempted to touch the void. Liu smiled at him. This little fellow is quite singular. Showing no interest in anything but combat, beyond talent, his temperament is also top tier. Ulung, unaware that Liu rarely praises anyone, especially not freely, furrowed his brow at the remark. Are you calling me foolish, old man? If I could defeat you, I would have taken you down. He even understood that he couldn't win. Liu chuckled and shook his head, then turned his attention to Lin Feng. Nodding in acknowledgement. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. It was not surprising that Liu, the master of Xiaoyao Tower, knew his name. However, his intentions remained uncertain. If Liu aimed to kill him, there would be no chance of escape. He would be doomed. A dark aura enveloped Lin Feng's massive form, manifesting his most potent ability, the bloodline skill, Dark Domain. Within the Dark Domain, a small tower floated above his head, representing Lin Feng's strongest state at that moment. Although he could not win, he must respond with his utmost strength if the opponent made a move. Observing Lin Feng's ominous aura, Liu displayed surprise. Dark Domain, Huangquan Tower, TSK. This spider is indeed extraordinary. Do not be tense. I bear you no ill will. What brings you here? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Liu replied with a smile. You are indeed cautious. That little child took Jin Hong away, but you've forgotten that Yun Zhongzi has met the little child. If I'm not mistaken, that child is indeed the Huang Quan Mo Jun, isn't? The Huang Quan Mo Jun appeared not far away, equally alert towards Liu. The Xiaoyao Tower has a strict rule. Aside from self-preservation, one must not intervene in any factional disputes, so you need not worry. Lin Feng scoffed. Not intervene? What a joke. Then why did you stop me earlier? Liu abruptly froze in place, a bitter smile emerging. Yes, I did indeed take a liking to your talent. Well, enough of the small talk. As a formidable He-Ti realm expert, what do you wish to do? Liu gazed deeply at Lin Feng. Perceiving his true cultivation level, he was no ordinary individual. I still wish to invite you to join Xiaoyao Tower, of course. The ultimate objective remains the poison dragon behind you. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. There is no poison dragon behind me. He is dead. I am merely myself. And I have only myself behind me. Haha, do not question Xiaoyao Tower's intelligence. The poison dragon traversed hundreds of thousands of miles for you, slaying the hidden elders. and laid out a great fortune array for you. The notion that he is dead is utterly absurd. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will toward you. Join Xiaoyao Tower. Is this how you recruit people? Li Yu was candid, directly stating that he was interested in the poison dragon behind Lin Feng. I've said I'm not interested. What now? If I refuse to join, will you kill me? Haha, I've said I want to kill you, but you might want to reconsider. If you change your mind, you may come find me. Until we meet again. Huang Quan Mo Jun vanished into the dark domain. Lin Feng cast a deep glance at Li Yu before slowly retreating into the shadows. As the darkness completely enveloped him, his form disappeared into the void. Li Yu observed Lin Feng's disappearance, the gentle smile on his face fading, replaced by solemnity. Such pure dark power, this monstrous beast kills indiscriminately, and its cultivation has surged so rapidly, likely due to its killings. I wonder if this spirit domain can withstand his turmoil. If I'm not mistaken, that little girl must be the true form of Huang Quan. The poison dragon indeed possesses the secret to immortality, enabling the resurrection of the Huang Quan Mo Jun who has been dead for a millennium. He murmured, evidently believing that the Huang Quan Mo Jun was resurrected by the poison dragon. Where could it be? Li Yu took a step forward, and his body instantaneously vanished from the sky, leaving behind a bewildered Along, gazing towards the east as dawn broke. With a tone of disbelief, he questioned, where is the battle? Where are the people? They just left like that? I traveled for nothing. After departing from this place, Lin Feng commanded Huang Quan Majuan to gather the scattered poisonous corpses in Yinshi City back to Huang Quan Palace. The death of Jin Hong had enraged the entire Yinshi Mountain. The manner of his demise clearly indicated that it was the spider that had slain him. Regrettably, at this moment, Lin Feng had already embarked on his journey back to Shazhou. Yuanzhou lay almost halfway across the spirit domain from Shazhou, a distance of several 100,000 kilometers. It was precisely the length of distance the poisonous dragon traversed to kill the elder of Yinshi last time. Hidden within Huangquan Palace, Lin Feng pondered incessantly over Li Yu's words. The poisonous dragon was undoubtedly alive. Otherwise, how could it orchestrate so many events? Unfortunately, even Qianjua Wugong was unaware of this. Lin Feng detested this feeling. The Xiaoyao Tower was straightforward enough, its power evident. What were the intentions of the poisonous dragon? To utilize him? Was the great serpent alive or dead? What role did it play? Everything had become shrouded in mystery. Huangquan Majuan sat cross-legged atop the beautiful serpent. The beautiful serpent had fully digested the earth snake fruit, finally breaking through to the early stage of Yuan Shun, growing to over 10 meters in length. It was quite endearing as it carried Huangquan Majuan. The youthful voice of Huangquan Majuan chimed in. Boss, we are about to enter the territory of Yuezhou. At the moment his voice echoed, Lin Feng's system notification rang out simultaneously. Automatic task acquisition, moon shadow weaving. Task content, in Ruyu Mountain Manor. There exists a Yin fruit tree, imbued with sinister power, capable of purifying the dark bloodline. Obtain it. Task reward. Refine the Yin fruit into a pill. Yuezhou? Is that where Ruyu Mountain Manor is located? Indeed. The system truly knows how to stir things up, pushing me towards Ruyu Mountain Manor. I relish this. Lin Feng's laughter resonated within Huangquan Palace. Huangquan, let us proceed to Ruyu Mountain Manor. Chapter 87. Ruyu City, Ruyu Mountain Manor Boss. Ruyu Mountain Manor is one of the 4 major sects in the spirit domain. It is quite perilous. Huangquan, have you perhaps become timid after your rebirth? The alchemy convention has drawn the experts from Ruyu Mountain Manor to Yinshi Mountain. Now is the perfect time to go. Huangquan Majuan muttered. There must be experts left in Ruyu Mountain Manor. Regardless, let us first gather some information. Lin Feng was fully aware that there was no such thing as absolute safety. The path thus far had involved bridging rivers and carving roads through mountains. At this moment, Ruyu Mountain Manor was evidently at its weakest. If he could eliminate a few Yuanshan experts, it would be a boon. If the opposition had experts at the late stage of Yuanshan or beyond, that would be another matter. Huangquan Palace was indeed far superior to the Poison Dragon Palace. With it, Lin Feng spent his days within Huangquan Palace studying the unparalleled spider array and the heavenly sword technique to enhance his capabilities. Whenever fatigue set in, he would meditate. Traveling and seeking out individuals were tasks best left to Huangquan, which he found quite delightful. After a day's journey, they delved deep into Yuezhou, crossing a mountain when the Grand Ruyu City appeared at the center of the plain. Unlike other sects, which were established on mountains with their own gates, their sect was situated within Ruyu City. Ruyu City was one of the 10 major cities in the spirit domain and the largest city in Yuezhou. Not only was the spiritual energy rich, but the city was also extraordinarily prosperous. Ruyu City was affluent and imposing. enveloped in a complex array that was both profound and unfathomable, capable of warding off both demonic beasts and human cultivators. To enter the city, one could only do so through the city gates. On the official road, countless individuals were slowly entering the city, some even riding various demonic beasts. It was evident that the number of cultivators here surpassed that of ordinary cities. The beautiful serpent did not need to retreat back into Huangquan Palace. It gracefully entered the city, carrying Huangquan. In this city, cultivators were abundant. If they were all eliminated, evolution would surely ensue. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, the evolution value gained from slaying ordinary individuals was negligible. However, if he were to eliminate cultivators, even a minuscule percentage would accumulate significantly. The more, the merrier. If one kill was insufficient, 1,000 or even 1,000,000 would surely yield results. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating how to slaughter the city, Huangquan Majuan and the beautiful serpent were halted by the guards at the city gates. "Little child, where are you from? Where are you headed?" Several guards curiously scrutinized Huangquan Majuan and the beautiful serpent, a young girl accompanied by an unfamiliar demonic beast. Such a combination was hard to overlook. "We are here to seek refuge with my senior brother, who is from Ruyu Mountain Manor." Upon hearing Huangquan Majuan's childlike voice, the two guards looked at each other in disbelief. "Search them." As the two guards moved forward to inspect, the beautiful serpent glared fiercely. "Step aside." This startled both guards. The surrounding guards quickly surrounded them. "What is this? A golden core realm demonic beast? Heaven, this little girl seems to have quite a background." Riding an ordinary demonic beast might suggest wealth, but a golden core realm demonic beast is not something one can acquire with mere riches. The guards eyed the beautiful serpent warily, filled with trepidation. It appeared they would have to force their way through. Yet, an irate voice emerged from the back of the line. "Are you guards foolish? She has already stated she is here to seek refuge with her senior brother. And her mount is a golden core realm demonic beast. Can you afford to offend her? Exactly, why quibble with a child? Let her pass. We have waited long enough." Hearing the discontented murmurs, the guards exchanged glances. Their reasoning was not without merit. They had been overly cautious earlier and had likely forgotten that a golden core realm demonic beast must have a powerful figure backing it. "Very well, you may enter. But remember not to cause any disturbances within the city." "Humph." The beautiful serpent snorted coldly and led Huangquan Majuan into the city. Behind them was a young master riding a fierce tiger demonic beast. That child was indeed extraordinary. He maintained his composure during the earlier scene, indicating a remarkable temperament. He must be a treasured disciple of his sect, and his senior brother likely held an important position within Ruyu Mountain Manor. Throughout the encounter, Huangquan Majuan had been chewing on a blade of grass. The guards trembled slightly and clasped their hands, saying, "Thank you, young master's son, for the reminder. You are too kind." Young master's son quickly urged his tiger to catch up with the beautiful serpent, as demonic beasts possess greater senses than humans. The tiger trembled in fear near the beautiful serpent, daring not to approach. Young master's son cursed quietly, "Useless." He then dismounted the tiger and walked over to the beautiful serpent, smiling. "Little girl, who is your senior brother? Tell me, and I will take you to find him." Huangquan Majuan glanced at him, but chose not to respond. Upon seeing him, Lin Feng's system profile immediately appeared in his mind. Name, Sun Jingxiu. Profile, the only son of the Sun family in Ruyu City, possessing poor cultivation talent but exceptional social skills, interacting with many families within the city, and maintaining a good relationship with one of the 4 young masters, Yu Gongzi, allowing him free access to Ruyu Mountain Manor. Cultivation, early stage of golden core. Techniques, Sun family staff technique. Combat power, 50-23. System evaluation, social butterfly. Sun Jingxiu seemed oblivious to Huangquan Majuan's disdain and instead smiled. "Little girl, don't be skeptical. I am not a bad person. Since you wish to go to Ruyu Mountain Manor, without me to guide you, you might find it difficult to locate it." This fellow was indeed a socialite. Noticing Huangquan Majuan riding a golden core realm demonic beast, he surmised there must be someone formidable behind her. Such a favorable connection was easy to forge, potentially leading to friendships with strong individuals. It was precisely this kind of mindset that allowed him to thrive in Ruyu City. Huangquan Majuan found this pretty boy quite distasteful. "If you don't leave, I will kill you." "Ah, this little girl has quite the temper," he chuckled. "You may find it difficult ahead. If you need anything, come find me at the Sun family." Sun Jingxiu remained unperturbed, still wearing a smile, for that was his strength. Ruyu Mountain Manor was not easily entered, and he understood that Huangquan would require his assistance. Once she encountered obstacles, she would remember his kindness and be grateful for his help. As he watched him depart, Huangquan Majuan muttered under his breath, That pretty boy shall be slain upon our next encounter. Indeed, we might truly require his assistance, but first, we must venture to Xiaoyao Lu to gather intelligence, ascertaining how many formidable fighters remain at Ryue Shanzhuang before seeking out this individual with the surname Sun. Huang Quan Majuan's gaze was peculiar. He could not fathom why Lin Feng would possess knowledge of that person's name. He respectfully replied, "Yes, boss. I shall proceed to Xiaoyao Lu to procure the information."